Bewitching Prince Spoils His Wife, Genius Doctor Unscrupulous Consort Chapter 5034 to Chapter 5220. As the voice fell, everyone realized that there was a large group of demonic beasts surrounding the area. Previously, their line of sight was blocked by the trees. In addition, the battle between Bewitching and the others was too big, attracting all their attention. They didn't even have time to pay attention to their surroundings. Even though there was a cultivator's warning, they only noticed the demonic beast at the front. They didn't notice the other demonic beasts under the cover of the trees. Is that a single-horned spotted leopard? Not only is there a single-horned spotted leopard, there's also a green demon beast. There are many different types of demonic beasts. Why did so many demonic beasts suddenly appear? Could it be that all the demonic beasts have gathered here? Then what do we do now? Everyone's faces gradually turned pale. Looking at the demonic beasts that were getting closer and closer to them, they couldn't help but want to retreat. However, the school of piranhas behind them were also eyeing them covetously. If they retreated, they would end up in the belly of the piranhas. When Bewitching and the others saw this situation, they stopped moving. Although the grudge between them was important, facing so many demonic beasts, even if one side won, it was very likely that they would end up as food in the stomach of these demonic beasts. Seeing this, Bewitching and Xianxia looked at each other and made a decision. Let's put aside today's matter for now. After we deal with these demonic beasts, we'll fight again. Xianxia's eyes were fierce. The more he discovered how outstanding Bewitching was, the stronger his killing intent became. No matter what, he wanted to make Bewitching stay in the immortal cloud secret realm forever. Otherwise, once he left, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. Okay. Bewitching's expression was cold. He didn't speak ruthlessly like Xianxia, but his cold eyes showed his attitude. When it came to fighting, he was never afraid. Xianxia's expression was very ugly. Originally, this was an excellent opportunity for him because he could get the biggest benefits with the smallest cost. Because, in this group, the Jun family's cultivators were undoubtedly the least. On the other hand, the D family and the Lin family had quite a number of cultivators. This was equivalent to borrowing the hands of the Chu clan, Nangong clan, and Shao clan's disciples to help his clan get rid of a huge threat. As long as he didn't die, no matter what, this was a good deal. Even if all the members of the family had died, there were still others in the family. However, the D family and the Lin family were different. They were the mainstays of the family. Once all these people died here, they would have the upper hand. However, he didn't expect that something like this would happen in the middle of the battle, causing him to be unable to continue the battle. One could imagine how depressed he was. Ling Sun, what should we do? Xiaosuo looked at the group of demonic beasts that were eyeing them covetously. Her palm-sized face was pale and nervous. This feeling was even more panicky than when she was facing a school of fish. Once he fell into the mouth of this demonic beast, he would similarly be reduced to ashes. Xianxia patted Xiaosuo's shoulder and comforted her. Don't worry, there are so many of us. We will definitely think of a way. Xiaosuo nodded slightly, but her nervous expression betrayed her heart. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were also sizing up the situation in front of them. At a glance, they could see a black mass of demonic beasts. Xiao Hei's lips twitched slightly. Previously, it had thought that the training in the upper realm was easier than the lower realm. They only needed to worry about whether there would be opponents and did not need to worry about other dangers. However, it now seemed that it had been too naive. It was not that there was no danger. All the dangers were gathered together. In comparison, it still preferred the training in the lower realm because the training in front of it was really testing its heart's endurance. I understand too. Xiaobai could not help but speak up. It was also feeling helpless. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her hand and patted the two little fellows' heads. Although the situation in front of them was full of danger, it did not cause her to panic completely. She believed that since Xiao Hei and Xiaobai's master had set up such a test, there was a possibility of success. Otherwise, this test would be meaningless. However, it would not be easy to pass this test. As the demonic beasts gradually approached, the crowd could not help but retreat. They only stopped when they reached the riverbank. At the same time, the group clearly understood the terrifying number of monsters. This was because they could not see the end of it. What should we do now? There are so many monsters. If we want to rush over, we can't do it even if all of us attack together. The single-horned spotted leopard and the green demon beast. Their combat power is not simple. With our current number of people, we are completely at a disadvantage against them. There's nothing we can do. We have no way out. The group could not help but want to cry. They had never encountered such a hopeless situation in their previous training. Ever since they had been chased by the locusts, they had felt more and more hopeless each time. In the past, they only hoped to stay in the immortal cloud mystery realm for a while longer. Now, their biggest wish was to leave this place. The immortal cloud mystery realm was now a nightmarish existence in their eyes. Even if they managed to survive today, no one knew what would happen tomorrow. This situation is really too tricky. Di Xiaofeng frowned. Once these monsters attack, we can hold on for a short period of time. However, after a long time, our primary energy will be exhausted and our bodies will not be able to take it. Taking turns to fight is not something we can handle. Indeed. Lin Taxing's face was also very ugly. But there is no way out now. The only thing we can do is to hold on as long as we can. Don't worry, we'll find a way, Bewitching's clear and pleasant voice sounded, blowing away the anxiety in everyone's hearts like a spring breeze. Looking at his confident face, everyone couldn't help but recall how many times they had wanted to give up, but fortunately, they had persevered in the end. There was nothing that couldn't be solved. As long as they worked hard, they might be able to come up with a solution. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and his sexy lips curved into a warm smile. Don't be afraid, we'll kill them. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. At the same time, Wen Ziren and Shang Guanying immediately understood what Bewitching meant. In fact, when they were in the oceanic world, they had also been attacked by countless monsters. Thinking back to that period of time, he was really abnormally tired. However, it had to be said that under such a torturous battle, their improvement was also very fast. Although Ao Lingxiao and Mo Yunjue felt extremely helpless about the situation in front of them, they did not despair because of it. When they faced the skeleton army, they had also fought like this. They were no stranger to being surrounded. For a moment, they could not help but laugh. When Lin Taxing and the others saw that Bewitching and the others could still laugh at this time, they were stunned. However, before they could ask, the monsters had already rushed over. Everyone, be careful! Emperor Xiaofeng yelled, and everyone immediately entered battle mode. Countless monsters seemed to treat Bailey Hongzhuang and the others as delicious food. They rushed over in a hurry, only wanting to fill their stomachs. Various colored primary forces were unleashed, bringing with them a tyrannical and terrifying force, directly killing the monsters in front of them. The smell of blood spread in the air. When the demonic beasts saw this situation, their eyes flashed with fear for a moment. However, they were quickly defeated by hunger and attacked again. Even though this move had achieved a great effect, none of the cultivators present felt happy about it. This was because the monsters killed were insignificant to this monster horde. Bailey Hongzhuang took out the nine-tailed zither. The sound of the zither poured out from her 10 fingers, bringing with it a 7-colored primary force as it jumped on the zither strings. When everyone saw this scene, their gazes changed slightly. Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang also knew the art of zither music? Immediately after, they realized that the sound waves had condensed into substance, bringing with them a tyrannical force as they attacked a large number of monsters. The pleasant sound of the zither rang out, attacking wave after wave like a tidal wave. The monsters that were rushing forward were also affected, and the monsters at the front were directly sent flying. Compared to everyone's martial skills that only attacked in one direction, Bailey Hongzhuang's zither music attack undoubtedly had a wide range. Most importantly, with the help of the zither music, the possibility of being ambushed by the monsters was greatly reduced. As everyone fought, they could not help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang. Her clothes were whiter than snow, and her facial features were exquisite and elegant, as if she was a work of art carefully carved by the heavens. Just looking at her was enough to make people forget to breathe. 7-colored essence force danced between her body, and it was as beautiful as a painting. If not for the endless demonic beasts in the surroundings spoiling the atmosphere, this scene would really be pleasing to the eye. However, it was also because of the existence of these demonic beasts that this scene entered the hearts of everyone. Who would have thought that not only is Bailey Hongzhuang an alchemist, but she is also very strong. She even knows the art of the zither. The art of the zither is extremely difficult to master. However, if one is proficient in the art of the zither, one would be an extremely powerful existence. I'm really envious of Bewitching now. He's picked up a treasure. Even though they were focused on dealing with the demonic beasts, everyone couldn't help but feel envious. Who wouldn't want such a wife? This was especially true for the guy who had previously mocked Bewitching for picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons. Now, he felt that he was the one who was truly short-sighted. Bailey Hongzhuang was the real treasure. Xiaosuo's face was ashen. Hearing everyone's undisguised praise for Bailey Hongzhuang, her heart was filled with depression. She didn't know when it started, but she and Bailey Hongzhuang had been compared by everyone. However, now that everyone was comparing her to Bailey Hongzhuang, she had long lost her initial confidence. She had failed time and time again. Everyone's one-sided attitude had caused her heart to break down. One had to know that in the past, she was the true proud daughter of heaven. No matter where she appeared, she was always sought after by everyone. Many men had spent a lot of effort just to be able to speak to her. But now, in the eyes of these people, she had become Bailey Hongzhuang's foil. Most importantly, Bailey Hongzhuang was already married, but these people's gazes were still so hot. How could she not be deeply affected? Just as everyone was amazed by Bailey Hongzhuang's performance, Bailey Hongzhuang herself was somewhat dissatisfied. Back then, when she was dealing with the skeletons, the lethality of her zither music was much stronger than now. However, she also understood that it was because these monstrous beasts were much stronger. Now, the cultivators she met were all stronger than the previous one. Many of her methods had to be improved. Otherwise, she might not be able to keep up in the future. Ling Sun, do you know why Bailey Hongzhuang's origin energy is 7-colored? Xiaosuo's face was filled with doubt. In fact, she had long felt that this question was strange. It was just that she had never been able to figure out why it was like this. According to her understanding, she had never heard of such origin energy. Jun Lingxuan shook his head. He had also been attracted by Bailey Hongzhuang's performance earlier. However, after noticing the conflicted look on Xiaosuo's face, he had more or less guessed Xiaosuo's thoughts. However, he was now wholeheartedly focused on dealing with this monstrous beast. He was not in the mood to pay attention to these things. I've never heard of it either. Why don't we look through the books when we get back? I believe there will be records of it. Hearing Jun Lingxuan's words, Xiaosuo also nodded. She secretly made up her mind that when she got back, she would definitely investigate this point clearly. She wanted to figure out what was so special about Bailey Hongzhuang. In my opinion, we can't stay here forever. Why don't we move forward together? At this time, Chen Feng's voice resounded. If we continue to stay here, it means that unless we kill all these demonic beasts, we won't have a chance to leave this place. As Chen Feng finished speaking, a contemplative look flashed through everyone's eyes before they nodded their heads to express their agreement. That's right. Let's go ahead and take a look. It might be the same as those locusts from before. As long as we leave some distance, we'll be able to escape safely. That may be the case, but if we advance, our attacks will become stronger. If we can't break out in a short time, I'm afraid that the situation will be even worse if we get surrounded. Nangong Yuqing frowned. He felt that it was too dangerous. In this case, what difference does it make whether we are surrounded or not? Lin Taxing asked. It's better to move forward together and fight for a chance. Nangong Yuqing's face was livid. Lin Taxing, can you guarantee that we'll find a chance to leave this place? Nangong Yuqing, what you said is interesting. I'm only saying that it's possible. Lin Taxing's eyes were cold and his tone was filled with displeasure. Seeing that both sides were opposing each other, Chen Feng couldn't help but suggest, since everyone has different opinions, why don't we vote? Everyone understood what Chen Feng was trying to say. At a time of life and death like this, all personal grudges should be put aside for the time being. After all, they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers when faced with so many demonic beasts. If they continued to fight, it would only weaken their strength, and their chances of survival would be even lower. In fact, the previous battle had already caused them great losses. Both sides had suffered casualties. Even the surviving cultivators had sustained uncontrollable injuries. The amount of elemental energy they had consumed was obviously incomparable to when they were at their peak. If this continued, they would truly be finished. Soon, everyone raised their hands to vote. Due to the large number of people, only the leader of each faction would vote. In the end, the majority of the cultivators chose to move forward. When Bewitching saw this, his expression turned ashen. However, he did not continue arguing. Since everyone has decided, let's try to move forward. Feng had a solemn expression on his face. As an existence that might very well be the strongest here, at a time like this, his words were extremely authoritative. During this process, we have to be extra careful. The cultivators at the front will be in charge of attacking while the cultivators at the sides will be in charge of defense. As for the cultivators at the center, they will take this opportunity to recover their elemental energy. When the cultivators at the front can no longer hold on, it will be your turn. Feng voiced his thoughts. At a time like this, he did not bother asking for their opinions. Instead, he spoke in a tone that brooked no refusal. He understood that there were a lot of experts in this group. However, at this moment, he was the one with the fewest objections. If it had been anyone else, their opponents would have definitely stood out to refute him. If that had happened, the situation would have gotten even worse. Rather than that, he might as well make the decision himself and save himself some trouble. Hearing Chen Feng's order, Bewitching and the rest did not have any objections. In fact, under such circumstances, this method was undoubtedly the best choice. Only by working together would they have a chance of leaving this damnable place. Let's move out now, then. Chen Feng said loudly. Those who participated in the battle earlier, stay in the center and recover your elemental energy. The rest of you, spread out in the surroundings. Everyone here was a genius. After understanding what they were going to do, they quickly formed a formation and started moving forward together. Determination and nervousness filled everyone's faces. From the moment they chose to move forward, they already had no way out. If they continued to walk, they would only be surrounded. If all of them were exhausted and still couldn't break out, then they would only have a dead end. Even so, they still chose to do so. Because at least this way, there was still a glimmer of hope, even if it was equally slim. Bewitching walked in the middle of the group and put away her nine-tailed zither. She understood the deeper meaning behind Chen Feng's arrangement. She had to recover her elemental energy as soon as possible. Xianxia was standing not far away from Bewitching. She clearly wished that Bewitching would die as soon as possible, yet she was forced to join forces at this time. One could imagine the displeasure in her heart. As the cultivators in front released their martial skills one after another, the speed at which they advanced was also very fast. After all, they were all cultivators at the Starlight Realm and above, so their martial techniques were naturally powerful. Facing such a situation, everyone felt very helpless. If they could, they would rather conserve their elemental energy. However, the horned-spotted leopards were extremely fast. If they were not careful, they would pounce on them. Once the horned-spotted leopards got close to them, their necks might be bitten off. With so many horned-spotted leopards staring at them, no one was willing to take such a risk. Rather than that, they would rather spend more elemental energy. At least they could preserve their lives for the time being. Bewitching held the spirit stones with both hands and activated the demon summoning scripture. She continuously absorbed the elemental energy in the spirit stones for her own use. For this trip to the Immortal Cloud secret realm, the family had prepared quite a number of spirit stones for them. Bewitching was very clear about the power of the demon summoning scripture that she cultivated. As her cultivation level increased, the demon summoning scripture was no longer limited to meditation. She could do it even when she was walking. This was the power of a taboo cultivation technique. Because it was too powerful, it was called a taboo cultivation technique. However, other cultivators needed elixirs to recover their elemental energy. This made everyone feel very helpless. Although Bewitching's situation was different from Bewitching's, the effects were quite similar. The heavenly mandate body was the most suitable body for cultivation. This was why it was so powerful. Ever since Bewitching's body changed, his cultivation speed was different from before. The reason why he was able to break through to the nebula realm so quickly was not only because of the D family's cultivation room, but also because of his heavenly mandate body. During the process of walking, Bewitching could also use his heavenly mandate body to absorb the elemental energy in the air. Everyone was moving forward at their fastest speed. Only in this way could they see hope. Once they slowed down, they did not know when they would be able to pass through this group of demonic beasts. When the demonic beasts saw that the group had started to move, the covetous look in their eyes became even more intense. Instantly, their attacks became even more violent. I suddenly remembered the time when we were facing the skeleton army. Bailey Hongshuang's clear eyes were filled with emotions. She turned to look at Bewitching. Back then, they had encountered such a situation because they had mistakenly entered the training grounds. At that time, it was also extremely thrilling. Fortunately, they were safe in the end. Hearing this, Bewitching also recalled that scene. He smiled and said, "It's a pity that it's not an army of skeletons in front of us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to worry so much." Ever since they started cultivating the power of darkness, they were no longer afraid of the skeleton army. Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. "However, even if it is a demonic beast in front of us, we will definitely be safe." Bailey Hongshuang's clear and melodious voice was filled with confidence and determination. No matter how desperate the situation was, she was still full of confidence. It wasn't just them. Xiran and the others weren't too flustered either. After all, they had already experienced many similar situations. When the crowd noticed the calm expressions of Bailey Hongshuang and the others, they felt a little strange. Even they were unable to remain calm. It was too strange for these people from the lower realm to be so calm. Bailey Hongshuang handed the healing medicine to the cultivators in her team. In the previous battle, everyone had been injured. Some of them were even seriously injured. Taking the medicinal pills did have a certain effect. However, the medicine that Bailey Hongshuang had concocted was also very effective. Regardless of whether it was the D family or the Lin family cultivators, they all knew that Bailey Hongshuang's medical skills were outstanding and were full of confidence in her. Therefore, after receiving the medicine, they consumed it without hesitation. Morong Jing's eyes were filled with astonishment. He suddenly felt that Bailey Hongshuang was like the D family's treasure bag. No matter what it was always in her hands. It was the same for the pills that they had used to recover their elemental energy. Now, it was the same for this medicine. Could it be that they had assumed that Bailey Hongshuang was a woman and that most people would not attack her, so they had placed everything on her? Even though his heart was filled with doubts, Morong Jing did not ask any questions. Instead, he accepted the medicine with gratitude. After all, this was not a good time to ask questions. The waves of martial techniques continued to spread and the air was filled with all kinds of elemental energy. As the number of demonic beasts increased, the stench of blood became more and more intense. This bloody scene did not deter the demonic beasts. On the contrary, it stimulated their bloodlust, causing their attacks to become more and more violent. During this process, there were also some cultivators who were careless and were attacked. In the blink of an eye, they lost their lives. This caused the crowd to sigh. However, in the face of danger at any time, they did not even have the time to mourn the dead. They had to be on guard against danger at all times. Under such a ferocious attack, although the crowd speed was fast, the speed at which people were replaced was also fast. Not long after, a new batch of people had been replaced. In addition to the large size of the formation, there were many cultivators in charge of defending against the attacks. However, the corresponding recovery of elemental energy was slower. Previously, when they were avoiding the locusts, they only needed to run. The consumption of elemental energy was not as fast as now. Now, it was the rapid consumption of elemental energy. However, during this process, the crowd was shocked to discover something. This discovery made everyone feel a burst of joy. Did you notice that after killing these demonic beasts, a pure energy entered our bodies? A cultivator exclaimed in surprise. His pale and tired face revealed a hint of surprise. As soon as the cultivator finished speaking, everyone was slightly taken aback at first, but they quickly realized the existence of this point. That's right, it seems to be the case. Previously, I was so focused on the battle that I didn't notice this situation. Now that I think about it carefully, it really is like this. Not bad. Everyone looked at each other. This was the only good news among the countless bad news. Every one of them hoped to improve their cultivation. For a moment, the cultivators who were in charge of blocking the demonic beast stopped complaining. After all, they could only reap the rewards by taking action. Bailey Hongzhuang was also surprised when she heard the news. She didn't expect the demonic beast to have such a characteristic. It was really surprising. Perhaps this is the reward for the test. Bewitching smiled faintly. If he wasn't sure that this was a test before, he was now completely convinced. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. As long as everyone can persevere, there are many benefits to hunting demonic beasts. Not long after, it was Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' turn to defend. Chen Feng looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching worriedly. Both of you haven't recovered for long. Can you withstand it? Bewitching and the rest had already exhausted a lot of their energy. Adding on the fact that they did not have much time to recover, they would not be able to hold on for long. On the other hand, Jun Lingshuan and the rest were still standing in the center of the group. Obviously, they were waiting for Bewitching and the rest to make a move before they would appear. Looking at Chen Feng's worried expression, Bewitching waved his hand with a smile and said, "Don't worry, we're fine." Chen Feng sighed helplessly. Under such circumstances, he had no other choice. Be careful. If you can't hold on, change people. At this moment, Chu Yingming's voice sounded. We've already advanced quite a distance, but we've exhausted a lot of our energy. During this journey, we can only rely on pills to recover. After what happened earlier, we don't have many pills left. Since hunting demonic beasts can recover our energy, in my opinion, why don't we stay here for a while and let everyone recover their energy before leaving? How about it? Hearing this, everyone thought for a while before nodding their heads. If they continued like this, they would not be able to walk for long before they exhausted all their energy. Resting for a while before continuing forward was undoubtedly a good idea. I agree. I agree as well. Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang looked at each other and did not have any objections. They had also realized this before, so it was necessary for them to stay for a while. Since that's the case, let's rest here for a while. When everyone's energy has more or less recovered, we'll continue forward, Chen Feng said. As soon as he said this, everyone sighed in relief and sat down to recover their energy. The Di family's cultivators quickly appeared outside. Di Xiaofeng and the rest were originally prepared to come out as well. However, they were rejected by Di Beichen. You guys recover your energy first. These demonic beasts are very strong. You guys will be in charge of leading the next group. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Don't worry, Di Beichen and I can handle it. And with our cooperation, Wen Ziren added with a smile. Are you sure? Di Xiaofeng couldn't help but worry. Di Beichen and the others had also used up a lot of elemental energy. Yes. Alright then. Be careful. After the decision was made, Di Beichen, Wen Ziren, Mo Yunjue, Shang Guanying, and Ao Lingxiao moved forward while Bailey Hongzhuang sat behind them. Although the effect of the zither attack was slightly weaker than before, it was still quite effective. As long as they worked together, they should be able to stop him. At the same time, some of the disciples of the Di family were also by their side. They surrounded the recovering cultivators in the center and defended against the attacks of the demonic beasts. Zither music poured out from Bailey Hongzhuang's hands. With Bailey Hongzhuang as the center, her elemental energy spread out in a circle, blocking the attacks of the demonic beasts. Di Beichen held the emotion-severing sword in his hand. His valiant and sharp elemental energy turned into a dazzling sword ray. Everywhere it passed, the corpses of the demonic beasts exploded. Ziren and the rest were not weak either. Now that they were not rushing forward, there was no need for them to use their elemental energy to open a path. The best thing to do was to stall for time and defend against the demonic beasts so that everyone could have more time to recover. They naturally knew that this method was the best way to stall for time. However, at the same time, this method also meant that they had to be even more careful. The slightest bit of carelessness could result in injuries or even death. At the very least, they did not dare to use this method previously. That was because, in their opinion, as long as the elemental energy in their bodies was exhausted, they would be able to enter the center of the group to rest. Since that was the case, why did they still have to take such a risk? For a moment, they could not understand why Bewitching and the rest were doing this. Don't they know that this is a very big risk? Is it worth it to waste so much effort to stall for time? A cultivator could not help but sigh with emotion. At a time when everyone was thinking about their own benefits, Bewitching and the rest's actions caused him to have a peculiar feeling in his heart. Without mentioning anything else, I truly admire Bewitching and the rest. A gentleman is magnanimous. They are the embodiment of this phrase. If you ask me, without mentioning the benefits of the family, just from my own point of view, this kind of person is what I admire the most. You're right. Xianxia and the rest are indeed very powerful. However, when it comes to conduct themselves, they can't compare to Bewitching. Everyone couldn't help but discuss. Along the way, they couldn't help but be impressed by Bewitching and the rest. That was because the performance of Bewitching and the rest gave them a completely different feeling. This feeling was as if their souls had suddenly been purified. Xianxia and the rest originally wanted to see Bewitching and the rest get injured. It would be best if they lost their lives. That way, they would be able to save some effort. However, they did not expect that everyone would suddenly compare them. Moreover, Bewitching was completely above them. This caused him to be unable to suppress his anger. Inexplicably, why was he being stepped on by Bewitching? After hearing everyone's discussion, a trace of approval appeared in Xianfeng's eyes. It was also because he saw such a shining point in Bewitching and the rest that he was willing to stand out. Over the years, the cultivators he had met were all like Xianxia and Junlingshuan, who placed their own interests above all else. It was rare for him to meet a friend who could confide his back to him without any scruples. However, he understood that Bewitching and the others were like that. Even though Bewitching had become the young master of a family in the upper realm, he did not look down on Bailey Hongzhuang. Similarly, his attitude towards his friends in the lower realm had never changed. If it were anyone else, it would be very difficult for them to do this. Bailey Hongzhuang performed her music, and the beasts also joined the battle. To them, as long as there was an opportunity to increase their strength, they would not give up. Moreover, this was a test. Perhaps this test had something to do with hunting demonic beasts. Therefore, they did not feel that this was a chore. On the contrary, they would often look for such opportunities to gain experience. Since there was a ready-made opportunity in front of them, they naturally had to seize it. Previously, Bailey Hongzhuang was only paying attention to the situation around her. She did not carefully sense the situation within her body. Now, after being reminded by everyone, she found that after killing the demonic beasts, a gust of energy would enter her pill and fuse with her origin energy. This gust of energy was extremely pure, even purer than the origin energy they usually refined. Although Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't figure out the uses of this energy, she knew that it would only bring her benefits. Normally, she would have to spend a lot of effort to refine her yuan energy, but now that she could directly obtain such pure energy, she wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. She didn't hold back at all as she used her zither technique, causing a large area of effect attack to appear. If it was said that the elemental energy gained from killing a single demonic beast was almost undetectable, then the elemental energy gained from killing a large number of demonic beasts was extremely gratifying. Bailey Hongzhuang's ink-black phoenix eyes shone with a bright luster as her attacks became increasingly powerful. At the same time, Bewitching and the others' attacks were also abnormally strong. I feel that this origin energy seems to be very helpful for my own improvement. When Xiran raised his eyebrows slightly. Another demonic beast had died under his sharp sword. Shangguaniying nodded. I feel that training here will be even more effective. Not only will we be able to improve ourselves, but we'll also be able to reap some benefits. The only downside is that we don't know when we'll reach the end, Ao Lingxiao sighed. When they were in the primordial chaos ring, they knew that they would only need 3 days to leave, but now, they didn't know how long they would have to stay here. It was precisely because of this lack of confidence that they felt a trace of torment. Don't think too much about it. Mo Yunjua's expression was calm. Ever since he was young, he had been through this kind of group battle. Therefore, he didn't feel too bad about this situation. Seeing how proud they are, I want to see how long they can last. Jun Lingxuan sneered. Bewitching and the others' high fighting spirit made him feel very unhappy. He originally wanted to embarrass Bewitching and the others, but who would have thought that they would only use him as a foil for Bewitching and the others? They're just newborn calves who aren't afraid of tigers. Nangong Yuqing also had a disdainful expression. They like to show off in front of others. Let's see if they can hold on for long. Most people would only feel that it was unbearable when faced with such a situation. The performance of Bewitching and the others was just an act in his eyes. Xiaoxia didn't say anything, but she agreed. She only hoped that Bailey Hongzhuang would make a mistake. Only then would she feel a little better. Chu Yingming was silent as he swept his cold gaze over Bewitching and the others, his gaze filled with resentment. If he didn't kill them, it would be difficult for him to vent the dissatisfaction in his heart. Just when everyone thought that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others would not be able to hold on for long, they found that they were able to withstand wave after wave of attacks from the wicked beasts. Not only that, but there wasn't the slightest trace of exhaustion on their faces. Instead, they became more and more courageous as they fought. Their fighting spirit soared. Even though they weren't far away, they could feel the fighting spirit in their hearts. Wave after wave of demon beasts fell. With Bailey Hongzhuang's zither music and everyone's attacks, there was no gap between them. Originally, the D family's disciples also felt that this situation was very troublesome, but after seeing their young master and young madam's coordination, their mood was affected. It was as if this wasn't an unbearable problem. On the contrary, it was a test for them. Young master and young madam's fighting strength is truly abnormal. It's already been so long, but their fighting strength hasn't weakened at all. That's right, we used a lot of spirit energy before. It's not just the young master, but young master Mo's fighting strength is also amazing. As time passed, the crowd began to discover the source of the problem. Logically speaking, even if this kind of fighting method saved spirit energy, it should still be within a certain range. However, Bewitching and the others had persisted for far longer than they had imagined. Most importantly, they had just experienced a huge battle. In all fairness, even if they were in their peak condition, they wouldn't be able to last as long as Bewitching and the others. Some of the D family's cultivators had already changed, but Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were still at the forefront of the battle and didn't show any signs of exhaustion. It was to the extent that the disciples of the D clan were affected by their emotions, and their battle prowess was even higher than usual. Jun Lingxuan and the others, who had been waiting to watch a good show, could no longer remain calm after seeing this scene. After a period of rest, their spirit energy had already recovered. Damn, how did these guys persist for so long? Nangong Yuqing furrowed his brows. This situation was too strange. It was completely beyond his expectations. Bewitching's cultivation was slightly lower than his, but he was still able to persist for so long. It was truly strange. These guys are strange. Chu Yingming's eyes were gloomy. He had long felt that these guys were strange. If he could deal with these guys, he would be able to obtain the secrets in their hands. This was undoubtedly what he wanted the most. It is indeed strange. Jun Lingxuan didn't have time to be dissatisfied. His mind was filled with thoughts of how Bewitching and the others had persisted for so long. One had to know that endurance was extremely important for cultivators. However, increasing one's endurance was much more difficult than increasing one's strength. How did these fellows from the lower realm increase their endurance to such a level? He really couldn't understand. Not only them, but Di Xiaofeng and the others' eyes were also full of splendor after seeing this scene. It wasn't until this moment that they understood why Bewitching and the others were so confident. It was because their endurance was simply amazing. Bewitching and the others are really amazing. I'm afraid none of us can match their endurance, right? Lin Taxing looked at Di Xiaofeng. This discovery was really amazing. Previously, he only knew that Bewitching and the others weren't weak. Now, he realized that what he knew was only the tip of the iceberg. Di Xiaofeng nodded slightly. On this point, I am ashamed of my inferiority. If we make it back alive, I'll definitely ask Bewitching and the rest how they did it, Lin Xianxia said slowly. I'll have to learn from them too. Once the battle reached its climax, it was obvious that whoever could last until the end would be the winner. Lin Xianxian was. Hearing Lin Xianxian's words, Di Xiaofeng and the others' gazes changed slightly. They made up their minds to learn from them when they returned. Compared to everyone's amazement, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were immersed in their own gains. At the same time, the other cultivators had envious expressions on their faces. If possible, they would also like to consult Bewitching and the rest. However, apart from their own disciples, such a secret could not be told to anyone else. Chu Yingming and the rest exchanged glances. The more outstanding Bewitching and the rest were, the greater the threat they posed to them. If they didn't deal with them quickly, it would only cause them endless trouble in the future. More importantly, Bewitching's method of buying people's hearts was extremely powerful. It was obviously his first time participating in the training and almost no one here knew him. However, under such circumstances, he was still able to quickly enter everyone's line of sight. Furthermore, his influence had already reached the same level as Chen Feng's. With such ability, even Di Xiaofeng would have to admit defeat. After passing this trial, we must kill him, Chu Yingming transmitted as he looked at Jun Lingxuan and the rest. Hearing that, Jun Lingxuan and the rest exchanged glances and nodded inwardly. This person's influence was already so huge. If he was allowed to continue growing, he would probably become a huge trouble in the future. In my opinion, there are so many demonic beasts here that we can't even see the end. Why don't we just increase our cultivation here? Xiren's lips curled up into a faint smile. Although the long battle had caused him to feel tired, he was still happy when he thought of increasing his cultivation. After all, the process of increasing one's strength was originally boring. They were already used to it. That's a good idea. Mo Yunjua nodded. He agreed with this idea. Di Baichen chuckled. This will depend on everyone's thoughts. The reason they could kill the demonic beasts without any worries was because they knew that once they couldn't hold on anymore, there would be someone behind them to help them. If there was no one to help them, they wouldn't be able to reach this step. Ao Lingxiao shrugged. If we can increase it a little, then so be it. As he thought of this, he couldn't help but look at Ao Zhengquang behind Jun Lingxuan. So many people had already died, yet Ao Zhengquang was still alive. He was truly a scourge that lived for thousands of years. However, this was also good. He wanted to personally kill this bastard to avenge his parents. At first, everyone only thought that Di Baichen and the others had great endurance, and they admired them very much. However, as the time went beyond their imagination, they were shocked. This was because he had persisted for far too long. Their essence energy seems to be limitless. How did they do it? It's not just their elemental energy. They haven't shown any signs of fatigue even after fighting for so long. Don't tell me they don't get tired? Everyone looked at each other, their hearts filled with doubt. How did these people cultivate on a daily basis? If that was the case, then how terrifying would their daily cultivation be? For a moment, countless contrasting thoughts flashed through everyone's minds. The only thing they had in common was that they had completely changed their view of the cultivators from the lower realms. Who said that the cultivators of the lower realms were inferior to them? These guys in front of them were much stronger than most of the people present. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others did not continue to hold on after sensing the changing gazes of the crowd. Instead, they chose to switch people out. If they wanted to continue, they could do so. However, they did not want to reveal all of their trump cards. When they saw that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had finally been replaced, everyone heaved a sigh of relief and their hearts finally calmed down. Chu Yingming followed closely behind. When he passed by Di Baichen, he said coldly, "Petty tricks. Don't be too proud." Hearing this, Di Baichen glanced at him indifferently. "I didn't expect you to pay so much attention to me." Chu Yingming's voice faltered. Faced with this, he didn't know how to respond. Di Baichen's lips curled into a mischievous smile, full of mockery. Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Soa couldn't help but look at each other. Their hearts were filled with complex emotions. Everyone thought that Di Baichen and the others had already used all their strength. However, they understood that this wasn't the case. The powerful techniques that Bailey Hongzhuang used to deal with them had yet to be used. As for Bewitching, they also didn't know if he was hiding any other techniques. As for these techniques, unless it was a matter of life and death, they probably wouldn't use them. Therefore, they couldn't determine the true strength of the other party. The only thing they could confirm was that the strength that they had displayed was enough to make them feel a chill in their hearts. Following this, everyone used the method of walking and resting. Whenever everyone had used up too much origin energy and needed to sit down to recover, everyone would stop. If most people had sufficient origin energy, they would choose to continue walking. During this process, their progress was quite good. However, there were also cultivators who died because of carelessness. However, after walking for a while, they suddenly realized that the demonic beasts in front of them had changed. They were even stronger than before. These purple lightning cloud-spitting beasts' attacks have lightning attributes. Their destructive power is even stronger than the green demon beasts. Damn it. Is this a mortal cloud mystery realm trying to play us to death? Who knows what other demonic beasts will appear if this continues. The sudden change caused everyone who originally had some hope to fall into despair once again. Facing the purple lightning cloud-spitting beasts, the pressure they had to endure would greatly increase. Originally, everyone had used all their strength to ensure their own safety. Now that they were facing such a situation, it was even more difficult to ensure their own safety. Bachan, this is really bad. Di Xiaofeng's eyes darkened. The purple lightning cloud-spitting beast specializes in speed. We definitely can't let it get close to us. Otherwise, the paralysis effect of the lightning will slow down our reactions. Coupled with the sneak attacks of other beasts, we will be in great danger. Hearing this, Di Bachan's face turned serious. He had long expected that this test would not be simple, but it seemed that he had still underestimated it. There's nothing we can do about it. We can only choose to continue. Everyone, keep your spirits up and don't get distracted. If you do, you'll lose your life. Emperor Xiaofeng raised his voice and reminded the cultivators of his family. As the leader of the team, his responsibility was to ensure the safety of his team's cultivators as much as possible. Otherwise, even if he returned alive, he wouldn't be able to face his family. Yes. The cultivators from the Di family and the Lin family all nodded their heads and braced themselves, not daring to relax for even a moment. Along with the appearance of the violet lightning cloud spray beasts, the speed of everyone's advance slowed down. Correspondingly, the consumption of their essence energy became even faster. One after another, cries of alarm mixed with screams of pain resounded. After fighting for so long, everyone was already mentally and physically exhausted. Coupled with the increase in the combat power of the devil beasts, the situation started becoming one-sided. The injuries on the cultivators increased without stop. There were even some who were careless and lost their lives. The number of casualties started increasing rapidly. As they saw this, everyone couldn't help but become nervous. The more people there were, the higher the possibility of them surviving. The moment the number of cultivators that died increased, they might end up staying here forever. What should we do? Everyone started panicking. Nervousness and panic were contagious. Immediately, the number of injured cultivators increased greatly. Everyone, calm down first. Chen Feng raised his voice and shouted, "It's pointless to be anxious now. The only thing we can do is to continue walking." However, everyone's dissatisfied voices became louder. If we had known earlier, we wouldn't have come here. If we had stayed here, we would have been able to protect ourselves. Is there any point in saying all this now? Chen Feng's expression was ice cold. If you don't want to leave, you can continue staying here. If you want to leave, we can continue our journey. As soon as he said that, everyone's face was filled with anger. However, they did not dare to flare up. At a time like this, the moment they separated, they would be done for. At this moment, Chu Yingming's gaze landed on Xiao Shou. Xiao Shou, aren't you the next holy maiden of light? Using the power of light can have a healing effect. As Chu Yingming's voice faded, everyone's gaze landed on Xiao Shou. The reason the power of light was so highly regarded was because it had a healing effect. Moreover, it could also increase everyone's combat power. Under such circumstances, the power of light could be of great help to everyone. Previously, everyone was immersed in panic and had forgotten about this. Only when Xu Yingming reminded them did they realize this. Seeing everyone's attention on her, Xiao Sou's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. In fact, she had thought of this long ago. However, she had never used it. The reason for this was naturally because she was worried that if Bailey Hongzhuang used it at the same time, everyone would discover the problem. However, now that Xu Yingming had raised this problem in front of everyone, she had no reason to not use it. Xiao Sou, hurry up and use it. Look at the situation now, you have to do your part. Isn't the role of the Saint of Light to help everyone out of despair? Why aren't you reacting? Everyone's eyes were filled with doubt, and some couldn't help but criticize him. At this time everyone was doing their best. Xiao Sou clearly had the ability, but she didn't make a move. Jun Lingxuan also had some doubts. In fact, when he confronted Bewitching, Xiao Sou's reaction had already made him feel very strange. Later, he also asked about this, but Xiao Sou never gave him an explanation. After everyone's reminder, Bailey Hongzhuang also remembered the use of the light attribute. In fact, she hadn't been cultivating light energy for a long time, and most of her mind was filled with cultivation methods. She didn't have a very good understanding of him. However, she did know that there were some enhancement and healing effects. Master, I know what to do. Naturally, this memory also included the use and method of using the light energy, but it had been quite busy since coming out, so it did not tell Bailey Hongzhuang in detail. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up, and she quickly said, "Tell me about it." In fact, this method is very simple, just change the way to use the light energy. Master, just remember the chant and the way to use the power. Then, Xiao He told her the method in her memory. Fortunately, this method was not complicated, and Bailey Hongzhuang was very smart, so she quickly understood. So, it's already like this, just use it, don't worry so much. Jun Lingxuan could not help but say. Yes, sister. Xiao Sudong nodded, I feel like these people are going to eat us up. Seeing this, Xiao Sou's face flashed a trace of hesitation, and finally turned into a thick helplessness. In the next moment, the light energy was released from Xiao Sou's hands, and she gradually began to chant. The chanting voice with the light energy swept through everyone's heart like a spring breeze, and the fatigue on everyone's body seemed to be healed in an instant, and they became much lighter than before. Discovering this change, everyone's faces finally burst into a smile. The fatigue of their body and the soreness of their muscles were also important factors that affected their performance. Now that their fatigue had been reduced, they only felt that their whole body was much more comfortable. The Holy Maiden of Light is really capable, just this method alone is already very powerful. A series of praises sounded, the long-term high-intensity battle made everyone physically and mentally exhausted, and now that they were relaxed, they felt light and refreshed. That's right, the position of the Holy Maiden of Light has not been inherited for so many years, and Xiao Sou is the only one who has appeared in all these years. Her ability naturally cannot be underestimated. It is because of this identity that Xiao Sou can become the pride of the heavens. For a moment, everyone was full of praise for Xiao Sou, and in the future, if Xiao Sou did not make a move, their situation would not have improved. Feeling the change in everyone's attitude, Xiao Sou was also happy, but her eyes unconsciously fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. She was worried that Bailey Hongzhuang would do the same, but after thinking carefully, she suddenly remembered that the chanting was a method mastered by the Holy Light Assembly. Bailey Hongzhuang had not been in the upper realm for long, and most likely just started cultivating the light energy, but she probably did not master the chanting method at all. Thinking of this, the worry in her heart suddenly disappeared, and it was replaced by pride and satisfaction. In this way, this was the best time for her to perform. Previously, she had been shrouded in Bailey Hongzhuang's light, and it was impossible for her to make a comeback, but now, she wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to completely suppress Bailey Hongzhuang. Xiao Sudong's eyes were filled with surprise and admiration, and holy power spread out with Xiao Sou as the center, like a drizzle moistening the dry earth, inspiring every cultivator. Big sister should have used her big move long ago, and not let Bailey Hongzhuang be proud for so long. Nangong Yuqing also laughed and said, not bad, Bailey Hongzhuang is also of the light attribute, so what? In terms of light energy, no one is Miss Zhao's opponent. Previously, when Bailey Hongzhuang unleashed her light energy, I felt that her energy was purer than Xiao Sou's. Perhaps it was an illusion? Xiaosou is the next saint of the light world. So what if Bailey Hongzhuang's energy is pure? The secret techniques of the light sacred assembly are never divulged to outsiders. Naturally, Xiaosou is the one who has mastered most of them. Furthermore, both of them have the same attribute. As long as Xiaosou becomes the saint of the light world, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for her to make life difficult for Bailey Hongzhuang in the future? Instantly, the cultivators could not help but sigh. It would be very difficult for Bailey Hongzhuang to perform well in the light attribute in the future. Jun Lingxuan looked at the pure and beautiful Xiaosou beside him as a smile appeared on his handsome face. Indeed, as long as he could marry the saint of the light world, not only would he not be inferior to Bewitching, he would be even better. This was because the saint of the light world was backed by the light sacred assembly. That was equivalent to pulling the entire sacred assembly's power to their side. The light sacred assembly was the most powerful force among all the sacred assemblies. Even though Bailey Hongzhuang had become a deacon in the Alchemist Guild, as long as she was not the president of the Alchemist Guild, Bailey Hongzhuang could not be compared to Xiaosou in this aspect. However, just as everyone was certain that Bailey Hongzhuang would definitely lose in this aspect, Bailey Hongzhuang unleashed her light energy as well. Noticing this, the crowd was stunned at first. Then, they could not help but shake their heads. Bailey Hongzhuang is still young and impetuous. She actually wants to compete with Xiaosou in this aspect. How could she possibly win? Indeed, I admire her in other aspects as well. However, she's asking for humiliation in this aspect. No one could deny Bailey Hongzhuang's performance, but at this point, there was absolutely no chance of victory. Lin Yi and others couldn't help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang worriedly. In this case, it was fine if she didn't use it. If she didn't use it well, the situation would be very unfavorable to Hongzhuang. Second cousin-in-law hasn't been in the upper realm for long. I heard that her cultivation method was the most external method given by the Holy Light Assembly. She even took the cultivation method from her family. Lin Yi frowned. She had heard about it from her aunt before. With Lin Yi's words, the worry in Lin Xianxia and others' eyes intensified. This situation was truly worrisome. Compared to everyone's worries, Bailey Hongzhuang appeared to be very calm. In fact, she was just trying to see if she could do it. After learning the method from Xiaohe, she began to try it out. It had never been important to her whether she was in the limelight or not. On the contrary, in such a dangerous situation, saving her life was the most important thing for her. As long as it could help, she was willing to try. Bailey Hongzhuang just opened her mouth, and the sound of chanting sounded, but the healing power of the light attribute was not successfully displayed. Seeing the scene, Xiaosou couldn't help but sneer. Her pretty face was full of ridicule. Bailey Hongzhuang, you have only cultivated the light attribute for a short time. You can't chant it. Yes, Bailey Hongzhuang, you should hunt the beastkin properly. Don't humiliate yourself. Xiao Sudong's eyebrows were full of pride. At this time, he naturally didn't mind stepping on Bailey Hongzhuang. Isn't it because I don't want you to lose face? Xiao Sudong shrugged, the corners of his lips curling upwards in the eyes of Lin Xianxian and the others. I'm just reminding you out of kindness. Don't take my kindness for granted. I-oh. Lin Xianxian cried out, so you're saying that we have to thank you? If you want to thank me, I don't mind. Xiao Sudong proudly twisted his body, his face full of smiles. Beichen. Di Xiaofeng looked at Di Beichen with some worry. He didn't feel that there was anything shameful about this, but he was worried that Bailey Hongzhuang would force herself to do this. Di Beichen shook his head, don't worry, Hongzhuang isn't someone who cares about face. She naturally has her own reasons for doing this. Along the way, they had been ridiculed and denied by countless people. Their hearts were already impenetrable. Just a few words of sarcasm couldn't hurt them at all. What's more, he also understood that his wife rarely came into contact with light attribute cultivators, so Xiaosou's chant at this moment might be very useful to her. If they could seize this opportunity to improve their understanding and use of light energy, it would be extremely worthwhile. Hearing this, Di Xiaofeng nodded. Even though the worry in his eyes hadn't completely disappeared, he didn't say anything else. Bailey Hongzhuang tried 2 more times, but she still didn't succeed. This time, her chant had a healing effect, but it wasn't stable enough. It was obvious that she was still lacking. However, this scene was even more laughable in the eyes of others. Bailey Hongzhuang really won't give up until all hope is gone. Even at this point, she still isn't willing to give up. Nangong Yuqing sneered, shaking his head. Chu Yingming chuckled, if she were to give up at this time, wouldn't she be even more of a joke? Hearing you say that, it does make some sense, haha. Xiao Suo also looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with contempt. She felt that her previous worries were unnecessary. Even if she didn't know why the other party's light energy was purer than hers, as long as the other party didn't know how to use the light energy, it was impossible for him to surpass her. The only thing she needed to take note of was not to let the other members of the Holy Assembly discover Bailey Hongzhuang. She was always worried that Bailey Hongzhuang's elemental energy was so pure. Would she be qualified to compete for the position of Saintess of the Holy Light? She could not let such a thing happen, so she had to get rid of Bailey Hongzhuang before others found out about her ability. This way, no one would be able to threaten him anymore. However, as Bailey Hongzhuang kept trying, her expression began to change. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang fail again and again, Xiao Sudong laughed as if he was looking at an idiot. However, he noticed that Xiao Suo's expression was a bit strange. He couldn't help but ask, Big sister, what's wrong? Why do you have such an expression? Big sister? Ah? Xiao Suo was stunned. It wasn't until Xiao Sudong shook her that she came back to her senses. Big sister, what are you thinking about? Xiao Sudong was puzzled. Nothing. That's good. Xiao Sudong didn't mind. Look, Bailey Hongzhuang is still trying. Doesn't she feel like she's become a joke? However, Xiao Suo could not continue to mock her like everyone else. This was because she realized that Bailey Hongzhuang's chanting was getting better and better each time she tried. The reason why no one noticed it was because her chanting time was very short. Every time she realized that something was wrong, she would stop. And the next time she chanted, the previous problem was corrected. Among everyone, only Xiao Suo could sense it, but her heart was also filled with disbelief. She could not believe that Bailey Hongzhuang could identify the problem so quickly and correct it. One had to know that she had studied and corrected under her master's guidance for an entire month before she successfully mastered the chanting method. However, there was no one to guide Bailey Hongzhuang at all. Bailey Hongzhuang was able to discover the problem and correct it in the shortest time possible. This was simply impossible. Most importantly, she realized that under Bailey Hongzhuang's constant correction, she was actually about to succeed. How could this be? The D family's Bailey Hongzhuang is really stubborn. It's already at this point and she's still not willing to give up. I also feel hungry. It's enough to make a joke. If this continues, it's really embarrassing. She doesn't think about it. Even if they have the same attribute, how long has Xiao Suo been in the Holy Light Assembly? In this aspect, Bailey Hongzhuang can't compare at all. A cultivator couldn't help but say to Di Xiaofeng, in my opinion, let Bailey Hongzhuang perform the zither technique. Why waste time on other aspects? There was no time to waste in such a perilous situation. However, just as this cultivator's voice fell, Bailey Hongzhuang's chanting did not stop. The pleasant voice entered everyone's ears like the sound of nature. When they suddenly saw this scene, everyone could not help but be stunned. Dense astonishment appeared in their eyes. Bailey Hongzhuang's entire body blossomed with a holy white light. She, who was already wearing a white robe, appeared even more elegant and ethereal. As her red lips opened and closed, a pleasant chanting sound spread out, carrying with it the unique healing properties of the light attribute, streaking across the hearts of everyone present. No one thought that Bailey Hongzhuang's continuous attempts would actually succeed. Therefore, when everyone heard this, they were still in a daze for a long time. Am I seeing things? He actually succeeded? Damn, how did he do that? Isn't it said that the Holy Assembly's unique chanting is very difficult to master? Everyone looked at each other. This was too shocking. Lin Xianxia and Lin Yi looked at each other. Their eyes were full of excitement. Hongzhuang is really amazing. She actually did it. Morongjing couldn't help but look at Di Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, your sister-in-law is really amazing. Di Xiaofeng smiled slightly, then gave Di Beichen a look. You're right. Bailey Hongzhuang's success did not exceed Xiao Sou's expectations. In fact, when she noticed that Bailey Hongzhuang's chanting was constantly improving, she already knew that it was only a matter of time before she mastered the chanting. However, when she listened to the chanting from the other party's mouth, her heart was still filled with an unprecedented shock. In fact, this was not unexpected to her. The chanting effect itself was determined by the strength of the chanter and the purity of the power. Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation was not much inferior to her, but her primary power was purer than hers. This effect was naturally predictable. It was just that everyone had not noticed it for the time being. Once everyone noticed it, Xiao Sou's heart couldn't help but sink. She didn't understand how Bailey Hongzhuang did this. It didn't make sense at all. Xiao Sudong, didn't you think that Hongzhuang couldn't succeed before? It seems that you have misjudged. Lin Yi turned her head to look at Xiao Sudong. She felt very unhappy about this guy's arrogant and proud look before. The smile on Xiao Sudong's face also dissipated a little, but he insisted, so what if she succeeds? My elder sister is the Holy Maiden of Light. Her chanting effect can't compare. As he spoke, Xiao Sudong couldn't help but feel depressed. On normal days, he had always been quite confident, but he didn't know why, since entering the Immortal Cloud's secret realm, he had become less and less confident in facing the D family. Even if he was full of confidence, he couldn't help but feel a little weak when he spoke about it. Xiao Sou originally thought that at least no one would compare her chanting effect with Bailey Hongzhuang. Now, after Xiao Sudong mentioned it, everyone began to pay attention to this point. Thinking of this, she really wished she could seal Xiao Sudong's mouth. Why did he only cause trouble for her? Xiao Sudong, what you said is not quite right. Lin Taxing's voice sounded, why do I feel that Hongzhuang's chanting effect is better than Xiao Sou's? In fact, Lin Taxing's voice also revealed a bit of doubt. He also felt that this was unlikely, but as he carefully perceived it, he still felt that this point existed. As Lin Taxing's voice fell, Xiao Sudong sneered without hesitation, Lin Taxing, are you kidding? My eldest sister is the next Holy Maiden of the Light. How can Bailey Hongzhuang be mentioned in the same breath as my eldest sister? I didn't think so before, but now that I think about it, I think Lin Taxing is right. The effect of Xiao Sou's singing seems to be inferior to Bailey Hongzhuang's. It can't be? Bailey Hongzhuang didn't even know how to sing before. How can she surpass Xiao Sou in such a short time? Previously, when Bailey Hongzhuang displayed her light energy, I already felt it. Her elemental energy is even purer. If you don't believe me, feel it carefully. The Saint of Light had always been a hot topic. Even though the situation was critical at this moment, the cultivators who were recovering their origin power in the center couldn't help but discuss. And this discovery made them feel as if they had discovered a new continent. Jun Lingxuan looked at Xiao Sou's gradually pale face and suddenly understood what he didn't understand before. It turned out that the reason why Xiao Sou was unwilling to display her light energy at that time was because she was worried that Bailey Hongzhuang would beat her. It was no wonder that if the crowd hadn't urged her to display her light energy, she also wouldn't have wanted to do so. If it were any other time, it would be a great opportunity for Xiao Seiwu to display her power of light, and she would definitely not miss it. Jun Lingxuan, how can Xiao Sou's light energy be inferior to Bailey Hongzhuang's? Nangong Yuqing also looked at Jun Lingxuan. Currently, Jun Lingxuan was the closest to Xiao Sou, so he naturally understood her the most. However, Jun Lingxuan shook his head and fell silent. Seeing this, Chu Yingming and Nangong Yuqing looked at each other and their hearts sank. The sudden rise of Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching had brought about too many variables. Putting everything together, the D family's future development really couldn't be underestimated. Look, Xiao Sou's face is so ugly. I'm afraid this matter is true. After someone's reminder, everyone saw that Xiao Sou's face was pale. Although she was still singing, the smile on her face was obviously a bit forced. Xiao Sou has been unable to become the Holy Maiden for so long. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang has shown such talent, do you think the title of Holy Maiden will eventually fall to Bailey Hongzhuang? Hearing this, everyone's faces changed. If it was any other time, they would have refuted this without hesitation, because it was simply impossible. However, after putting everything together, they found that it really was possible. Once the successor of the Holy Maiden of the Light changed, it would really change everything. What nonsense are you talking about? This kind of thing is simply impossible. Xiao Sudong anxiously stood up and wanted to shut everyone's mouths. Correspondingly, the cultivators of the D family and the Lin family were looking forward to it. If this really happened, it would undoubtedly be for the best. Once the holy maiden became the wife of the young master, the limelight of their family would be unparalleled. At that time, why would they need to be afraid of the alliance between the Xiao family and the Jun family? With the chanting of Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiao Se Wu, the simple injuries on everyone's body had been healed, and most of their fatigue had dissipated. However, some of the more serious injuries couldn't be healed in a short period of time. This kind of injury still needed to be treated. Although the situation had slightly improved, facing the attacks of countless demonic beasts, their disadvantage was becoming more and more obvious. Bailey Hongzhuang, one of us will be responsible for healing, and the other will be responsible for increasing the battle strength. Xiao Soa looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. She really didn't want everyone to compare her with Bailey Hongzhuang. Rather than that, it would be better for the two of them to sing two different songs to divert everyone's attention. Of course, this was also a very necessary change. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. In this kind of crisis, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, she was willing. Although it had only been a short day, everyone's injuries were extremely serious. The combat power of the demonic beasts was too strong. Coupled with the fact that they were in peak condition, everyone was exhausted. After a long battle, the gap between them was completely revealed. If this continues, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on for more than 2 days. Lin Taxing sighed. It wasn't that he didn't have hope, but the situation in front of them really made it impossible for them to survive. Alas, everyone is either dead or injured. Although the number of people hasn't decreased too much, all of them are injured and can't fight. We can't go on like this. Lin Xianxian's expression was heavy. At this time, every moment of holding on was extremely difficult. Chen Feng, do you have a plan? Di Xiaofeng looked at Chen Feng. These endless demonic beasts were completely trying to exhaust them to death. Chen Feng's expression was also extremely complicated. The number of demonic beasts doesn't seem to have changed much. At present, other than continuing to hold on, we have no other way out. If this continues, I'm afraid that everyone's hearts will collapse before the demonic beasts finish them off, Di Xiaofeng said helplessly. Di Beichen paid attention to the situation around him, and his heart was also constantly thinking of countermeasures. He originally thought that since Xiao Xuanzi could fly, it would be a good choice if he could take them away from here. However, when he noticed that there were also flying demonic beasts behind them, he rejected this idea. It was simply not feasible. It was as Chen Feng had said. Apart from this method, there were no other methods to deal with this. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang stood up. Everyone's gaze turned to Bailey Hongzhuang, wondering why she suddenly stood up at this time. Immediately after, everyone saw Bailey Hongzhuang directly walk toward the injured cultivators, take out medicine, and start treating the cultivators' injuries. What's going on? Chen Feng looked at Di Beichen with some astonishment. Miss Bailey also knows how to heal injuries? He knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was an alchemist, so it was normal for her to know some basic healing methods. However, everyone's injuries were very serious. Those who had taken the healing pills had already taken them, but the number of pills was similarly limited. If Bailey Hongzhuang was not a doctor, it would be useless for her to help at this time. Don't worry. Hongzhuang is a doctor, Di Beichen replied. However, this voice made everyone present unable to help but be surprised. Bailey Hongzhuang was a doctor? Isn't Bailey Hongzhuang an alchemist? How did you become a doctor? Did Di Beichen say something wrong? At this time, Lin Yi smiled and said, Jun Lingxuan, you don't know this. My second cousin-in-law is not only an apothecary, but also a very powerful doctor. Lin Yi, you have to be reasonable. She is just a cultivator from the lower realm. How can she know so many things? Xiao Sudong rolled his eyes. He only felt that Lin Yi and others were getting more and more exaggerated. They were simply demonizing Bailey Hongzhuang. Even if he knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was strong, it was impossible for her to master so many things at the same time. It's up to you to believe it or not. Lin Yi glanced at them. You don't have the ability, but you think others can't do it. You are really a frog in a well. When the crowd saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had begun to treat the injured, they were somewhat doubtful and even resistant. After all, although they were teammates now, they did not have a good relationship with Bailey Hongzhuang. Now that she was suddenly treating them, they felt that something was not right. Bailey Hongzhuang also noticed the strange expressions on the crowd's faces. She stopped busying herself and turned around to treat the injured members of her family. According to her original plan, she would treat the severely injured cultivators and restore their combat power as soon as possible. This was the only way that everyone would be able to hold on for more time. However, she had forgotten that there was not enough trust between everyone. When they saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had turned around to treat the injured members of her family, everyone could not help but secretly sigh in relief. However, they were even more curious about her medical skills. Compared to the doubts and worries of the cultivators from the other families, the cultivators from the D family and the Lin family trusted her completely. Even Wu Wenfeng admired Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills. Usually, it was very difficult for these guys to ask their young madam to treat them. Now, they had actually rejected her. How ridiculous! The crowd watched as Bailey Hongzhuang accurately pierced out the silver needles in her hands and skillfully bandaged the cultivator's injuries. She continuously took out bottles of medicine and looked very professional. Obviously, she was very familiar with these methods. Not only that, Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills, coupled with the effects of the light force's incantation, healed the cultivator's injuries quickly. If everything that had happened before was not enough to convince everyone, after witnessing this scene, who would not believe in her medical skills, this effect was something that they had witnessed with their own eyes. Instantly, everyone looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with fervent gazes. They could not help but feel regretful. If they had known earlier, they would not have rejected Bailey Hongzhuang's treatment. Now, they could only watch as Bailey Hongzhuang treated the injured cultivators. They were too embarrassed to ask for it. I never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was actually a doctor. Judging from this situation, I'm afraid that her medical skills are not ordinary. Everyone looked at each other, and many of them secretly nodded. The healing effect of the power of light was indeed good, but because there were too many injured cultivators, and there was only one person chanting, the effect was naturally not as good as the healing effect. With such frequent injuries, there was no doubt that it was best to have a doctor to treat them. He was simply a great savior. Morong Jing nudged Di Xiaofeng and couldn't help but ask, "Xiaofeng, is there anything your sister-in-law doesn't know?" "I don't know either." Di Xiaofeng spread out his hands, but the curve of his lips revealed his emotions. "This is really godly." Morong Jing's eyes were filled with amazement. "Your family's Bewitching really has good taste. With such a good daughter-in-law, I don't know how many people would be envious." "It's useless to be envious. Beichen and Hongzhuang have a good relationship." I can tell. Bailey Hongzhuang's speed was very fast, and it didn't take long for her to treat the injuries of her family's disciples. At this moment, a cultivator from the Great Devil sect could not help but ask, "Miss Bailey, can you help treat me as well?" Speaking of their Great Devil sect, it could be said that other than a few forces, they were one of the forces that were relatively close to Bailey Hongzhuang. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang stared at the man, and her red lips opened slightly. "Are you sure? If I can't cure it." "Miss Bailey, what are you talking about? No, I believe in you." The man hurriedly waved his hand. In fact, after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's diagnosis and treatment just now, he knew that Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills were not bad at all. On the contrary, her medical skills were extremely exquisite, better than many doctors. The other cultivators also understood that Bailey Hongzhuang's words were actually meant for them. After all, the situation where they didn't believe in Bailey Hongzhuang before was still vivid in their minds. "Miss Bailey, I'll have to trouble you again." Chen Feng also smiled and said. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded lightly. The indifference on her face faded a little, and there was a trace of gentleness. Di Beichen's friend was naturally her friend. "You're welcome." Xiao Suo looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, who was in the limelight again, and her heart was simply going crazy with jealousy. Xiao Sudong looked at this scene in a daze. His mind was really unable to recover. When he thought of his mocking appearance before, he only felt a burning sensation on his face. "It really hurts, After Bailey Hongzhuang treated the injuries of the Great Devil Sex cultivators, the Cloud Sky Sex cultivators also came to seek treatment. At this time, Bailey Hongzhuang did not refuse. Because now, only by being united could they have a chance to survive. Lin Xianxia and Lin Yi also followed Bailey Hongzhuang after seeing her busy appearance, while Bewitching and others focused more on resisting the monster beasts. After another round of fierce attacks, even Bewitching could not help but be injured. Bailey Hongzhuang also rushed over after seeing Bewitching injured. Her elegant lotus-like face was filled with deep concern and worry. "Beichen, are you okay?" Bewitching waved his hand, his eyes as gentle as water. "I'm fine, it's just some superficial wounds, don't worry." However, Bailey Hongzhuang did not pay attention to it. Instead, she carefully looked at Bewitching. After confirming that the injury was indeed not very serious, she was relieved. "You have to be more careful. The attack power of these monster beasts is very strong and fast. If you are not careful, you will be injured. This injury is very deep, it will be very painful to deal with it." Bailey Hongzhuang dealt with the wound while warning him. Her phoenix eyes looked at the ghastly wound and couldn't help but feel distressed. Bewitching raised his lips and smiled, "With my wife so concerned about me, I don't feel any pain at all." Bailey Hongzhuang listened with a straight face. She stared at Bewitching with shining eyes. "Even if it doesn't hurt, you can't get injured easily." "My wife is right, your husband will obey." Bewitching nodded. His handsome face was full of seriousness, as if he had received an order. Looking at Bewitching's appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but chuckle. "At this time, you are still in the mood to joke. As long as you are by my side, the surrounding environment is nothing." His deep eyes as deep as the sea rippled with seriousness and determination. "What's more, we will definitely leave this place." Looking into those charming eyes, it was as if there was an invisible force that attracted people, making them fall into it and unable to extricate themselves. Bailey Hongzhuang looked deeply at Bewitching and nodded. "That's right." At this moment, an anxious voice sounded behind Bailey Hongzhuang. After hearing this voice, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching couldn't help but look at the source of the voice. With a look, they found out that the person who spoke was a disciple of the Chu family. The young master he spoke of was naturally Chu Yingming. Only now did Bailey Hongzhuang notice that Chu Yingming had received a very serious injury when he was defending against the demonic beast. There was a scratch mark on his neck, dripping with blood that kept oozing out. His flesh and blood rolled around, looking very frightening. If the wound was a bit deeper, Chu Yingming's little life might have been lost. Apart from that, there were also a lot of injuries on his body. Blood had already dyed his clothes red. Currently, Chu Yingming's complexion was deathly pale. He no longer had his previous arrogant appearance. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but look at Bewitching. Chu Yingming was undoubtedly their enemy. If he were to fall here, it wouldn't be a bad thing for them. Bewitching naturally understood Bailey Hongzhuang's thoughts. A lot of plans flashed through his mind. Right at this moment, Chen Feng said, "Miss Bailey, please help us. If something happens to Chu Yingming, the Chu family's cultivators will definitely not cooperate. At that time, it will be very troublesome." Their situation was already precarious. Once the Chu family's cultivators make a ruckus, it will be very difficult to suppress them. If they are even slightly careless, they will be completely annihilated here. Following Chen Feng's words, Di Xiaofeng and the rest had complicated expressions. If they were to miss such a great opportunity, it wouldn't be so easy to find it again in the future. Chu Yingming's gaze landed on Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. If possible, he didn't want to ask for help at this time. However, the injuries caused by the demonic beast were truly strange. Even after taking the pill, his condition didn't show any signs of improvement. He suddenly couldn't understand why. Everyone's injuries recovered so quickly after Bailey Hongzhuang's treatment. "Bailey Hongzhuang, please help us. No matter what, we are teammates now." Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang hesitated for a while before walking over to Chu Yingming's side. "Master, are you really going to treat this bastard?" Xiao He looked indignant. It had been unhappy with this guy for a long time, and now it had to save this guy. It could not tolerate this. The situation now is special. If we don't help, once the people's hearts are shaken, all of us will be in danger. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were filled with wisdom. Now, they couldn't care less about the enmity between them. This is really depressing. Xiaohei pouted. Being a human was so troublesome. She had to take care of so many things. If it were him, he wouldn't help. Looking at Xiaohei's gloomy expression, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but smile and pat its head. Don't be so gloomy. This is also an opportunity for me. I can save him, but I can also harm him. I can also poison him or something. Don't you think it's better than the previous plan? Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Xiaohei was first stunned before its eyes became brighter. Master, you're really too smart. Originally, to deal with Chu Yingming, they had to pay a huge price. Casualties were unavoidable. Had it been before, it would have been very difficult to poison Chu Yingming. This was because Chu Yingming himself was very strong. Needless to say, his perception was very good. If there was any sign of poison, he would be the first to notice. However, he was currently injured. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang secretly added something in, he probably wouldn't notice. Most importantly, even if Chu Yingming had doubts in his heart, it was useless. After all, his life was in her hands. When Xiaobai saw Bailey Hongzhuang going to treat Chu Yingming, she couldn't help but look at Bewitching and say, Master, you're letting mistress treat him like this. Don't you feel unhappy? Bewitching smiled faintly. What's there to be unhappy about? This is helping an enemy. Xiaobai couldn't help but emphasize that Chu Yingming doesn't look like a good person. Once he recovers from his injuries, he will definitely spare no effort to deal with us. Isn't this the same as giving him a chance to deal with us? Do you think there's any other choice in this situation? Bewitching raised his eyebrows. If he didn't agree just now, not to mention the Chu family, the other cultivators would also have some complaints. After all, even the slightest disturbance could affect their collective safety. In the face of life and death, everyone only cared about their own interests. Hearing this, Xiaobai couldn't help but sigh. Then we'll just let them off like this. Seeing Xiaobai's incomparably depressed appearance, Bewitching also found it funny. Don't worry. Do you think your mistress is someone who would suffer losses? Xiaobai was slightly stunned. A trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. Master, what do you mean? You'll know in a bit. Chu Yingming looked at Bailey Hongzhuang who was treating him. His dark eyes were filled with caution and fear. Bailey Hongzhuang, you couldn't have done something when you were treating me, right? Chu Yingming slowly said. If not for the fact that there were no other doctors in the team, he would definitely not ask Bailey Hongzhuang for help. Although he hadn't known this woman for a long time, he knew that she was a vengeful person. The hatred between them was so deep that if not for the pressure, Bailey Hongzhuang would not have come to treat him. Even so, the other party could still play some tricks. And now, he had no way to resist at all. Hearing Chu Yingming's words, Bailey Hongzhuang stopped what she was doing. Her expression was indifferent, up to you. If you want to treat me or not, I'm too lazy to waste my time. You. Anger was present between Chu Yingming's brows. However, when faced with such a Bailey Hongzhuang, there was nothing he could do. This was because he had no choice. Chu Yingming, this Bailey Hongzhuang isn't a good person. Be careful not to put your life in her hands, Jun Lingxuan couldn't help but say. It wasn't easy for him to find an ally in Chu Yingming. Originally, he wanted to borrow Chu Yingming's strength to deal with the D family after escaping from here. If Chu Yingming's life was in the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang, what else could he do? That's right. This Bailey Hongzhuang isn't someone easy to deal with. You have to be careful. Nangong Yuqing suspiciously looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. The more abilities this woman displayed, the more unfathomable she became. Chu Yingming, who already had scruples in his heart, became more suspicious after hearing the words of Jun Lingxuan and Lin Yiqian. The injuries on his body were indeed serious. If he held on, he might be able to save his life. But if he let Bailey Hongzhuang treat him, he might not even be able to save his life. Bailey Hongzhuang, why don't you swear that you won't do anything to Chu Yingming? Only then will we believe you. Xiao Soa couldn't help but say. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but sneer. Who do you think you are? Now you are asking me for help, and I don't want to. You actually want me to swear? Are you out of your mind or sick? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Jun Lingxuan and others as if she was looking at fools. If you are sick, take medicine. If your brain is not good, I am afraid it can't be cured. In my opinion, you are probably the latter. As soon as these words came out, Jun Lingxuan and others couldn't help but be annoyed. Bailey Hongzhuang, what do you mean by this? Don't you understand what I mean? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Hongzhuang, they are out of their minds. Naturally, they can't understand human language. Lin Xianxia walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side and held the latter's hand directly. Don't bother with them. Let's go. Kindness is regarded as ill intent. It seems that I want to save them. I don't want them to dirty your hands. Lin Xianxia was eloquent, and her words were not polite at all. That's right. He is the one who asked for help, and he is also the one who is suspicious. He really thinks too much. Lin Yi snorted, just ignore him. Don't waste our time. Chu Yingming's face turned ugly for a while. If Bailey Hongzhuang didn't help to treat him, then his situation would be really bad. Wife, come here, Bewitching beckoned to Bailey Hongzhuang with a gentle and intimate voice. Bailey Hongzhuang quickly returned to Bewitching's side. Wife, don't waste time on them. If you have the time, why don't you use it to fight against the demonic beasts? You're right. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded with a smile. She didn't want to treat Chu Yingming in the first place. In the next moment, without waiting for anyone to speak, Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang had already gone to the periphery. Obviously, to them, facing Chu Yingming wasn't as satisfying as facing demonic beasts. Chu Yingming's complexion was already ugly to the extreme. These two fellows really didn't leave him any face. The cultivators of the Chu clan also looked at each other. They did not expect this to be the end result. If they knew this, they wouldn't have to plead with Bailey Hongzhuang before. Wife, although the strength of these demonic beasts has become stronger, the primary power obtained after killing them is also more than before. Overall, hunting demonic beasts here will improve your strength faster, but the risk will be greater. This was also discovered after he came out to hunt demonic beasts. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. So, this is really a good place to improve your strength. Yes, but everyone treats this as a chore. They had long been accustomed to high-intensity battles over the years, but obviously other cultivators were not the same. Although everyone was also focused on cultivation, and they cultivated diligently on weekdays, it was more comfortable to stay in the family after all. The so-called diligence was also relative. There was obviously some gap between them. Ignore them. I think this place is pretty good. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Instead of dealing with those annoying fellows, it was better to stay outside and be at ease. Shang Guanying and the others also came out after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang leave. Looking at Bewitching and Li Wuyo, who were already fighting the demon beasts, Xiran couldn't help but chuckle. You two are quite open-minded. What others see as hard work isn't hard at all in your eyes. Bewitching raised his eyebrows. Don't you think so too? Xiran chuckled. Actually, I really think that hunting demon beasts here is a good opportunity to improve, but the attacks of these demon beasts are too strong. If I could slow down a bit, I wouldn't mind staying here. He shrugged helplessly. Normally, it would take a lot of effort to find a suitable place for training. Now that it had appeared in front of them with rewards, it was simply a great training ground. Di Xiaofeng and the others sighed in their hearts when they heard Xiran's words. Xiaofeng, I actually think that the cultivators in the lower realms are quite abnormal. Lin Taxing frowned and couldn't help but say, could it be that the cultivation methods in the lower realms are crueler than ours? Otherwise, how could they cultivate so many abnormal people? If it was just one person, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, Bewitching and the others were all masochists. In the eyes of others, this high-intensity battle was simply unbearable, but in their eyes, it was so simple. I think we should go to the lower realms if we have the chance. Di Xiaofeng nodded seriously. The current situation might really change. When Chu Yingming and the others saw Bailey Hongzhuang and Li Wuyo leave just like that, they couldn't come back to their senses for a while. Isn't Bailey Hongzhuang too insincere? Xiao Sudong couldn't help but say, isn't it just an oath? Is there a need to be like this? We're teammates now, so why is she treating me like this? Nangong Yuqing was also dissatisfied. Who would dare to treat him like this? Chu Yingming's complexion is also unsightly, but because his body is very weak, he is unable to get angry. Looking at their angry expressions, Chen Feng couldn't help but say, Bailey Hongzhuang is already benevolent enough to be willing to help you. If you still have so many requests, I think it's better for you to settle them yourselves. As Chen Feng finished speaking, the expressions of Nangong Yuqing and the rest stiffened before becoming ashen. Their gazes shifted slightly, and only then did they realize that the cultivators of the other factions were no longer paying attention to them. If they asked themselves honestly, they wouldn't be willing to make a move against such a person either. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her sword and slashed down. Demonic beasts fell one by one. White Lion's combat power was also very strong. Originally, as a beast king, it was not difficult for him to command the demonic beasts. However, he found that these demonic beasts were being controlled. According to his judgment, this should be something set up by the master who created the immortal cloud secret realm. After so many years of subtle influence, these demonic beasts only had one thought in their minds, and that was to attack any person or beast that appeared here. As such, White Lion's aura was unable to intimidate them. By the way, Xiaofeng, do you have any news about the Bailey family? Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Di Xiaofeng's face was clouded with worry. Ever since he entered the immortal cloud secret realm, he had been hoping to meet up with Bailey Yunyan. However, along the way, he had not received any news from the Bailey family and had not seen Bailey Yunyan at all. Although he had not said it out loud, he had been thinking about it. Even when they were chased by the locusts and almost everyone had gathered together, they had not seen any cultivators from the Bailey family. His heart sank and he had a bad premonition. The immortal cloud secret realm was a place full of opportunities and dangers. The Bailey family did not have so many places to enter. This time, they were only able to enter because Bailey Hongzhuang had given them a place. There was still a gap in their abilities. However, since they had not appeared for such a long time, it did not eliminate the possibility that they had been killed. I did not receive any news about them. Di Xiaofeng lowered his voice and said slowly, I have also asked the disciples of the other families. They also did not see anyone from the Bailey family. Bailey Hongzhuang's heart also sank slightly, and her eyes became complicated. Although she had not received any news from the Bailey family, she had already confirmed that the Bailey family was her family. The reason why she had given them a place this time was to help the Bailey family. However, if they were all killed here, she would feel very guilty. Moreover, Bailey Yunyan was Di Xiaofeng's sweetheart. It's strange. Why have we not received any news about them? Shang Guanying looked puzzled. Do you think they're still somewhere else and haven't come here yet? Hearing this, everyone remained silent and did not answer. However, they knew that the possibility of this was very small. Di Xiaofeng, who was fighting with the demonic beasts, felt everyone's sympathetic gazes and could not take it anymore. He quickly interrupted, Don't think so much now. Let's focus on fighting the demonic beasts. Don't be careless and lose your life here. That would not be worth it. Seeing this, everyone naturally understood that Di Xiaofeng was just trying to change the topic and did not continue on this topic. At this time, if Di Xiaofeng was distracted, he might be in danger. Hongzhuang, did you take the opportunity to attack just now? Shang Guanying lowered her voice and asked the question in her heart. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her brows, Do you think I am that kind of person? You are that kind of person. Shang Guanying said without hesitation, I've never seen you go easy on your opponents. It's just that Jun Lingshuan, that guy, destroyed it too early. If you had waited a little longer, I think you would have succeeded. Back then, when Bailey Hongzhuang dealt with the Yu family in the lower realm, she didn't hold back at all. She remembered it clearly. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and could not help but laugh, You're right. The time was too short, but I still did something. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Shang Guanying's eyes lit up and her smile revealed a hint of slyness. Haha, I know you very well, but what did you do? Pretending to be mysterious. Shang Guanying muttered, but the smile in the corner of her eyes revealed her emotions. For a selfish guy like Chu Yingming, he should be punished. Otherwise, it would be too easy for him. The battle reached its climax. Martial skills were constantly displayed from everyone's body, harvesting the lives of the demonic beasts. Streams of energy entered their bodies as the demonic beasts fell, strengthening their abilities. However, the injuries on their bodies were still unavoidable. From time to time, there would be an additional scar. It's really tiring to go on like this. Lin Taxing couldn't help but sigh. Don't you guys feel tired? Taxing, in fact, this is the result of abuse. We used to be like you, but we've gradually gotten used to it. When Xiren looked at Lin Taxing with a smile, he suddenly remembered that they were also immersed in exhaustion every day. However, as time passed, the benefits were reflected. I'm really curious about how you guys used to cultivate, Taxing. If there's a chance, we'll take you to learn more. Bewitching's dark blue eyes rippled with a faint smile. His rosy lips curled up as he teased. Okay. Lin Taxing nodded in agreement. I'm really looking forward to seeing it. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. For 3 days, it was a hellish 3 days for everyone. If everyone could still fight with high morale before, then after 3 days, everyone felt that it was extremely difficult to even move. The center of the team was full of wounded people. Even if their injuries had been treated, they still couldn't recover in a short time. If they were to fight the demonic beasts again, it would be a suicide mission. In my opinion, we should just give up. This time, we're doomed to be wiped out here. A dejected and desperate voice sounded. The longer it went on, the less hope there was. Xianxia, everyone was already very depressed. Don't you think the situation is bad enough? What can we do? Even if I don't say it, haven't you thought about it? As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression became extremely ugly. In fact, they knew very well that there was no hope for them to leave here alive. They just didn't want to say it out loud. If you have the energy to quarrel, why don't you go out and deal with the demonic beasts? The cultivators outside are still fighting with their lives on the line just to protect you all. Chen Feng's voice was ice-cold and imposing. Zhang Jibin immediately lowered his head. Although his expression was still stubborn, he did not say anything else. Chen Feng walked to the side of Di Beichen and the rest and asked with a troubled expression, "Can you guys still hold up?" In the past few days, Di Beichen and the others had been the ones who had acted the most. The endurance of the other cultivators couldn't be compared to theirs at all. It didn't take long before they couldn't hold on any longer. Only Di Beichen and the others were able to hold on. It was really not easy. In fact, they were the ones who were the most exhausted in the past few days, but they were also the ones who complained the least. Because of this, he thought even more highly of Di Beichen and the others. Thinking about it, it must be because of this character that they were able to possess such strength even though they came from the lower realm. Di Beichen turned his head and looked at Bailey Hongshuang. Bailey Hongshuang smiled and nodded. I'm fine with it. Let's do it as well. Mo Yunjue, Xiren, Shangguan Yingying, and Ao Lingxiao stood up as well. Their endurance was indeed stronger than ordinary cultivators. However, in the past few days, they had fought more than the others. After such a high-intensity battle, coupled with the unavoidable injuries, they were extremely exhausted. However, the others' situation would only be worse than theirs. Hence, they were the only ones who could do it. Jun Lingxuan and the rest watched as Di Beichen's group stood up once again. Their eyes flickered, and their expressions were somewhat complicated. Even they couldn't help but admire the endurance of Di Beichen's group. Originally, they were also unconvinced. However, after such a high-intensity battle, they had no choice but to accept it. Di Beichen, there aren't many people in the group who can replace you. Chen Feng's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. Based on my judgment, apart from us this time, no one else can replace you. Chen Feng's voice was not soft. At such a time, he did not intend to hide it from everyone. It was better for them to be mentally prepared. As a cultivator, he had long seen through life and death. Although it was still unbearable for him when it happened to him, he still had to accept it. Di Beichen's gaze swept past the heavily injured cultivators around him. Indeed, these people no longer had the strength to fight. Even if they forced their way out, their attack speed would not be comparable to the demonic beasts. They would only be sending themselves to their deaths. If that's the case, we are fighting with our backs against the wall, Di Beichen said solemnly. Chen Feng nodded slightly. If these demonic beasts do not show any signs of retreating, we can only die here. Bailey Hongzhuang's mood was unprecedentedly heavy. If it were any other day, at least the primal chaos ring would allow them to survive. However, due to the restriction, they could not even enter the primal chaos ring. There was truly no way out. If that's the case, are we going to die here today? Xiao Sou's face was deathly pale. Although she had expected this to happen, she was still unable to accept it. She still had a bright future ahead of her, so how could she throw her life away here? There's really no other way now. Jun Lingxuan's eyes dimmed. At this moment, he didn't even have the thought of hating Bewitching anymore. Who would have thought that he would die in the same place as Bewitching? But I don't want to die. Xiao Sou looked anxious. Dying here is more miserable than dying anywhere else. That is truly a case of not even leaving behind a corpse. Everyone couldn't help but glare angrily at him. Why did he have to say that? What was he trying to do? Sensing everyone's gaze, Xiao Sou couldn't help but shut her mouth. However, her worry still hadn't dissipated. Xiao Sou, don't think that your life is the only valuable one. You make it sound like you're the only one who doesn't want to die. Lin Xianxia rolled her eyes. This girl really had a princess syndrome. She didn't even look at the situation and was still throwing a tantrum. Bewitching looked at everyone and slowly said, we will do our best to resist until the last moment. If we still can't find a way out, everyone can only prepare themselves mentally. Hearing this, everyone's gaze landed on Bewitching. Bewitching chuckled but did not say anything else. Immediately, together with Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, they took the place of the heavily injured cultivators on the periphery. Who would have thought that these geniuses of the major powers would actually fall to such a state? It really made one sigh with sorrow. Bewitching suddenly thought of a plan and said, wife, you guys hold them off first. I'll set up a defensive formation and see if it's effective. This formation was something he obtained from the historical remains. In fact, he had been studying formations all this time. Because according to what he understood from the historical remains, this formation could also play a big role. As long as it was used properly, it could often bring about unexpected surprises. Although he usually studied it seriously, he had never really used it. Now, it could be said that he was forced into a corner with no way out. Hence, no matter what method he used, he had to give it a try. Bailey Hongzhuang's phoenix eyes flashed with a trace of light as she nodded and said, okay. When Di Xiaofeng and the others heard that Bewitching had actually decided to set up a formation, they were also astonished. When did Bewitching become a formation master? Why didn't I know about it? Di Xiaofeng had a doubtful expression. He only knew that Bailey Hongzhuang had multiple identities, but he did not know that his own brother actually had other identities as well. This was really hidden deeply. Bewitching actually became a formation master not long ago, Bailey Hongzhuang said with a faint smile. Chen Feng was also somewhat astonished. However, when he found out that Bewitching was not a senior formation master, he couldn't help but frown. The attack power of these demonic beasts is extremely strong. If the formation is not strong enough, it will be extremely difficult to resist them. We don't have time to think so much now. No matter what, we have to give it a try. In any case, if we don't give it a try, we're just waiting for death here. Morong Jing spread out his hands. In any case, he had already seen through it. At worst, he would just die. However, before he died, he still held on to the thought of holding on for as long as he could. Chen Feng sighed and nodded. You are right. That is indeed the case. After Bewitching decided to set up a defensive formation, he didn't hesitate and immediately started to prepare. He had also set up several formations during his daily self-study, but he did not have an accurate understanding of their effects. According to his judgment, the effect of this formation should be quite good. After all, his master's array formation skills were very impressive. Even if he only learned a little, the effect wouldn't be bad. When Nangang Yuqing and the others saw that Bewitching didn't resist the demonic beasts and instead started to arrange a formation, they were stunned for a moment before rolling their eyes. Nangang Yuqing raised his eyebrows and said, could it be that this guy is afraid of death, so he found an excuse to set up a formation? That can't be helped. No one can be so indifferent in the face of death. Xianxia sighed. He was so exhausted that even moving was difficult for him. Now, he could only resign himself to fate. Why do you think these demonic beasts seem to have gone crazy? Bewitching couldn't help but curse. Even if we had to rest for a day, it would be good enough for us to recover. As long as they had time to recover, they wouldn't be afraid of fighting to the end. However, they didn't have any time at all. As time passed, the situation became worse and worse. Xianxia suddenly felt that the heavens were trying to help them by not allowing their family to obtain a single spot. However, they didn't realize this and insisted on entering, resulting in their current situation. Xianxia glanced at the two of them in annoyance and said, "If you two have the time to talk about this, why don't you take the time to cultivate and recover your yuan qi? Is there any point in recovering now?" Bewitching frowned. "Why don't you take a look at our current situation? Even if we recover some of our yuan qi, we're still going to die. Do whatever you want." Xianxia was too lazy to pay attention to them. Being negative is your problem. In any case, I won't just sit here and wait for death. Xianxia's dark eyes flickered with determination and unwillingness. He didn't believe that he would die in this place. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope, he wouldn't give up. Everyone watched as Bewitching busied himself and couldn't help but feel curious. Array masters are actually quite powerful, but the inheritance of an array master is very rare and the array masters rarely accept disciples. Logically speaking, Bewitching shouldn't have had the opportunity to come into contact with an array master, so how did he learn it? Who knows? Look at Bailey Hongzhuang, she also didn't have the opportunity to come into contact with a doctor or an alchemist, but didn't she also learn it? Moreover, she's very outstanding. That's true. I feel that these people are quite powerful and can't be judged by common sense. I hope that Bewitching's array will be useful. Bewitching took out an array flag and his hand gestures constantly changed. His yuan qi surged, gradually forming an array. Everyone only saw a flash of light, but they didn't know what was going on. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were crazily fighting outside. After attacking for a long time, they viewed the demonic beasts as their mortal enemies. Thus, their eyes were bloodshot and they couldn't wait to slaughter these demonic beasts. However, just as they were about to continue attacking, a light suddenly flashed and the attacks of the demonic beasts landed on an invisible barrier. When they discovered this, everyone was first surprised, then their faces lit up with joy. Looks like Bewitching's defensive formation has succeeded. Bailey Hongzhuang's delicate and beautiful face was filled with an excited smile, her eyes blooming with surprise as she quickly looked behind her. Bewitching quickly walked over and stood beside Bailey Hongzhuang. "How's the defensive formation?" Hearing this, everyone paid close attention to the situation outside. The demonic beasts were constantly struggling to charge in, but the layer of defensive formation that was invisible to the naked eye was firmly keeping them outside. "Bewitching, I didn't expect the defensive formation you set up to be so strong. It can even withstand the attacks of these demonic beasts. I'm afraid the level of this array formation is not low, right?" Xiaofeng reached out and patted Bewitching's shoulder. His handsome face was filled with joy. This was really a glimmer of hope. Originally, they were prepared to die, but in the end, they still had a chance to breathe, even though they didn't know how long this array could last. It wasn't easy for them to rest for a while. Bewitching faintly smiled. "Actually, I haven't been studying arrays for long. There's still room for improvement." As for the level of the array he set up, he wasn't too sure. "Bewitching, this formation of yours has played a huge role." Morongjing was overjoyed as well. Finally, he saw a glimmer of hope in the midst of despair. If this formation could withstand the attacks for a longer period of time, they would be able to take the opportunity to recover from their injuries and gain a breather. If this continued, it would not be impossible for them to exhaust all these demonic beasts to death. Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration as he asked, "Brother D, how long can this formation of yours last?" Bewitching glanced at the situation outside and saw that under the attacks of the demonic beasts, ripples were gradually appearing on the formation. "I am unable to determine for now. However, we can extend the time by replenishing the formation with origin energy." Bewitching's eyes rippled with contemplation. Although he had used his formation before, he had never encountered such a ferocious attack. Hence, he was unable to determine the strength of the formation. Chen Feng's eyes shone as he hurriedly asked, "We can replenish the formation with origin energy?" Bewitching nodded slightly. "That's right. That's great. Why don't we let the heavily injured cultivators replenish their origin energy while we rest at the side? If we can't hold on, we can at least hold on for a while longer." Hearing Chen Feng's suggestion, everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Based on the current situation, this was indeed the best method. As long as there was still a glimmer of hope, naturally, no one would be willing to sit and wait for death. When the cultivators inside noticed that Bewitching and the rest had actually returned, they could not help but be dumbfounded. "Why have you all returned? What about the outside?" Xianxia hurriedly asked. "Bewitching's formation has taken effect. It is now able to withstand those attacks." As Chen Feng's words left his mouth, all the cultivators blanked. Uncontrollably, a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on their faces. "Is that true? That formation can withstand the attacks of these demonic beasts?" Shock appeared in Qiu Baixin's eyes. Although they had seen Bewitching using the formation previously, none of them had taken it seriously. Unexpectedly, Bewitching had actually given them such a huge surprise. "For the time being, I can resist it." Chen Feng nodded. "This formation has finally given us a chance to take a breather. Hence, I have decided to let the cultivators who have lost their combat power be responsible for replenishing their elemental energy, while the cultivators who still have combat power are responsible for recovering their elemental energy. No matter what, we have to hold on until the last moment." "No problem." Everyone looked at Bewitching. "Young Master D, where should we inject our elemental energy?" "Let me teach you." Xianxia and the others looked at each other. They didn't expect Bewitching to be so capable, however, this was also good news for them. They might really be able to survive. Xiaosuo looked at Bewitching in a daze. Because of Bewitching's cruelty to her, her heart was also filled with resentment. However, when she saw the radiant appearance of Bewitching, her mood became extremely complicated. One couldn't help but admit that the gap between the performance of Xianxia and Bewitching was truly huge. One could even say that the current Bewitching was an existence akin to a savior. That was because he had once again brought hope to the despairing crowd. At the same time, Bewitching had already started cultivating to recover. Bailey Hongzhuang sat beside him and started cultivating as well. "I didn't expect Bewitching's array to be so powerful. It can even withstand the attacks of these beasts. If we had known, we wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. I heard that this is Bewitching's first time using such an array. He must have overlooked this point. I have to say, in terms of survival ability, none of us are their match." As one of the cultivators spoke, the crowd fell silent. If someone had said this before, everyone would have refuted immediately. However, after experiencing these hellish days, no one had the strength to refute. This was because Bewitching and the others were indeed in a much better state than them. From the beginning to the end, they had never seen Bewitching and the others despair. On the contrary, they were always filled with hope. Just like how Bailey Hongzhuang didn't care about everyone's gazes even though she had never sung before. Just like how Bewitching didn't have any scruples when he used the array for the first time. If it had been them, it would have been very difficult for them to do so. When the cultivators of the D family heard the crowd praising their young master and young madam, they felt a wave of pride in their hearts. This was their young master and young madam. They had completely crushed the leaders of the other forces. Xianxia and Xiaosuo had always wanted to deal with their young master and young madam, but now it seemed that they couldn't compare at all. Hearing the crowd's praises, they only felt proud. If they could return this time, their young master's reputation would definitely soar. Bailey Hongzhuang, who was cultivating, suddenly noticed that Baisher's aura was a little unstable. She couldn't help but open her eyes and ask with concern, "Baisher, what's wrong?" "Master, I'm on the verge of a breakthrough," Baisher said in a low voice. During this period of time, he had been hoping to break through to the nebula realm and transform into a human form. However, although he felt the barrier to the nebula realm, he was still a step away from breaking through. He didn't expect that during the process of hunting beasts, with the continuous influx of pure origin energy into his body, he could actually break through. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with surprise. "That's great. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Xianxia's eyes also flickered with excitement. In that case, White Lion can finally transform into a human. They had been looking forward to seeing White Lion in human form. After waiting for so long, they finally got the chance. After a brief moment of joy, Bailey Hongshuang's expression became slightly heavy. This situation is not suitable for you to break through. According to what she knew, it would take a long time for the White Lion to transform into human form. During this process, he needed a stable environment where no one would disturb him. On the contrary, the environment they were in couldn't be worse. Baisher nodded. That's right. I'll let you enter the contract space. You can break through in peace there. Contracted beasts had their own contracted space, and this space was not restricted even in the immortal cloud secret realm. However, only contracted beasts could enter the space. Others couldn't. Although Xiaohe and Xiaobai were her contracted beasts, their situation was a little strange. Since the beginning of the contract, they didn't have a space that belonged to them. But master, the situation is so critical now. Seeing Baisher's depressed look, Bailey Hongshuang reached out and rubbed its soft fur. Don't worry. Leave this to us. Nothing will happen. The previous situation was indeed very dangerous. Baisher's combat power was also very strong and could be of great help to them. However, now that they had this defensive array, they would be safe for a short period of time. The opportunity to break through was not always available, especially for demonic beasts. Breaking through to the Nebula realm was a hurdle. If they did not break through now, it would be even more difficult to break through next time. She did not want Baisher to miss this opportunity. Baisher, don't worry about this place. Leave it to us. Nothing will happen, Xiaohe said. That's right. Don't you believe in our strength? Xiaobai said. Don't worry. By the time you come out, all these demonic beasts will have been dealt with by us. Xiao Xuanzi patted his chest confidently. Master. Baisher was still a little hesitant, but Bailey Hongshuang rejected him without hesitation. Don't think so much. Go quickly. If you continue like this, we will be anxious. In the next moment, Bailey Hongshuang did not wait for Baisher to speak and directly put him into the contract space. Time gradually passed. As the crowd continued to inject their essence force into the defensive array, the array continued to persevere and showed no signs of breaking. Everyone could not help but feel happy when they saw the scene. They finally saw hope. The situation gradually stabilized. Even when Bailey Hongshuang and the others completely recovered, the defensive array was still holding. Seeing Bewitching exit his cultivation state, everyone's faces revealed flattering smiles. Bewitching, I didn't expect your array to be so effective. It's all thanks to you this time. That's right. In short, I will remember this kindness. Everyone spoke one after another. They had thought that they would definitely die this time, but now they had a chance to escape. The joy in their hearts could not be concealed. Everyone, don't be so polite. I was also trying to save myself. Feeling everyone's enthusiasm, a smile appeared on Bewitching's face. Beichen, in this situation, can we still go out and hunt demonic beasts? Bailey Hongshuang raised her eyebrows slightly. Just now when she was cultivating, she had successfully broken through again. Originally, if she wanted to break through again, it would be extremely difficult for her to do so in less than a few months. However, it was precisely because of the pure energy obtained from hunting demonic beasts that actually helped her break through another level in such a short period of time. It was really a pleasant surprise. If they could go out and hunt demonic beasts to increase their strength, it would undoubtedly be the best. Listening to Bailey Hongshuang's words, Bewitching immediately understood her plan and nodded. Wait, I'll set up a new array. Wen Ziran and the others were also concerned about this. After seeing Bewitching start to get busy without saying anything, they looked at each other, wondering what kind of Zhen formation Bewitching would arrange. Now I feel that following you husband and wife, the future is really bright. Ziran stretched his waist, his gentle face rippling with a lazy smile. That's right. Hong Zhuang and her husband are really amazing. If we follow them, we don't have to think of a way out. How great! The next moment, Bewitching began to set up the array again. Looking at him seriously drawing the array pattern, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but smile. A serious man was always particularly charming. The others looked at Beichen's movements and felt confused. They couldn't understand it at all. Ta Xing, I think I should learn another ability when I go back. What do you think? D. Xiaofeng said to Lin Ta Xing next to him as he watched Beichen draw the array pattern. Lin Ta Xing nodded slightly. I think so. Then it's settled. You should learn one too. The next time we go out together, you can use it. I don't think I have any talent in other aspects. Lin Ta Xing hesitated. Then why are you so confident that I can do it? You are Beichen's elder brother. You should at least inherit some of his talents. Soon, Beichen had set up the new array. With the same flash of light, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others already knew. I added another array on the basis of the original array. It will make the original array more stable and we can attack from the edge of the array. If we can't resist it, we can retreat into the array. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes lit up. This method was really good. Beichen, your move is really amazing. Di Xiaofeng gave him a thumbs up. If we seize the opportunity here, I think my cultivation can be improved by another level. Lin Ta Xing also nodded with a smile. Yes, my cultivation hasn't improved for a while. Now I can feel the barrier of a breakthrough. Then, the others no longer hesitated and quickly walked out. If they didn't hurry to improve their strength now, when would they? The other cultivators were also very envious after seeing this scene. However, most of them were seriously injured and couldn't fight at all. They wanted to, but they didn't have the strength. If we can't get rid of this kid as soon as possible, I'm afraid he will soon surpass us with his hard work. A haze appeared in Chu Yingming's eyes. Normally, when they cultivated, although they all wanted to increase their strength, there was still a bit of laziness in them. However, from the eyes of Beichen and the others, they could only see the desire to improve their strength, not the slightest laziness. Let's heal ourselves as soon as possible. After we recover, we may be able to leave here. By then, Jun Lingsun winked. The situation that Beichen and the others were showing now also made him feel a sense of crisis. He only hoped that after going out, they would be able to completely solve it. Nangong Yuqing nodded quietly and immediately entered the state of cultivation. In the past, he only regarded Di Xiaofeng as an opponent, but now unconsciously, Beichen had become the most troublesome guy. While he was cultivating, he couldn't help frowning. For some reason, ever since he was heavily injured, his recovery had been extremely slow. Not only that, but even his cultivation speed was affected, which made him very depressed. Could it be that the monsters here are so strange? Chu Yingming thought to himself, then shook his head helplessly and continued to cultivate. Just as everyone was concentrating on killing the beasts, a sudden movement in front of them attracted everyone's attention. Look, what's that? Shangguan Yingying exclaimed as she looked in front of her. A circular rune suddenly appeared in front of them. It was shining brightly like a black hole, but it wasn't black. Everyone looked at this sudden change in shock. Their faces were filled with nervousness and caution. In this enigmatic place, the slightest change could cost them their lives, so they had to be careful. This thing appeared out of nowhere. Could it be that it saw that our situation was getting better, so it's causing trouble for us? Lin Xianxia frowned. It wasn't easy for them to breathe a sigh of relief. If something happened again, it would be infuriating. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others silently took a few steps back and returned to the array. Before they figured out the situation, it was obviously the safest way. But soon, everyone saw the situation clearly. As the dazzling light disappeared, several figures appeared in everyone's line of sight. When they saw the figure clearly, everyone's faces were filled with surprise. Yunyan? Di Xiaofeng looked at the figure in front of him in disbelief. He couldn't hide the joy and excitement on his face. Bailey Yunyan was also panicking when she saw the beasts around her. But she suddenly heard Di Xiaofeng's voice. She turned around and found that Di Xiaofeng was in front of her. She was pleasantly surprised. Bailey Hongzhuang looked around and found that the people behind Bailey Yunyan were also disciples of the Bailey family. Quickly save them. As Bailey Hongzhuang's voice fell, everyone reacted. But Di Xiaofeng had already rushed over. The beasts were already very annoyed when they couldn't take down Bailey Yunyan and the others for a long time. They were pleasantly surprised and immediately rushed over. Fortunately, Bailey Yunyan and the others were very close to Bewitching and the others. In the face of danger, their reaction speed was very fast. So, they entered the array very narrowly. Yunyan, are you okay? It wasn't until they entered the array formation that Di Xiaofeng let out a sigh of relief and quickly sized up by Li Yunyan's body. Bailey Yunyan shook her head. Her face was also pale. Obviously, she still had some lingering fear. I'm fine, but what's going on here? Why are there so many demonic beasts? It's a long story. I'll tell you in detail later. Di Xiaofeng's face was filled with joy. These days, he had been worried that something might have happened to Bailey Yunyan. Every time he thought of this, he felt uncomfortable. Originally, he had thought that there was no hope left. However, when he suddenly saw Bailey Yunyan appear, he felt as if he had suddenly ascended to heaven. He felt incomparable joy. Bailey Yunyan nodded slightly. Feeling Di Xiaofeng's gentle gaze on her, she felt a burst of sweetness in her heart. And in this sweetness, she even felt that the surrounding environment didn't matter. Bailey Hongzhuang heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing happened to the Bailey family, so she was relieved. At this moment, Lin Yi's voice sounded faintly, "Cousin, your hand is injured." Hearing this, Bailey Yunyan was taken aback. She pulled Di Xiaofeng's hand and noticed that there was blood on it. Bailey Yunyan's delicate little face was full of concern and nervousness. She asked quickly, "Is it serious?" Di Xiaofeng smiled and shook his head, "It's just a flesh wound. I'm fine." Bailey Yunyan immediately understood that he must have been injured when he was helping her just now, but she was too careless to notice it. "Sorry, I didn't notice it." "It's okay. This little injury doesn't get in the way at all." Di Xiaofeng smiled faintly. He had been injured many times recently. As long as he applied Bailey Hongzhuang's healing medicine, he would heal quickly. Lin Xianxia and others couldn't help but look at Lin Yi with concern. In fact, among so many people just now, only Lin Yi noticed that Di Xiaofeng was injured. From this point, it could be seen that Lin Yi still cared about Di Xiaofeng. Lin Yi noticed Lin Xianxian's gaze and smiled immediately, indicating that she was fine, but her eyes were still a little red. "Miss Lin, are you okay?" Ao Lingxiao had been standing beside Lin Yi. He naturally knew about the matter between Lin Yi and Di Xiaofeng. During this period of time, he knew that Lin Yi's temperament had always been very lively, but after the appearance of Bailey Yunyan, this expression was a bit far-fetched. Lin Yi shook her head, but her eyes were getting redder and redder. "I'm fine. I'm not injured. What can happen?" Ao Lingxiao nodded slightly when he saw this. His figure suddenly moved and stood in front of Lin Yi, blocking Di Xiaofeng's figure. "Didn't you say that you want to improve your cultivation? Now is the best time." Just at the moment when Ao Lingxiao blocked Di Xiaofeng, a drop of tear fell uncontrollably. She quickly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, then looked at Ao Lingxiao gratefully. "Brother Ao, thank you." Ao Lingxiao smiled faintly. "Silly girl, I want to thank you for taking care of me these days." "You are right. It is more important to improve my strength." Lin Yi straightened her face. "I am going to hunt the beasts so that I can help you take back the family clan." After Lin Yi rushed out, Ao Lingxiao also rushed out. "You have risked your life to help me take back my family. Of course, I can't lose to you." "Haha, you're right." Lin Qianqian and Lin Taxing couldn't help but look at each other after seeing this scene. Originally, they were worried about Lin Yi's mood. They didn't expect that with Ao Lingxiao accompanying her, there was nothing for them to do. "Ao Lingxiao is becoming more and more pleasing to the eye," Lin Qianqian said quietly. "I think so too." After Di Xiaofeng bandaged his wounds, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but ask, "Yunyan, how did you guys come out from there?" As soon as he said that, everyone looked over. They were all very confused about this point. "Not long after we entered the Immortal Cloud secret realm, we discovered an inheritance. After that, we stayed in that inheritance until we found an exit. When we came out, we met you all," Bailey Yunyan explained. Hearing those words, the crowd looked to one another in dismay. However, they also understood that Bailey Yunyan would not deceive them regarding this sort of thing. From the looks of it, you guys are the luckiest among all of us, Bailey Hongshuang said with a smile. Everyone felt the same way. They had encountered too many dangers along the way. Not only did they not get the treasure, they almost lost their lives there. Needless to say, if there was a slight mistake, they could have lost their lives at any time. On the other hand, Bailey Yunyan and the others got the inheritance. Although she did not explain in detail, everyone knew that since they could come out of the ruins, they must have gotten the inheritance. Yunyan, your cultivation has improved a lot. Di Xiaofeng sensed Bailey Yunyan's cultivation. Looks like you got a lot of benefits in the ruins this time. Bailey Yunyan smiled and nodded. I did get a good opportunity this time. That's good. Di Xiaofeng did not ask in detail. As long as they got the opportunity, it was a good thing. Bailey Hongshuang also smiled faintly. She also hoped that the Bailey family could become stronger. In the past, the Bailey family was one of the most powerful families. But now, they had fallen to such a state. When she died, there were too many things that she did not make arrangements for. Her heart was filled with guilt. Although thousands of years later and thousands of years ago were completely different, and no one remembered her existence, she did not care. Because her soul belonged to the Bailey family. As long as the Bailey family could become stronger, she would be happy to see it. You guys go in and rest for a while. You must be tired. Di Xiaofeng looked at the people from the Bailey clan and led them into the encirclement. Bailey Yunyan and the others did not refuse. In fact, they also wanted to know the current situation. As soon as Bailey Yunyan and the others appeared, a look of astonishment appeared on the faces of the cultivators. Why did the Bailey family suddenly appear? If you guys did not appear now, I would have forgotten that you guys were in the team. Jun Lingshuan mocked. The Bailey family could not help but stare at him angrily. When they saw the injuries on Jun Lingshuan's body, their eyes changed slightly and they were gloating. The Bailey family has been in decline for so many years. Finally, a woman came to the Lin family. Isn't it too unrestrained to send herself to the Lin family? A woman's voice rang out from the crowd. Her voice was filled with mockery and ridicule. Isn't that 100 Miles Cloud? Usually, he has an otherworldly appearance, but after meeting Di Xiaofeng, his performance is completely different. Isn't that obvious? Why don't you think about the gap between the Bailey family, the Di family, and the Lin family? As long as one can rely on Di Xiaofeng, it's equivalent to relying on the two great clans. Who wouldn't seize this opportunity? Listening to everyone's ridicule, Bailey Yunyan's face gradually turned pale, and the hand that was originally grabbing Di Xiaofeng's arm also gradually loosened. She bit her lip and lowered her head. She suddenly felt that she couldn't raise her head in front of everyone's gazes. She wanted to explain that she really liked Di Xiaofeng, not that she wanted to hook up with him. However, she was even more aware of how feeble her explanation was. It was completely useless. No one would believe it. The gap between them was simply too great. Just like when Di Xiaofeng said he liked her, she couldn't believe it herself. Now, she believed it, but the others couldn't change their minds at all. Bailey Yunyan's face was deathly pale. However, when she heard this, a glimmer of light appeared in her dim eyes. Di Xiaofeng has always been the object of many women's hearts. Although Chu Yingming and the others were also young masters of their families, they couldn't compare to Bewitching. Before Bewitching had appeared, Di Xiaofeng was undoubtedly the most handsome young man among the group of young talents. After Bewitching appeared, the two brothers were evenly matched. However, since Bewitching was married, many people gave up on this idea. Moreover, from how much Bewitching spoils his wife, it was impossible for him to marry someone else. Even the next saintess, Xiao Sou, was rejected. Naturally, no one else had the courage to challenge him. This was simply an impossible task. Di Xiaofeng was different. He didn't have a marriage contract. Even if everyone knew that he and Bailey Yunyan were close, no one thought that they would truly be together. This was because the gap was simply too big. After understanding how much Di Baichen spoiled his wife, the women's impression of the men from the Di family deepened. No matter what, at least the two were brothers. It was said that the head of the Di family also spoiled his wife. As long as she could marry Di Xiaofeng, she would become a treasure in his heart. Who wouldn't want to marry such a man? Now that they saw Bailey Yunyan standing next to him, they naturally didn't show any mercy. Di Xiaofeng, you don't really want to marry her, do you? Nangong Yuqing looked at Di Xiaofeng with a playful expression. What does that have to do with you? Di Xiaofeng coldly glanced at Nangong Yuqing. His handsome face was as cold as ice, like a glacier in the north, without the slightest bit of warmth. I'm just concerned about you. The corner of Nangong Yuqing's lips rose into a roguish smile. Bailey Yunyan, you shouldn't overestimate yourself. At this time, Xiao Suo glanced at Bailey Hongzhuang standing behind Bailey Yunyan and said, although you both have the same surname, the gap between you two isn't small. That's right. Di Baichen likes Bailey Hongzhuang because Bailey Hongzhuang is worth liking. Apart from your face, what else do you have to show? Everyone ridiculed. Perhaps it was because they weren't as lucky as Bailey Yunyan, so they were especially jealous when they saw others. What's wrong with Yunyan? What did she do to offend you? Do you need to be so rude? Bailey, you couldn't help but ask. We didn't say that she was wrong. We just said that she overestimated herself. At this time, a man behind Nangong Yuqing suddenly laughed and said, are all the women in your Bailey family overestimating themselves? Is that girl Bailey she still trying to kill herself? Bailey Yunyan, who originally had her head down, suddenly raised it after hearing this. She looked at the man with a burning gaze. Could it be you? A trace of surprise appeared in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. In the past, she had treated Bailey Shi's illness. The girl's heart knot was very serious. If she hadn't done everything possible to help her, she would have died long ago. However, no matter how she or Bailey Yunyan asked, Bailey Shi refused to say the name of the man who betrayed her. That's right, it was me. Nangong Xiaolong's face was filled with pride, as if he didn't think that there was anything wrong with his actions. Do you know that because of you, Shi almost died? Bailey Yunyan couldn't hide the anger on her face, her beautiful eyes almost spitting fire. Bailey Shi was her closest sister and the two of them had grown up together. Now, because of Nangong Xiaolong, she had been driven out of the family and lost all hope. Thinking of her pitiful appearance, Bailey Yunyan couldn't help but feel sad. However, the culprit still had a smile on his face and didn't feel the slightest bit guilty. What does her death have to do with me? Nangong Xiaolong's face was indifferent, she didn't think about the gap between us. It's fine if she's just playing around, but she actually wants me to marry her. How is that possible? Bailey Yunyan's face was ashen. If you can't marry her, why did you promise her? I only said it casually, it was just a joke. If she believed me, she can only say that she's stupid. Nangong Yuqing suddenly understood and couldn't help but ask, the woman you mentioned before is from the Bailey family? That's right, I met her when I was training. She's not bad looking, but she's a bit too stupid. Nangong Xiaolong, are you still speaking human words? The cultivators of the Bailey family were filled with anger and one of them couldn't help but rush forward and grab his collar. Do you know that because of you, Shi was driven out of the family and almost lost her life? No matter what, she was sincere to you. As long as you still have a bit of humanity, you shouldn't say such things. Having his collar suddenly grabbed, Nangong Xiaolong's face turned ugly and his eyes flashed with anger. He waved his hand and slapped the other person's hand away. Let go of me. Tidying up his wrinkled clothes, Nangong Xiaolong continued, she was the one who wanted to kill herself. What does that have to do with me? Then all the girls who adore me have to commit suicide. Is that my responsibility? I heard that. She's pregnant with my child, right? Hearing Nangong Xiaolong's words, the faces of Bailey Yunyan and the others turned extremely ugly. Nangong Xiaolong, do you have to do this? Bailey Yunyan angrily said. For an unmarried woman, such a thing would definitely be looked down upon by everyone. The reason she hadn't brought this up was to save Bailey Shi's face. However, she never thought that this damned man would actually say it out loud in front of everyone. As expected, there was an uproar when everyone heard Nangong Xiaolong's words. Having feelings for each other wasn't a big deal. However, having a secret pregnancy was a big deal. This is the truth. Nangong Xiaolong smiled. She can only blame herself for not being reserved. Perhaps all the women in your Bailey family are like this, haha. Nangong Yuqing and the others couldn't help but chuckle. They were more than happy to embarrass the D family. What did you say? Bailey Yunyan could no longer control her anger. She rushed forward and shouted, I will kill you today. Seeing Bailey Yunyan rush forward, Nangong Xiaolong didn't show any fear. He blocked her attack with one hand and pushed her back. Nangong Xiaolong was one of the top disciples of the Nangong family. Although he wasn't as strong as Nangong Yuqing, he wasn't much weaker. Naturally, dealing with Bailey Yunyan wouldn't be difficult. Bailey Yunyan's face was pale. She secretly swore that as long as she found the heartless man who hurt Xier, she would kill him with her own hands. However, now that the other party was in front of her, she wasn't strong enough. Thinking of this, she hated her own powerlessness. At this moment, Di Xiaofeng directly knocked Nangong Xiaolong down with a punch. Then, am I strong enough? Di Xiaofeng's eyes were as sharp as knives. His entire body exuded a strong murderous aura. A bright light shone on his body, dazzling him. At this moment, the tyrannical and terrifying aura wasn't concealed in the slightest. His domineering aura was enough to crush everything. Seeing Di Xiaofeng like this, everyone's heart trembled. Di Xiaofeng, you. Nangong Xiaolong didn't expect Di Xiaofeng to suddenly attack. Caught off guard, two of his teeth were knocked out, causing him to speak with a lisp. A scum like you should have died long ago. Di Xiaofeng's murderous aura didn't weaken in the slightest. He had also seen Bailey Shi. At that time, Bailey Shi's zombie appearance was deeply imprinted in his heart. A good girl suddenly seemed to have lost her soul. How could he not feel distressed? However, this scum in front of him actually dared to talk about it. He wasn't worthy of being called a human. Di Xiaofeng, stop. Nangong Yuqing immediately stood up after seeing Di Xiaofeng attack. Are you bullying my Nangong family? Di Xiaofeng sneered, I saw that your Nangong family had a beast to deal with, so I helped you deal with it. Don't go too far. Nangong Yuqing's face was gloomy. My Nangong family's people are not for you to teach them a lesson. What if I say I have to teach you a lesson? Di Xiaofeng's gaze was ruthless and merciless. His slightly raised eyes narrowed, revealing endless killing intent and threat. Then you'll have to go against my Nangong family. So what if I can't? Di Xiaofeng stomped on Nangong Xiaolong's body. It's not like it's the first day we can't get through. Seeing Di Xiaofeng like this, the cultivators of the Nangong family all stood up. It seemed that today's situation was very difficult to resolve. Xiaofeng, cripple this scum first. Lin Taxing said. Di Xiaofeng nodded and increased the strength of his feet. He wanted to take Nangong Xiaolong's life. Nangong Yuqing moved and attacked Di Xiaofeng. If Nangong Xiaolong was killed in front of him, where would the Nangong family's reputation go? However, Di Xiaofeng kicked Nangong Xiaolong in front of the Bailey family. Seeing this opportunity, the cultivators from the Bailey family would not show mercy. Not only did this damned guy humiliate them in front of so many people, he even treated Bailey Shi like this. They only wished they could kill this guy. Bang bang bang. Everyone immediately started punching and kicking. You bastard. Go to hell. I'm going to kill you. You don't deserve to live. Big brother, save me. Nangong Xiaolong couldn't help but wail. This situation was completely out of his expectations. He didn't expect that Di Xiaofeng would attack him in order to help Bailey Yunyan vent her anger. Now that he was surrounded by so many people, he didn't even have the chance to stand up. How depressing. Di Xiaofeng, get out of my way. Nangong Yuqing roared. However, Di Xiaofeng didn't care about him at all. He continued to block Nangong Yuqing's way, not giving him a chance to escape. Nangong Yuqing was about to die from anger. In terms of strength, he was comparable to Di Xiaofeng. However, Di Xiaofeng was blocking him, so he couldn't get past him. Most importantly, the number of cultivators from the Di clan and Lin clan had already exceeded theirs. Nangong Xiaolong's wails were getting louder and louder. His internal organs were about to be displaced by these people. It's better to just kill him. Lin Xianxian's eyes were cold. Although she didn't have any relationship with Bailey Shi, as a woman, she couldn't stand such a heartless man. He had broken a woman's heart and completely ruined her life. Yet, he was still acting so carefree and complacent. If he didn't pay the price, the heavens wouldn't tolerate it. At this moment, Bailey Yunyan said, "Don't kill him. I want him to kneel in front of Bailey Shi and admit his mistakes." Even though Bailey Shi's situation had improved, she knew that if she couldn't completely open the knot in her heart, Bailey Yunyan would never be able to live again. She wanted this man to kneel in front of Bailey Shi and beg for mercy, repenting his mistakes. Perhaps this way, Bailey Shi would be free. Hearing this, Lin Xianxian's eyes flashed coldly. That's too easy for this guy. Nangong Xiaolong, who was originally worried about losing his life, was relieved after hearing this. As long as he didn't die today, he would seize the opportunity to teach these people a lesson in the future. Before Nangong Xiaolong could rejoice, Lin Xianxian directly stabbed her sword at him. "Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me?" Nangong Xiaolong was dumbfounded. He had just gotten a chance to breathe, so how could his life be in danger again? However, the next situation made Nangong Yuqing feel that it would be better to just kill him. Ah! A tragic and heartbreaking wail rang out, revealing a deep sense of despair, and it clearly entered everyone's ears. Nangong Yuqing and the others were stunned, not knowing what was going on. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at Lin Xianxian in surprise. They didn't expect Lin Xianxian to be so decisive as to cripple Nangong Yuqing's family jewels with a single strike. Lin Xianxian remained calm despite everyone's stares. This kind of scum only knows how to bully women. It's better to make him unable to be a man so that he won't harm others in the future. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. "Sister, well done." Bailey Yunyan couldn't help but be dumbfounded after seeing this scene. She indeed felt that Nangong Xiaolong was hateful, and this thought had also appeared in her mind. However, she was still somewhat afraid of actually doing it. She did not expect Lin Xianxian to be so domineering. When she came back to her senses, she was delighted. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang placed a pill into Nangong Xiaolong's mouth. Nangong Xiaolong covered his bloody wound with one hand and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in shock, his face turning pale with fright. "What did you feed me?" "Poison." Bailey Hongzhuang coldly replied. "What did you say?" Nangong Xiaolong raised his voice, making it sound as sharp as a duck. "Why did you feed me poison?" "You were supposed to die today, but I wanted to give you a chance to repent to Bailey Shi." "How could such a shameless scum like you ever have a moment of sincere repentance? Let me tell you, if you don't come with me, you'll lose your life." Bailey Hongzhuang's deep phoenix eyes rippled with a cold light as she stood up and clapped her hands. She looked as if Nangong Xiaolong was some kind of filthy thing. The cultivators present looked at Bailey Yunyan, Lin Xianxian, and Bailey Hongzhuang's smooth plan and actions. They couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect a woman to be so ruthless." Everyone sighed. However, they didn't have much sympathy for Nangong Xiaolong. After all, this guy really went too far. "Bailey Hongzhuang, how dare you poison Xiaolong?" Nangong Yuqing's eyes were burning with rage. If looks could kill, Bailey Hongzhuang would have been killed 1,000 times over. "So what?" Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Nangong Yuqing with disdain. "Your family likes to raise scum like him, but since he provoked us, he naturally has to pay the price." "Damn it!" Nangong Yuqing cursed. His complexion was ashen. His Nangong family was a well-known family in the world, but he didn't dare to offend them. But now, the other party didn't care about their reputation. Not only did they cripple Nangong Xiaolong's manhood in front of everyone, they even brazenly poisoned him. If he couldn't get justice today, where would the Nangong family's face go in the future? Looking at Di Xiaofeng and the others in front of him, he knew that his team's strength wasn't enough. He immediately turned his head to Jun Lingxuan and Chu Yingming. "Come and help me." Hearing Nangong Yuqing's words, Chu Yingming and Jun Lingxuan looked at him. However, the two of them only watched without showing any signs of wanting to make a move. "I won't mistreat you." As soon as he said this, Chu Yingming and Jun Lingxuan's eyes shone with a satisfied light. Naturally, if he wanted to help, he would have to offer some benefits. In the next moment, the cultivators from the Chu family and the Jun family stood up and confronted the people from the Di family. Seeing this, Morongjing could no longer sit still. He immediately led the cultivators from the Morong family to stand up as well. "What? You want a group fight?" Morongjing sneered. "We'll accompany you to the end." Di Xiaofeng, today's matter was started by you. If you don't give me an explanation, this matter won't be over. After finding a helper, Nangong Yuqing's confidence was boosted. If it's not over, then it's not over. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Di Xiaofeng sneered. Who started the trouble first? You know in your heart. Di Xiaofeng, don't be too arrogant. His calm voice was laced with a hint of threat, giving off an indescribable pressure. That's right. I admit that your Di family's strength isn't weak, but you can't use your power to bully others. Jun Lingxuan also spoke out, his deep eyes rippling with a malicious light. He had always been looking for an opportunity to teach them a lesson. As long as he could turn the Di family into an existence that everyone despised, that would be the happiest thing for him. What do you want, then? Di Baichen raised his eyebrows, a playful look on his bright and handsome face. An eye for an eye. As long as Di Xiaofeng kneels down and apologizes, this matter will be settled, Jun Lingxuan said. He was clear that Di Xiaofeng would never agree to this request. Therefore, this conflict could not be resolved. Jun Lingxuan, I gave you some face, but you really think you're something? Di Baichen's gaze suddenly froze, and a chilling aura erupted from him. Do you want me to remove this defensive formation? As soon as he said that, Jun Lingxuan's expression froze. He had almost forgotten that this trump card was in Di Baichen's hands. With the existence of this card, they simply couldn't do anything to Di Baichen. The expressions of Nangong Yuqing and the others were unsightly. Unfortunately, this trump card was in Di Baichen's hands. However, if they let this matter go just like that, how would the Nangong family face the world? As he thought of this, Nangong Yuqing couldn't help feeling gloomy. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have allowed Nangong Xiaolong to be so arrogant. Instead, he had stirred up such a mess, leaving no room for negotiation. At this moment, Chen Feng exited his cultivation state and walked over. In my opinion, since this matter has already come to this, we might as well turn this matter into a small one, and a small one into nothing, Chen Feng said slowly. Seeing Chen Feng say such sarcastic words at this time, Nangong Yuqing felt even more annoyed. Why didn't you stand up when they were attacking Xiaolong earlier? You're only speaking up now. I was cultivating earlier, Chen Feng said with a calm expression, as if he was stating an extremely normal fact. However, Nangong Yuqing really wanted to slap this guy. Wasn't this obviously a blatant lie? How could they not hear such a loud commotion? Even an idiot would know that Chen Feng was helping Di Xiaofeng on purpose. However, what was the point of him continuing to compete with Chen Feng? Chu Yingming's brows were tightly knitted together. The reason why he had not stood out earlier was also because he had considered this. Under such circumstances, they would not be able to gain the upper hand against Di Baichen and the others. The reason why he stood up for Nangong Yuqing was not only because of the benefits, but also because he wanted Nangong Yuqing to owe him a favor. After all, he and the Di family were already rivals. Even if there was a little conflict, it wouldn't be a big deal. Since we can't stay here any longer, you should leave this place, Di Baichen said slowly. Hearing this, Nangong Yuqing couldn't help but feel anxious. Why should we? The moment they left this place, with their strength, they wouldn't be able to deal with the terrifying beasts outside. Only death would await them. It's fine if you don't want to leave. We'll leave, then. Di Baichen spread his hands with a calm expression. He was about to retract the formation and leave with Di Xiaofeng and the others. When the crowd saw Di Baichen preparing to leave, they couldn't help but feel anxious. As long as the formation existed, they would have a chance to survive. Once Di Baichen and the others left, the Di family, Lin family, Morong family, and the Bailey family would naturally be safe, but they would be finished. Nangong Yuqing, if anyone is to leave, it should be you. That's right, this matter is Nangong Xiaolong's fault. After doing such a thing, he's still so shameless. It's already good enough that we didn't kill him directly. I never thought that the Nangong family would have such a scum, but they're so proud of it. It's simply terrible. Staying here will only dirty our eyes. It's better to leave as soon as possible. For a time, everyone pointed their spears at Nangong Yuqing and the others. In the face of their own interests, they didn't care about anything else. Bailey Hongshuang looked at Di Baichen and couldn't help but ask, are you really going to leave? I'm just saying. Bewitching smiled faintly, but actually, leaving is fine. Hearing Bewitching's words, everyone immediately understood that this black-bellied guy had already calculated everything. The reason why he said such words was to make Namgong and the others angry. Based on the current situation, everyone's spit could drown Namgong and the others. There was no need for them to make a move. Brilliant, this move is really brilliant. Di Xiaofeng quietly gave Bewitching a thumbs up. He knew that leaving wasn't Bewitching's style. It was to make Namgong be despised by everyone. Looking at Namgong increasingly ugly expression, he had to admit that this was really a good move. Thank you for the compliment. Bewitching calmly accepted everyone's praise. As for the words black-bellied and fox, he took them all as compliments and accepted them all. Namgong stood in place, not knowing what to say in the face of the crowd's clamor. Namgong, think about it. Chen Feng glanced at Namgong indifferently before returning to his original spot and continuing his cultivation. He could no longer be bothered with Namgong. In my opinion, it's best to take advantage of this opportunity to drive them away. In any case, these guys have a grudge against us. Why should we protect them? Lin Xianxian's eyes flashed with resentment and coldness. Especially that Jun Lingxuan. No matter what, he's always around. It's so annoying just looking at him. You are right. Let's take this opportunity to drive him out. Lin Yi nodded. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other. As long as Namgong didn't lower his head, they could use this opportunity to drive these guys away. Chu Yingming immediately sat down after realizing that the situation was unfavorable. His family still had many injured people. Once he left this place, the clan's disciples would definitely lose their lives. He couldn't let such a thing happen. Namgong, a wise man, submits to circumstances. Now is not the time to compete, Chu Yingming said in a deep voice. Namgong expression was extremely unsightly. On one side was the pale-faced Namgong Xiaolong. On the other side was the safety of the clan's disciples. He knew very well what choice he should make, but he really couldn't swallow this anger. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Young Master Namgong, don't think too much. Nothing is more important than your life. Xiaoxia couldn't help but speak up. Now that the four families were on the same side, it wouldn't be good for them if something happened to the Namgong family. Namgong eyes lit up when he heard Xiaoxia's words. His expression softened a bit. He didn't expect that Xiaoxia would care about him. What a pleasant surprise. Now that Chu Yingming had taken the lead, Namgong no longer hesitated. Xiaolong was indeed in the wrong, but you've already taught him a lesson. Why don't we just let it go? Namgong slowly said. Seeing Namgong take the initiative to soften his words, everyone's expression became very interesting. I didn't expect Namgong to take the initiative to admit his mistake. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. What else can we do? Namgong has no way out. Once he leaves, he'll die. Lin Taxing frowned. This guy is really shameless. I wanted to use this opportunity to drive him out, but now he's taking the initiative to soften his words. That won't do. Just drive him out. Lin Xianxian was very persistent. Whenever she thought of this hateful guy, she hoped the heavens would take him away. Namgong, we hate each other. You should just leave. Di Xiaofeng coldly said. Namgong didn't expect Di Xiaofeng to be so excessive after he softened his words. He wanted to argue, but he also understood that this was what Di Xiaofeng wanted. Once the two sides fought, no one would help him. Namgong directly closed his eyes and didn't say anything else. Anyway, he had already made up his mind. As long as he pretended to be dead, Bewitching wouldn't be able to do anything to him in front of so many people. Noticing Namgong reaction, Di Xiaofeng was stunned for a moment before disbelief appeared on his face. Is this guy acting shamelessly? It seems so. Fuck. Young master, is Xiaolong's penis going to be destroyed? A cultivator from the Namgong family couldn't help but ask in a low voice. What else can we do? Namgong snappily said, if we continue to fight, all of us will die. Namgong Xiaolong fainted when he saw that his elder brother had given up on him. He simply could not believe this fact. From today onwards, he, Nangong Xiaolong, was no longer a man. When Bailey Hongzhuang was about to discuss with Bewitching, she found that Bewitching had already sat down on the ground and started cultivating. However, after feeling the fluctuation of the latter's aura, she immediately understood that Beichen was about to break through. Di Xiaofeng and the others naturally felt it immediately. Their eyes lit up and smiles appeared on their faces. Beichen is about to break through again. Emperor Xiaofeng couldn't help but sigh. The heavenly mandate body is truly extraordinary. I've been watching you guys break through these days. Previously, when Beichen had just returned to the family, his cultivation base had only been at the Starlight Realm. In such a short period of time, he had already broken through to the Nebula Realm. In the past, I only heard that the cursed body was a unique constitution of your family. Once it is transformed, it will become extremely powerful. At that time, I didn't pay much attention to it, but now it seems that this constitution is really extraordinarily powerful. Morong Jing's eyes were filled with emotion. Suddenly, she understood why Di Beichen had been wandering outside for so many years. After he came back, the Di family did not have the slightest dispute about the position of young lord. It was because the difference between the upper and lower realms was not reflected in Di Beichen's body. It was not only in Di Beichen, but also in Bailey Hongzhuang. Even their teammates were abnormal existences. Di Xiaofeng smiled brightly. Of course, the unique constitution of our family is not simple. For hundreds of years, there has not been a cultivator of the cursed body in our family, but Beichen obtained this inheritance. Naturally, he is the undisputed young master of our family. Back then, when Beichen was just born, the old man had already made the decision to make him the next young master. Fortunately, although Beichen has not been in the family these years, he is also a dragon among men. Sometimes I feel that perhaps this is God's experience for him. You see, didn't you find a wife who was a match made in heaven? Morong Jing, Lin Ta Xing, and the others could not help chuckling as Di Xiaofeng's voice fell. What you said really makes sense. Morong Jing nodded in agreement. I think I should also go out to gain experience. Maybe I can find a good wife. Yes. Di Xiaofeng agreed. Why don't you go with Ta Xing? You both need it anyway. Lin Ta Xing rolled his eyes. I didn't say anything. Why are you involving me again? Aren't I just concerned about your life? Di Xiaofeng blinked and teased. Come on, I'm so young. I'm not in a hurry. However, after Lin Ta Xing said this, he met Morong Jing's bitter eyes in the blink of an eye. Ta Xing, do you mean to say that I'm old? Lin Ta Xing was slightly taken aback, then quickly waved his hand. I didn't mean that. Then what do you mean? Di Xiaofeng asked as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. I meant for you to shut up. Lin Xianxia could not help but ask, what should we do now? I didn't know Nangong Yuqing was so thick-skinned. In the face of life and death, how could he still care about face? Di Xiaofeng's eyes were filled with mockery. That's all we can do for now. Beichen is breaking through. If we disturb Beichen during this process, it would be bad. This fellow is really something. If he knew that he wasn't a match for us, why did he have to humiliate himself? You want to seek justice for Nangong Xiaolong. What a joke. Although Nangong Yuqing pretended to be cultivating on the surface, he couldn't cultivate in peace under such circumstances. He did not expect to hear Lin Xianxian's ridicule. He almost vomited blood. You were the ones who attacked first, and now you're blaming me. If it weren't for this defensive formation, would I be so sullen? However, no matter how dissatisfied he was at the moment, he could only swallow his anger. He was sure that if he dared to show a trace of dissatisfaction, he would immediately be driven out. As Di Beichen began to concentrate on breaking through, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others stayed by his side. The other cultivators of the Di family and the Lin family continued to go out to hunt demon beasts. Master, we had such a great opportunity just now. Why didn't we use it to drive the Nangong family out? Xiao Hei sat on Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder and couldn't help but ask the question that had been bothering her. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and poked Xiao Hei's chubby cheeks. Beichen only said that to infuriate everyone's dissatisfaction with Nangong Yuqing. Now that we have both internal and external troubles, if we insist on driving the Nangong family out, he will definitely join forces with the other families. When that time comes, the situation will only become more chaotic. But with so many people attacking together, they won't be able to stop us, right? Xiaohei's eyes were filled with doubt. On the surface, it seemed so. However, when it comes to the real fight, these factions are all very selfish. How many of them are actually doing their best? Moreover, the amount of yuan-qi needed to maintain this defensive array every day is astonishing. You don't have to worry. Once we leave this place, we will have plenty of opportunities to deal with them. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Ever since she had fought with them, she had sensed that their strength was not inferior to the other parties. Thus, the worry in her heart had lessened by a lot. Xiaohei nodded slightly. That's true. Let's take advantage of this time to increase our cultivation. When the time comes, it will be easier to deal with them. As the group of disciples hunted the demonic beasts, the yuan-qi accumulated in their bodies increased. Gradually, one by one, the cultivators were on the verge of breaking through. When the crowd saw the cultivators from the Di family, Lin family, and Morong family break through, their eyes were filled with envy. With this defensive array, killing demonic beasts is a great opportunity to increase our cultivation. That's right. Normally, the yuan-qi we absorb during cultivation is not as pure as this. Our cultivation speed is also incomparable to now. It's a pity that our injuries have not yet healed, so killing demonic beasts is difficult. We can only watch helplessly. Everyone sighed. This feeling of only being able to watch and not eat was really depressing. When the leaders of the various factions saw this scene, their hearts grew even more anxious. Originally, their strength was on par with each other. However, if Bewitching took advantage of this opportunity to quickly increase his cultivation, they would be left in the dust. Thinking of this, they began to cultivate with all their might, hoping that their bodies would recover quickly. Yunyan, rest here. When you want to come out and train, come find me. Di Xiaofeng reminded them. Hearing this, Yunyan nodded with a smile on her face. Just now, Di Xiaofeng had already settled them down. Shi Yunyan's SSSS, her heart filled her with joy. Once she returned, she would definitely tell Shi this news. This damned Namgong Xiaolong actually let Shi down. But now that he had such an ending, it was quite satisfying. She only hoped that Shi would be able to let go of this matter and walk out of it. A's. Thank you, TTTSST. If you hadn't given us the spots, we wouldn't have been able to enter. Bailey Yunyan's eyes were filled with sincerity. Ever since she met Bailey Hongzhuang, she had helped her a lot. Upon hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Bailey Yunyan was slightly taken aback. Her cheeks instantly flushed red. Hongzhuang, we haven't even taken any shape yet. Haven't taken any shape yet? Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. Xiaofeng doesn't look like it. Upon seeing Bailey Yunyan's bashful look, Bailey Hongzhuang stopped teasing her and immediately changed the topic. Yunyan, what kind of inheritance did you encounter previously? Is it a coincidence that everyone in your family is together? She had always felt that this was very strange. Just like when she had first entered the Divine Cloud secret realm, it was extremely difficult for her to find anyone she knew. Naturally, it was even more difficult for Bailey Yunyan to find her family members. After all, there were only a small number of them. However, based on what she had seen, almost all the cultivators from the Bailey family were here. This was very interesting. Hongzhuang, this is really amazing. The inheritance that I've received this time is actually the inheritance from our Bailey family's old ancestor. Upon hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with astonishment. Perhaps the old ancestor wanted to protect us. That's why we've gathered together. Otherwise, there are so many powerful cultivators here. It wouldn't have been easy for us to make it here alive. Bailey Yunyan's fair little face was filled with joy. She was also silently grateful. If it had not been for the old ancestors' protection, they would have lost their lives in the various dangers that everyone had mentioned. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. I see. Although I've received the inheritance, I haven't fully mastered it. I'm afraid that I'll need some time to fully master it. Otherwise, I would have been able to teach Namgong Xiaolong a lesson myself. As she spoke, Bailey Yunyan could not help but look at Namgong Xiaolong on the other side. The hatred in her eyes was still very strong. Namgong Xiaolong could not help but shiver when he sensed her cold glare. However, he did not dare to retort, now that even his big brother could not protect him. If he were to cause any more trouble, he would not even be able to keep his life. At this moment, even though he was already poisoned, he did not feel too much despair. This was because he was very clear about Bewitching's feelings for him. As long as he told Bewitching would definitely find a way to help him find the antidote. Then everything would be solved. When Bewitching successfully broke through to second-order nebula, Bewitching also welcomed the opportunity to break through. Not only that, Xianxia and Xiaobai, but they also had their strengths. Time gradually passed. As the injuries of the cultivators within the defensive Dharma array gradually healed, they were filled with fighting spirit and wanted to join the battle. Over the past few days, they had only been watching others improve, and they had long been impatient. Nai Hongzhuang. Com by Yunyan Hongzhuang. Is. A look. Is by a look. A S's. A SS's SAS by's SASASA, was it like the world's brightest power? It instantly attracted everyone's attention. A faint and pleasant chanting sound came from the white light. It refreshed the heart and purified the soul. What a rich light energy! Bewitching could not help but exclaim. This power was extremely pure. It was no different from the light energy she displayed. This is the first time I've seen such dense and powerful light energy. Xiaoxia stared ahead in a daze, her face revealing shock and yearning, and even a bit of infatuation. What is this place in front of us? Why is there such a dense amount of light energy? Chu Yingming couldn't help but be shocked. This energy was even more shocking than the assembly's once-in-a-decade chant. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he would find it hard to believe that there was such a place in the Divine Cloud's secret territory. If the cultivators of the assembly saw this, they would be even more excited. As long as we pass through this group of beasts, we will be able to find out. Di Xiaofeng slowly said. Compared to the demonic beasts in front of him, the place that was emitting the power of light was simply a heavenly existence. As Di Xiaofeng's voice trailed off, everyone's gaze towards the beasts became even more heated. They only hoped that they could kill these beasts as soon as possible. Then, they would be able to take a look. It's a pity that the number of beasts is so shocking. If we want to kill all of them, we will have to stay here for a long time. Xiao Baixin sighed. Over the past few days, they have killed a lot of beasts. However, the difference in numbers was still too big. All the beasts in the Divine Cloud secret territory were gathered here. The number of beasts was imaginable. Bewitching and Bewitching exchanged glances. Their gazes were full of anticipation and understanding. It seemed that the inheritance was right in front of them. Xiaohe and Xiaobai's previous mistress was the saint. I think only the saint has this kind of power. Her ink-black eyes were full of shock and admiration. Only when she saw it with her own eyes did she understand how powerful the saint was. Before this, she only had a vague guess. But after experiencing it for herself, the shock she felt affected her heart. Even though there was a huge gap between her capabilities and the saint's, as long as she worked hard, the gap would shrink. This feeling was like seeing an infinite amount of hope. Her heart was full of anticipation. However, just as everyone was thinking about how to kill these demonic beasts as soon as possible and head to the place where the light energy was emitted, they suddenly realized that the ruthless aura in the demonic beast's eyes began to dissipate. The demonic beast's gazes gradually calmed down. Listening to the melodious chant, their attacks also stopped and they began to retreat. Seeing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but be surprised. The power of light is too strong. Even the demonic beasts were purified by it. That's right. The attacks of those demonic beasts just now were so fierce. Just a simple chant was enough to make them let go of the hostility in their hearts. This kind of ability is simply shocking. We're both chanting, but the gap between us is just too big. Bewitching sighed inwardly. Previously, when she was chanting, she felt that the buff effect on the teen was not bad. Now, it seemed that they were not on the same level at all. The chanting in front of her was able to make all the demonic beasts give up on attacking in a short period of time. This kind of influence was beyond her imagination. She finally understood why the power of light was so revered. If she could reach the level of the Saint of Light, how terrifying would her power be? After the beasts were reformed, they retreated one after another. Only then did everyone walk out of the defensive array. Bathed in the sun again and feeling the warm aura, a relaxed smile appeared on everyone's face. I thought I would definitely lose my life here this time. I didn't expect the tables to turn. Not only did I survive, but I also saw such a magnificent scene. In the next moment, everyone no longer hesitated and quickly walked toward the place where the light power was blooming. They also wanted to know what was blooming with such intense light. According to their judgment, the inheritance was probably in front of them. Master, let's go and have a look. Xiaohei rubbed her hands, her face full of expectation. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly and also walked forward at the same time. Before she arrived, she heard a burst of exclamations. Oh my God, there is such a beautiful place. Is this a divine tree? It's so dreamy. This tree knows how to chant. Is it the light divine tree? Bailey Hongzhuang's people quickened their pace and soon saw the scene in front. However, as they saw it clearly, a strong shock emerged in their hearts. In their sight, a towering tree stood. This tree seemed to be able to penetrate the world. Everyone stood in front of it, looking extremely small. Even hundreds of people couldn't surround the thick trunk. The amazing green with starry light made it look like a divine tree. Just looking at it made people admire it and not dare to blaspheme it. The dense power of light was being emitted from the divine tree. As everyone got closer, the power of light became more and more intense. Standing under the tree, one only felt that the whole person was bathed in the light power. All the fatigue in the body began to disappear, and some hidden diseases were also cured. The hardships of the past few days seemed to have dissipated into nothingness. Everyone's faces were full of smiles. They only felt that their bodies were as light as a swallow, having an unprecedented ease. This is the powerful power of the light power. Linny couldn't help but sigh. Why does the scene in front of me make me feel like I'm dreaming? Not to mention you, I also have this feeling. Lin Taxing laughed. This tree is so thick. I'm afraid it has lived here for many years. Bewitching sized up the divine tree in front of him. He was also shocked by the scene. This kind of feeling seemed to have already surpassed the scope of what humans could achieve, and the shock it brought was not something that could be compared to the past. Xiaoxia leaned against the tree trunk in surprise, her eyes filled with ecstasy and obsession. That's right, this is the origin of the power of light. The Saint of Light had disappeared for many years. It was because of the appearance of the Saint of Light that they found out that they could cultivate elemental powers. However, the Holy Maiden of Light had disappeared not long after she appeared. Naturally, this inheritance did not have much of a foundation. Many of the current cultivation methods were discovered by the powerhouses of the Holy Light Society. All along, the Holy Light Assembly had been hoping to find the inheritance of the Holy Maiden of Light. As long as they could find the Light Sacred Assembly, they would definitely be revitalized and their influence would be even stronger. However, how difficult was it to find the inheritance? For so many years, no one was able to find it. She had always held the same expectations, but she also understood that the difficulty was too great. Standing under the tree of God, Xiaoxia felt that she had countless inspirations. She seemed to have found a way to break through all the obstacles that she had encountered while cultivating the power of light. She was sure that as long as she cultivated by the tree of God for a while, her power of light would definitely increase greatly. Her strength would be far greater than before. She even thought that she had never been able to become the true Holy Maiden of Light. Perhaps she could achieve it through this opportunity. If she could obtain the inheritance of the Holy Maiden of Light, who would have any objections to her succeeding the position of the Holy Maiden of Light? Thinking of this, Xiaoxia could not help but feel happy. However, she subconsciously looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Out of everyone, only Bailey Hongzhuang could pose a threat to her. Bailey Hongzhuang was also sizing up the tree of God. She realized that after getting close to the tree of God, her thoughts seemed to have become clearer in an instant. Many problems became simpler than usual. Beichen, I think that cultivating under the tree of God for a while will be very beneficial for us. Hearing this, Beichen nodded slightly. That's right. This is the inheritance of the Holy Maiden of Light. It's indeed a good opportunity. Xiaohei and Xiaobai had already sat down and began to comprehend the power of light. Ever since they had merged into one, they had dual attributes. In fact, they had dual attributes. It was just that they had not found a way to awaken them previously because of the loss of their memories. Although they had almost lost their lives when Xiaohe self-destructed the last time, it was a blessing in disguise. They had actually found the altar of God and recovered their memories. Now, they were much stronger than before. This is really a good place to comprehend and cultivate. Di Xiaofeng smiled. I feel like I'm about to break through. That's right. I've been stuck at this bottleneck for a long time. I didn't expect to touch the barrier of a breakthrough after just standing here for a while. Morong Jing could not hide the joy on his face. He did not say anything else and immediately sat down to meditate and try to break through. This kind of opportunity did not come by at all times. It was not easy for him to feel it, so he had to seize the opportunity. Otherwise, he didn't know when he would be able to break through again. Morong Jing was not the only one. Many cultivators had only stood under the divine tree for a moment before they felt the opportunity to break through. In an instant, more than half of the cultivators began to attempt a breakthrough. Such a grand occasion was obviously impossible to happen on a normal day, but it did happen at this moment. Everyone was immersed in joy, and they realized that the demonic beasts that had retreated had also returned. However, before they could even put up their guard, these demonic beasts had already submitted to the divine tree, their eyes shining with reverence. I suddenly understand why these demonic beasts are so strong. The place where this divine tree is located is completely a place where spiritual qi gathers. Bailey Hongshuang's clear eyes were filled with joy. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. In her line of sight, the dense elemental energy seemed to have condensed into a solid substance and drifted around the tree of God, causing the scene in front of her to look like a fairyland. That's right. I didn't think that there would be such a scene at the back. It's like the world of immortals. Among all the cultivators present, besides the light attribute cultivators, the wood attribute cultivators were the happiest. This was because the tree of God exuded a strong life force, which was extremely helpful to the wood attribute cultivators. Cultivating here would result in twice the results with half the effort. Very quickly, all the cultivators surrounded the tree of God and began to meditate and cultivate. This was probably their biggest gain after entering the immortal cloud mystery realm. Not only humans, but even the beasts were cultivating. During this process, some people were even surprised to find that the beasts were not hostile towards them at all. On the contrary, they began to get along with each other. Peace, tranquility, ease. Such a place was truly like a paradise on earth. There was no fighting at all. Everyone had an unprecedented peace in their hearts. At the same time, they also had a deeper understanding of the power of light. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Bewitching looked at the excited crowd around him. His handsome brows furrowed slightly. He looked at Bailey Hongshuang and said, "Wife, I don't know why, but I keep feeling that something is not right here." The warm and pleasant voice was filled with suspicion. Bewitching looked around suspiciously. Everything looked normal, but he had a strange feeling in his heart. Hearing Bewitching's words, Bailey Hongshuang nodded. "I have the same feeling too." "You too?" Bewitching raised his brows. His gaze instantly became serious. If he was the only one who had this feeling, perhaps it was just an illusion. However, since Bailey Hongshuang also had this feeling, it proved that this strange feeling was real. "That's right." Bailey Hongshuang's voice was filled with certainty. Then, she furrowed her brows again. "However, I also don't understand what's wrong. Everything looks normal here." In the next moment, Bewitching called out to Di Xiaofeng, who was cultivating beside him. "Beichen, what's the matter? Brother, do you feel that something is wrong here?" Emperor Xiaofeng looked around and shook his head blankly. "No, what's wrong?" Noticing that Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching were serious and didn't seem to be joking, Di Xiaofeng became more serious and patted Lin Taxing beside him. "Star Stomper, do you feel that something is wrong?" "Wrong?" Lin Taxing shook his head. "I think everything here is great. I've never felt so good before. My cultivation speed has improved by leaps and bounds." Seeing this, Di Xiaofeng looked at Bewitching. "What's the problem?" "It's nothing. I just vaguely feel that something is wrong." Debachen's deep and charming eyes rippled with a complicated and cautious luster. He began to look around seriously. He didn't believe that it was an illusion. There must be something that they missed. Jun Lingxuan was sitting not far from Debachen. After hearing the conversation between Debachen and others, he couldn't help but sneer. I'm afraid that Debachen is used to being in the limelight. How dare he say that something is wrong under the sacred tree? What a joke. Xiaosuo couldn't help but open her eyes after hearing Jun Lingxuan's words. Looking at Debachen, who was frowning, she thought for a moment and understood the key to the problem. Following Xiaosuo's words, Jun Lingxuan was stunned for a moment, then his eyes shone with astonishment. What did you say? Debachen has the darkness attribute? That's right. Xiaosuo nodded, he does have the darkness attribute. How did you know? Our family has a very good relationship with the imperial capital. My father told me, so it should be true. When Jun Lingxuan heard this, his voice was very loud. In this quiet environment, it was very abrupt. After hearing Xiaosuo's confirmation, many cultivators opened their eyes, their hearts filled with astonishment. Debachen has the darkness attribute? It can't be. As a darkness attribute cultivator, he can actually become the young master. This D family is really different. I suddenly understand why Debachen didn't use his elemental power during the fight. It turns out that he has the darkness attribute. That's why he didn't use it. Everyone discussed spiritedly, their faces filled with realization. This was something that everyone had been wondering about. When they fought with Chu Yingming, everyone believed that as long as Debachen used his elemental power, Chu Yingming might not be his opponent. However, Debachen didn't show any signs of using his elemental power from beginning to end. It wasn't until now that they connected all the dots that everyone completely understood. Chu Yingming looked at Debachen not far away. His malicious eyes lit up, and a trace of relaxation appeared between his brows. Young master, you don't need to worry now. The Chu family disciple smiled, the darkness inheritance has disappeared long ago. Darkness attribute cultivators have no future. Even if he isn't weak now, as long as he can't find a way to cultivate the darkness attribute, his future achievements won't be high. Chu Yingming smiled faintly and nodded, I didn't expect him to have such a fatal flaw. No wonder he didn't want to show it. I was wondering how powerful Debachen was. So it turns out that he has the darkness attribute. TSK, what a waste of talent. Namgong Yuqing chuckled. All the unfairness from before seemed to be balanced in an instant. Because Debachen's future couldn't compare to theirs. So what if he has the darkness attribute? Is there a need to make such a fuss? Zhai's heard everyone's ridicule, and a trace of anger appeared between his brows. There's no future for darkness attribute cultivators. This is an attribute that everyone despises. What can you do? Xiao Sudong ridiculed. Even if our young master has the darkness attribute, isn't he beating you? You. Xiao Sudong speechless. What about me? Am I not speaking the truth? I don't bother. Xiao Xiaojiu hear Debachen say, at this moment, he's. Di Xiaofeng and the others looked at Debachen with worry, Bacchen, are you alright? The darkness attribute has always been despised by others. It's the most disliked attribute. It was precisely because of this that cultivators of the dark attribute often received strange looks from others. Suddenly being treated like this by so many people, one can imagine his mood. Seeing everyone's worry, Debachen chuckled, do I look like someone with a weak heart? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. For a moment, they didn't know how to answer. But this. Di Xiaofeng and the others looked at Debachen worriedly. Even if he looked indifferent on the surface, he must be feeling a little uncomfortable inside. After all, being looked at strangely by so many people, no one would feel good. Only Bailey Hongzhuang was very calm. She had been with Debachen for so long, so she naturally knew how much Debachen could bear. Along the way, this kind of thing had already happened countless times. From the moment Debachen knew that he had the dark attribute, he was already mentally prepared. Moreover, Debachen didn't only have the dark attribute, he also had the light attribute. So Debachen has the dark attribute. In that case, he's not suitable for you. Jun Lingshuan looked at Xiao Sou. You're the holy maiden of light, how can you be with someone with the dark attribute? Xiao Sou nodded slightly. Before she could speak, Xiao Sudong had already spoken first, of course. How can a cultivator with his attribute be worthy of my big sister? The faces of the cultivators of the Xiao family were filled with pride. Previously, because Di Beichen had refused the marriage contract with Xiao Seiwu, they felt a burst of shame. They didn't expect that there would be such a thing, and their mentality suddenly changed. It wasn't that Di Beichen rejected Xiao Sou, but that he wasn't worthy of Xiao Sou at all. All the cultivators changed their minds almost instantly. Cultivators with the dark attribute were destined to have no future. If it was said that because of Di Beichen's performance before, everyone had a higher opinion of him, but now his status had dropped a lot. No matter how outstanding his performance was now, it was meaningless if he had no future. When Lin Xianxia saw that the people of the Xiao family were mercilessly belittling Di Beichen, a strong anger appeared in her eyes. She immediately took a step forward and said angrily. So what if he has the dark attribute? Did he kill your father, your mother, or your entire family? Is there a need to do this? Xiao Sou's expression turned ugly when she heard Ling Qianqian's scolding. However, she did not sit back and wait for her death. Everyone knows about the darkness of the power of darkness. Do you need me to remind you? Back then, dark attribute cultivators caused great chaos in the upper realm. If it weren't for the Holy Light Assembly, who knows what kind of situation everyone would be in now. Oh, according to what you're saying, dark attribute cultivators only know how to do bad things? Why do I seem to remember that the only reason you were able to keep your life was because of Beichen? I say, why do you have no conscience at all? You were so obedient when you were begging Beichen for protection. Now you're jumping around. Don't you find it embarrassing? Lin Qianqian looked at Xiao Sou with a burning gaze that seemed to be able to see through her soul. Xiao Sou was stunned. Faced with Lin Qianqian's questions, she was speechless. Yes, look at her self-righteous look. She speaks as if people with the light attribute never do bad things. Lin Yi also sneered, you know what kind of person you are. Don't think that you are so great just because you are lucky to awaken the light attribute. If you want to look down on others, wait until you really become the Holy Light Saint. Xiao Sou's face darkened when she heard Lin Qianqian's words. Lin Qianqian's words had hit her where it hurt. She didn't care about anything else. The title of the Saintess of the Light had always belonged to her. Even though she knew that she could not become the real Saintess of the Light, she had never thought that the position of the Saintess of the Light would fall into someone else's hands. However, she only realized the danger when Bailey Hongzhuang appeared. Bailey Hongzhuang's various abilities and talents in the light attribute were not weaker than hers. In fact, she was even stronger than her. If the title of the Saintess of the Light were to fall into Bailey Hongzhuang's hands one day, it would be something that she would not be able to accept. He is of the dark attribute and is destined not to be accepted by others. Xiao Sou's gaze was cold as she turned to look at Bailey Hongzhuang. You will only affect your future by being with him. The Light Sacred Assembly will not accept you. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled, so what? I don't care at all. Do you know that if the Light Sacred Assembly does not accept you, it will be very difficult for you to obtain a high-level light attribute cultivation method in the future? Xiao Sou raised her voice as she stared sharply at Bailey Hongzhuang. She did not believe that Bailey Hongzhuang could truly be unconcerned under such circumstances. However, Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and smiled proudly. Her delicate and peerless face was filled with a confident brilliance. So what if it's difficult? So what if I don't cultivate the Light Sacred Assembly's cultivation method? Xiao Sou was stunned when she saw Bailey Hongzhuang's nonchalant look. She could tell that Bailey Hongzhuang was speaking from the bottom of her heart. That was the disdain that came from the bottom of her heart. It was as if she did not care about the Light Sacred Assembly at all. This was inconceivable to Lin Qianqian. If a cultivator wanted to cultivate attribute energy, they would have to obtain the cultivation method from the various large guilds. If they could not obtain the cultivation method, it would mean that they had no future. Lin Qianqian could not understand why Bailey Hongzhuang did not care. Compared to Xiao Sou's shock, Bailey Hongzhuang was very calm. Not to mention that the Light Sacred Assembly's cultivation method was not as accurate as hers. Even if the cultivation method was in the hands of the Light Sacred Assembly, she would choose Bewitching without hesitation. To her, there was no need to choose. Facing such a Bailey Hong Shuang, everyone couldn't help but look at Bewitching, and their hearts suddenly understood. As husband and wife were of one heart, they were of the same heart. Previously, when Bewitching protected Bailey Hongshuang so much, they were very envious of Bailey Hongshuang for being able to receive such love. But now, Bailey Hongshuang's performance made them understand that her feelings for Bewitching were the same. For Bewitching, she had also sacrificed a lot. For a moment, many men looked at Bailey Hongshuang with sighs. This kind of relationship was also what every man yearned for. If he was of the darkness attribute, how many women by his side would be as loyal to him as Bailey Hongshuang? When Morong-jing heard this news, he could not help but be astonished. He really did not expect Bewitching to be of the darkness attribute. Bailey Hongshuang's attitude also shocked him. Bailey Hongshuang is too domineering. For Bewitching, she doesn't even care about her own future. Her singing is even better than Xiao Sou's. I think she has a high chance of winning the competition for the position of the Saint of Light. That's right. Didn't you notice how much Xiao Sou cares about Bailey Hongshuang? Isn't it because she feels threatened? I think Bewitching is lucky to have found a woman like Bailey Hongshuang. No wonder he dotes on her so much. If it were me, I would definitely do the same. When Morong-jing thought of this, the other cultivators naturally didn't overlook it. Bailey Hongshuang's previous performance had already made everyone understand that she was more outstanding than Xiao Sou. Therefore, everyone guessed that Bailey Hongshuang would be Xiao Sou's biggest enemy in becoming the Saint of Light. However, no one thought that Bailey Hongshuang wouldn't care about the position of the Saint of Light so much. Once the Saint of Light had this identity, her influence would be different from the past. Her cultivation resources would also be greatly increased. Logically speaking, no one could ignore such benefits. If it was an ordinary woman, even if the other party was someone she deeply loved, she would probably hesitate. At this moment, the difference between Bailey Hongshuang and Xiao Sou was immediately obvious. Lin Xianxia and the others were also touched after hearing Bailey Hongshuang's words. Bewitching turned his gaze and smiled at Bailey Hongshuang. Deep in his eyes, there was a touch of emotion. He knew that to Bailey Hongshuang, the identity of the Saint of Light wasn't important. However, he also understood that it was because of him. Di Xiaofeng patted Bewitching's shoulder. Beichen, you really found a good wife. You have to treat Hongshuang well in the future. If you bully her, even I won't agree. Xiaofeng, don't worry. Think about how Beichen treats Hongshuang. How could he treat Hongshuang badly? Lin Qianqian smiled. Di Xiaofeng nodded slightly. That's true. Chu Yingming and Namgong Yuqing couldn't help but look deeply at Bailey Hongshuang, but they didn't say anything. It had to be said that Bailey Hongshuang's choice made them feel relieved. This was because once Bailey Hongshuang became the Saintess of the Light, they would be in even more trouble. This problem did not exist now, but they also admired the relationship between Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching. Just as everyone was discussing animatedly, the Illumination Divine Trees chanting suddenly underwent a change. Seeing this, a trace of doubt appeared in everyone's eyes. Why did the chanting of the Divine Tree change? It doesn't seem as peaceful as before. Lin Taxing frowned. The previous chanting that was as pleasant as the chirping of birds made people feel calm and fascinated, as if everything was so wonderful. However, the chanting now had a trace of noise, which made people feel uneasy. It was a completely different feeling from before. Hearing Lin Taxing's words, everyone felt the same. Although they didn't feel the specific change, the chanting clearly didn't make them feel as comfortable as before. At this moment, another voice sounded. Look, the look in the eyes of those demon beasts has changed. As soon as this was said, everyone immediately turned their heads to look at the demon beasts. They saw that the calm eyes of those demon beasts were gradually dyed with violence. It was as if they had returned to the time when they were treated as food, without the slightest bit of peace and friendliness. When Xiren's expression suddenly changed, revealing a pale and solemn expression. Although he still didn't understand why such an unforeseen event had occurred, he knew that it was definitely not a good thing. These devil beasts aren't going to attack us again, right? Di Xiaofeng's expression tightened, his starry eyes filled with nervousness and worry. One ought to know that they were currently in the vicinity of the divine tree, while the devil beasts were surrounding them, completely surrounding them. The moment these devil beasts attacked, they wouldn't even have a place to retreat. More importantly, with the divine tree's continuous chanting, more and more devil beasts were approaching them. However, before they could think about it carefully, the devil beasts had already pounced on them. Roar. The crazy roars were filled with bloodthirst and cruelty. All the devil beasts regarded the humans as their enemies and pounced on them without hesitation. In a split second, miserable shrieks resounded everywhere. Many cultivators couldn't dodge in time and were attacked by the devil beasts, causing them to fall. The cultivators who reacted quickly gathered together to block the attacks of the demonic beasts. However, during the process of fighting, they found that the devil beasts' attacks were much stronger than before. Previously, when they faced these devil beasts, it was already very difficult to resist. Now, with the eruption of the devil beasts' combat power, they were on the verge of collapse. What do we do now? We have no way of leaving this place. Shangguan Yingying's face was filled with anxiety. This sudden change was too unbearable for her to bear. I'm afraid it's the tree's problem. Due to the change in its chanting, the devil beast situation has changed. Di Xiaofeng calmed down immediately. This sudden change was completely due to the divine tree's change. There's nothing we can do. We can't order the tree to change its chanting, Chu Yingming said in a heavy voice with a hint of anger. Damn it, these devil beasts are completely crazy. We can't stop them at all. Nangong Yuqing felt like he was going crazy. No one would be able to withstand such an unforeseen event. He only noticed that in this short period of time, several cultivators from his family had fallen. If this situation wasn't changed quickly, they would all die here. Bewitching, activate the defensive formation quickly. We will hold on for a while, Chen Feng said hurriedly. This was the only thing they could rely on at the moment. Hearing that, Bewitching immediately nodded. Without hesitation, he began to set up the defensive formation. When the other cultivators saw this scene, their eyes lit up with hope. Previously, it was Bewitching's defensive array that kept them alive. If Bewitching could set up another defensive array, they would still have hope. Look, this tree can actually absorb people's blood essence. Lin Yi's voice was trembling and frightened. She widened her eyes and looked at the green divine tree in front of her in disbelief. Just a moment ago, this tree was exuding an incomparably holy aura. But now, it was so cruel and bloody. Hearing Lin Yi's words, everyone turned their eyes and saw a horrifying scene. Branches extended from the divine tree and swept up the cultivators' corpses on the ground, absorbing their blood essence and flesh to strengthen itself. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, and their hands and feet were cold. The divine tree that they admired so much before was actually so evil. How is this a divine tree? I think it's a tree of death. Jun Lingshuan couldn't help but curse. His handsome face was pale, and the horror on his face couldn't be concealed at all. Do you think this tree deliberately used the power of light to attract all of us here, and then let these beasts deal with us? A strange idea suddenly emerged in Chen Feng's mind. When he first thought of this idea, he felt that it was impossible. But now that he thought about it carefully, if all of this was true, then it was really terrifying. As soon as this remark came out, everyone was stunned at first. After thinking of the possibility, they all felt a chill down their spine. It's too scary. How can there be such an evil tree? Lin Yi only felt a chill in her body. She felt numb from the soles of her feet to her spine. The smell of blood spread in the air. In a short time, many cultivators had fallen. The casualty rate was extremely high. While fighting, everyone couldn't help but look at Bewitching. They only hoped that Bewitching's defensive array could be arranged as soon as possible. Otherwise, they really didn't know how long they could hold on. Fortunately, Bewitching's speed was also extremely fast. After casting it twice in a row, he had become extremely proficient in casting it again. Everyone only saw a flash of light, and an invisible barrier had surrounded them. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least they had a chance to breathe. However, the next scene made everyone's expression change. In their sight, with the fierce attacks of those beasts, the defensive array was constantly fluctuating. It could be broken at any time. The attack power of these beasts is too strong. The defensive array can't resist it, Bewitching said in a deep voice. Now, he also had some understanding of the power of his defensive array. It was extremely difficult to resist those beasts before. Now, the combat power of these beasts had increased by more than one level compared to before, so it seemed to be in danger. The chanting of this tree has the effect of increasing combat power, and it will make these beasts enter a violent state. I'm afraid it's not a long-term solution to stay in this defensive array. Xiaoxia's face was pale. As the Saint of Light, she could also determine the effect of this divine tree's chanting. This situation made her feel even more hopeless. With Xiaoxia's words, everyone finally understood. However, this was simply a nightmare. Then what should we do? We will all die here. Qiu Baixin couldn't help but feel anxious. If it was possible, he really wished that he didn't enter the Immortal Cloud's secret domain. In the past, even when he was training, he had never been in such danger. Don't be anxious. Everyone, think about it carefully. Only by calming down can we find a way to survive. Bailey Hongzhuang's red lips parted slightly, her fair and glossy face was calm. She knew that once everyone panicked, they would be finished. Hongzhuang is right. Let's think of a way first. Di Xiaofeng nodded. Who knows when this singing will change again? In my opinion, I'm afraid that's not very likely. This tree probably wants to absorb the essence blood, which is why it attracted all of us here. It's too difficult to leave this place alive. If we want to live, there's only one way out. Bewitching suddenly said. What way out? Cut down this tree. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. They only felt their lips dry up and it became particularly difficult to speak. Cut down this tree? Everyone couldn't help but ask. Even if this tree had become so terrifying now, its previous holy appearance was still engraved in everyone's hearts. Cutting it down like this was something that no one could imagine. This tree isn't some light sacred tree at all. It's very bloodthirsty. Whether it's us or these monsters, we're all just food to it. If we don't destroy it, under its amplification, the monster's attack power will only become stronger and stronger. There's no possibility of us leaving here alive. So, we have to cut it down. Bewitching's voice was resolute and decisive, leaving no room for doubt. Everyone looked at each other. Although they knew that Bewitching's words were very reasonable, this decision was still somewhat difficult to accept. That's right, we have to cut down this tree. Bailey Hongzhuang was the first to agree. If we don't destroy this tree, even if we die here today, more cultivators will fall in its hands in the future. This tree is simply an evil thing. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was calm. In her eyes, nothing was impossible. Just like how she could transmigrate, it had already proved that many things in this world that didn't exist were actually real. Even if everyone believed that this tree was a sacred tree, she believed that all of this was just a disguise, bloodthirsty and cruel, that was its nature. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were so sure, Di Xiaofeng and the others naturally didn't doubt it and nodded one after another. Since that's the case, then let's cut down this tree. No. Xiaoxiao frowned. But the light energy that this tree has is also real. It can bring endless inspiration to people. What time is it that you're still thinking about this? Do you really want to die here? Lin Xianxian's eyes were filled with disgust. It's fine if you want to die, but don't drag others down with you. Xiaoxiao's face paled. She couldn't help but look at Jun Lingxuan. With her strength alone, it was obvious that she could not change everyone's decision. However, Jun Lingxuan hesitated for a moment before saying, no matter what, our lives are more important. Don't think too much about it. We have to stop this tree from chanting. Otherwise, the ferocious attacks of these demonic beasts are not something we can withstand. As he spoke, Chen Feng looked at Di Beichen and said, Beichen, you'll be in charge. What should we do next? Seeing how much Chen Feng trusted him, Di Beichen nodded. All right, then. We are already at the edge of the divine tree. Everyone is divided into two groups. One group will stay outside to fend off the demonic beasts, while the other group will follow me to chop down the tree. Bewitching made a prompt decision and quickly made the arrangements. Under such circumstances, Chu Yingming and the others did not have any objections. They only cooperated with Bewitching's arrangements. Xiao Sou was obviously unwilling to chop down the tree. However, no one was willing to listen to her opinion. Bewitching even directly let her deal with the demonic beasts to avoid trouble. After making a decision, the next moment, Bewitching led everyone to rush towards the giant tree that was chanting. However, the moment they walked out of the defensive formation, the giant tree's branches swept toward them without hesitation, carrying with them a cold killing intent. The branches were as flexible as vines and carried a powerful force. The moment they touched the cultivators, they were immediately wrapped around and dragged toward the giant tree. Immediately, cries of alarm and screams rose and fell. One of the cultivators was directly wrapped up by the giant tree, and in the blink of an eye, he was turned into a dried corpse. Seeing this, everyone's heart trembled, and their killing intent intensified. They had to completely destroy such an evil thing. Xiran, save me! Shangguan Yingying's cry of alarm was heard. Everyone found that the vines were pulling Shangguan Yingying's feet and were pulling her backward. Xiran's eyes immediately turned blood red. He immediately pounced forward and stabbed the vines with the sharp sword in his hand. The vines were like human hands. Following Xiran's stab, blood started flowing out. Bewitching and the rest did not hesitate. At the same time, they rushed forward and cut the vines without hesitation. Only when the vines were cut did the vines that were wrapped around Shangguan Yingying's feet loosen. Shangguan Yingying's face was pale. Obviously, she still had some lingering fear. She was so close to becoming a dried corpse. I must cut this tree. Shangguan Yingying roared. The lingering fear in her heart transformed into a thick flame of anger. What rotten tree, it actually wanted her life, she had to take this tree's life. Seeing that Shangguan Yingying was still angry, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest understood that she was fine and were relieved. Chen Feng raised his voice and reminded everyone, this tree's attack power is very strong. We must be careful. Facing this tree, the threat it posed was not any greater than facing those demonic beasts. After everyone realized how powerful this tree was, they had an understanding in their hearts. Their movement techniques were pushed to the limit as they approached the tree at the fastest speed possible. However, as the distance between them got closer and closer, the giant tree's attacks became fiercer and fiercer. If they were not careful, they would be swept away by the vines of the giant tree. Fortunately, everyone worked together. Once they saw a cultivator being attacked, they would rush to the rescue as quickly as possible. Even so, many cultivators still lost their lives instantly. This can't go on. It's too difficult to get close to the divine tree. Di Xiaofeng's face was ashen. They had already tried their best to get closer, but these vines were too annoying. Since we can't get close, let's cut off all these vines. Bewitching's eyes were filled with determination and ruthlessness. That was the only way they could successfully get close. As soon as he said that, a trace of hesitation flashed in everyone's eyes. However, they quickly became determined. Since there was no other way, this was the only way. Who cares? Since I'm going to die regardless of whether I fight or not, I might as well fight with my life on the line. Who knows, I might even have a chance of survival. Lin Taxing's voice was resolute. He was ready to die at worst. However, even if he was going to die, he would drag this tree down with him. After hearing this, the eyes of those who were still hesitating flashed with a strong fighting spirit. In the face of death, everyone's fighting spirit was ignited. They were all well-known figures among cultivators. If the other party wanted to take their lives, it would not be an easy task. Immediately, everyone started to move. Bailey Hongzhuang held the silk cutter in her hand. Facing the sweeping vines, her body turned into a flash of lightning as the sharp blade in her hand pierced out mercilessly. Ding ding ding, the sound of metal resounded. Everyone was trying to cut the vines. The huge tree seemed to have sensed everyone's thoughts. Immediately, even more vines appeared, intending to strangle everyone. Countless vines were like the hands of a devil, covering the sky and covering the earth as they swept over. Everyone could only focus on blocking. If they were careless, their bodies would be bound by the vines and they would lose their ability to fight. As everyone stopped trying to get close to the tree, they shifted their focus to the vines. Soon, a lot of vines were cut off by everyone. The huge tree's chanting became more and more berserk. That sound caused everyone's ears to hurt. The devil beasts seemed to have entered a berserk state as their attacks became extremely terrifying. "Come back quickly. We can't hold on here anymore," Xianxia shouted with a pale face. As all the devil beasts entered a berserk state, cracks started to appear on the defensive formation. It was obvious that it would break soon. Once the defensive formation disappeared, he had no doubt that they would become food for these devil beasts at the fastest speed possible. Hearing the sounds of collapse from behind, Bailey Hongshuang's expression tightened. "They can't hold on anymore. We have to go back and help." Bewitching turned around. Indeed, the devil beasts' attacks were densely packed. Their eyes were bloodshot, obviously not in a normal state. "Let's go back first. We'll come back later." Chen Feng's eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, he still helplessly made the decision. Now, he was very sure that the problem was with this huge tree. As long as they could cut down this tree, at least the devil beast's attacks would not be so strong. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to cut down this huge tree in a short period of time. Currently, they were truly troubled by both internal and external troubles. They could not split themselves up. On one side was a giant tree that could not be taken down for a long time, and on the other side was a teammate who could collapse at any time. Everyone quickly made a decision and quickly returned to the team. However, they also understood that as long as they could temporarily block these demonic beasts, they had to come and cut down this tree. Otherwise, the rest would be endless trouble. After Bewitching returned to the team, he immediately reinforced the defensive array. "These demonic beasts are completely crazy. There's no way to stop them." Xianxia's complexion was extremely ugly. This situation made him feel that he was very close to death. "We have to think of a way. Even if there's a defensive formation, it won't be long before it's completely destroyed under the attacks of these demon beasts," Yuqing said with an anxious expression, his voice unconsciously becoming sharp. "But other than resisting, what else can we do?" Di Xiaofeng frowned. "Everyone, if you have any trump cards, don't hide them. Hurry up and use them." Everyone looked at each other in dismay. At this juncture of life and death, who would still be in the mood to hide their trump cards? However, the problem was that there was nothing they could do, even if they had the strongest moves, facing these endless waves of demonic beasts. How much of an effect could they have? The next moment, Bailey Hongshuang suddenly took out several porcelain bottles. "These are all poisonous powders." Bailey Hongshuang's calm eyes were cold and serious. There was no trace of panic on her face. It would be difficult for her poison to poison people. After all, everyone was very cautious. Before they even got close, it was very likely that they would be discovered. However, when dealing with these demonic beasts, there was no need to worry about this. After all, the intelligence of these demonic beasts could not be compared to that of humans. Can this poison kill these demonic beasts? Everyone's eyes lit up. If this poison had such an effect, then everyone could breathe a sigh of relief. However, Bailey Hongshuang shook her head. These demonic beasts are very strong. It won't be easy to poison them to death. Hearing this, everyone's eyes dimmed. If it couldn't kill the demonic beasts, then what was the point of using this poison powder? Although this poison powder can't kill the demonic beasts, it has a certain paralyzing effect. It can slow down the demonic beast's attack speed. It should be able to improve our situation. After hearing this, the gloomy crowd had a trace of hope. No matter what, as long as it could weaken the demonic beast's attack power, it was a good thing for them. "Hongshuang, quickly try it," Shang Guanying hurriedly said. Others might not know, but she had some understanding of Bailey Hongshuang's poison techniques. Since she said so, then it proved that the effect was not weak. It would definitely be alleviated. Bailey Hongshuang did not hesitate. The first thing she did was to scatter the poison powder. As long as it could give everyone a chance to breathe, it was excellent. Xiao Soa looked at Bailey Hongshuang using the poison powder and did not have any expectations in her heart. At their level of strength, unless they had extraordinary poison techniques, it would be very difficult to achieve any effect. After the poison powder was used, everyone was looking forward to the effect. However, the demonic beast's attack power did not decrease at all, as if nothing had happened. Bailey Hongshuang, your poison powder has no effect at all. Jun Lingshuan could not help but say, with a hint of annoyance and dissatisfaction. What are you mumbling about? If you have the ability, then find a way. Shang Guanying immediately retorted, her eyes filled with anger. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Just when everyone was sure that the poison powder didn't have any effect, they realized that the attack power of the demonic beasts had indeed weakened a lot. It works. This poison powder is really effective. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. They keenly discovered that the demonic beast's eyes had become numb, and its limbs had also become stiff. Seeing this, everyone no longer hesitated and immediately unleashed their strongest battle strength. With such an opportunity, if he didn't kill the demonic beast as soon as possible, when would he get another chance? The sound of the fluctuation of yuan power continued to reverberate. The earth-shattering sound resounded, enveloping the entire area as if it was the end of the world. The corpses of the demonic beasts began to pile up with the defensive array as the center. The number was astonishing. However, compared to the endless demonic beasts behind them, this kind of progress did not make them feel any joy. Although the speed at which we kill the demonic beasts is fast, the speed at which our essence energy is consumed is also very fast. If this continues, we will only be exhausted to death in the end. Chen Feng had a complicated expression on his face. The situation before him was akin to an unsolvable puzzle. He simply couldn't find a way out. Hearing Bewitching's words, Chen Feng nodded his head slightly. This was indeed the only method they could think of. However, with the current situation, they were unable to do anything else. The next second, he turned his head and looked at Bailey Hongshuang. Miss Bailey, how much poison powder do you have on you? Can you still allow everyone to hold on for a bit longer? Bailey Hongshuang immediately understood Chen Feng's thoughts. However, she shook her head helplessly. I don't have a lot of poison powder. I'm afraid I can only hold on for a while. However, to deal with this huge tree is not something that can be done in a short period of time. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on until then. Bailey Hongshuang's bright eyes were filled with seriousness. Facing this, she felt extremely helpless. As her cultivation increased, she understood that it was extremely difficult to use poison to deal with cultivators. Hence, she did not bring too much with her. No one had expected that they would encounter such a situation after entering the Immortal Cloud's secret realm. At this moment, it was too late for regrets. Hearing this, Chen Feng could not help but sigh. This was the best method he could think of at the moment. However, he was unable to implement it. After everyone found out that there was not much poison powder left, they felt despair in their hearts. Ever since they entered the Immortal Cloud's secret realm, everyone had been wandering around in despair. It was truly causing them to break down. The next moment, Bailey Hongshuang's spiritual sense surged as her hands formed seals without stop. One after another, complex and mysterious hand seals quietly appeared. Master? Noticing Bailey Hongshuang's hand seals, Xiao He immediately realized what her master was doing. This was her master's trump card. If it was any other time, she would not be willing to reveal it so early in front of others. There is no other way now. No matter what, it's good to hold on for a while longer. Bailey Hongshuang's expression was solemn. She had already used up all the poison powder in her hands. It was likely that she would not be able to hold on for more than an incense's time. After an incense's time, everyone would fall into despair. At this time, how could she still care about hiding her trump card? When the others saw Bailey Hongshuang's actions, they were also puzzled. Even if she wanted to attack, she should be standing at the periphery. Why was Bailey Hongshuang standing at the center and using her hand seals? Only Xiao Shou and Jun Lingshuan immediately understood what was going on. Last time, they had also seen Bailey Hongshuang use such a hand seal. That gigantic Qilin lion beast was like a nightmare to them. Even now, they still had lingering fears. Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, a door that seemed to have come from hell appeared before them. Black and crimson light intertwined, exuding a profound and strange aura. The endless mysterious aura instantly attracted everyone's attention. What method is this? Nangong Yuqing was puzzled. The door in front of him was solid and didn't look like it was made of elemental energy. Even though the images they conjured with their origin energy were very realistic, there was still a gap between them and the current situation. Just as everyone was secretly guessing, a beastly roar suddenly came from the tightly shut door, then, the door suddenly opened. A majestic Qilin lion beast appeared in front of everyone's eyes, its huge body exuded endless majesty. It was like a primordial beast with an incomparably tyrannical strength. Just one look was enough to make people feel fear. Qilin. It's actually a Qilin. Everyone cried out in alarm. Although they only knew the description of the Qilin, they had never seen it with their own eyes. However, at this moment, as they looked at the majestic and huge demonic beast in front of them, they were able to recognize it immediately. Heavens! Bailey Hongshuang actually has a Qilin? That's too scary. That's impossible. Bailey Hongshuang clearly has a contracted beast. Furthermore, from the way I see it, it doesn't seem like it came out from the contracted space. After a short moment of shock, everyone recovered from their shock. Their eyes were filled with contemplation. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to believe. However, even if they had seen it with their own eyes, the doubt in their hearts wouldn't disappear. Numerous gazes of admiration landed on Bailey Hongshuang. Just from the aura she was emitting, it was clear that she had reached the high level of the nebula realm. Such a contracted beast was simply everyone's dream. When Chu Yingming and Nangong Yuqing saw the Qilin, their hearts chilled. Fortunately, when Bailey Hongshuang fought with them, she didn't use this ability. Otherwise, how could they be her match? How could they be Bailey Hongshuang's match? Just this Qilin lion alone was enough to completely crush them, the gap between the two was too big. Who would have thought that Bailey Hongshuang would have such a trump card? With this, among all the cultivators who had entered the Immortal Cloud secret domain, there was no one who could be Bailey Hongshuang's match. Chen Feng stared blankly at this scene. Suddenly, a thought appeared in his mind, a taboo technique. Taboo techniques were known as taboo due to their extreme power. These taboo techniques were usually in the hands of a small number of cultivators. They had only read about them in books, but had never seen them before. As far as he knew, taboo techniques had disappeared many years ago. Similar to taboo cultivation methods, they had long disappeared from everyone's sight. He was sure that this Qilin wasn't Bailey Hongshuang's demonic beast. Otherwise, she wouldn't have needed to use her hand seal. Therefore, he was sure that this was a taboo technique. When Chen Feng thought of this possibility, a trace of astonishment appeared in Chu Yingming's eyes. Could this be a forbidden technique? His cold voice was filled with shock and disbelief. Even though he was the one speaking, he was still doubting his own guess. As Chu Yingming's voice fell, the confused crowd seemed to have found a breakthrough point and immediately understood. That's right, this must be a forbidden technique. Only a taboo technique can be so powerful, otherwise Bailey Hongshuang would never have such a contract beast. I heard that taboo techniques are connected to taboo techniques. Since Bailey Hongshuang is able to use taboo techniques, it proves that the technique she practices is a taboo technique. Everyone looked at Bailey Hongshuang in shock. When they thought of the various powerful displays that Bailey Hongshuang had displayed, they immediately understood. Why was Bailey Hongshuang so outstanding even though she came from the lower realm? How could she learn so many abilities at the same time? This was something that no one could understand. However, after thinking about the taboo cultivation technique, they suddenly figured it out. It's rumored that the taboo technique has long disappeared. How did it fall into Bailey Hongshuang's hands? For a moment, everyone looked at Bailey Hongshuang with fervent gazes. This kind of method was really too enviable. Di Xiaofeng and the rest were also astonished. Previously, when they heard from Di Beichen and Mo Yunjue that Bailey Hongshuang defeated the joint forces of Xiao Sou and the rest, they didn't believe it and thought it was a joke. Now that they saw such means, they understood that everything before was true. Such talent and strength were truly too terrifying. Facing everyone's gazes, Bailey Hongshuang didn't spare any attention to pay attention to them. With a thought, the Qilin lion received her command and started to deal with the demonic beasts together with everyone else. Everyone, don't be distracted. The most important thing now is to kill the demonic beasts. Chen Feng reminded everyone. Due to the Qilin lion's appearance being too shocking, a lot of cultivators were distracted. In this short period of time, several cultivators were injured. Everyone had to regain their senses as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the number of casualties increased, it would only be more troublesome. Hearing this, everyone also regained their senses. No matter how envious Bailey Hongzhuang's taboo technique was, they had to at least survive. After Bailey Hongzhuang summoned the Qilin lion, she didn't stop there. She was still trying to summon other demonic beasts. Now, her cultivation had increased compared to before. Her spiritual energy had also increased a lot. Therefore, she still had the ability to summon another demonic beast. However, this demonic beast was naturally inferior to the Qilin lion. Next, under everyone's gaze, a huge centipede appeared. After the first shock, everyone calmed down. However, they felt more and more that Bailey Hongzhuang was powerful and terrifying. No wonder she didn't care about the position of the Holy Maiden. With her strength, everyone could imagine that it wouldn't be long before she reached a height that everyone could only look up to. Abnormal, this was simply too abnormal. With the appearance of the two demonic beasts, everyone immediately felt that the situation was more relaxed than before. After all, the Qilin lion was so powerful that it could wipe out a whole area the moment it appeared. This kind of hunting speed of demonic beasts was many times faster than theirs. Seeing that the situation was turning for the better, a trace of joy appeared on everyone's faces. When they looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest again, they felt that these people were like an inexhaustible treasure. Every time they were in trouble, they could always come up with a better solution. If it wasn't for Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang, they would have died. They wouldn't be able to hold on until now. If we can survive this time, if anyone dares to have any greedy thoughts towards Bailey Hongzhuang, I will be the first to punish them. Chen Feng's firm and resolute voice resounded in everyone's ears with a warning. He understood that if the situation was not too urgent, Bailey Hongzhuang would not be willing to reveal this secret in front of everyone. This was too enviable once this was spread out, it would bring Bailey Hongzhuang a lot of trouble. Therefore, regardless of whether his warning was effective or not, he had to make his stance clear. This was his decision. Along with Chen Feng's words, even the expressions of those who were in the midst of battle changed slightly. However, soon, everyone understood Chen Feng's intention. That's right. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't even be able to keep our lives. If anyone still dares to make a move against them, then they are truly worse than pigs and dogs. Yeah, they were the ones who saved our lives previously. As long as we can leave this place alive, no matter what, I will owe the D family a huge favor. The cultivators from the various powers expressed their opinions one after another. Although they had always been living in an environment where benefits were valued, at least they still had some humanity left in them. Regardless of whether the other party had saved them on purpose or not, it was a fact that they had been saved. This was not only due to the numerous dangers they were currently facing. A lot of them had already received the favor of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others when they were still in the Radiant Ruins. It was just that they had never said it out loud all this while. Now that they heard Chen Feng's suggestion, the conscience in their hearts was awakened. The methods displayed by Bailey Hongzhuang were indeed very tempting. However, at least during this period of time, if they were to covet Bailey Hongzhuang's methods and make a move against him, it would truly be inexcusable. After one or two cultivators expressed their opinions, the other cultivators also expressed their opinions one after another. Emotions had always influenced each other. In a short period of time, all the cultivators had the same thoughts. After Jun Lingxuan and the others heard what everyone said, their expressions became unsightly. They were already enemies with Bewitching and the others. Previously, they had been hoping to kill them as soon as possible. Now that they saw Bailey Hongzhuang's methods, they naturally wanted to get their hands on this taboo art as soon as possible. However, all the cultivators had already expressed their opinions. If they still persisted with their previous thoughts, they would definitely be spurned by everyone. Hence, they could only maintain their silence. Chu Yingming's expression was flickering. He understood in his heart that no matter how one looked at it, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had helped them. However, who asked them to be their opponents, he regretted joining forces with Jun Lingxuan and the others to deal with Bewitching back then, which led to the current situation. After Bailey Hongzhuang summoned the two demon beasts, the situation of the battle turned for the better. Everyone relaxed a lot. Of course, this was only relative. The attacks of the demonic beasts were equally ferocious. The cultivators had to fend off the demonic beasts from all directions. Everything seemed to have returned to how it was in the past. He was constantly hunting demonic beasts and raising his cultivation at the same time. However, the situation didn't improve for long. The giant tree seemed to realize that it couldn't achieve its goal and suddenly became angry. That's right, he was furious. Even though the tree didn't do anything, everyone could clearly feel the change in the tree's mood. It was dissatisfied and expressed its feelings through the chant. Immediately after, everyone realized that the tree's chanting had become even louder. It carried an incomparably manic aura, and the entire sky seemed to have become oppressive. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but reveal a trace of fear on their faces. The giant tree's singing was too frightening. Even they felt that their emotions were affected. The demonic beasts seemed to have gone mad and their attacks became even more terrifying. No one doubted that as long as they were distracted for a moment, they would be torn to pieces in an instant. This tree wants all of us to die here. Even if I have to die, I will chop this tree down. Everyone's eyes were filled with hatred. If it weren't for this tree, they wouldn't have ended up in such a state. Obviously, this tree was waiting for them to die so that it could absorb their blood essence. Therefore, when it saw that their situation was getting better, it started thinking of ways to provoke the madness of these beasts. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were filled with anger as well. This huge tree was too evil. It wanted to kill all of them here. Even if they didn't know what had happened in the past, it was easy to guess that a lot of cultivators had died at the hands of this huge tree. Previously, it had used its pure and holy appearance to attract everyone's worship. After gaining everyone's trust, it started attacking them. This feeling was as if it had been treating them like toys, toying with them in the palm of its hand all along. Previously, we actually worshipped this tree so much. Now that I think about it, I feel that we were extremely stupid. Shang Guanyin couldn't help but curse. She really wanted to destroy this tree. However, the current situation made her realize that it was already extremely difficult to defend against the attacks of these beasts, let alone this tree. We can't go on like this. Even with the Qilin lion, we won't be able to hold on for long. In their line of sight, although the Qilin lion's combat power was still extremely shocking, everyone could clearly feel that the Qilin lion's elemental energy was depleting at an extremely fast speed. Not only that, the chanting was clearly reducing the Qilin lion's combat power. The moment the Qilin lion's elemental energy was exhausted, they would be in an extremely miserable state. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. At this moment, she really couldn't think of any solution. Die here, she would never accept that. An indescribable feeling of despair enveloped everyone's heart. At this moment, there was really no hope left. Many cultivators shifted their gaze to Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang. However, they also understood that Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest had already done their best. At this moment, what else could they do to change the situation? Chen Feng and the rest sank into silence. As the strongest cultivator here, his combat power was indeed not weak. Even so, it was impossible for them to break through this group of demonic beasts. At this moment, everyone suddenly felt an oppressive force erupting from Bewitching's body. Sensing this power, everyone immediately understood that this was the power of darkness. This power was deep and oppressive, causing everyone's hearts to become heavy for no reason. Then, they watched as Bewitching continued to use the power of darkness, but they did not understand what he was trying to do. In fact, although everyone had always known about the existence of dark energy, they had very little contact with it. Not for any other reason, but because everyone rejected the power of darkness. Normally, practitioners of the power of darkness would not reveal their attributes, and it was even more impossible for them to see the other party use it. Every time a dark energy cultivator appeared, they would be suppressed or even hunted down by others. Not only that, but because the inheritance of the power of darkness had been lost for many years, the combat power of darkness cultivators was not strong. Now that they saw Bewitching display his dark force, they didn't have much expectations. After all, the dark force inheritance had disappeared for so many years, so it was impossible for Bewitching to have a deep understanding of it. Even though everyone knew that dark attribute cultivators were extremely powerful existences in the past, that was only in the historical records. In reality, it was impossible. Bailey Hongzhuang stared at Dibachen's actions. The moment he made his move, she had already guessed Dibachen's plan. Dibachen flipped his hands, and a round ball of dark force appeared between his hands. It constantly rotated, revealing a profound and mysterious aura. With the appearance of this black ball, everyone felt the aura become more and more condensed, and for some reason, it became heavy. I wonder what Dibachen is doing. Nangong Yuqing raised his eyebrows. He had never seen such a method before. Who cares what he's doing? Jun Lingshuan rolled his eyes. Let's not talk about the fact that the dark force is useless. Even if his dark force isn't weak, the martial skill he's using now won't be of much use. Can it kill all these demonic beasts? As soon as these words came out, everyone's heart sank. Indeed, no matter what kind of martial skill Dibachen displayed at this moment, unless it could kill all of the monsters in front of them, it wouldn't have much of an effect. On the contrary, Dibachen would lose even more Yuanli. When the black ball in Dibachen's hand rotated to the extreme, he suddenly bit the tip of his tongue, and a drop of blood essence shot out and merged with the black ball. As the drop of blood essence fused into the black ball, a trace of red color suddenly appeared. This drop of blood essence was like the finishing touch, dyeing the originally dark ball with a blood-red light. The blood-red light was like lightning, constantly shuttling back and forth within the ball. Then, everyone felt an incomparably powerful aura emerge from the black ball. The wind whistled, and the world seemed to darken. The black sphere contained an incomparably shocking and bizarre power, attracting everyone's attention. Inexplicably, everyone only felt that this energy ball was extremely terrifying. The aura produced by it gave them an indescribable feeling of palpitations. Dibachen stood in the middle of the crowd. His white robe seemed to have been dyed black. The wind blew past his face, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He was mysterious and beautiful. At this moment, he was like the god of darkness. He possessed the most mysterious and powerful power in the world, shocking everyone. Then, with the movement of Dibachen's hands and the chanting of Sanskrit, a wisp of energy shot out from the black ball and entered the ground. Wisps of black smoke rose from the ground, and everyone looked at this scene in shock. If Bailey Hongzhuang's taboo technique had already shocked them, then Dibachen's actions had shocked them from the bottom of their hearts. This was a mysterious power that they had never encountered before, and it made them submit to it from the bottom of their hearts. In the next moment, everyone felt the ground squirm, and a dense dark energy emerged from the ground. What is Dibachen doing? Nangong Yuqing's eyes widened, and his voice trembled. It was too terrifying. Everything Dibachen did was too terrifying. It wasn't just Nangong Yuqing, everyone present had the same thought in their minds. This Dibachen was simply an invincible existence. Xiaoxia stared blankly at Dibachen in the middle of the crowd. That fierce and intimidating aura made people not even have the courage to look up at him. He was like a god of war. Just one look was enough to destroy everything. Di Xiaofeng and the others also looked at this scene in disbelief. They never knew that Dibachen had such a trump card. Xiaofeng, you've hidden it too deeply, haven't you? Morong Jing's face stiffened. Just based on Dibachen's means, your Di family can become a first-class family in the future. Although it wasn't easy for such a huge family to be strengthened or weakened, in the end, it was still a matter of strength. With the strength that Dibachen and Bailey Hongzhuang had shown, even if they weren't a match for some old monsters now, as long as they were given enough time, once they developed, they would be completely abnormal existences in the future. Who dared to touch a single hair of the Di family? Wasn't that tantamount to courting death? I'm not hiding this from you. This is the first time I've heard of it. Di Xiaofeng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Even if he was usually indifferent, when faced with such a situation, it was difficult for him to control his expression. Really? Morong Jing was dumbfounded. Even you don't know? Why would I lie to you about this kind of thing? Do you think I'm faking it? Di Xiaofeng's voice contained a trace of roar, but it was more of a surprise. The stronger Dibachen was, the better the Di family's future would be. This was naturally what he was most happy to see. His own little brother was actually such a powerful existence. If his father and mother saw this scene, they would be even more surprised. As the wisp of black gas spread out from the ground, under the shocked gazes of countless people, skeletons climbed up from the ground one by one. Skeletons, so many skeletons. Heavens, why are there so many skeletons here? I've heard that dark attribute cultivators can summon skeletons. Could it be that Bewitching is summoning an army of skeletons to deal with these demon beasts? Soon, everyone had already connected the dots to Bewitching's motive for doing this. It was obviously not enough to rely on their own abilities to deal with these demonic beasts. In a group battle, the number of people was the most important. If Bewitching could summon an army of skeletons, then this situation could really be alleviated. Bewitching's face gradually turned pale. Even though his strength had increased, it was still extremely difficult for him to summon such a large number of skeletons. Even if he used his essence blood, it would be extremely difficult for him to continue. When Xiaobai saw this, she immediately transferred the dark energy in her body into the dark sphere in Bewitching's hands. There must be enough dark energy in order to summon more skeletons. At the same time, Bailey Hongshuang quietly approached Bewitching, and the dark energy in her body also quietly flowed into the sphere. Xiao He did the same, but it and Bailey Hongshuang's movements were very secretive. Dual attributes, such a talent, they did not want to expose it to others for the time being. Fortunately, Bewitching only sent out dark energy. At this time, no one would notice Bailey Hongshuang's situation at all. As Bailey Hongshuang and the two demonic beasts' dark energy poured in, the energy in the light ball became more and more intense. As a result, more and more skeletons appeared from the ground and their numbers increased. It wasn't until the power of the light ball had completely dissipated that Bewitching stopped. With just a command, all the skeleton army surrounded Bewitching and the others and began to deal with the demonic beasts outside. This was a battle between the skeleton army and the demonic beasts. The most important thing was that these skeletons were not weak at all. Not only were they not defeated by the demonic beasts, they even had some advantages. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but have a trace of joy on their faces. In the past, when they saw the skeleton army, they only had fear in their hearts. Only now when they saw the skeleton army, their hearts were filled with joy. At this moment, in their eyes, these skeletons not only did not have the usual evil and gloomy horror, but on the contrary, these skeletons were angels that brought them hope. Bewitching, how did you do it? Di Xiaofeng looked at Bewitching in surprise. With the appearance of the skeleton army, they no longer had to hide in the defensive array like before. On the contrary, because of the attack of the skeleton army, their place became more spacious. It's all thanks to Hongshuang's reminder. Bewitching breathed a sigh of relief. Although his handsome face was slightly pale because of overexertion, he was more relaxed. I reminded you? Bailey Hongshuang was a little surprised. She didn't think about this at all. Bewitching nodded slightly. You said before that this tree is so evil. I'm afraid that many talented cultivators have fallen here in the past. I thought that if so many cultivators had fallen here, then there must be a lot of bones buried here. So I tried to use the dark energy to summon the skeleton army. Listening to Bewitching's explanation, everyone understood. Bewitching, you're really amazing. Shang Guanyin gave a thumbs up. If it weren't for you, we would all have died here today. Yeah, I didn't expect the power of darkness to be so strong. Lin Yi's eyes flashed with admiration. Cousin, you have completely changed my view of dark attribute cultivators. This is amazing. Jun Lingxuan and the others stared blankly at Bewitching, feeling their throats dry up. Such a person was actually their opponent. How can you use the power of darkness to such a level? Chu Yingming looked at Bewitching in disbelief. The inheritance of the power of darkness had already disappeared for so many years. Logically speaking, no one should have grasped it. Over the years, the power of darkness had declined and was almost gone. When he found out that Bewitching was a darkness attribute cultivator, he felt that Bewitching was no threat to him at all. However, the current situation made him realize that the other party was an extremely terrifying existence. Bewitching faintly glanced at Chu Yingming, but did not pay attention to him. Are you stupid? Why would I tell you this kind of thing? Xiren rolled his eyes and looked at Chu Yingming as if he was looking at a fool. This technique was naturally a secret. Ugh. This is the power and terror of the power of darkness. Xiaosuo's face was pale. In the past, she had only heard of the huge impact caused by the dark attribute cultivators hundreds of years ago. However, because it didn't happen in front of her eyes, she didn't think too much about it. Only at this moment, after seeing it for herself, did she understand how terrifying it was. Such an ability was simply beyond her understanding. To be able to summon so many skeleton armies to fight for him, how could ordinary cultivators be his opponent? No wonder the power of darkness is not tolerated. Such an ability is really unacceptable. Hearing Xiaosuo's words, Lin Xianxia stood out immediately, her fair and pretty face full of dissatisfaction. Xiaosuo, what nonsense are you talking about? This tree has always been emitting the power of light. Isn't it also evil? What's so great about the light attribute? Why should the light attribute be sought after while Bewitching should be despised by everyone because he's a dark attribute cultivator? That's right. Shangguan stood out as well. Don't forget, if it wasn't for the skeleton army summoned by Bewitching, you would have become a corpse by now. Xiaosuo looked at Lin Xianxian and Shangguan blankly. Such words were indeed hard for her to refute. At this moment, everyone's gazes gradually changed. Indeed, before this, everyone believed that this tree was a divine tree. However, later on, they understood that everything before this tree was just a facade. In fact, it was so dark. Who can guarantee that the light attribute cultivators are all good people? Di Xiaofeng raised his voice. Using a pole to kill an entire boat of people, isn't this too biased? That's true. Weren't the ruins we went to previously also filled with the power of light? In the end, didn't we almost lose our lives there? Although this power of darkness seems somewhat sinister, its effect is to save all of us. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Their original opinions were also subtly influenced by this and began to change. In my opinion, this power itself is not divided into good and bad. It only depends on the nature of the cultivator who controls the power. Chen Feng's voice resounded. His eyes were shining with wisdom. He had never had any prejudice against the dark attribute. Power was just power. It didn't have any attributes. How it could be used depended on the cultivator. It was only because of the way in which the power was displayed that they were repelled, which was very one-sided. You're right. Didn't Bewitching help us? Morongjing nodded. Xiaosuo's expression changed when she saw that everyone was speaking up for Bewitching. As a cultivator of the Holy Light Assembly, this view was deeply ingrained in her heart. In her opinion, this should be the understanding of every cultivator. However, the current situation made her understand that not everyone thought the same way. Even if she wanted to refute, in the face of so many mouths, it was obviously useless. Bewitching, let's take advantage of the fact that the skeleton army is able to resist the demonic beasts to chop down this tree. Di Xiaofeng's eyes flickered with a resolute light. It was all because of this damnable tree that he almost lost his life here. Following Di Xiaofeng's words, everyone's eyes lit up. That's right, this tree is so evil. If we don't chop it down now, who knows how many cultivators will lose their lives here in the future. Not everyone was as lucky as them to be able to meet Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang. In fact, if it weren't for Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching in this team, they wouldn't have been able to survive even if they had a few lives. One of them had forbidden techniques and was good at medicine, while the other had mastered the power of darkness and was good at formations. Apart from the two of them, it was really difficult to find such an outstanding person. In the next moment, everyone immediately rushed towards the giant tree. They only had the opportunity to do so when the skeleton army was blocking the monsters. Otherwise, no one knew what the tree would do in the next moment. Because of this tree, they had already suffered a few losses. After seeing everyone's eyes filled with murderous intent, the giant tree began to panic. Its thick and flexible vines continuously attacked, blocking everyone from approaching. However, everyone who hated this tree to the extreme did not care about such obstacles at all. They helped each other and quickly approached. Ding ding ding. The sound of metal continuously rang out as the vines were cut down by everyone's weapons. As the number of vines decreased, everyone realized that the giant tree's chanting had also become softer. This tree is really intelligent. It can't be that it thinks that as long as it stops chanting, we can pretend that nothing happened before, right? When Xiren's eyes were filled with surprise. Such a smart tree was really unheard of. Unfortunately, it's all too late now. Mo Yunjua's eyes were cold. What was the point of keeping such an evil thing if not destroying it? In the next moment, Mo Yunjua directly slashed at the giant tree with his sword. A faint wail rang out. Then, Mo Yunjua realized that the wound he stabbed was actually bleeding. Seeing this scene, Mo Yunjua's eyes narrowed. This was also the first time he had seen such a situation. This tree is really strange. It makes my hair stand on end. Shang Guanying couldn't help but rub her arms. This situation was too scary. She even felt that this tree was not a tree at all, but a person. Don't worry so much, just cut it off. Lin Taxing looked determined. The weirder the giant tree behaved, the more he felt that he should not keep it. The giant tree let out a blood-curdling scream, but no one held back. Blood kept flowing out of the giant tree's wound, but it reminded everyone of the blood the giant tree had absorbed over the years. Trees were supposed to have no blood, but it was bleeding so much. These were probably the cultivators who had died at its hands. Thinking of this, everyone felt even more hateful. Just a little bit more and all of them would have become sacrifices for this tree. Creak. Boom, under the rapid cutting of the trees, the giant tree was finally pushed down. After pushing it, everyone discovered that the tree suddenly turned into specks of light and disappeared into the air. Everyone looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. A group of beastkins looked at the scene in front of them in confusion. They didn't seem to understand why they were here, nor did they know what happened before. Soon, the beastkins retreated one after another. Without the summon of the giant tree, they had no reason to continue to stay here. Seeing the group of monstrous beasts retreat, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Their tense bodies suddenly relaxed. Oh my god, it's finally sunny after the rain. Sure enough, cutting down this tree is the only way to break through. Chen Feng looked at Di Beichen with a smile on his handsome face. Di Beichen raised the corners of his lips slightly and nodded with a faint smile. I have never encountered such a terrible situation since I was born. Now I can finally rest. The cultivators didn't care that there were many corpses of beastkins on the ground. They sat on the ground one after another, looking at the blue sky and white clouds. The corners of their lips couldn't help but rise. Just a little bit more and they would never see tomorrow's sun again. After the crisis was resolved, Di Beichen also lifted the summon. Suddenly, a group of skeletons returned to the ground again. If it weren't for the corpses of beastkins all over the ground and the smell of blood spreading in the air, it was as if nothing had happened. I have been looking forward to coming to this immortal cloud secret realm to gain experience before. Now I feel that this place is really terrible. If I had a choice, I wouldn't come here even if I was beaten to death. Lin Yi shrugged. Even if everything was over now, she still felt a lingering fear. Thinking about it, I'm afraid many people can't forget what happened these days. Haha, unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world. Lin Xianxia put one hand on Lin Yi's shoulder. Speaking of which, we have also gained a lot of knowledge this time, right? That's true. Lin Yi nodded with a smile, then she looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and said, second cousin-in-law, I really admire you guys more and more now. With you guys protecting me in the future, I don't have to worry about someone bullying me. No one dares to bully you on normal days. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled lightly. Almost everyone sat down and rested. They had only been in the immortal cloud mystic realm for a few months, but they felt as though they had been here for a few lifetimes. At this moment, everyone suddenly noticed that at the place where the giant tree disappeared, there was a bright light shining. Dense light energy spread out like the sun, dazzling and eye-catching. Faint bright light energy poured down on everyone, giving off a holy and inviolable aura. In a short period of time, everyone discovered that the injuries on their bodies had been healed. It's light energy again. I'm really afraid of the power of light now. Who knows what dangers will appear in the future? Nothing good happens every time I encounter the power of light. The successive incidents had made everyone fearful. Even though the light energy in front of them had healed their injuries, no one was overly grateful. After all, they had experienced the same thing when the tree was still around. Once bitten by a snake, twice shy. This was exactly the situation they were in now. Look, there's a palace in front of us. As the voice rang out, everyone was surprised to find that a huge palace had appeared before them. This must be the original owner's ruins. Bailey Hongshuang's pitch-black, phoenix-like eyes glowed with joy. The corners of her lips curled into a small, lotus-like smile. Her already delicate features became even more dazzling. Previously, she had been searching for the original owner's ruins. When she had been surrounded by the school of fishes, she had sensed that the ruins were here based on the stone's reaction. However, when she had seen the giant tree, she had looked around but could not find any trace of the ruins. She had felt suspicious about this. She never thought that the ruins would only appear after the giant tree had disappeared. Bewitching glanced at Bailey Hongshuang and nodded with a smile. That should be the case. Did the stone sense anything? Yes. Her clear eyes were filled with joy. Bailey Hongshuang's voice was gentle but filled with excitement. Actually, the place that the stone sensed was here. It's just that I haven't been able to find it. Xiao He and Xiao Bai could not hide the joy on their faces when they saw this. All this while, they had lost some of their memories. Now, they only hope that they can find their memories in the ruins. Only then would they be able to find their true selves. Even the white dragon could not help but feel overjoyed when he heard this news. Have you really found it? That's right, we've found it. That's great. A gigantic palace stood impressively in their line of sight. A rich light energy spread from the center of the palace. However, this was not the most eye-catching thing. Instead, they were shocked to find that the ruins were intertwined in black and white. Not only was there light energy, but there was also an aura of darkness energy. The black and white palace was unique in its own way. It had an unfamiliar yet unique beauty. The majestic and mighty aura was even more shocking. Seeing this monument, Bailey Hongshuang was no stranger to it. The palace in her chaos ring had the same style as the ruins before her eyes. Hence, she was even more certain that her chaos ring was an inheritance from the original owner. She never thought that they would be so fated to meet. Then, the group could not be bothered to rest as they immediately approached the palace. They could feel the light energy from the palace. This feeling was exactly the same as the one they had felt from the giant tree. Bailey Hongshuang felt the power of light, and a thought suddenly appeared in her mind. Beichen, do you think it's possible that the source of light energy was this palace and not that tree? Hearing this, Di Beichen's eyes showed a hint of contemplation, but he nodded as if he suddenly understood. It's very possible. Perhaps it was because the ruins were here, and because there was a concealment array set up, only a little light was released, and that was why the aura was leaked. Because of the nourishment from the power of light, the tree was able to grow into such a huge monster. I didn't feel the slightest bit of light energy when I was chopping down the tree. So it's just a fox borrowing the tiger's might. Xiren suddenly understood. If that's the case, then everything makes sense. Shang Guanying sighed. Say, do you think this ruin will be the same as the one we saw before? Di Xiaofeng's eyes were filled with caution and dread. After coming into contact with such things one after another, it was really difficult to remain calm. I think there is no such thing as a free lunch in this immortal cloud secret realm. It's better to be careful. Looking at the black and white palace in front of them, everyone looked at it carefully with a little expectation and a little fear. Although they were lucky enough to escape from the previous crisis, no one knew if their good luck could continue. If it happened again, they might not be able to keep their lives anymore. Xiao Soa felt the rich light power, and she was very sure that this was the purest light power. Although she didn't know what the light relic mentioned before was, she was sure that the master of the relic was absolutely incomparable to the master of the relic in front of her. However, she didn't understand one thing at all. Why does this light power relic have a dark aura? Light and darkness, these were two completely opposite attributes. Listening to Xiao Sou's words, Lin Xianxia also had a hint of ridicule in her eyes. She immediately said, Xiao Sou, didn't you say that light power and dark power are incompatible? Then why do these two attributes exist in this relic? Yeah, you said before that my second cousin-in-law and second cousin would delay her future. But, look at this relic. It's completely different from what you said. Linny looked at Xiao Sou. Her slightly raised eyebrows were full of ridicule and disdain. She disliked this girl the most. It's fine that she couldn't enter the eyes of her second cousin, but she still tried to find a way out for herself by belittling her second cousin. It was really hateful. Light and darkness are incompatible, Xiaosu emphasized. Then, can you explain it? Xiaosu opened her mouth, but she didn't say anything in the end. This situation was really beyond her understanding, so she didn't know how to explain it. You can't explain it, right? Shang Guanyin rolled her eyes. In my opinion, you are just ignorant. Hey, how can you say that? Xiao Sudong couldn't help but retort, my elder sister is the next holy maiden of light. How can you say that she is ignorant? So what if I say she is ignorant? Shang Guanyin crossed her arms in front of her chest, looking fearless. Didn't she say that the power of darkness is not accepted? This building is the best proof. Maybe this ruin is the same as the previous one, and it's meant to harm people? Jun Lingshuan suddenly said, shielding Xiao Sou behind him. Shang Guanyin frowned when she heard that. She hadn't expected that either. What if it isn't? Wen Xiren saw that someone dared to diss his wife, so he was naturally the first to stand up. How do we know now? Jun Lingshuan looked a little embarrassed. Obviously, there was no point in continuing to argue. The most important thing was that once they had a disagreement, they were not the opponents of Bewitching and the others. As they approached the ruins, they realized that the entrance to the ruins was locked. This ruin is locked. Since it's not locked, it means that we can't enter at all. It's useless for us to just watch. Why don't we try to break in by force? Everyone looked at each other and finally decided to try it together. Even with the previous trauma, it still couldn't offset the temptation of the ruins. Bailey Hongzhuang quietly looked at the black stone in her hand. From the moment she got close to this place, the stone gave off a strong response. The key was in her hand. Should she open this ruin now? Bailey Hongzhuang subconsciously looked at Bewitching. She believed that without the key, it would be useless even if everyone tried to break through. As long as they waited for the other cultivators to give up and leave, they would be able to enter on their own. Bewitching gave Bailey Hongzhuang a look, indicating for her not to make a move for now and to wait for a while. Bailey Hongzhuang understood. Since they were already here, there was indeed no need to rush. Boom. Boom boom. One powerful attack after another landed on the door, but the door didn't budge at all. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but sigh. Sure enough, this situation was not beyond their expectations. Looks like it's useless. Jun Lingshuan sighed. Do we have to continue waiting here? Continuing to wait might not be useful. Xiao Sudong was a little helpless. Not every ruin is the same. Everyone looked at each other. Many cultivators began to try to find the mechanism. Perhaps the owner of the ruin hid the key nearby. After all, they did not believe that anyone would have the key. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching already understood the situation, so naturally, they did not need to look around like everyone else. All they needed to do was wait. Wait for everyone to give up and leave. However, judging from everyone's eagerness, it was obvious that they would not leave in a short time. Fortunately, the rich energy around the palace was also very beneficial to them. Cultivating here would yield twice the result with half the effort. Even if they had to cultivate here for a while, there was nothing bad about it. Di Xiaofeng and the others saw that Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang did not care inside in their hearts. These two people were too calm. In the face of such temptation, they were not moved at all. If it were them, they would not be able to do this. Just as everyone was trying their best to find a way in, two bridges suddenly appeared in everyone's line of sight. Two bridges, one black and one white, appeared in front of the ruins. Then, everyone found that their bodies were brought to the back by a strange force. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. The sudden change made them puzzled. Do we have to cross these two bridges to get in? Lin Taxing could not help guessing, the gate of the relic is at the end of the bridge. But we can reach the gate if we just walk through it, Ao Lingxiao said doubtfully. At this moment, there were already cultivators who tried to walk across the bridge without crossing it. However, when they got close, they realized that there was an invisible barrier blocking them from getting any closer. We can't cross. The cultivator looked depressed. Looks like we can only cross these two bridges. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other. They immediately stood up and approached the bridge. Of course, when they got closer, more cultivators had already scrambled onto the bridge. However, when many cultivators stood in front of the bridge, they found that they could not cross it at all. Why can't we get on the bridge? For a moment, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Even if they couldn't find the key before, at least they knew what they had to do. But now, this sudden change left them scratching their heads. Xiaosuo looked at the wide white bridge in front of her, her eyes flashing with anticipation and excitement. From the moment she felt the light energy emitted from the ruins, she made up her mind. No matter what, she was going to enter the ruins. She was certain that the inheritance in the ruins was very important to light attribute cultivators. This was an incomparably pure light inheritance. As long as she could obtain it, she would definitely become the true saint of light. It was an indescribable longing, enough to make her forget everything. In the next moment, under everyone's shocked gazes, Xiaosuo walked onto the white bridge with ease. Xiaosuo actually walked onto it. Why can she walk onto it, but we can't? Could it be that this white bridge only allows light attribute cultivators to pass? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. This was the most likely explanation they could think of. After seeing Xiaosuo walk onto the bridge of light, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately sped up and approached the bridge. Standing in front of the bridge, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other before the two of them walked onto the bridge together. However, Di Beichen stepped onto the bridge of the darkness attribute. After seeing Bailey Hongzhuang and Nangong walk onto the bridge, everyone immediately understood that their previous guess was correct. Only light and darkness attribute cultivators can pass through. Doesn't this mean that this ruin has nothing to do with us? Nangong Yuqing frowned. If he had thought that this ruin might be another trap, he had completely dispelled that idea. This kind of selection must be for the true inheritance of the ruins. As Bailey Hongzhuang also stepped onto the bridge of light, in front of everyone's eyes, 3 other cultivators also stepped onto the bridge. These 3 cultivators were also of the light attribute, but their previous performance was not as outstanding as that of Bailey Hongzhuang. Although the proportion of light attribute cultivators was small, there were still a lot of cultivators who had entered this time. On the other hand, apart from Di Beichen, there was no one else on the bridge of darkness. It was not because there were no dark attribute cultivators among the various forces. Instead, it was because cultivators of this attribute had always been despised. It was simply impossible for them to obtain a slot to enter the Immortal Cloud's secret realm. Xiaohei, do you have any impression of this bridge? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. Xiaohei was the original owner's contracted beast, so she might know something. However, Xiaohei only shook her head and said, I don't know. All right. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled helplessly and continued forward. Soon, she discovered that her footsteps were obstructed. Taking a closer look, she discovered that a stone tablet had appeared in her line of sight on the other side of the bridge of light. That's the sacred light tablet. Xiaosuo looked at the stone tablet that had suddenly appeared with an incredulous look in her eyes. Not only Xiaosuo, but the other 3 cultivators could not contain their ecstasy as well. Such a treasure has actually appeared. This is really a great opportunity for us. At the same time, Di Xiaofeng and the others' eyes were filled with shock when they saw the Sacred Light Tablet and Sacred Darkness Tablet appear at the same time. Sacred attribute tablets of this level are treasures that can only be encountered by chance. I've only heard that such treasures exist in the world, but I never thought that I would see one with my own eyes. Lin Taxing exclaimed. It's said that this sacred attribute tablet can help cultivators comprehend attribute power. Moreover, because the sacred attribute tablet is a miraculous object in the world, the power on it is the purest. As long as one has the chance to comprehend it, one's understanding of attribute power will be much stronger than before. Beichen and the others are really lucky this time. As long as they have the chance to comprehend it in front of the sacred attribute tablet, even if they can't enter the ruins, it's still worth it. Di Xiaofeng's face was full of smiles. Although he did not have such good luck, it was already very good that his younger brother and sister-in-law could have such luck. With Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang's talent, they would definitely become stronger after comprehending it. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the sacred attribute tablet that had suddenly appeared in front of her. Although she did not know what it was, she could tell that it must be an incredible treasure just by looking at the excited expressions of Xiaosu and the others. As her gaze landed on the holy steel of light, she could feel the power of the origin of light emanating from the steel. A feeling of enlightenment appeared in her mind. It was as if the law of light that she had always been unable to understand had suddenly been touched. It gradually became clear from its initial blurry state. I never thought that the sacred light tablet would have such a powerful effect. A look of pleasant surprise appeared on Bailey Hongzhuang's exquisite face. She immediately quickened her pace, wanting to get closer to the sacred light tablet as soon as possible. Not only Bailey Hongzhuang, but Xiaosu and the others also had the same idea. Of course, it would be best if they could take the sacred light tablet away. That would be a huge gain. However, just as they were about to get closer, they realized that it was extremely difficult to take a step forward. After walking for a certain distance, they found it difficult to advance any further. Among them, Xiaosu walked at the front, Bailey Hongzhuang was second, and the other 3 cultivators were even further behind. Master, I'm afraid that this bridge can't be crossed directly. Instead, it tests the cultivator's understanding of the power of light. Xiao Hei's voice rang out. If you don't understand it well enough, you won't be able to cross this bridge. Upon hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Xiao Hei's method coincided with her thoughts. Thinking about it, this should be a test from the master of the ruins. When the cultivators outside saw this scene, their eyes lit up with understanding. Although they did not walk on the bridge, they could roughly guess what was going on from the expressions of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. This bridge that had suddenly appeared was naturally not something that could be casually crossed. Otherwise, what was the point of its appearance? It looks like Xiaosu's understanding of the power of light is still better than hers. That's right. Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiaosu are still some distance apart. That's where the difference lies. My eldest sister is the next saint of light. Her understanding of the power of the light attribute is naturally incomparable to that of an ordinary person. Xiao Sudong's face was filled with pride as he looked at Shang Guanying and the others. Previously, he had been suppressed by these girls until he could not speak. Now, he finally had a chance to refute. Some people think that they're great just because they have the light attribute. But what's the use if their understanding is not deep enough? The group of Xiao clan cultivators instantly felt elated, and all the depression they felt from being suppressed earlier dissipated at this moment. In terms of bickering, they were indeed no match for the D family. However, their strength was now so obvious that no one could deny it. Shang Guanying and the others were dissatisfied when they heard this. However, the gap between them was indeed there and they could not deny it. Xiao Sudong, don't be too proud. Hong Zhuang has just arrived in the upper realm not long ago. The time she has been in contact with the power of light is much shorter than Xiao Sou. As long as our Hong Zhuang has some time, it will not be a problem for her to surpass Xiao Sou. Shang Guanying lifted her chin slightly. Her fair face was filled with confidence. She knew about Bailey Hongzhuang's talent and comprehension ability. She did not believe that she would lose to Xiao Sou. It's useless for you to say this. Anyway, we can't compete now. Xiao Sudong shrugged. He was still proud of himself. The other cultivators did not choose to leave after seeing this scene. They also wanted to know who the final winner would be. It was rare to have such a lively scene. What was a little more time, moreover, the elemental energy in the surroundings was so dense. It was a good thing to cultivate here. Xiao Sou's eyes flashed with pride when she saw Bailey Hongzhuang behind her. She was really worried that Bailey Hongzhuang would be stronger than her. Fortunately, the situation was not as serious as she thought. Bailey Hongzhuang did not miss Xiao Sou's expression. However, this was not important to her. After realizing that she could not move forward, she sat down on the bridge and stared at the light sacred tablet in front of her. She began to comprehend it. Such a rare opportunity naturally had to be grasped. Bailey Hongzhuang was surrounded by pure light energy. Looking at the holy tablet of light, Bailey Hongzhuang could feel the existence of the rules. Her understanding of the power of light was not deep enough, but now, it was as if a brand new door had been opened for her. She hungrily comprehended and absorbed the knowledge. Compared to Bailey Hongzhuang, Bewitching's situation was different. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Bewitching walked up to the darkness sacred monument and began to comprehend it. If it was in the past, he would naturally not have been able to do this. However, after obtaining the inheritance of the force of darkness, his comprehension of the force of darkness was much stronger than before. This was because he had received the inheritance of the Dark Saint. After everyone saw Bewitching's performance, they immediately understood. No wonder Bewitching could summon an army of skeletons to help him in battle. It turned out that his understanding of the power of darkness was so deep, time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, Xianxia had tried to advance 2 steps. However, Bailey Hongzhuang remained in the same place and showed no signs of advancing. Seeing the gap between the two gradually widening, a trace of anxiety appeared on everyone's faces. Although they didn't know if the ruins only allowed those who passed through first or if all light and darkness cultivators could enter, they still didn't know if the ruins only allowed those who passed through first or if all light and dark cultivators could enter. But no matter what, it was always best to be the first to enter. As long as they entered first, they would be able to obtain more treasures. Therefore, Di Xiaofeng and the others hoped that Bailey Hongzhuang could surpass Xiaosu. Hongzhuang has only been in contact with light energy for a short time. Even if her talent is amazing, she still needs some time to comprehend it. Lin Taxing's face was full of emotion. In fact, none of them could have done better than Bailey Hongzhuang. Xiaosu had long been designated as the Holy Maiden of Light. Even if she hadn't broken through to the astral boundary, she had already been in contact with light energy. After years of subtle learning and progress, her understanding far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang was compared to Xiaosu, she was at a disadvantage. Sigh, this is the most disadvantageous part. Lin Xianxia sighed gloomily. If Hongzhuang had stayed in the upper realm for a while longer, it wouldn't have been a problem for her to surpass Xiaosu. Shang Guanying looked at the worried expressions on everyone's faces and couldn't help but say, "Don't be too anxious. She hasn't lost yet, has she? Hongzhuang knows her limits. Maybe she can catch up later." She had been with Hongzhuang for so long and had some understanding of Hongzhuang's ability. All along, Hongzhuang's performance had been very surprising. Even if Hongzhuang was at a disadvantage now, she was still full of expectations as long as it wasn't the end. That's right. Mo Yunjua nodded, his deep eyes filled with trust and determination. Hongzhuang had always been the best. Di Xiaofeng and the others looked at Shang Guanying and Lin Xianxian in surprise. If it was only one person who said it, they could only encourage them, but it was a little strange that both of them were so determined. Could it be, they really believed in Hongzhuang so much? However, what happened next made them feel helpless. This was because even the 3 cultivators behind Bailey Hongzhuang had reached her position, and some of them had even surpassed her. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was still sitting in the same spot and comprehending. She had no intention of moving at all. Xiaosu saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had been caught up by the others, and a trace of joy appeared in her eyes. It seemed that it was impossible for Bailey Hongzhuang to surpass her in this aspect. As long as she could obtain the inheritance of this ruin, Bailey Hongzhuang would never be able to shake her position in the future. Thinking of this, she was no longer anxious. She even felt that it would be good to let Bailey Hongzhuang live a little longer. At the very least, she had to let Bailey Hongzhuang see her glory. 7 days have passed, and Hongzhuang still hasn't made any move. It's really worrying. Lin Yi's small face was anxious. Although she also knew that cultivating here was very helpful to herself, she couldn't help but want to see how Hongzhuang was doing after cultivating for a while. However, except for Hongzhuang, everyone had made progress, but Hongzhuang still didn't move at all. Lin Yi, I think you shouldn't be anxious. Bailey Hongzhuang obviously can't do it. Xiao Sudong's face was full of pride. It's useless for you to be anxious here. It's better to learn from Bailey Hongzhuang. She has already accepted the reality. Who asked you to be next to me? Xiao Sudong shrugged. Their team was close to each other, so no matter what Lin Yi said, he could hear it clearly. Lin Yi was speechless for a while. Please, stay away from me. It's annoying. But I'm not annoyed. Xiao Sudong twisted his body proudly. He looked like he couldn't wait to dance to express his joy. Do you want to die? Seeing this, Ao Lingxiao walked to Lin Yi's side and stood in front of her. His eyes were cold and sharp. Ao Lingxiao, aren't you too arrogant? Xiao Sudong looked surprised. Do you think you are so great just because you have the D family's thigh? In the next second, Di Xiaofeng also stood up. What did you say? Xiao Sudong was slightly taken aback. I'm too lazy to care about you. As soon as his voice fell, he sat down directly and began to cultivate. What a joke, he was just saying it. Given the current situation, how would he dare to make a fuss with the D clan? Needless to say, he would be the one who would suffer at that time. Looking at Xiao Sudong's appearance, Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle, and said, second cousin's progress is very fast. According to his speed, I'm afraid it won't take long to reach the entrance of the ruin. Originally, Bewitching had already walked halfway. After these days of meditation, he was getting closer and closer to the end of the bridge. That's right. Beichen's understanding of the power of darkness is truly eye-opening. Di Xiaofeng looked relaxed for a while. When he first learned that Beichen had the dark attribute, he was worried for a while. The most important thing was not that the dark attribute would be discriminated against by others, but because there was no inheritance of the dark attribute. It was extremely difficult to have a good development in this area. It was just that he didn't expect Beichen to hide it so deeply that they didn't need to worry about him at all. With his previous ability, the number of people who wanted to go against Beichen in the future would be greatly reduced. Uncle and aunt will be very happy when they know. Lin Yi smiled faintly. He said that the dark attribute cultivator has no future. Second cousin is amazing. Xiaofeng, it's been so many days. Why don't the cultivators from the other clans want to leave? Lin Taxing frowned slightly. Logically speaking, at this time, others should be thinking of going to other places in the Immortal Cloud secret realm to look for opportunities. Di Xiaofeng glanced at the crowd and said, aren't they waiting for the door to open to see if they have a chance to enter? Whether or not he could find other opportunities in other places was uncertain. However, if he continued to stay here, he might be able to gain quite a bit. In my opinion, I'm afraid it's a little difficult. Lin Taxing stretched his back. He was really curious about the two transformed bridges. I won't give up until all hope is gone. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Look, Di Beichen is moving again. Is he going to walk directly to the other side? His understanding of dark power is too amazing. Even Xiao Sou is not as good as him. How did he do it? Hearing these exclamations, Di Xiaofeng and others couldn't help but withdraw from the cultivation state. As soon as they looked up, they found that Di Beichen was walking forward again. Jun Lingxuan and the others stared at this scene in a daze, their eyes filled with shock. Di Beichen's understanding of the darkness attribute is too strong. All these years, I've never heard of anyone with such a high understanding of the power of darkness. Jun Lingxuan frowned. Di Beichen's talent made him feel a strong sense of crisis. He simply couldn't understand. The power of darkness had long been on the decline and was an insignificant existence in the eyes of others. However, why did the power of darkness fall into Di Beichen's hands and erupt with such terrifying power? Di Beichen will definitely be terrifying in the future. Nangong Yuqing's face was gloomy. When he first met Di Beichen, he didn't put him in his eyes at all. However, even he felt that the current Di Beichen was difficult to deal with. As long as this guy didn't fall, his future achievements would definitely be amazing. The two of them looked at each other. If Di Beichen obtained this inheritance, it would really be, just as everyone was guessing whether Di Beichen would be able to pass through, Di Beichen gave them the answer with his actions. Di Beichen walked forward without the slightest intention of stopping and smoothly walked to the other side of the bridge. Then, the sacred steel of darkness disappeared. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Di Xiaofeng and the others were pleasantly surprised. Di Beichen actually passed through. Great! Second cousin is simply a genius. The cultivators from the Di family and Lin family couldn't help but rejoice. Although they didn't know how difficult it was to cross the bridge, Xiao Sou, the next holy maiden of the light, still couldn't cross it. But Di Beichen had already done so. This showed the difference in comprehension ability. After Xiao Suo saw Bewitching cross the bridge of darkness, a trace of astonishment appeared in her eyes. She couldn't believe that Bewitching's comprehension speed could be so fast. She knew very well that if she wanted to pass, she had to have a strong understanding of the attribute power. Even with her accumulation over the years, she still found it very difficult to pass. How did Bewitching do it? After crossing the bridge, Bewitching wasn't in a hurry. First, he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang on the bridge with a smile on his lips. Then, he sat down on the other side of the bridge of light. Then, everyone saw that Bewitching began to comprehend the sacred steel of light. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. This Bewitching shouldn't be crazy, right? He has the dark attribute. Why is he trying to comprehend the sacred steel of light? Everyone couldn't help but ask. At the same time, Di Xiaofeng and the others looked at each other. Bewitching's actions really confused them. In my opinion, Bewitching should be waiting for Hongzhuang. Anyway, the sacred steel of darkness is gone. It's no big deal to look at the sacred steel of light, Morongjing said thoughtfully. Di Xiaofeng nodded slightly. Now, it seems that this is the only explanation. After seeing Bewitching's actions, Bailey Hongzhuang also smiled. Only she knew that Bewitching also needed to comprehend the sacred steel of light. However, she didn't have the chance to comprehend the sacred steel of darkness this time. She wasn't worried about this. After all, Bewitching was teaching her. Look, Xiao Suo is moving forward again. She was already close to the holy steel, but now she was even closer. Based on this situation, I'm afraid Xiao Suo will pass in less than 2 days. Lin Xianxia's face darkened. Although she had expected Bailey Hongzhuang to lose to Xiao Suo, she did not expect the difference to be so huge. In her opinion, Bailey Hongzhuang would at least be stronger than the other 3 cultivators. Shang Guanying and Wen Ziren looked at each other. Both of their eyes were filled with anxiety. Don't worry too much. I think Hongzhuang just hasn't made a move yet. Mo Yunjue said slowly. Xiao Suo stopped 3 steps away from the radiant sacred monument. She could feel the distance between them, and the smile in her eyes could no longer remain the same. In just a short period of time, she felt that her understanding of the power of light was much stronger than before. They were no longer on the same level. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang, who was far behind, she felt even more proud. At this moment, she had finally proven her excellence to everyone. Thinking of this, she could not help but look at Bewitching behind the holy steel. She wanted to know what Bewitching was thinking. However, Bewitching's eyes were fixed on the holy steel, and there was no expression at all. Just as Xiao Suo was secretly thinking, suddenly, a cry of surprise came from behind. Look, Hongzhuang has finally moved. Shang Guanying looked at the white figure on the bridge excitedly. During this period, all the cultivators had moved forward. Only Bailey Hongzhuang had not moved at all. This made her very anxious. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang had finally stood up, how could she not be excited? Di Xiaofeng and the others also had a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Although they did not know how far Bailey Hongzhuang could go, there was still a glimmer of hope. I really don't know what the Di family is so happy about. Xiao Suo is about to reach the end, and Bailey Hongzhuang is just starting to move forward. Is this something to be happy about? At least this way, they won't lose so badly. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Di family members darkened. Even their initial joy had been diluted by a little. Master, you've been so quiet. I'm afraid everyone is worried to death. A trace of helplessness appeared on Xiao Hei's face. It really admired its master's calmness. In these days, it had noticed the joy on Xiao Suo and the others' faces, as if they thought they were so amazing. It couldn't stand it anymore, but its master was so calm and didn't care at all. It's the same whether it's near or far. Why do you have to run here and there? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. She still preferred to concentrate on comprehending. After seeing Bailey Hongzhuang finally take a step forward, Xiao Suo did not take it to heart because she was sure that Bailey Hongzhuang could not surpass her. No matter how hard she worked now, it would be futile. However, when she saw Bailey Hongzhuang walking all the way without stopping at all and gradually getting closer to her, Xiao Suo could no longer maintain the smile on her face. She stared at Bailey Hongzhuang in a daze, unable to believe that she had walked so far. Not only Xiao Sou, but the cultivators outside were also dumbfounded after seeing this scene. Bailey Hongzhuang really doesn't say much, but when she does, she amazes everyone. Is it possible that Bailey Hongzhuang will surpass Xiao Sou? If this is the case, then it will be explosive. Qiu Baixin looked curious. He thought that there was no hope for this matter before. He didn't expect such a change to happen in the blink of an eye. How could he not be surprised? Do you think second cousin-in-law is really so amazing? Linny widened her eyes and clenched her hands tightly. Her face was full of expectation. This is quite possible. Shang Guaniying nodded. Hong Zhuang would often do things that would frighten people to death. It was not surprising that she would do something like this. If this is true, then it will be amazing. Haha. In everyone's surprised and expectant eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang's footsteps never stopped until she surpassed Xiao Sou. The world seemed to be quiet. Shocked gazes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. Even if everyone had guessed this possibility before, when it really happened, everyone still felt a little incredulous. Oh my god, she really surpassed Xiao Sou? This isn't an illusion, right? This sentence expressed everyone's thoughts. The difference in this change was too big. I suddenly remembered the time when Bailey Hongzhuang was practicing her singing. Everyone nodded. When Bailey Hongzhuang sang, they thought that she was overestimating herself at first, but the situation later made them feel that they were idiots. Now Bailey Hongzhuang's performance was also a slap in everyone's face. They suddenly felt that if this happened again in the future, they could not laugh at Bailey Hongzhuang. Until the very last moment, no one would know the result. How is this possible? The same thought emerged in the minds of Xiao Sudong, Jun Lingxuan, and others. Logically speaking, this should be impossible. Bailey Hongzhuang directly passed by Xiao Seiwu's side, and under her stiff gaze, she directly walked down the bridge. Master, I think Xiao Sou seems to have collapsed. Xiao He couldn't help but say. Bailey Hongzhuang raised the corner of her lips slightly. I tell you. If you want to hit the other party, you have to do this. Don't even give her a chance to cry. Master, I understand. Xiao He looked as if he had learned something. Let her be proud of herself first, then she won't even be able to cry. You are teachable. The moment Bailey Hongzhuang walked across the bridge, the light sacred monument disappeared directly. Everyone only saw Bailey Hongzhuang looking at Bewitching with a smile. The two white figures stood together like immortals. Wife, you are here. A gentle smile bloomed on Bewitching's peerless face. It was like a spring breeze, sweeping through everyone's hearts. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled sweetly and nodded her head gently. Xiao Sou felt that this warm and harmonious scene was especially unpleasant to the eyes. She immediately stood up and wanted to walk over, but she realized that there was an invisible barrier blocking her way. She couldn't move forward at all. In the next moment, before she could think of a way, a ray of light flashed and the two elemental bridges disappeared. Xiao Sou and the other three cultivators fell to the ground. No matter how they tried to move forward, they couldn't move forward at all. It seems that only Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching can enter these ruins. Only the two of them can enter such a large ruin. I'm afraid that the inheritance must be amazing. The cultivators could not help but feel envious. Usually, even if they saw a ruin, they would rush forward with all their might because there were too many competitors. However, there were only two people in the ruin and they were husband and wife. How could there be such a good thing? Xiao Sou's expression was extremely ugly. Intense jealousy and unwillingness surged in her heart. She could not accept that such an inheritance would belong to Bailey Hongzhuang. Such a pure inheritance was a priceless treasure. Sou, take it easy. Jun Lingxuan patted Xiao Sou on the shoulder. Although he was comforting her, his feelings were extremely complicated. Previously, he had valued Xiao Sou because of her identity as the Sacred Lady of Light. If the identity of the Sacred Lady of Light was taken away by Bailey Hongzhuang, then Xiao Sou would really have no place to compare with her. Xiao Sou listened to Jun Lingxuan's comforting words and suddenly felt a warmth in her heart. Her mood calmed down a little. Big sister, don't be sad. Even if they enter, they may not necessarily be able to obtain the inheritance. Look, isn't the door of the ruin still locked? Xiao Sudong's voice rang out. Hearing this, the crowd was stunned for a moment before looking at the ruin. Sure enough, the door of the ruin was still locked and there was no sign that it would open on its own. Xiaosuo's eyes suddenly lit up and hope rekindled in her eyes. As long as Bailey Hongshuang can't enter, then everything will be fine. This ruin is really strange. It's still locked at this time. Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching can't possibly have the key. Just as everyone was shaking their heads, Bailey Hongshuang suddenly took out a stone. Why did Hongshuang take out a stone? Is she going to break the door? Lin Xianxia could not help but blurt out. However, after saying this, she found it a little funny. Someone had already tried before and it was impossible to open. In my opinion, this ruin probably belongs to someone. The Sacred Light Monument and the Sacred Darkness Monument from before are the rewards for cultivators who are fated to cultivate. Bewitching's eyes flashed with a wise light. This kind of exclusive inheritance has actually appeared before. For example, a senior from a certain family wants to leave it to his family's younger generation. As soon as he said this, the crowd nodded their heads. However, just as they were feeling pity for Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching, a light ray of light. Immediately after that, they had seen the appearance of the Sacred Lady of Light. And Bewitching's Hongshuang Beichen. Of the Lin Qian. The Bailey Hongshuang actually has a key? Chu Yingming was stunned. Bailey Hongshuang actually has the key, not only him, but Di Xiaofeng and others also looked at each other. They didn't know that Bailey Hongshuang had the key. When did Hongshuang get the key? Lin Taxing looked puzzled. We looked for it for a long time before, but I didn't see Hongshuang looking for it at all. I remember that Hongshuang said before that her stone had a reaction. Is it that stone just now? It seems to be. Lin Yi and others suddenly reacted and couldn't help but laugh. After Bailey Hongshuang left, there were still a lot of cultivators who were unwilling to give up. However, after struggling for a long time without any hope of entering, they could only give up helplessly. Soon, a lot of cultivators chose to leave. There was no point in continuing to stay here. They might as well leave and look for other opportunities. Morong Jing looked at Di Xiaofeng and asked, Xiaofeng, are you guys staying here or leaving? Di Xiaofeng glanced at his family's disciples before smiling and saying, we'll stay here and wait for Hongshuang and the rest to come out. Since that's the case, we'll stay here as well, Morong Jing said with a smile. Hearing that, Di Xiaofeng was slightly stunned. We still have to stay in the Immortal Cloud secret realm for a few more months. Isn't it too much of a pity for you guys to stay here? What's there to pity? Morong Jing did not mind. Anyway, this place is rich in origin energy. Cultivating here is much faster than cultivating outside. Di Xiaofeng looked at Morong Jing deeply. He understood that Morong Jing made such a choice for their safety. At this moment, there would naturally not be any cultivators attacking them. However, as the group left, no one knew if Jun Lingshuan and the rest would choose to join hands to deal with them. Without Di Beichen and Bailey Hongshuang, their combat power had decreased by a lot. Once they were attacked by a group, he did not have the confidence to win. At this moment, Chen Feng's voice sounded. I didn't expect young Master Morong to also decide to stay here. Morong Jing looked at Chen Feng in astonishment. Could it be that you guys are also planning to stay here? Chen Feng nodded slightly. This place is quite good. The next moment, Morong Jing and Chen Feng looked at each other and a smile of understanding appeared on their faces. Obviously, their thoughts were the same. After seeing Morong Jing and Chen Feng's decision, Jun Lingshuan's expression became unsightly. He did not expect these two guys to have calculated everything. As a result, they indeed had no chance to make a move. The Great Devil Sect and Morong family were not weak. If these four families joined hands, even if they joined hands, they might not be able to win. While thinking, Jun Lingshuan couldn't help but look at Chu Yingming. Ever since he was seriously injured, Chu Yingming's situation has been a bit strange. After the previous battle, almost all of them had broken through. Only Chu Yingming still hadn't made any progress. Chu Yingming, you still haven't broken through? Nangong Yuqing couldn't help but ask, I heard you say that you've touched the bottleneck of a breakthrough. Chu Yingming frowned. I don't know what's going on either. I can clearly feel a bottleneck, but no matter how hard I try, I can't break through. This kind of situation would never have happened to him in the past because his cultivation talent was extremely strong, far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. Now that everyone had broken through but he hadn't, one could imagine how depressed he was. Young master, could it be that you took a lot of healing medicine when you were injured and that caused side effects? A cultivator from the Chu clan couldn't help but ask. If one consumed too many pills, it was indeed possible for pill toxins to appear and affect the cultivator's breakthrough. I don't think so. Chu Yingming's voice was filled with hesitation. He himself didn't know what was going on. When he was cultivating on weekdays, he felt that everything was going smoothly. But now when he was cultivating, he always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Could it be that the previous injury was too serious and hurt the foundation? Jun Lingxuan was surprised for a while. Apart from this situation, he really couldn't think of any other situation that would affect a cultivator's breakthrough. As soon as these words came out, Chu Yingming's face suddenly became extremely ugly. As everyone knew, it was a trivial matter for a cultivator to be injured. Almost every cultivator had suffered extremely serious injuries. As long as they recovered, there would be no impact. However, once the foundation was hurt, it was really over. It was almost impossible to break through again. As long as the cultivation did not decline because of this, it was already fortunate. He absolutely could not accept such a situation. Seeing Chu Yingming's face suddenly changed, everyone understood that Jun Lingxuan might be right. Everyone saw how serious Chu Yingming's injury was before. If the foundation was hurt, then they would no longer have to be afraid of Chu Yingming in the future. It wouldn't be long before the all-powerful Chu Yingming would disappear from everyone's sight. With second cousin-in-law's medical skills, she can definitely cure you, and there won't be any problems. However, some people don't believe it. You deserve to be in this situation now. Lin Yi's eyes showed a smug look. When Chu Yingming was injured, she felt very uncomfortable looking at their attitude. Now that she discovered such a situation, she was naturally happy to see it. With Lin Yi's words, Chu Yingming's face suddenly became even more ugly. Yes, Hong Zhuang's medical skills have always been superb. Bailey Yunyan couldn't help but say, I found a lot of doctors at the beginning, and they all said that Shier's illness was incurable, but Hong Zhuang cured her. That's right. Hong Zhuang's medical skills are even admired by Dr. Wu. Lin Xianxia said with a smile. With each sentence, Chu Yingming's face darkened. In the end, it was as black as the bottom of a pot. Jun Lingxuan, Xiao Sou, and Namgong Yuqing's complexions changed quietly. They didn't think much of it before, but after Lin Yi and others mentioned it, this problem seemed to involve them. After all, Bailey Hongzhuang was originally planning to save Chu Yingming, but was stopped by them. Not only that, they also took out healing medicines from their families and gave them to Chu Yingming. If Chu Yingming's foundation was truly damaged because of this, then it would definitely be related to them. I think I'd better go look for opportunities elsewhere. I'll take my leave first. Namgong Yuqing scratched his head, looked around, and quickly left. Let's leave as well. Jun Lingxuan took Xiao Sou and left quickly. If he continued to stay, he was afraid of suffering Chu Yingming's anger. Chu Yingming looked at Jun Lingxuan and others who left quickly. His face was livid. Although his heart was full of anger, he didn't vent it in the end. Before figuring out everything, it was useless to lose his temper. The most important thing was that he couldn't admit it. Once he admitted it, then everyone would know his current situation. Di Xiaofeng and others looked at each other and didn't say anything. Facing such a Chu Yingming, they felt a little miserable. Let's go. Chu Yingming waved his hand and left with his family's disciples. After everyone left, only the cultivators from the 5 great families were left outside the ruins. Di Xiaofeng smiled as he looked at Bailey Yunyan and asked, Yunyan, are you guys not going to look for more opportunities? Bailey Yunyan shook her head. With our strength, it's very dangerous to stay in the Immortal Cloud secret domain. I've already obtained an opportunity before, so I'm not greedy. Instead of going out and facing danger at any time, it's better to stay here and cultivate. Actually, the origin energy here is so dense, and there's even a faint trace of the laws of heaven and earth. Cultivating here is very beneficial for us. A faint smile appeared on Chen Feng's handsome face. Perhaps his choice to stay here was indeed somewhat of a waste of opportunity. However, Bewitching was his friend and had helped him so much before. He had to take good care of his family's disciples. It was not his style to leave just like that. Chen Feng, Morong, I'm really sorry for wasting your time. Di Xiaofeng's eyes were filled with guilt. He understood their good intentions, but he owed them too much. This is our own choice. You don't have to take it to heart. If you treat us as friends, then there's no need to be so courteous. Chen Feng smiled faintly. After this interaction, he increasingly felt that Di Xiaofeng and Di Beichen, these two brothers, were people worth befriending. That's right. Morong Jing agreed. If you treat us as friends, then there's no need to be so courteous. Seeing this, the smile in Di Xiaofeng's eyes deepened. He nodded and said, since that's the case, then I won't say anything. In any case, I'll remember this friendship in my heart. As everyone left, everyone became more relaxed. The Great Devil Sect's cultivators did not have any objections to Chen Feng's decision. If it wasn't for the Di family, they would have lost their lives long ago. Since their eldest senior brother had made such a decision, they would naturally agree. After some laughter, everyone calmed down and started cultivating. Although they didn't have any other opportunities, if they could improve their cultivation, then this trip would not be in vain. However, just as they were cultivating peacefully, an incomparably profound aura suddenly spread over. Noticing this aura, everyone couldn't help but open their eyes. With this glance, dense excitement and pleasant surprise appeared on everyone's faces. In his line of sight, a stone tablet was suspended in mid-air in front of the ruins. A chaotic yet powerful aura emanated from the stone tablet, revealing a vast and mysterious aura. As soon as they saw the stone tablet, everyone recognized it. This is the Primal Chaos Sacred Tablet. Chen Feng could not help but stand up and stare blankly at the stone stele in front of him that was emitting primal chaos radiance, an expression of disbelief on his face. The tablet actually appeared. Emperor Xiaofeng's face was filled with joy. Our luck is too good. Lin Taking nodded repeatedly. This is a great lucky chance. I heard that it has been many years since the last time the Primal Chaos Sacred Tablet appeared. I never thought that I would have the chance to see it again. Everyone couldn't help but move forward, wanting to get closer to the Primal Chaos Sacred Tablet. However, they discovered that the restriction was still there, preventing them from moving forward. This is too unbelievable. Not only does this ruin have the Light Saint Tablet and Darkness Saint Tablet, it even has the Primal Chaos Saint Tablet. Morong Jing was overjoyed, but more than that, he was shocked. For such a treasure to appear, it was an incomparably shocking opportunity. However, they had already seen 3 of them here. It was obvious how amazing the owner of this ruin was. Looks like Beichen's group has really obtained a huge opportunity this time. Di Xiaofeng's bright eyes were filled with joy and admiration. His lips curled up. Previously, Beichen's group was already extremely powerful. Now that they had obtained such a huge opportunity, their future achievements were needless to say. Not to mention them, even for us, this is an opportunity that we can't ask for normally. Morong Jing was full of smiles. He looked at Chen Feng and said, fortunately, we didn't leave. Otherwise, we would have missed it. The Primal Chaos Saint Tablet contained the power of primal chaos. At the beginning of the world, everything was primal chaos. Later on, it was divided into 9 attributes. However, primal chaos was still the strongest power. The Saint Tablet of Attributes could only be comprehended by cultivators with a specific attribute. However, the Primal Chaos Saint Tablet could be comprehended by anyone. Not only that, because it was the power of origin, although the increase in one's attributes couldn't be compared to the Saint Tablet of Attributes, it could still allow one to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. It was said that the Primal Chaos Saint Tablet had disappeared long ago. All these years, no matter how the various major powers searched, they still couldn't find it. Almost everyone believed that they would never be able to see the Primal Chaos Saint Tablet again. However, it had appeared in front of them just like that. Chen Feng nodded. That's right. It's too much of a pity to miss this opportunity. The cultivators of the Great Devil Sect cheered. Such an opportunity was much more precious than going to other places to look for opportunities. Looking for cultivation resources was only to increase one's strength in other aspects. Comprehending the Primal Chaos Saint tablet was to increase one's understanding of cultivation. Such an opportunity was much more precious than countless cultivation resources. Di Xiaofeng chuckled. Perhaps this is what they mean by kindness begets kindness. After their joy, everyone hurriedly focused on comprehending. No one knew when the Primal Chaos Saint tablet would disappear. Even looking at it for a while would be of great help to them. As Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen entered the ruins, they discovered that the interior of the ruins was filled with rich light energy. Although there was also the power of darkness, it was undoubtedly much weaker than the power of light. The two of them looked at each other and understood in their hearts that this should be the remains of their mistress. Bailey Hongzhuang found the style of the ruins somewhat familiar. Just like the palace in the Chaos Ring, many of the decorations were similar. However, as soon as they entered the ruins, they entered a huge main hall. The entire main hall was incomparably bright, and there was a pure and holy aura everywhere. Standing there and bathing in the pure and flawless light energy, Lin Li's thoughts seemed to have become transparent. Even things that he couldn't understand in the past seemed to be instantly understood. Wow, I sense a familiar aura. Xiao Hei's eyes shone with excitement as it looked around. An inexplicable sense of familiarity emerged from the depths of its soul. Xiao Bai nodded. It is indeed familiar. This is the aura of the previous owner. In the next moment, the white dragon's figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. When she saw the white dragon's appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang's clear eyes flashed with astonishment. Linger, you can come out now? Previously, due to the restrictive spell, the white dragon had been unable to come out. She never thought that it would suddenly come out now. The white dragon nodded. After entering the ruins, the restrictive spell has disappeared. I can come out now. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. It's probably because the Chaos Ring used to belong to the owner of the ruins. There's only one main hall here. I can't see anything else. What should we do next? Bailey Hongzhuang scanned her surroundings. She had hoped to meet the remnant consciousness of the original owner because they were simply too connected by fate. However, from the moment they had entered the main hall, it seemed that they could not find any other breakthrough. Di Beichen looked around as well. The ruins they had encountered in the past had not been like this. Back when they had entered their master's ruins in the lower realm, they had experienced endless dangers in the beginning before they had finally obtained the inheritance. However, the ruins before them had an unprecedented sense of peace. Even the Bridge of Attributes had not shown any signs of danger. Even though everything before them was unclear, they could sense that the owner of the ruins was very calm. Let's look around. Di Beichen's voice was warm and mellow. He could not find any breakthrough in the situation before them either. However, just as the two of them were about to look around, a melodious voice suddenly rang out in the main hall. I never thought that we would be so fated. The soft and gentle voice was like a spring breeze, stirring up ripples in one's heart. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression turned solemn. Even though she could not see the other party, she still bowed respectfully. Senior. The Chaos Ring has fallen into your hands? That's right. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Ever since they had entered the ruins, the Chaos Ring had shown an unprecedented reaction. It was as if it was extremely familiar with the owner of the ruins. Thinking back, after I had left the Chaos Ring behind, I thought that I would never have the chance to see it again. I never thought that someone would bring the Chaos Ring here. This is truly fate. Her gentle voice was filled with sorrow, as if she was recalling everything that had happened many years ago. Her voice was filled with sorrow and sadness. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang took off the Chaos Ring and presented it with both hands. Senior, this is your Chaos Ring. I'm returning it to you. Even though the Chaos Ring had given her a lot of help and she had long gotten used to its existence, Bailey Hongzhuang still had no intention of taking it for herself in front of its true owner. Because of this ring, she came to 1,000 years in the future. She once had resentment, but after meeting Di Beichen, her resentment completely dissipated. Even though there were regrets in her heart that were difficult to fill, she was still grateful to the Chaos Ring. Because of it, he was able to obtain everything he had today. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's actions, the master of the ruins chuckled. Since it has recognized you as its master, it's yours. Everything in the world was fate. You were able to obtain the Chaos Ring, and now, you were able to come here. Everything was fated. What's more, I've already fallen. What's the point of finding it? I only hope that you can treat them well. But, why is Bai Long with you? In the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Bailey Hongshuang. Seeing the woman in front of her, Bailey Hongshuang's eyes suddenly showed a trace of surprise. The woman was wearing an elegant white dress and her hair was as smooth as silk. Her soft facial features were indescribably exquisite and her entire body exuded a holy light unique to the power of light. At a glance, she looked like a goddess, but also like an immortal. Bailey Hongshuang had never seen such a gentle woman. Even if it was just a glance, the other party's temperament was deeply imprinted in her heart. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared, Bewitching and Bailey Hongshuang keenly captured the slight fluctuation in the woman's voice when she mentioned Bai Long, Sr. This junior is He Shenjuan's disciple. Bewitching cupped his fists and said, Bai Long was rescued by my wife from my master's ruins. As Bewitching's voice fell, Bai Yunjiao's face suddenly froze. She looked at Bewitching in disbelief, her clear eyes rippling. You said, you are He Shenjuan's disciple? That's me. Bewitching nodded and said respectfully, Greetings, master's wife. Bai Yunjiao couldn't help but cover her mouth. Her eyes gradually filled with tears. You are He Shenjuan's disciple, how is he now? Master has already passed away. His greatest regret was that he couldn't be with master's wife. Bai Yunjiao's eyes suddenly turned red and tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Her hands trembled slightly. Obviously, this result was a big blow to her. It's all my fault. Her light voice was like a spring, pleasant to the ear but full of sadness. Master's wife, Master said that meeting you was his greatest fortune in life. Even if the result didn't go as he wished, he never regretted it. His greatest regret was that he didn't have the ability to change all this and made you suffer. Bewitching stared at Bai Yunjiao. This was the message that his master had asked him to convey. Back then, he didn't understand why his master thought that he would be able to meet his master's wife one day. It wasn't until he understood the relationship between Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and his master's wife that he finally understood. As it turned out, everything had long been predestined. Even though Bai Yunjiao had been trying to calm herself down, she could no longer control herself after hearing those words. She almost burst into tears in an instant. Tears rolled down her cheeks like pearls, but there was still a trace of indescribable joy on her face. Because He Shenjuan's words gave her the greatest comfort. Even if they had already fallen, even if it was impossible for them to be together again, at least they had never regretted it. At least He Shenjuan's love for her was the same as her love for He Shenjun, it had never changed. Seeing Bai Yunjiao like this, Bailey Hongshuang's eyes reddened. Even though she didn't know exactly what had happened back then, she could roughly guess from this situation. This kind of feeling was truly unchanging even in death. Even if they had fallen because of their union, they had never regretted it. Bewitching remained silent. His deep eyes revealed some ripples. When he first heard his master talk about all this, he already knew how difficult it had been for the two of them to walk this path. Even if they couldn't be together forever, even if it was only for a short period of time, it was still a kind of happiness. Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching looked at each other. In comparison, they were happy. Although they had encountered all kinds of troubles along the way, it was not worth mentioning compared to He Shenjun. After a while, Bai Yunjiao calmed down from her emotions. She looked at Bailey Hongshuang and He Shenjun with some embarrassment. I've let you see a joke. The two shook their heads. No matter who it was, they would not be able to control their emotions. They wanted to comfort Bai Yunjiao, but they felt that their words were pale and powerless. Thank you for telling me what he said. At least I can smile in peace. Bai Yunjiao looked at Bewitching gratefully. Her gentle face became even more gentle. Master's wife, this is what I should do. Bewitching looked serious, this is also Master's last wish. Bai Yunjiao smiled, Shenjun has good taste. In the next moment, her eyes fell on Bailey Hongshuang. She asked with some surprise, you two are husband and wife? Bailey Hongshuang nodded, yes. It seems that our fate is deeper than I thought. Bai Yunjiao chuckled and said, "So, you two are also of the light and darkness attributes? Do you know that such a union will face a lot of pressure? We are already mentally prepared. No matter what the outside world thinks, we will not be separated." Bailey Hongzhuang's ink-black phoenix eyes were shining with a determined light. She did not know what Bai Yunjiao and He Shinjun had experienced, but she was also determined to be together with Bewitching. Although Bewitching did not speak, the determination in his eyes said everything. Bai Yunjiao's eyes swept over the two. The smile on her lips gradually deepened. Looking at the two in front of her, she seemed to see herself and He Shinjun. Yes, their hearts were so determined to be together, no matter how rough the road ahead was. "I also believe that you can live well." Bai Yunjiao looked deeply at Bailey Hongzhuang and said, "From now on, you are my disciple." Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was a little surprised. Did she pass just like that? Don't they need to take any tests? Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's expression, Bai Yunjiao guessed what she was thinking, and the smile on her lips became brighter. "I originally wanted to test you, but there's no need for that now. I believe in Shinjun's judgment, and I also believe in your judgment." Bai Yunjiao's gaze landed on Bewitching and the three beasties when she said "you guys." Everyone immediately understood, and a joyful smile appeared on their faces. "Master Bai, my current master is also very powerful." "You definitely didn't choose the wrong person," Xiaohe said with a smile. Seeing this, Bai Yunjiao softly chuckled, "I didn't think that you'd all grown so big. Since you've met a master you like, I can rest assured. He Guangling should be your contracted beast now, right?" Bai Yunjiao looked at Xiao Bai sitting on Bewitching's shoulder and immediately understood. "Master, can you tell me about Xiaohe and Xiao Bai's origins?" After being recognized as a disciple by Bai Yunjiao, Bailey Hongzhuang naturally asked for her master's attention. "Xiaohe and Xiao Bai?" Bai Yunjiao raised her eyebrows and a smile appeared in her eyes. "Very simple names. It seems that you don't know what kind of demonic beasts the black light spirit and the white light spirit are, right?" Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Indeed, after so long, other than hearing their real names from the white dragon, she did not receive any information about their species. Not only that, according to Xiaohe and Xiao Bai's memories, they were created by He Shinjun and Bai Yunjiao. Actually, these demonic beasts did not exist in this world. They were created by me and Shinjun by chance. We added the light and dark attributes to their bodies, which is why they were created. Following Bai Yunjiao's explanation, Bailey Hongzhuang finally understood the cause and effect. Originally, Bai Yunjiao was the holy maiden of the light faction and had a very high status. However, she met He Shinjun by chance and the two fell in love. As the holy maiden of the light faction, she naturally knew that she could not be together with He Shinjun. Because of the difference in attributes, her clan would never allow her to be together with He Shinjun. However, He Shinjun had saved the damsel in distress time and time again, so she could not help but fall in love with him. The Divine Cloud Realm was a small world created by Bai Yunjiao. At that time, she and He Shinjun lived together in this small world. During this process, Xiaohe and Xiao Bai were created. These were the lives they gave birth to together. Unexpectedly, the good times did not last long. In the end, they were discovered. In the end, the two decided to break through their shackles and leave everything behind. In the process of escaping, they encountered danger and Bai Yunjiao used the Chaos Ring to avoid the danger. As a divine weapon, the Chaos Ring's defensive capabilities were naturally very strong and successfully protected them. However, although they successfully avoided the danger, they were also left behind. After that, the two of them lived together. However, in the end, Bai Yunjiao was captured and brought back. She died of depression. After hearing all this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but sigh faintly. This situation was really too sad. The two of them had already decided to abandon everything, but in the end, there was still someone who was unwilling to let them go. It really made them feel helpless. Originally, she couldn't understand why the primal chaos ring had fallen into her hands 1,000 years ago. She had also transmigrated 1,000 years into the future, while Bai Yunjiao and He Shinjun had fallen a few hundred years ago. The timeline simply didn't match. Now, he finally understood everything. He had to admit that everything was really coincidental. "Master, you're already so strong, yet you were still separated. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. Although she didn't know Bai Yunjia's true strength, she could guess that it wasn't something they could compare with. However, it was precisely these two peerless powerhouses that ended up like this. It truly made one sigh. Hearing this, Bai Yunjia's expression became complicated. Her clear and bright eyes flashed with hesitation, but in the end, it disappeared. The hesitation on Bai Yunjia's face did not escape the eyes of Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. The two of them immediately realized that things were not as simple as Bai Yunjia had described them to be. There must be more to this, but Bai Yunjia was unwilling to speak of it. Although they did not know the reason, the two of them did not ask. They believed that Bai Yunjia must have her reasons for not speaking of it. In fact, even if Bai Yunjia did not reveal such an expression, they could still guess that there was a problem. Otherwise, for such peerless cultivators, it would not be easy for them to be together in public. In that case, they should not have been discovered by hiding their identities. However, under such circumstances, both of them had still fallen. At least, based on their current understanding of the situation, things had not reached such a stage. Xianxia would definitely be chosen as the next saint of the Light Maiden. However, when she found out about Bewitching's attributes, she did not immediately reject the marriage. On the contrary, if Bewitching had not rejected the marriage, Xianxia would have chosen to accept it. When Bai Yunjia noticed their expressions, she sighed inwardly. These two were really smart children. However, she did not want to reveal the complexity of the situation. Doing so would only increase the pressure on the two of them. Rather than endure the pressure, it would be better to be together peacefully and happily. This was the goal that she and He Shinjun had always pursued. Give me the chaos ring. Bai Yunjia smiled at Bailey Hongzhuang and said. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately took off the chaos ring and handed it over. After receiving the chaos ring, Bai Yunjia casually wiped it with her hand before returning it to Bailey Hongzhuang. You are now its true master. There should be no more restrictions on it. Following Bai Yunjia's words, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly felt that the connection between her and the chaos ring had become even closer. In the past, after the chaos ring had recognized her as its master, she had never noticed that there were other restrictions in the chaos ring. Now that Bai Yunjia had removed the restriction, she discovered the changes in the chaos ring. This feeling was as if the relationship between the two had become even closer. In the past, no matter what happened in the chaos ring, she had to explore it on her own. But now, whatever she wanted to know, she could know immediately. After understanding this point, she couldn't help but be even more shocked. Just this point alone was enough to prove Bai Yunjia's skill. This kind of method was obviously not something that the cultivators she had come into contact with could possess. However, after removing the restriction, Bai Yunjia's eyes quietly revealed a trace of astonishment. You've already opened the world in the chaos ring? Master, are you talking about the world of experience? The first thing that came to Bailey Hongzhuang's mind was the forest world. This was the only world in the primordial chaos ring. World of experience? Bai Yunjia was stunned for a moment before she nodded. That's right. That's right. I've already opened it for a while. Hearing this, Bai Yunjia looked deeply at Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching and sighed. I don't know whether this is good or bad for you. But since you've already opened it, it means that it's fated to be with you. Then what's wrong with the world? No problem. Bai Yunjia's expression became calm. Not every cultivator who obtains the chaos ring can open that world. However, since you can open it, it proves that you have the ability and talent to come in contact with everything. Bai Yunjia paused for a moment before continuing, my true inheritance is not here. If you have the chance, you will come in contact with it. When that time comes, I will pass my true inheritance to you. In the next second, Bai Yunjia looked at Bewitching, the same goes for you. Shinjun's true inheritance is also in another place. If fate wills it, you will find it. Following Bai Yunjia's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching could not help but look at each other. This situation was beyond their expectations. They had thought that this was their master's inheritance. They did not expect that it was not the true inheritance. Even if it was not the true inheritance, they had seen the sacred attribute tablet here. If they found the true inheritance, how shocking would the rewards be? Looking at the two confused people, the corner of Bai Yunjia's lips curled up. When the time comes, you will know. In this ruin, there are 3 sacred tablets. You have seen 2 of them. The third one is the Chaos Sacred Tablet. This is the inheritance that I am giving to you. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's expression changed. She did not expect her master to give these 3 sacred tablets to her. Although she had comprehended for a long time on the bridge and crossed the bridge of attributes, she knew very well that there was still a long way to go before she could comprehend the light sacred tablet. Other than that, I only have 2 attribute pools here. The water in the pools can change your affinity with the attributes. It will be very beneficial for you. Bai Yunjiao waved her hand and Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching found that 2 pools had appeared in the spacious hall. One of the pools was filled with the power of light. It was emitting white mist that constantly drifted outwards. It was like a fairyland. The other pool was filled with the power of darkness. It was dark and mysterious. The 2 completely different pools appeared at the same time. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching immediately sensed how powerful they were. You guys can go in. Bai Yunjiao smiled faintly. I'll remove the seal on White Dragon's memories first. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bai Yunjiao glanced at Bai Yunjiao and immediately walked into the pool without hesitation. As soon as she stepped in, Bailey Hongzhuang felt a rich power coming from the pool. That pure and concentrated power shocked her. Previously, when she was outside the ruins, she felt that the light energy emitted by the ruins was extremely shocking. However, compared to the power of light that he felt now, there was still a huge difference. She was certain that this pool of water was a first-rate treasure. It was a priceless treasure to every light attribute cultivator. Staying in this pool of water, Bailey Hongzhuang could feel that her cultivation was progressing rapidly, and her comprehension of the light attribute was also increasing. Ever since she transmigrated, she had seen many relics. Every time they went in, they would fight for it and face danger at any time. Only this time everything was so peaceful. Bai Yunjiao gave her the feeling that she was an elder. Her words and advice were all for the sake of her improvement. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were focused on cultivating in the pool, Bai Long's memories were finally unsealed. Compared to Xiao He and Xiao Bai, who had lost contact with Bai Yunjiao not long after being created, her feelings for Bai Yunjiao were undoubtedly deeper. Yunjiao, in the end, you still. Bai Long's eyes were filled with tears. Looking at Bai Yunjiao, who was only a remnant of her will, he couldn't control his emotions. Don't be sad for me. This is actually a form of relief for me. Without Shinjun, I'm just a walking corpse. I still have to face those people who annoy me. Although I've already disappeared from this world, I feel happier than being alive. Bai Yunjiao's expression was gentle as she looked at Bai Long. I was just worried that you would be the only one left. It's a good thing that Hongzhuang and Bewitching are doing well and you've already recognized Hongzhuang as your master. I believe that with them, you'll have a good life. All these years, I've never understood who I was and why I was in Shinjun's ruins. Now I finally understand. But when I think about how you're all gone, I feel pain. Don't think about it. You were injured so badly because of me. Although part of your memories were sealed, it was also because you were injured too badly. It's a good thing that after these years of cultivation, you finally recovered. I thank you for everything you did for me. Actually, you were never a contract beast. You only followed me to repay my kindness. Now that you've recognized your true master, it's time for you to start a new life. As for me, I have no regrets. Bailey Hongzhuang closed her eyes and immersed herself in cultivation. The demon summoning scripture was fully activated and the heaven-defying effects of this technique were immediately displayed. The rich energy in the pool was constantly being absorbed into her body, increasing her strength. Bewitching's movements weren't any smaller than Bailey Hongzhuang's. The power of the destiny physique was completely displayed. The dark energy entered his body through his pores and quickly circulated. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were peacefully cultivating, Di Xiaofeng and the others were also concentrating on comprehending the primal chaos sacred tablet. In the beginning, they were worried that the tablet would disappear at any time, so they kept staring at it, not daring to move their eyes away. But when they found that the tablet was floating in the air and didn't show any signs of disappearing, they relaxed. In fact, the tablet itself was a treasure. Even if they kept staring at it, they wouldn't be able to keep staring at it. Moreover, the powerful rules contained within could backfire on one's body, so everyone would take a break after watching for a while. During this process, everyone's comprehension ability was constantly improving. Even if their cultivation, they didn't know that it wasn't just a bit, they knew that their comprehension wasn't just a bit stronger than before. This comprehension and understanding of the laws would show results as they cultivated in the future, and it would be easier for them to break through in the future. This benefit was even more amazing than simply increasing one's cultivation base. We've been outside for a long time, haven't we? On this day, Ao Lingxiao exited his state of comprehension. Time always passed very quickly while he was meditating. Before he knew it, time had already passed. Listening to Jun Lingxuan's words, Lin Yi nodded. We seem to have stayed here for a long time. I'm afraid it won't be long before we leave the Immortal Cloud secret realm. But Beichen and Hong Zhuang haven't come out yet. I don't know how long they will stay in the ruins. Mo Yunjue frowned. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Lin Yi entered the ruins, he had already guessed that they wouldn't be able to come out for a while. However, several months had passed in the blink of an eye. They could only stay in the Immortal Cloud secret realm for a total of 1 year. Once they missed it, the next time they could leave would be 10 years later. Yeah, they have been in there for so long. What if they don't come out in the stipulated time? A trace of worry appeared on Lin Taxing's face. Obviously, they couldn't stay here for 10 years. Most importantly, according to the news, there had never been a cultivator who could stay here for 10 years and leave alive. They should be out soon. Di Xiaofeng pondered and said, Beichen and Lin Yi should know what to do. If possible, I hope to stay here and comprehend the Primal Chaos Tablet. Morong Jing sighed. Even if they studied the Primal Chaos Tablet every day, they had only scratched the surface. It was just a superficial knowledge, but it was already very useful to him. If he had the chance to comprehend the Primal Chaos Tablet, he believed that his strength would be much stronger than before. As Morong Jing's voice fell, everyone felt the same way. If possible, they also hoped to have such an opportunity. However, the Primal Chaos Tablet didn't belong to them. They couldn't stay here forever. Let's wait patiently for the time being. Chen Feng's expression was calm. His deep eyes were filled with determination and certainty. Even if he hadn't known Di Beichen for a long time, he knew that Di Beichen was a strategist. He would definitely remember the time when they left. After cultivating for several months, Bailey Hongzhuang found that the light power in the pool had decreased a lot. During this period of cultivation, her cultivation had also successfully broken through to the nebula realm. However, only she knew in her heart that what had increased the most was not her cultivation, but her strength. After seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang had exited her cultivation state, Bai Yunjiao's remnant consciousness appeared once again. However, Bailey Hongzhuang noticed at a glance that Bai Yunjiao's lingering thoughts were much lighter than when they first met. Obviously, it would not be long before it completely dissipated. Master. Bailey Hongzhuang called out softly, her eyes red. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's expression, Bai Yunjiao smiled faintly. Silly girl, I'm already a dead person. What's there to be sad about when a remnant of my will is about to disappear? Master, thank you. Bailey Hongzhuang knelt down and bowed deeply to Bai Yunjiao. There were too many unclear connections between her and Bai Yunjiao. If it wasn't for Bai Yunjiao, she wouldn't be where she was now. Perhaps it was because of these inextricable connections, or perhaps it was because Bai Yunjiao's situation was too similar to hers, or perhaps it was because even she herself couldn't understand the reason, but she had an unprecedented deep feeling for Bai Yunjiao. This feeling was akin to seeing one's loved one pass away. It was something she couldn't accept. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang in such a state, Bai Yunjiao's heart softened as her eyes reddened. When Di Beichen exited his cultivation state, he saw this scene and closed his eyes again. At this time, it was better to let Bailey Hongzhuang and Bai Yunjiao have a good talk. Master, I have something I want to ask. Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a moment. What is it? Master, do you know what is the use of the rainbow elemental energy? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyes. She was quite curious about the rainbow elemental energy that was unique to the Lan family. According to her father, it was a unique inheritance of the Lan family. However, it had not appeared for many years, until it appeared in her body. However, until now, Other than the fact that the rainbow elemental energy was more condensed than normal elemental energy and could last longer under the same consumption, she did not find any other differences. She had asked other people but did not seem to have a definite answer. Thinking about it, Bai Yunjiao must be more knowledgeable than them and might know something. Hearing Bailey Hongshuang's question, Bai Yunjiao was a little surprised. Why are you asking about the rainbow elemental energy? Because I am one myself. Bai Yunjiao was slightly stunned. Then, her eyes were full of astonishment. You actually have the rainbow elemental energy? Bailey Hongshuang nodded and could not help but ask, Master, is there a problem with the rainbow elemental energy? No. Bai Yunjiao shook her head and her face became serious. Actually, I don't know much about the rainbow elemental energy. I have only heard some news about it. The rainbow elemental energy is a special and powerful force. It is said to be an ancient inheritance and 1 in 10,000. Based on what I know, I am afraid that 1 in a million people has it. In the past, among the cultivators I know, there was one who had the rainbow elemental energy. His ability completely overpowered cultivators of the same level. He was an extremely powerful existence. Unfortunately, I do not know much about it. However, based on my judgment, your rainbow elemental energy should still be in the beginning stages and has not truly awakened. Awakened? Bailey Hongshuang was surprised. She had never heard of this before. That's right. Only after awakening will it be the true rainbow elemental energy. However, as for how to awaken it, you will have to find the answer yourself. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang fell silent. According to his father, this was their family's inheritance. However, it was just as Bai Yunjiao had said. Every cultivator in the family who possessed the rainbow primary force would achieve much more than ordinary cultivators. At the same time, Bewitching slowly walked over. He stopped beside Bailey Hongshuang and listened to Bai Yunjiao's message. Bai Yunjiao looked at Bailey Hongshuang with a gentle gaze. I can see that both of you are very lucky. I believe that you will have the opportunity to understand it in the future. Luck was an extremely mysterious thing. Every cultivator would have their own luck. Usually, experts would have great luck. For this kind of mysterious thing, Bailey Hongshuang couldn't see through it. However, Bai Yunjiao was very certain. Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching were able to reach this stage at such a young age. Furthermore, they had received their inheritance. Their luck was already far beyond ordinary people. In addition to Bailey Hongshuang's rainbow elemental energy and Bewitching's destiny body, they would definitely go far in the future. I will wait for you at my true inheritance. Hearing Bai Yunjiao's words, Bailey Hongshuang could not help but feel puzzled. Previously, she thought that her master actually thought that it was better for her not to enter that level. Why did she suddenly change her mind? Not only Bailey Hongshuang, but Bewitching also noticed the change in Bai Yunjiao's attitude. Previously, Bai Yunjiao only said that if they had the chance to find the inheritance, then they would talk about it. Now, Bai Yunjiao clearly believed that they had the ability to find it. This was a huge change. In this regard, Bai Yunjiao did not explain and only smiled faintly. In the next second, 2 shining stones, one black and one white, appeared in Bai Yunjiao's hand. I'll leave this to you. Bailey Hongshuang looked at the white stone in her hand and asked doubtfully, Master, this is? This is the key to my true inheritance, just like the key to this inheritance. When you're close to it, you'll sense it and it will help you find the inheritance. As soon as this was said, Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching's eyes lit up. If this world was so big, it would not be easy for them to find it. However, with this key, it would at least be much easier to find it than before. Thank you, Master. Outside the ruins. If Di Xiaofeng and the others were not too worried before, they could not help but feel anxious as the 1-year deadline approached. What should we do? If we don't come out now, we won't be able to get out. Lin Xianxia anxiously paced back and forth, her hands tightly clasped together. At this time, she could not even calm down to comprehend the Chaos Sacred Tablet. After all, once they missed it, it would be 10 years. Although the lifespan of a cultivator was relatively long, many things would have changed after 10 years. Time is indeed getting tight. Judging from the distance we have to travel, it will take some time. Di Xiaofeng's face darkened. In his impression, Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang were people who knew their limits. They should not miss this period of time. Do you think anything will happen to them inside? Lin Taxing's expression was complicated. As time passed, all kinds of thoughts emerged in his mind. I don't think so. Morong Jing pondered, from what I can see, the owner of this ruin is very calm, and there was no danger in the previous selection. Not only that, they even gave us the chance to comprehend the primal chaos sacred tablet. Have you ever seen such a situation in the past? Everyone looked at each other. Such a peaceful selection was indeed something they had never encountered before. If it was in the past, which ruin didn't have casualties, that was how the strong were trained. Only this time it gave them a completely new impression. That's why I don't think they'll encounter any danger inside, Morong Jing said slowly. Bai Yunjiao left. The wisp of remnant consciousness left in the ruins completely dissipated. Bailey Hongzhuang, Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Bai Long's eyes reddened. They were extremely reluctant to part with Bai Yunjiao. Di Baichen reached out and hugged Bailey Hongzhuang. His voice was gentle and comforting. Wife, don't be sad. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, but the trace of sadness in her heart could not be erased. In the short time they spent together, she only felt that Bai Yunjiao was the real saint of light. She was gentle and magnanimous, and not ordinary people could compare to her. After putting the 3 primal chaos tablets into the chaos ring, Bai Long returned to the chaos ring. Although Bai Long's appearance was no longer affected by the restriction, they were about to leave. Bai Long's sudden appearance would undoubtedly shock everyone, so it was better to return to the chaos ring. Bai Long was undoubtedly the saddest about Bai Yunjiao's departure. Previously, they didn't understand why Bai Long's memory was damaged and his strength regressed. Now, they finally understood. It turned out that when he was protecting Bai Yunjiao and He Xinjun, he was severely injured. In the end, Bai Yunjiao was still captured and Bai Long followed He Xinjun. At that time, He Xinjun was already severely injured. Therefore, he only left Bai Long in the ruins and later died. At first, Bai Yunjiao saved Bai Long by chance, so Bai Long followed her. The two of them didn't form a contract, but Bai Long was dead set on protecting Bai Yunjiao. However, the power they fought against was too strong. In the end, they couldn't change anything. As Bai Long's memory recovered, he now knew that Bai Yunjiao and He Xinjun had died. One could imagine the pain in his heart. Ling don't be sad. We still have to move forward. Bailey Hongzhuang comforted Bai Long. She understood how painful it was for the people you cared about the most to leave and never appear again. Even if her comfort was futile, she still hoped that Bai Long would be able to accept it. Ling nodded slightly, don't worry, I will accept it. When Di Xiaofeng and the others saw that the primal chaos tablet suddenly disappeared, a trace of surprise appeared in their eyes. More than that, there was a trace of anticipation. The primal chaos tablets disappeared. Does this mean that Beichen and the others are coming out? Ao Lingxiao's eyes lit up. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Di Xiaofeng and the others didn't speak. Their eyes were fixed on the door of the ruins, hoping that it would open. In the next moment, under everyone's fervent gaze, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen's figures finally appeared in everyone's sight. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Beichen, you're finally out. If you didn't come out, we really didn't know what to do. Di Xiaofeng's face was filled with a joyful smile, and his entire body relaxed. Sorry for making everyone wait. Di Beichen looked at everyone apologetically. When he noticed that the cultivators of the Great Devil sect were also here, a trace of surprise quietly flashed through his deep eyes. It's fine as long as you made it out safely. Lin Taxing smiled faintly. It's getting late. Let's hurry to the exit. As for the rest, let's talk on the way. What do you think? Di Beichen nodded. Okay. Immediately afterward, the group of people rushed towards the exit marked on the identity card. If they didn't speed up, they wouldn't be able to get out. On the way, Bailey Hongzhuang also learned that the cultivators of the Great Devil sect had decided to stay because they were worried about the safety of Di Xiaofeng and the others. Suddenly, their hearts were touched, and they felt that Chen Feng, this friend of theirs, was really right. The fact that he could take the initiative to think of this at such a time was enough to prove that he was a righteous person. "Brother Chen, I will remember this friendship," said Bewitching with a smile. Chen Feng waved his hand in a carefree manner, but his gaze was incomparably sincere. He was originally an extremely pure person. Since the other party treated him with sincerity, he would naturally treat the other party with sincerity as well. Moreover, he did not have many friends, and Bewitching was one of them. "Haha, in my opinion, you guys don't need to thank each other. Isn't this how brothers should be?" Morong Jingling said with a smile. Hearing this, Bewitching and Chen Feng looked at each other and smiled. No words were needed to express their understanding. On the flying magic tool, a group of cultivators gathered together. At this moment, they were standing on the deck and looking in the direction of the exit. During this process, there were cultivators coming out from the exit and landing on the deck continuously. However, as time passed, the exit started to close gradually. Everyone could not help but look around. The number of cultivators entering and exiting each time was not small. The teams from the D family, Lin family, Morong family, and the Great Devil sect have yet to appear. The exit is about to close. Could it be that they can't make it in time? I remember that they have been guarding outside the ruins. Could it be that Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching have yet to leave the ruins? I remember that the cultivators from the Bailey family seem to be with them as well. If they really can't make it out, that would be interesting. Everyone looked at each other. In their eyes, as long as they missed the opportunity to come out, they could basically treat the other party as if they did not exist. The strength of these four forces was not weak. If all the cultivators were annihilated in the Immortal Cloud secret domain, it would be shocking news. Jun Lingshuan looked at the exit that was getting smaller and smaller, and a trace of joy immediately appeared on his handsome face. This time, when he faced Bewitching and the others, he was completely defeated. Therefore, he did not think that he could deal with them. However, if Bewitching and the others were trapped in the Immortal Cloud secret domain and could not come out, then the heavens were really helping him. 10 years later, even if Bewitching and the others were still alive, the outside world would have undergone tremendous changes. The D family is really interesting. It would be interesting if they don't come out. Nangong Yuqing smirked. He was happy to see such a situation. However, when Chu Yingming heard this news, his brows furrowed. Just when everyone thought that it was impossible for the D family to come out, a group of figures suddenly flew out from the entrance that was about to close. Ta. One figure after another landed on the deck. Who else could it be other than Bewitching and the others? The smile on Jun Lingshuan's lips suddenly froze. He looked at Bewitching and the others, who had appeared at the last moment, in astonishment. His gaze couldn't help but become gloomy. What a lucky bastard, just a little bit more and the exit would be completely closed. The team leader who came to welcome the disciples back heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. Although every time the Immortal Cloud secret realm was opened, there would always be a situation where the entire team would be wiped out. Although the Immortal Cloud secret domain was destroyed in the Immortal Cloud secret domain, the D family, the Lin family, the Morong family, and the Great Devil sect were not ordinary forces. It would be a pity if all of them were left inside. After seeing this scene, all the cultivators present could not help but sigh. These guys were really lucky. I think that every time these guys appear, they have to create quite a big commotion. Otherwise, they won't stop. After Bewitching and the others landed on the deck, the exit closed. Di Xiaofeng and the others couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. We finally made it. If we were any later, we wouldn't have been able to come out. That means our timing was just right, haha. Morong Jing laughed. In fact, everyone was worried that they wouldn't be able to make it in time. Fortunately, the situation was much better than they thought. Jun Lingshuan and Xiao Suo looked at each other with complicated expressions. This wasn't something they wanted to see. We really got lucky. Nangong Yuqing rolled his eyes. Just a little bit more and he would have been able to get rid of this big problem without any effort. On the other hand, Chu Yingming's eyes lit up when he saw Bailey Hongshuang and the others appear. This is called the heavens are on our side, Morong Jing said indifferently as his gaze fell on Nangong Yuqing. Nangong Yuqing's voice wasn't soft, so they naturally heard it clearly. So what if we came out? Namgong Yuqing shrugged. We wasted half a year in the Immortal Cloud's secret realm without any harvest. It won't be easy to catch up with others. I see that you didn't waste half a year and your strength didn't increase at all. Di Xiaofeng looked at Namgong Yuqing indifferently. He didn't care about the other party's ridicule at all. Although I didn't break through, I'm still stronger than before. Namgong Yuqing's lips curled up. There was a hint of pride between his brows. It's just training, so there will always be some harvest. If you only meditate and cultivate, you might as well stay in the family and cultivate. Why come out and waste your time? Fighting wasn't allowed on the flying magic artifact, so when Jun Lingxuan saw Namgong Yuqing start to talk, he couldn't bear to be left out. If they could fight here, he wouldn't be a match for the Di family. Naturally, he didn't dare to speak. Di Beichen, just because the two of you wanted to obtain an opportunity, you caused so many people to wait outside and waste half a year's time. Don't you feel ashamed? Jun Lingxuan looked at Di Beichen in ridicule. According to his thinking, even if Chen Feng had no objections, the other cultivators of the Great Devil sect should have already been dissatisfied. Di Beichen and Yi Shiwen had indeed saved everyone, but after half a year, it would be difficult for them to catch up with the cultivators who were at the same level as them. However, in the face of Jun Lingxuan and Namgong Yuqing's ridicule, the cultivators from the five forces remained calm. I'm not embarrassed, Di Beichen said with an indifferent expression. What's there to be embarrassed about? Looking at Di Beichen's unashamed and proud appearance, the other cultivators looked at each other in dismay. Although they knew that this matter had nothing to do with Di Beichen and Yi Shiwen, if it was anyone else who obtained this opportunity, they wouldn't have wasted it. Presumably, even they had only found out that the Great Devil sect and Murong family were waiting for them outside. However, no matter what, they should be somewhat apologetic. Di Beichen's attitude was indeed somewhat excessive. Speaking of which, it's strange. The cultivators of the Great Devil sect and Murong family don't seem to be dissatisfied. Instead, they seem to be very happy. How is that possible? I've never heard of anyone being able to get benefits from staying outside the relic. That's true. Everyone looked at each other, unable to understand. As the flying instrument began to fly, everyone walked in. In this 1 year of experience, everyone had experienced many thrilling things. Now that they had finally returned to a safe place, they just wanted to rest here. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were the same. At this moment, they just wanted to relax. Everyone did not stop and directly headed to the restaurant inside the flying instrument. In the past year, they hadn't eaten any good food, so naturally, everyone was craving for food. They were not the only ones. In fact, other than a small number of cultivators who were injured or too tired, most of the other cultivators were gathered here. If you ask me, the ones who gained the most this time should be Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang. Of course. Just by looking at the relic, you can tell that the owner of the relic is not ordinary. They must have gained a lot. The Verdant Flame Palace also gained a lot. Later on, they also found an inheritance. It's said that it's quite big. Everyone drank as they talked about their gains from this trip. The cultivators who had gained a lot had no intention of hiding it. Letting others know about their improvement and being envied was undoubtedly a great feeling. Speaking of which, everyone gained a lot in the Immortal Cloud Mystery Realm this time. However, there was one person who was the most unlucky. As soon as this was said, everyone looked at each other and immediately understood. I heard that out of all the cultivators who entered the Immortal Cloud Mystery Realm this time, only Chu Yingming did not advance. Shu, lower your voice. The man lowered his voice. Isn't it because of the injury from before? It said that it hurt his foundation. If it can't be healed, his future will stop here. Hey, what are you talking about? Even though his voice was extremely low, it still did not escape the ears of the Chu clan cultivators. One of the Chu clan disciples immediately stood up and looked at him with dissatisfaction. Seeing this, the man curled his lips and did not continue speaking. It was fine to talk about something fun, but if he offended the Chu clan too much, there would be no benefits. Chu. Yingming's face was gloomy the entire time. After staying for a moment, he left. Normally, he was an existence that no one could ignore. But now, because his foundation was damaged, everyone was looking at him with sympathy. It was easy to imagine how depressed he was. Seeing Chu Yingming leave, Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Wife, your foundation is damaged?" There was a hint of playfulness and mockery in his tone. Naturally, he didn't believe such a statement. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled mischievously and rolled her round eyes. "I think this title is pretty good, don't you think?" "It is indeed a good title." Chu Yingming must be in complete despair right now. Bewitching chuckled. He naturally knew what his wife was capable of. Even though Bailey Hongzhuang had only treated Chu Yingming for a short period of time, she had been rejected in the blink of an eye. However, he knew very well that with Bailey Hongzhuang's ability, as long as she had the chance to touch him, she would have thousands of ways to poison him. "Master, what did you do to make everyone think that Chu Yingming's foundation was damaged?" Xiaohei's eyes were filled with excitement and curiosity. She had always been curious about what her master had done to Chu Yingming. However, after entering the historical remnant, she had forgotten about this matter. Now that she heard everyone's reminder, she was even more curious. "I did a little trick. In fact, I only used poison to prevent his cultivation from increasing." Thinking about it, it just so happened that he was seriously injured before, so everyone thought that his foundation was damaged. Bailey Hongzhuang faintly smiled. When she heard this news, she was also a bit surprised, but she quickly understood the whole story. She was happy to see such an outcome. "Master, your methods are getting better and better." Xiaohei's eyes were like stars as she looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with admiration. "Then when Chu Yingming goes back, will he find out?" Xiaobai couldn't help but ask. "That's not clear," Bailey Hongzhuang thought. "That will depend on whether or not the doctor he finds is good enough." "What if it's Dr. Wu?" "I'm afraid it'll be a bit difficult." Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Xiaohei and Xiaobai looked at each other and immediately understood. Although they didn't know much about medicine, from the D family's attitude towards Dr. Wu, they could see that Dr. Wu's medical skills were definitely top-notch. If even Dr. Wu had a hard time, then it would be difficult for Chu Yingming to find a way. Suddenly, they couldn't help but sympathize with Chu Yingming. What an unlucky person. "Beichen, Hongzhuang, what are you whispering about?" Di Xiaofeng saw Di Beichen and Xiaohei whispering and not drinking, so he couldn't help but ask. "Nothing," Di Beichen smiled and raised his wine cup. "Come." "Haha, that's more like it." After 3 rounds of wine, Di Xiaofeng couldn't help but say, "In my opinion, Chu Yingming's foundation has been damaged. He must be filled with hatred for Nangong Yuqing and Jun Lingxuan. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't allow Hongzhuang to treat them, they wouldn't have ended up in this situation, right? Isn't that good? After all, this matter has nothing to do with us. If it affects their relationship, we'll be happy to watch the show." Lin Taxing smiled. He liked to watch such a good show. Chu Yingming is actually quite unlucky. He had to join forces with Jun Lingxuan for no reason, which is why he ended up in his current situation. Lin Xianxia pursed her lips. If he hadn't teamed up with Jun Lingxuan to set us up, wouldn't everything have been fine? There's no medicine for regret in this world. You deserve it. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the others returned to the house, it was already late. Many people were dead drunk. After being tense for a year, they were finally able to relax. Everyone was a little unbridled. After returning to the house, Bailey Hongzhuang also had a good sleep. Although there was no danger in the ruins, they had been working hard to cultivate. After that, they had been on the road, so they were travel-worn. Now that they were finally on their way back, they naturally had to rest to be in a better state. However, when Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were resting, many cultivators were shocked by a piece of news. "What did you say? You saw the Chaos Sacred Tablet outside the ruins?" However, after a brief moment of shock, the crowd began to roll their eyes. "Are you joking? This treasure has disappeared for many years. It's impossible for it to appear again." "That's right, I've heard that this treasure has disappeared from the world a long time ago. The last time it appeared was hundreds of years ago. How could you possibly have come across it? Even if you want to boast, you should come up with something more reliable. Could it be that you're worried that we'll laugh at you for not having gained anything, so you've come up with such a lie? You've been outside the ruins, not inside it." Even if it had appeared, only Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen would have the chance to comprehend it. How could this be? I'm telling the truth. It's up to you whether to believe me or not. The person who had spoken was a cultivator from the Murong family. After we'd stayed outside the palace for a while, the Chaos Sacred Tablet had appeared. Otherwise, why do you think that we've wasted half a year outside without anyone showing any dissatisfaction? Our gains are much greater than yours. The Murong family cultivator's face was filled with complacency. Previously, they had not even bothered to argue with these people. They were well aware of the benefits. What does it have to do with them how others see it? Hearing this, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief. If all of this was true, it would be too shocking. However, it was just as this cultivator had said. After half a year, anyone would have been dissatisfied. However, none of the cultivators from the other organizations had shown any signs of dissatisfaction. This was what they found the strangest. I just happen to know a disciple from the Great Devil sect and we have a pretty good relationship. I'll ask him later. You'd better be careful. If you're lying, you'll be exposed immediately. Go ahead and ask him. The Murong family disciple waved his hand as if he was not afraid at all. Seeing this, the man who had spoken looked deeply at him before walking towards the Great Devil sect's encampment. This was such a shocking piece of news and he had to get to the bottom of it. When the crowd saw this, they were not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they waited for the cultivator to return. Not long after, the cultivator returned. However, he had a complicated look on his face. How was it? Now you know that I'm telling the truth, right? The cultivator from the Murong family looked at the man proudly and said. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to the man, wanting to know what the man's answer was. In the next second, under everyone's curious gazes, the man nodded. I've already confirmed it. This news is true. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent for a moment. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. This result was really a little too shocking. The Primal Chaos Saint tablet actually appeared? This is a great opportunity. What kind of dog's hit luck do they have? You can even see such a treasure while staying outside the ruins? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have left back then. After that, I spent half a year in the immortal cloud mystic realm and searched for a long time, but I didn't find any opportunities. Instead, I encountered many dangers. An indescribable feeling of depression surfaced in everyone's hearts. This feeling was as if they had experienced all the calamities before, and when it was time to enjoy the fruits of their labor, they had left. Was this something a human could do? That kind of comprehension opportunity was something they dreamed of even in their dreams. Actually, it makes sense if you think about it this way. Back then, 2 attribute bridges had appeared. In the end, only Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen managed to pass through. However, cultivators of the same attribute were given the opportunity to comprehend it. Based on this, we can see that the owner of the ruins is a kind person. Furthermore, she is of the light attribute. It's normal for her to make a decision that would benefit everyone. What a pity. We've gone through so many dangers for nothing. We've actually missed such a great opportunity. Heavens, quick, tell me what's so great about the Chaos Sacred Tablet. All the cultivators in the Great Hall stared curiously at the cultivators from the Murong family. They had only heard of the Chaos Sacred Tablet before. Now, they would be happy to have a better understanding of it. Seeing the eager looks on the crowd's faces, the cultivators from the Murong family were not stingy. They immediately described the situation with the Chaos Sacred Tablet, causing the crowd to gasp in amazement. The next day, when Bailey Hongzhuang and the others appeared before the crowd once again, they realized that many cultivators were looking at them with envy. The Di family is really lucky. Not only did Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang receive the inheritance from the ruins, the other cultivators also had the opportunity to comprehend the Chaos Sacred Tablet. They're really the biggest winners of this trial. I've heard that after comprehending the Chaos Sacred Tablet, the cultivators from the 5 organizations had practically all advanced a level in their powers. How enviable. That's very normal. After all, it's a precious treasure of the heavens and the earth. The rate of improvement is much faster than ordinary cultivation resources. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others could not help but look at each other when they heard the crowd's discussion. They had not spread the news at all. How did so many people find out about it in the blink of an eye? Just as they were feeling puzzled, Jing's apologetic voice rang out. One of my family's disciples drank too much yesterday and got carried away in a moment of complacency. I'm really sorry. Jing felt a little helpless. When he saw the situation this morning, he was also rather astonished. After asking carefully, he realized that the source of the news was one of his own family's cultivators. He immediately pulled out that disciple. The man followed closely behind Jing. His face also had an apologetic yet nervous look. I drank too much yesterday. I'm really sorry. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and looked at each other, then laughed. It's not a big deal. Don't take it to heart. Di Xiaofeng's smile, I didn't say it yesterday because I was too lazy to be in the limelight. It's fine to say it now, because it's the truth. The cultivator, who was originally very nervous, heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. He was really worried that the young master would punish him. Really? Jing frowned slightly. He always felt that this matter was related to the inheritance of Bewitching. After all, it was not good to talk about it. Xiao 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 yi, xiao 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 xiao. Looking at Bewitching's smiling appearance, Jing's heart was finally at ease. Hearing you say that, I'm relieved. In the next moment, he looked at the instigator of the incident. Every time you drink too much, you start spouting nonsense. You're not allowed to drink anymore. Yes, yes, yes. The man nodded, not daring to refute. Compared to the joyous atmosphere of Bewitching and the others, Jun Lingxuan, Xiao Souyu, and Namgong Yuqing were in disbelief after hearing the news. What a joke! The day before, they were still rejoicing in other people's misfortune. With the exception of Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang, all the other cultivators had wasted half a year's time trying to arouse dissatisfaction with Bewitching and Namgong Yuqing. However, they had never expected that the other party would obtain such a great opportunity. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but recall Bewitching's calm appearance yesterday and immediately understood. The reason why the other party hadn't said anything was because he wanted to see their foolish expressions. They were being toyed with like monkeys. Thinking of the situation yesterday, they only felt a burst of pain in their cheeks. This was really too shameful. Xiao Souyu gloomily looked at the smiling Bailey Hongzhuang in front of her. The light sacred tablet, the primal chaos sacred tablet, no matter which one it was, it proved that the owner of the ruins was definitely an expert of the light attribute. Originally, she thought that she would be able to obtain the inheritance, but she never thought that the one to obtain the inheritance would be Bailey Hongzhuang. She didn't know how much the light attribute of Bailey Hongzhuang had improved after obtaining the inheritance, but she could roughly guess. She was really worried. If Bailey Hongzhuang were to compete with her for the position of the Light Saint, what would she do? Jun Lingxuan looked at the dazed Xiao Souyu beside him and couldn't help but wave his hand in front of her eyes. Souyu, what are you thinking about? After calling her several times, Xiao Souyu came back to her senses and shook her head with a blank expression. Nothing. We are not their opponents here, but you don't need to worry. After we go back, we will think of a way. Jun Lingxuan lowered his voice and said. Hearing this, Xiao Souyu couldn't help but raise her head and look at Jun Lingxuan's serious eyes. Don't worry, I won't let anyone steal your position as the Light Saint. Xiao Souyu's eyes blossomed with hope and she immediately nodded. Fortunately, she had Jun Lingxuan's support. The Primal Chaos Sacred Tablet, these people are really lucky. Namgong Yuqing secretly spat. Although his face was filled with disdain, the jealousy in the depths of his eyes could not be concealed. Who wouldn't be envious of such a good opportunity? After eating breakfast, Bailey Hongzhuang returned to her room. If they wanted to go back, they would have to stay on this flying magic tool for a while. She planned to refine 2 batches of pills to try. Since everyone was planning to go into closed-door cultivation, if she could successfully refine the immortal spirit grass into a pill, it would undoubtedly be of great help to everyone. Moreover, this kind of treasure was a treasure to be used later. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was preparing to go into seclusion to refine pills, there was a sudden knock on the door. Opening of the door, USSS, use you. Chewing me? Bailey Hongzhuang frowned and a trace of coldness appeared on her peerless face. What are you doing here? Hearing the commotion outside Bailey Hongzhuang's door, Bewitching and the others all walked over. Seeing Chu Yingming suddenly appear, none of them had a good expression. Chu Yingming had obviously already expected that Bailey Hongzhuang wouldn't be happy with him, but he had already made preparations. Bailey Hongzhuang, I know your medical skills are very high. I came here today to ask for your help. Chu Yingming was not in the mood to care about other people's gazes now. The only thing he cared about was his body. This was related to his future. He was a selfish person who only valued benefits. Naturally, he knew that once he had no future, then his life was completely over. The reason why he obtained abundant cultivation resources in the family and had his current status was that he had unlimited potential. If he had no potential, it meant that his cultivation would stop there. It would not be long before his status would be replaced by other cultivators in the family. Over the years, he had desperately maintained everything. He absolutely could not accept it being taken away by others. I beg you to treat me. You can ask for any reward you need. I will never treat you badly. Chu Yingming's eyes were serious and sincere. Nothing was more important than his future. No matter what price he had to pay, he didn't care. Such a big movement immediately attracted a group of cultivators to come and watch. After all, whether it was the Chu family or the Di family, they were two behemoths. Everyone knew about Chu Yingming's situation these days, and Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills were also obvious to everyone. Therefore, although the situation in front of them made everyone a little surprised, it was not surprising when they thought about it carefully. If it were them, they would not give up this hope. Chu Yingming actually came to ask second cousin-in-law for help. This is too surprising. Lin Yi's eyes were full of surprise. Chu Yingming is a flexible person, but I don't think Hongzhuang will agree. Lin Taxing raised his eyebrows slightly. According to his understanding, Bailey Hongzhuang was also a person with a temper. She promised to treat Chu Yingming before because of the situation. Now the situation was different. Bailey Hongzhuang would definitely not agree. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Chu Yingming faintly, but her tone was extremely indifferent. No treatment. As soon as these words came out, Chu Yingming's face suddenly stiffened. I am willing to give you all my gains in the Immortal Cloud's secret realm. Then I won't treat him. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was cold, and her indifferent voice had a trace of coldness, without any warmth. Bailey Hongzhuang, Chu Yingming has already spoken like this, yet you still don't agree. Aren't you going too far? Jun Lingxuan leaned against the door with a provocative and playful look in his eyes. He seemed to be enjoying the show. That's right. Chu Yingming has already lowered himself like this. As a doctor, you should have a benevolent heart. Xiaoxia couldn't help but say. Lin Xianxia stood up. She was speechless. Why are you guys everywhere? Merciful heart? Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly laughed out loud. If I remember correctly, it was you who stopped me from treating him, right? Back then, you were the ones who stopped me. Now, you're the ones who want me to treat you. What kind of nonsense is this? Is there such a good thing in this world? Besides, if you want to talk about being merciful, you shouldn't be merciful to someone who wants to kill you, right? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her phoenix eyes and shot a sharp and intimidating look at Xiaoxia. As the next holy maiden of the light, I haven't seen your merciful side yet. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Xiaoxia's face suddenly turned ugly. Jun Lingxuan, shut up. Chu Yingming coldly shouted, looking at the two with a trace of viciousness. Among all of them, the one he hated the most was Jun Lingxuan. If it wasn't for Jun Lingxuan, he wouldn't have offended Di Baichen and the others, and he wouldn't have fallen to such a state. The most hateful thing was that at this time, Jun Lingxuan still made sarcastic remarks. The anger in his heart could be imagined. Hearing Chu Yingming's words filled with disgust, Jun Lingxuan's face became even more unsightly. Bailey Hongzhuang originally wanted to treat Chu Yingming, but wasn't it because they said that Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't be trusted, so Chu Yingming wasn't treated? Isn't that right? If Chu Yingming's foundation is really damaged and can't recover, then it's their responsibility. If I were them, I would have already hidden far away, yet they still dare to come here and make sarcastic remarks. Aren't they just looking for a scolding? The expressions of the Xiao family's cultivators suddenly became ugly. They only felt that they had lost face. They originally came to watch the show. They didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, the spearhead would be directed at them. Big sister, I think we should go back first. Xiao Sudong couldn't help but pull Xiao Sou's clothes. He felt that if they continued to stay, they would be targeted by the Chu family's cultivators. Xiao Sou and Jun Lingxuan looked at each other, the two of them didn't say anything, and directly retreated. Seeing this, the Di family and Lin family's cultivators couldn't help but sigh and laugh. Bailey Hongzhuang, I beg you. As long as you are willing to help me, regardless of whether it can be cured or not, I will always remember this kindness in my heart. Chu Yingming stared at Bailey Hongzhuang, although he didn't understand medical skills. From the situation of Bailey Hongzhuang treating other cultivators, her medical skills were extraordinary. Therefore, he had to grasp every last bit of hope. Facing Chu Yingming's hopeful eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang's attitude was still cold. I have a principle that I won't treat anyone who doesn't trust me. I didn't want to treat you before, but I was forced by the situation. Naturally, there's no need to mention it now. The next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang walked into the house. Take care, I won't see you out. Pata. The door was mercilessly closed, leaving Chu Yingming standing outside with a gloomy expression. Actually, being rejected was within his expectations. However, he never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would reject him so resolutely, without even the slightest bit of hesitation. Even if he was willing to pay a higher price, the other party was still not moved at all. Looking at the tightly closed door, Chu Yingming's gaze gradually dimmed. He swept his gaze over the surrounding people before turning to leave. Everyone couldn't help but sigh as they looked at the figure shrouded in haze. I'm afraid that Chu Yingming really has no other way, so he thought of coming here to ask for help. Di Xiaofeng couldn't help but sigh. If his foundation is really destroyed, then it won't be long before we won't see Chu Yingming again. Right now, I feel that Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Sou are really troublemakers. If it weren't for them, Chu Yingming would probably still be very impressive. Lin Taxing sighed faintly. Life was like this. Sometimes when a wrong decision was made, one would have to pay a great price, and there might be no room for redemption in one's entire life. Master, if Chu Yingming finds out that you've done something to him, wouldn't he die from anger? Xiao He jumped onto the table and stared at Bailey Hongzhuang. It was now admiring its master more and more. Her ability to twist right from wrong was simply admirable. Not only did she shift the blame to Xiao Sou and the others, but she also cleared herself of any involvement. From everyone's reaction, it was clear that no one suspected its master. Probably, Bailey Hongzhuang raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, she won't find out anyway. She didn't tell anyone else about this. Aside from Beichen and Xiren, no one else knew about this, so she wasn't worried about it being leaked. It turned out that she didn't mind being found out. She just thought that the effect of framing someone else was pretty good, so she chose to keep it a secret. That makes sense. Xiao He nodded in agreement. Ever since you've been with Master for so long, you've become more and more two-faced. Thank you for the compliment. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Your skin is getting thicker as well. Xiao He, have you been itching for a beating recently? No, I'm saying that you've become more and more powerful. Xiao He quickly waved its hand. It didn't want to be taught a lesson by its master. Right, Master, you've been in closed-door cultivation for so long. Why haven't you seen Baisher? Xiao He moved closer to Bailey Hongzhuang. Back then, Baisher had gone into the pet space to break through, so it hadn't seen him again. Now, Baisher must have broken through to the nebula realm and could transform into a human. It was very curious what Baisher would look like after transforming into a human. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. That's right. Baisher has been in there for so long. He should have broken through a long time ago, right? Her ink-black phoenix eyes flickered with a thoughtful light. How long do you mystical beasts need to transform into a human? Xiao He was slightly taken aback. I haven't transformed into a human yet. Even if you ask me such a question, I don't know. You've already broken through to the nebula realm, so why can't you take human form? Upon hearing this, Xiao He's face fell. Master, you're really touching a sore spot. The original owner said that because Xiao Bai and I were created by them, we were different from ordinary demonic beasts in many ways. As for whether or not we can take human form, even the original master himself doesn't know. There was a trace of surprise in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. She had been cultivating in the light pool and did not hear the conversation between Xiaohei and Bai Yunjiao. After Xiaohei finished speaking, she lowered her head. Her face was filled with disappointment. Previously, it had been hoping that it would have a chance to transform into a human form, but it did not expect that its hopes would be dashed. Little one, you're not fit to be sad. Bailey Hongzhuang stretched out her hand and stroked Xiaohei's furry head. Actually, I think that it's good for you to stay like this. You're so cute. Xiaohei suddenly raised her head. Blinking her eyes, they shone brightly. She asked excitedly, Master, do you really think that I'm cute? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Of course. You've always been very cute. Xiaohei's little face instantly turned red. Her furry white fur was dyed crimson. It was extremely obvious. Although Bailey Hongzhuang didn't know how to make Xiaohei and Xiaobai transform into human forms, she firmly believed that even if they didn't know about it, it didn't mean it didn't exist. Just because they hadn't found a way now didn't mean they wouldn't find one in the future. Hearing the deep concern in Bailey Hongzhuang's voice, Xiaohei smiled happily. Master, as long as I can stay by your side, I don't care whether I'm in human or beast form. Bailey Hongzhuang pinched Xiaohei's little cheeks as she tried to contact White Lion. She didn't know how long it would take for a monster to transform. She was afraid that she would disturb it if she took the initiative to contact it. However, she still decided to ask in the end. White Lion, have you succeeded in transforming? Master, I've succeeded. White Lion's voice was less childish and more magnetic. Hearing this familiar yet unfamiliar voice, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. She could make some deductions from this voice. Then why haven't you come out yet? Bailey Hongzhuang asked curiously. I could sense that Master had been in closed-door cultivation all this while, so I was waiting for you to contact me. As contracted beasts, they had a telepathic connection to begin with. To White Lion, staying in the pet space for a while longer was nothing. I see. Bailey Hongzhuang understood at once and sighed at White Lion's thoughtfulness. Then come out now. We're already on the flying magic artifact on our way back. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Let's see what you look like now. I'm really curious about what you look like now. Master, can you prepare a set of clothes for me? White Lion's voice was hesitant and awkward. Clearly, it felt very awkward about this question. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang understood at once. I forgot about that. Wait here, I'll go get the clothes from Beichen. Then, Bailey Hongzhuang headed to Beichen's room. Beichen, lend me a set of your clothes first. Bailey Hongzhuang extended her right hand and looked at Beichen with a smile. Beichen slapped Bailey Hongzhuang's hand and pulled her into his arms. Holding her soft waist that felt so good to the touch, Beichen leaned in closer and asked, Wife, why do you need men's clothes? I'm not telling you. Bailey Hongzhuang's exquisite face was filled with pride's beautiful TSTSDSTSTSDSSSSSSS. Be honest. ISS to give it SSSS, Beichen paused and raised his brows. It looks like my wife is planning to do something with me tonight? Do something? What did you say? I can't be bothered with you. Bailey Hongzhuang hammered her chest and said, I won't joke with you. White Lion has already transformed into a human. I don't have men's clothes, so I can only come and get them from you. Hearing this, Beichen's lips curled into a smile. Baisher has already transformed into a human form? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, and the next moment, Baisher appeared in front of him. However, White Lion was still in his beast form. Beichen immediately took out a set of clothes and placed it on the table. Luckily, I have some new clothes here. You can change into them. The two of them and the three beasties stood outside the door in anticipation. They really wanted to see White Lion in his human form. I hope White Lion is a handsome and elegant man. Xiao Xuanzi's eyes shone with anticipation. At least he's half as handsome as me. Xiao Xuanzi, you've become more and more shameless recently. Little White reached out and touched its head. If one were to talk about handsomeness, the White Lion was also extremely handsome in his beast form. That's because you don't understand. Xiao Xuanzi retorted. I'm definitely first class in our mystical fire demon rock, okay? Just take it that way. What do you mean take it that way? Xianxia flew onto Xiaobai's head in dissatisfaction. As the saying goes, like master, like beast. Don't tell me you think the male master isn't handsome and elegant enough? Following Xiaoxuanzi's words, Beichen's gaze also turned to Xiaobai. Little White was instantly stunned and hurriedly said, "Of course master is handsome, suave, and elegant." Beichen then retracted his gaze, and Xiaobai quietly heaved a sigh of relief. Right at this moment, the tightly shut door suddenly opened. Immediately after, a tall and straight figure entered everyone's line of sight. The man wore a purple brocade robe embroidered with ink and bamboo, which made his handsome figure even more noble and imposing. His long white hair was soft and bright like silk. At this moment, it was draped behind his head, casual but did not lose its elegance. His handsome and resolute facial features were sharp and angular, shining brilliantly, revealing a resolute and heroic spirit. His pair of light purple eyes were like gemstones, deep and charming, exuding a bewitching beauty. When he smiled, the corners of his lips curled up slightly, with a lazy elegance. His every move exuded elegance and grandeur. At first glance, he was completely an exotic handsome man, making people unable to take their eyes off him. Wow! The three beasties could not help but exclaim. I thought that White Lion would become a muscular and handsome man. I didn't expect him to be so handsome. Xiao He stared at White Lion in a daze. This level of handsomeness is on the same level as the male master. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others agreed with Xiao He's words. The moment White Lion walked out, he attracted everyone's attention. Oh my god, White Lion, you're so cool. Xiaoxuanzi excitedly flew onto Baisher's shoulder. Now it seems that you and I are equally handsome. Baisher looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and Beichen. His handsome and devilish face was a little shy and stiff. This was the first time he had shown himself as a human, so he wasn't used to it. Master, White Lion, you're really too good-looking. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she couldn't stop smiling. Even though she had already guessed that White Lion would be extremely handsome in his human form, seeing it with her own eyes still gave her an indescribable shock. This was the first time she had seen such a bewitching and mysterious charm. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's praise, the stiffness on White Lion's face dissipated a little, and a smile appeared on his face. His smile instantly became even more beautiful. From now on, I'll have two handsome men by my side. Just thinking about it makes me so happy. Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but sigh. Her eyes were filled with a smug smile. Beichen looked at the little woman beside him who was getting carried away and quietly reached out to pull her to his side. Baisher was slightly taken aback. He rubbed his head out of habit and asked in confusion, huh? Bailey Hongzhuang sized Baisher up with a smile. She never thought that this little cutie would be so handsome after transforming into a human. Thinking of how domineering she would look with Beichen and Baisher by her side, she thought of how domineering she would be when she walked out. She knew that she would definitely become the object of envy of countless women. After all, not everyone could have such luck with women. Actually, it's nothing much, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled blissfully. Baisher has always been with me anyway. Wife, come in with me. I have something to tell you. Huh? Before Bailey Hongzhuang could say anything, Beichen pulled her away. Baisher, the four of you should have a good gathering. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, the door slammed shut. Beichen, what do you want to talk to me about? Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but ask. I haven't finished talking to Baisher and the rest. Before she could finish speaking, Beichen pressed Bailey Hongzhuang against the wall. With one hand against the wall and the other around her waist, he restrained her so that she could not move at all. Bailey Hongzhuang stared at Beichen in a daze. In the next second, Beichen's lips blocked all her words in her throat. His sexy thin lips were domineering and passionate. They were like a violent storm, yet they carried a unique gentleness. After being stunned for a short while, Bailey Hongzhuang lost herself in this passionate passion. The atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. Beichen only released her when he sensed that the little woman in his arms was out of breath. Lowering his head, Beichen looked at the delicate little face with blushing cheeks and a slightly dazed gaze. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, looking devilishly charming. Wife, I feel like you're quite free tonight? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled guiltily. Actually, it's not that bad, then your husband will help you find something to do. The corners of Bewitching's lips curled up, and his handsome face became even more enchanting. His nimble hands had already begun to move. Eh? Where are my clothes? I just took it off when I felt it was in the way. White Lion and the others might still be waiting for us. It's okay. They've all grown up. They'll understand. What about Xianxia? Ignore it. In another room. The four beasts looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. Why do I feel like there was something wrong with the atmosphere just now? Xiaohei scratched its head, but it could not pinpoint exactly what was wrong. I don't know either. Xiaobai was a little puzzled. It doesn't seem like anything happened. Forget it, forget it. It's too difficult for us to think about how humans think. Xiaohei waved its hand, and its gaze landed on White Lion. White Lion, you're so good-looking. Are you planning to find a human or a beast as your wife in the future? Xiaohei, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to White Lion? Xiaoxuanzi asked with a smile. White Lion is so handsome. Which beast wouldn't like him? Xiaobai touched its face, and its eyes kept blinking. The way I bullied you in the past was just an illusion. I'm actually very gentle and kind. You've already transformed into a human, of course you have to find someone. If you really can't do it, you have to find a demonic beast that can transform into a human. Xiaobai said seriously. Baisher looked at Xiaohei and Xiaobai in front of him in confusion. You guys are thinking too much. Forget it, I'd better go and cultivate. I think so too. Xiaoxuanzi nodded and immediately followed Baisher into the house. The next day, Bailey Hongzhuang only woke up when the sun was high in the sky. She raised her head and looked at Di Beichen, who was sitting at the table with a smile on his face. She could not help but pout. It was all because of this guy that she had to rest in bed for so long. However, the initiator of all this acted as if nothing had happened. She felt so unbalanced. Wife, you're up, Di Beichen said with concern as he took a sip of tea. A devilish smile appeared on his handsome face. Humph, Bailey Hongzhuang snorted coldly. I'll ignore you. I'll ignore you. Seeing this, Di Beichen put down his teacup and walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. He planted a kiss on her lips and said with a smile, looks like my wife still wants to accompany your husband tonight. Otherwise, why would you be so shy? Husband. All right, don't be so resentful. Bailey Hongzhuang reached out and pinched Xiaohei's chubby little face. When you transform into human form in the future, I'll give you a nice-sounding name, alright? Xiaohei looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with teary eyes. Master, are you sure you're comforting me? Bailey Hongzhuang felt guilty. I think so. Initially, Bailey Hongzhuang had intended to introduce Xianxia to everyone immediately. However, after some thought, she decided to wait until she had made a decision. If it was possible, she did not intend to let everyone know that Xianxia was a demon beast who had transformed into human form. Although this was the truth and was not a big deal, she still did not want to be gossiped about as soon as he appeared. After that, Bailey Hongzhuang entered closed-door cultivation to refine pills while the four beasts began to cultivate in peace. Ever since they had seen Baisher transform into human form, Xiaohei, Xiaobai, and Xiaoxuanzi seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Usually, Xiaohei and Xiaobai liked to slack off and enjoy the show. In comparison, Baisher and Xiaoxuanzi were more hard-working in their cultivation. Therefore, Bailey Hongzhuang was rather surprised when Xiaohei and Xiaobai had taken the initiative to enter closed-door cultivation. However, she quickly understood that Xiaohei and Xiaobai were also hoping to transform into human form. Although she did not know what cultivation level they had to reach before they had the possibility of transforming into human form, the higher their cultivation level, the greater the possibility. Inside the house, Bailey Hongzhuang took out the immortal spirit herbs and looked at Jun Lingxuan's ring that Baisher had picked up earlier. She then put all the immortal spirit herbs together. Fortunately, this treasure had not ended up in Jun Lingxuan's hands. Otherwise, it would have been a reckless waste of God's gift. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang entered the chaos ring. Refining in the chaos ring was undoubtedly the quietest. There was no need to worry about being disturbed. She didn't immediately start concocting the immortal herbs, but started concocting other pills. Concocting pills also required a sense of touch. Ever since she entered the immortal cloud mystic realm, she had not concocted pills for a long time. She did not want to waste even a single stalk of immortal spiritual grass. Half a month later, Bailey Hongzhuang finally came out of the chaos ring. "Wife, you're done?" Bewitching smiled as he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. After he felt the fluctuation of aura, he immediately exited his cultivation state. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. "You're lucky. My wife is competing with strength." Bailey Hongzhuang's red lips curved into a smile. "I've only refined a portion of it, but it's enough for everyone." "Then let's go. I'm sure everyone will be very happy to see you." Bewitching's eyes were filled with tenderness. He reached out and carried Bailey Hongzhuang to sit on his lap. "You can rest for a while too. You're so busy every day. Isn't it tiring?" Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and pecked Bewitching on the lips. "When we return, I'll cultivate with you in the room, alright?" "Alright." Bewitching nodded. "But I'll have to collect some interest first." In the next moment, Bewitching deepened the kiss. When Di Xiaofeng saw Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, a trace of shock surfaced in his eyes. "You've come out of seclusion?" Bewitching nodded. Di Xiaofeng smiled faintly. "I was originally in closed-door cultivation, but there's a small trade fair these 2 days, so I came out to take a look." "A small trade fair?" Bewitching raised his eyebrows and asked. This time, everyone more or less gained something in the immortal cloud secret realm, so after someone suggested it, everyone agreed. Through this small trade fair, you can exchange for what you need. Of course, whether the trade will be successful or not is another matter, but it's good to watch the show and see who gained more things. Di Xiaofeng's expression was a bit playful. In the end, this small trade fair is another way to show off. After arriving at this flying magic tool, everyone is basically safe and doesn't have to worry about danger or robbery. Even after arriving at Waterqi City, people from the various large clans will come to pick them up, so there's no need to worry about danger. So, taking this opportunity to show off your gains is undoubtedly very satisfying. Following Di Xiaofeng's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Xiaofeng immediately understood. So the trade wasn't the main point, but bragging was. "So, the success rate of this trade fair isn't high?" Bewitching said faintly. "That's right." Di Xiaofeng nodded, "But there are some that succeed, but it's relatively rare. After all, this is a barter, unless the other party happens to have something they want, it's hard to make a deal." "Then let's go take a look." Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up. Since they had nothing to do now, they might as well go and watch the show. "That's right, since you guys just came out of closed-door cultivation, it's good to go and watch the show. Who knows, you might really find something you like." As Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Xiaofeng followed Di Xiaofeng to the location of the small trade fair, they realized that there were places everywhere on this flying magic tool. Obviously, this small trade fair had a long history, and it wasn't the first time it was held. "Hongzhuang, over here." As soon as they arrived, Bailey Hongzhuang saw Xianxia sitting not far away and waving at her. There were a few empty seats beside her, which were clearly left behind on purpose. Seeing Xianxia greet Hongzhuang, Di Xiaofeng couldn't help but feel helpless. "Hongzhuang's position has completely replaced mine now." Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. "It's always easy to get close between women." "That's true." Di Xiaofeng nodded, "But you're not just to women, you're also in the eyes of men." "Thank you for the compliment, my wife's ability has always been outstanding." Bewitching raised his eyebrows slightly, his words revealing a bit of pride. Di Xiaofeng glanced at Bewitching. "I'm not praising you." "What's the difference?" "She is my wife." Bewitching said matter-of-factly, "And my wife's skin is thin." "Go away." Di Xiaofeng waved his hand speechlessly. "Can you not show off your love in front of me? I'm reminding you to bring your wife home early so that your family won't worry." After Bailey Hongzhuang sat down, Xianxia and Lin Yi hurriedly came over. When they didn't know Bailey Hongzhuang, they still had some misunderstandings in their hearts, but as they gradually understood, there was only admiration in their hearts. "Second cousin-in-law, I wanted to look for you before, but I knew that you were in close cultivation, so I didn't bother you. Lin Yi smiled and looked at Bailey Hongshuang. Did you just come out of close cultivation? Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. Yeah, I wanted to look for you when I came out. I happened to meet my big brother. He said that there was a small trade fair, so we came over. I see. Lin Xianxia understood. Is there anything you need from us? There is something. Bailey Hongshuang smiled, looked around again, and said, I will tell you when we go back. Lin Xianxia naturally knew that this was not a good time to talk, so they nodded, okay. After seeing Bailey Hongshuang appear, Chu Yingming's expression became very complicated. When he thought about how he put down his dignity to ask for help a few days ago, but was still rejected, he also felt ashamed. However, at this time, he was no longer in the mood to hate Bailey Hongshuang. After all, Bailey Hongshuang didn't do anything wrong in this regard. If it were him, he would also refuse. Young master, this Bailey Hongshuang is too unappreciative. You have already given her such good conditions, but she still doesn't agree. Chu Xianxia said with dissatisfaction. Chu Yingming shook his head. In the end, I made the wrong decision before. If I didn't believe in Jun Lingxuan, things wouldn't have come to this point. Seeing the change in Chu Yingming's attitude, Chu Xianxia was a little puzzled. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Xianxia, we have to see the situation clearly. The talents of Bewitching and Bailey Hongshuang are amazing. You have seen their means this time. If it weren't for the wrong decision, I wouldn't have chosen to offend them at all. Chu Yingming's eyes sank slightly, and his determined face showed wisdom. He was a person who only valued benefits, but he was not a person who was blindly arrogant. Therefore, he could calm down and look at all this. Big brother, if it weren't for them, your jade toad wouldn't have been crippled like this. Chu Xianxia had an incredulous look on his face. In his opinion, Bewitching and the others were their enemies. They are indeed very strong, but we are not necessarily afraid of them. No, I have a feeling that there's no benefit in being their enemy. Chu Yingming's voice was filled with certainty. In short, if we can avoid provoking them, then we shouldn't provoke them. They aren't the type of people who actively seek trouble. Seeing this, Chu Xianxia sighed. Big brother, what about your injuries? Forget it, let's wait until we get back and find a doctor. Chu Yingming sighed, clearly unwilling to bring up this topic again. Bailey Hongshuang also noticed Chu Yingming's gaze. After a glance, she withdrew her gaze. Hongshuang, I heard that Chu Yingming went to see Dr. Sun a while ago, but the results didn't seem to be good. Lin Xianxia raised her eyebrows. He deserves it. Dr. Sun? Lin Xianxia nodded. Because every time we leave the Immortal Cloud secret realm, cultivators will be injured, so there will always be a doctor accompanying us when we go back. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang immediately understood. She was indeed very considerate. Bailey Hongshuang glanced at Chu Yingming indifferently. She did not feel any sympathy for him. The reason why Chu Yingming ended up like this was because of his own choice. If he had not wanted to deal with them back then, he would not have ended up in such a situation. Just as everyone was talking, a figure suddenly appeared on the circular stage in the center. Everyone was very familiar with this figure. He was the deacon who would lead everyone back this time, Deacon Zheng. Deacon Zheng looked at the group of young cultivators sitting below the stage and spoke in a loud and dignified voice. Although this small trade fair was proposed by everyone at the last minute, as the deacon who would lead the team, I still have to say a few rules. The trade fair will be conducted according to one's preferences. The cultivators will first introduce their own items and then state what they want to exchange. The cultivators who want to exchange can send their items over through the conveyor belt. The person who wants to exchange can then choose whether or not they want to exchange. This trade fair does not allow signs of forced transactions. Furthermore, the items that the person who is exchanging are also not allowed to be publicized. If anyone does not abide by the rules, don't blame me for being rude. Deacon Zheng's gaze swept across everyone present. Feeling his sharp gaze, a trace of fear quietly appeared on everyone's faces. As the deacon who would lead the team, he was very capable. If anyone dared to disobey the rules, their family would definitely be punished. It would be difficult for them to enter the Immortal Cloud secret realm next time. Therefore, no cultivator would choose to cause trouble at this time. After Bailey Hongzhuang heard the trade method, a trace of astonishment appeared in her eyes. Normal trades were not like this. In that case, other than the two parties who chose to exchange, no one would know what the other party was exchanging. Not every cultivator is willing to show their treasures to others. This method is also to protect privacy. Lin Taxing explained. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Although this was the first time she had encountered such a method, she felt that it was very good. Very soon, a cultivator walked up to him. I have a piece of Star Ocean Essence iron here. It can be used to forge magic weapons. There's no need to say more about its effects. A proud smile appeared on the man's face. A fist-sized piece of Star Ocean Essence iron appeared in everyone's sight. The black stone reflected specks of light, like a sea of stars. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw the Star Ocean Essence iron. Any cultivator who knew a little about refining would know how rare this Star Ocean Essence iron was. When refining weapons, as long as a little Star Ocean Essence iron was added, the power of the weapon would increase by a level. The fist-sized Star Ocean Essence iron in the other party's hand was truly extremely precious. Immediately, everyone's hearts burned with passion. Their gazes were tightly focused on the Star Ocean Essence iron, wishing that they could immediately take it into their pockets. I want to exchange for a body cultivation technique. However, as soon as the man finished speaking, everyone frowned. Most cultivators paid attention to the improvement of their cultivation base. There were very few body tempering techniques, let alone a body tempering technique that was worthy of this Star Sea Essence iron. Thus, the crowd could only sigh and feast their eyes on it. The man was not surprised to see this result. After confirming that no one could replace him, he walked off the stage. What a pity. That Star Ocean Iron Essence is a good treasure. Bailey Yunyan could not help but sigh. Everyone would want such a treasure. Hearing this, Di Xiaofeng smiled. Don't even think about it. That's a member of the Qin clan. The Qin clan specializes in weapon refinement. He would never take out such a treasure to exchange. The reason why he stood up now was just to show off his gains. The Star Ocean Iron Essence is a rare treasure. It seems that he has gained a lot in the Immortal Cloud's secret realm. I see. Bailey Yunyan immediately understood. Although she was a cultivator from the Bailey family, she did not have much experience in such activities. Hence, she only understood after Di Xiaofeng's explanation. After the cultivator from the Qin clan left the stage, a few more cultivators went up one after another. Unsurprisingly, the items that were taken out were all first-class treasures. The crowd below the stage could not help but feel envious when they saw the treasures. No matter what kind of treasure it would be fought over on a normal day. Through this process, everyone realized how many treasures there were in the Immortal Cloud's secret realm. Even though it was only opened once every 10 years, there were still many treasures that had not been discovered yet. Of course, the most abundant were various spiritual herbs. After all, the Immortal Cloud secret realm had always been famous for various spiritual herbs. Many of the spiritual herbs were rarely seen in the outside world. Bailey Hongzhuang also saw many precious spiritual herbs. Fortunately, she had gained a lot this time as well. Hence, she was able to remain calm. Similarly, a few cultivators also succeeded in the exchange. However, no one knew what the other party was going to use in exchange for it. The cultivators who succeeded in the exchange were all smiling. To be able to succeed in the exchange under such circumstances, it was clear that the other party had taken out something that they were satisfied with. Similarly, if the cultivator took out something that was too inferior and did not match the value of the other party's item, they would also be laughed at by the crowd. At this moment, the item that a cultivator took out attracted Bailey Hongzhuang's attention. I have 3 spirit beast fruits here. Following the man's words, everyone's eyes instantly focused on him. The spiritual beast fruit had no effect on humans, but it was quite useful to demonic beasts. It was able to help demonic beasts increase their aptitude and speed up their cultivation. This kind of treasure was undoubtedly very important to cultivators who had contracted beasts. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but look at Bewitching, and then her eyes fell on Xianxia. As a beast king, the white lion's aptitude naturally went without saying after its bloodline power had been upgraded. Xiao He and Xiao Bai's cultivation talents were equally outstanding. If not for the fact that the two of them were usually a little lazy, their cultivation levels would be even higher than now. Therefore, the one who needed to be improved the most was Xianxia. Naturally, Xianxia also felt the gazes of the two people. He immediately smiled, and his eyes flashed with an expectant light. The spirit beast fruit was a treasure that demonic beasts loved the most. If it could obtain a beast spirit fruit, its strength would be greatly enhanced. However, Xianxia only thought about it for a moment before withdrawing his expectant gaze. After all, it was extremely difficult to trade for the beast spirit fruit here. Not only Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiao Luo, but many of the cultivators present were also looking forward to it. As a cultivator, it was not easy to raise one's own strength. If a demonic beast could also possess powerful strength, it would undoubtedly be extremely good. At the very least, he would have an additional helper that he could completely trust. I haven't thought of what I want to exchange for yet. If anyone thinks that there is something of value, you are welcome to exchange it with me. The man's face was filled with a faint smile as he looked calmly at the crowd below the stage. Master, you can do that? Xiaobai could not help but ask in surprise. Di Baichen looked at Di Xiaofeng and Di Xiaofeng immediately explained, this is indeed possible. Some cultivators are just aimless. Of course, this method can easily lead to unexpected gains. However, 3 beast spirit fruits are very valuable. Ordinary items really can't be exchanged for them. Di Xiaofeng sighed. Everything that appeared here were good treasures. However, it was not easy to exchange for them. Speaking of this trip to the Immortal Cloud secret realm, his greatest gain was the increase in his own strength. His other gains could not be compared to these guys. Jiang Wenyan saw that the crowd was somewhat conflicted and said, the 3 beast spirit fruits can also be exchanged separately. As soon as he said that, the cultivators who were still hesitating immediately became restless. It was difficult to have treasures that could be exchanged for 3 beast spirit fruits at the same time. However, if it was only one fruit, everyone still had some assets. Almost at the next moment, a cultivator had already walked up to the stage and placed the item that he had chosen to exchange on the conveyor belt. Everyone's gaze was focused on it. After seeing the treasure, Jiang Wenyan did not choose to exchange for it. When he saw that his treasure was returned, he understood the result. However, he did not say much and walked down the stage. After this cultivator walked down the stage, a few other cultivators walked up one after another. Unsurprisingly, they all returned empty-handed. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly. It seems that Jiang Wenyan has high standards. So many people did not take out any treasures that caught his eye. The Jiang family that Jiang Wenyan belongs to is not ordinary. They have been passed down for many years and their foundation is shocking. Jiang Wenyan is also the most outstanding genius of the Jiang family. He has abundant cultivation resources. I'm afraid that ordinary items will not catch his eye. That's right. Lin Taxing nodded, if it is not a rare treasure, he will not exchange it. At this moment, a cultivator from the Qin family stood up again. He did not choose to trade through the teleportation array, but asked directly, Jiang Wenyan, how about I use the Star Sea Iron Essence to trade for these 3 spirit beast fruits? As Lin Feng said this, the crowd could not help but sigh. The star's the same spirit star. The stars exchanges the spirit beast spirit. After Jiang Wenyan heard this, a trace of hesitation flashed through his eyes. In the end, he shook his head and said, Brother Qin, your Star Ocean Essence Iron is indeed a treasure. It's a pity that I'm not good at refining. Hearing this, the cultivators of the Qin family felt somewhat helpless. However, Jiang Wenyan's attitude was extremely good. He laughed heartily all over the place. It's all right. If Brother Jiang wants to trade in the future, you can come to me anytime. Everyone sighed when they saw that the Star Ocean Essence Iron was not successfully traded. The 3 beast spirit fruits are indeed valuable. If I could get them, my contracted beast would be able to evolve again. Maybe not only would it evolve, but its bloodline power would also be enhanced and it would have greater potential for development. It's a pity that I don't think anyone will be able to trade for it today. Jiang Wenyan's gaze swept across the crowd before he cupped his fists and smiled. It seems that I won't be able to trade today. Sorry for disturbing you. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Jiang Wenyan's polite appearance, her heart somewhat surprised. Although they were all disciples of aristocratic families and it was necessary to be polite, it was obvious that Jiang Wenyan was a very gentlemanly person. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang walked up to the stage in front of everyone's astonished eyes. The D family's Bailey Hongzhuang has gone up. So many people have failed. Could it be that she has a treasure more valuable than the Star Ocean Essence Iron? That's hard to say. After all, she obtained the inheritance from the ruins. She might have a very precious treasure. The cultivator's eyes were filled with anticipation. They also wanted to know what kind of treasure Bailey Hongzhuang would take out. Di Xiaofeng was surprised. Beichen, what is Hongzhuang planning to trade for it? Di Beichen smiled. Hongzhuang has her own plans. Could it be the immortal spirit herb? Di Xiaofeng's eyes were filled with thoughts. However, although the immortal spirit herb is valuable, the success rate of refining it into a pill is not high. It requires an extremely skilled alchemist to refine it and the success rate is not guaranteed. To ask the Alchemist Guild's high-level alchemist to refine the pill, the price is not small. If it's just the immortal spirit herb, it would be difficult to trade for the beast spirit fruit. Unless it's the immortal spirit pill. Although they had obtained many immortal spirit herbs, Di Xiaofeng judged that Bailey Hongzhuang would not take out several immortal spirit herbs to trade. After all, such a treasure would be of great use to their family. Jiang Wenyan had originally planned to leave, but after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang appear, his footsteps also stopped. Miss Bailey. An elegant smile appeared on Jiang Wenyan's handsome face. His gaze was unusually gentle. Not for other reasons, but because Bailey Hongzhuang was also his savior, so he was naturally grateful. I didn't think that Miss Bailey would be interested in this spirit beast fruit as well. At this moment, I shall give this spirit beast fruit to Miss Bailey as a token of my gratitude for your help back then. Jiang Wenyan handed a beast spirit fruit to Bailey Hongzhuang. Actually, this one has always wanted to find an opportunity to thank you all, I hope you don't mind. Jiang Wenyan's actions had clearly exceeded everyone's expectations. Instantly, everyone was stunned. Di Xiaofeng and the others also looked at each other, and their impression of Jiang Wenyan improved. I didn't expect Jiang Wenyan to be such a nice person. Lin Taxing couldn't help but sigh, but a smile appeared on his face. Among so many forces, no one is like him. Di Xiaofeng nodded slightly. That's right, no wonder Jiang Wenyan is so popular in their family. He is truly a modest gentleman. Since you and Beichen have already found someone you like, Jiang Wenyan has been promoted to become the object of many women's hearts. When the crowd saw that Jiang Wenyan was willing to give the beast spirit fruit to Bailey Hongzhuang, they were all dumbfounded. This Jiang Wenyan is really evil. He's actually willing to give the beast spirit fruit to Bailey Hongzhuang just like that. The D clan has really struck it rich this time. The spirit beast fruit itself is a rare treasure. Every time it appears in an auction, it will be fought over by various major forces. If one does not have the opportunity, it will not be easy to find one. Based on what I can see, Bailey Hongzhuang is standing there with this intention in mind. There was a tinge of jealousy in their envious voices. How could they not be envious of Bailey Hongzhuang for being able to obtain the treasure that everyone wanted so easily? However, just as the crowd was sighing, Bailey Hongzhuang's actions exceeded everyone's expectations. Thank you for your kind intentions, Sir Jiang. However, I cannot accept this beast spirit fruit. Jiang Wenyan was shocked. Why? Previously in the Divine Cloud Secret Realm, we may have helped you, Sir Jiang, but it was also for our own protection. If I were to take such a precious treasure from you because of this, it would be very inappropriate. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a small smile. Without waiting for Jiang Wenyan to reject her, she continued, since I'm standing here, I naturally intend to exchange my treasures. Jiang Wenyan's gaze changed when he saw the other party's serious expression, which did not seem to be an act. Instantly, the smile on his face grew even more radiant. I've underestimated you, Miss Bailey. I'm truly sorry. A sense of shame surfaced in Jiang Wenyan's heart. In the face of Bailey Hongzhuang's open and aboveboard manner, he felt that his previous actions were rather inappropriate. Clearly, the other party was not the type to take advantage of others. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Sir Jiang, you're being too courteous. Why are you apologizing? By the way, this is the treasure that I've chosen to exchange. You can decide after you've seen it. Bailey Hongzhuang placed the item on the conveyor belt and appeared in front of Jiang Wenyan in the next moment. Jiang Wenyan had already decided that no matter what Bailey Hongzhuang brought out in exchange, he would be willing to use a spirit beast fruit to exchange for it. However, when he saw what was in front of him, he could not help but be shocked. "Miss Bailey, is this true?" Although the crowd could not see what Bailey Hongzhuang had taken out, they knew that the item Bailey Hongzhuang had taken out was not simple after seeing the change in Jiang Wenyan's expression. Otherwise, Jiang Wenyan would definitely not reveal such an expression. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded, her voice calm and certain. "That's right, it's true." Jiang Wenyan took a deep breath. Looking at the brocade box in front of him, his hands trembled slightly. Immortal Spirit Pill, this was truly a rare pill, not to mention the fact that immortal spiritual herbs were hard to find and the failure rate of concocting was extremely high. Trying to find an immortal spiritual pill was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even with the Jiang family's power, it would be extremely difficult to find one. He had never even considered the possibility of having an immortal spiritual pill. However, this immortal spiritual pill was now right in front of him. As long as he took the immortal spiritual pill, his potential would increase. This was a benefit that no other pill could compare to. Although the beast spirit fruit was usually hard to find, it was still possible to find it in some secret realms. However, immortal spiritual pills were the real priceless ones. In the next moment, Jiang Wenyan handed all 3 beast spirit fruits to Bailey Hongzhuang without hesitation. "Thank you, Miss Bailey." Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the 3 beast spirit fruits in front of her and did not find it strange at all. The value of the immortal spirit pill was indeed worth it. When everyone saw that Jiang Wenyan had handed all 3 beast spirit fruits to Bailey Hongzhuang, their eyes were filled with shock. It can't be? In the end, what did Bailey Hongzhuang take out in exchange for Jiang Wenyan to willingly give up all 3 spirit beast fruits? Jiang Wenyan didn't look reluctant at all. On the contrary, he was extremely happy, as if he had picked up a great bargain. What could be more precious than the Star Ocean Iron Essence? Judging from Di Xiaofeng and the others' expressions, they didn't seem to know what Bailey Hongzhuang had offered. Di Xiaofeng and the others looked at each other. They had been very surprised when Bailey Hongzhuang had rejected the offer, and the subsequent change had surprised them even more. "It seems that we have underestimated the treasures on Hongzhuang's body." Lin Taxing could not help but chuckle as he joked. Di Xiaofeng nodded. "Indeed, Hongzhuang may be the richest in our group." "Isn't that so?" Lin Xianxia agreed. "Hongzhuang is the deacon of the Alchemist Guild. If it wasn't for the fact that she had just arrived in the upper realm, she would be even richer." Soon, Bailey Hongzhuang walked down from the high platform. Shang Guanying could not help but ask, "Hongzhuang, what did you offer in exchange?" "Take a guess?" Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and chuckled. "I can't make a guess." Shang Guanying frowned. Every once in a while, new treasures would appear on Hongzhuang's body. She really could not tell. "Hongzhuang, let me guess." Lin Xianxian's eyes lit up. Could it be the treasure we obtained in the Immortal Cloud's secret realm? It was obvious that Lin Xianxian did not want others to know what she was talking about. However, Bailey Hongzhuang naturally understood what she meant. "No." "Huh?" Lin Xianxian sighed. "It's not you." "But the two are related." Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. She had no intention of hiding what she was going to exchange. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Di Xiaofeng and the others couldn't help but look at each other. Their pupils instantly widened, revealing astonishment and shock. Since the two were related, the first thing they thought of was the immortal spirit pill. However, this grade of medicinal pill was extremely difficult to refine in the first place, and the success rate was another matter altogether. They knew that Bailey Hongzhuang's alchemy skills were very strong, but they never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang could really refine it. This news was simply too shocking. "Second cousin-in-law, you are too amazing," Lin Yi said in a daze. Her clear eyes were filled with excitement and admiration. Di Xiaofeng and the others also agreed. They were still thinking about how to deal with the immortal spirit grass after going back. Although there were 2 alchemists in the family, it was still difficult for them to successfully refine it with their abilities. However, if they wanted to ask other alchemy masters to refine it, they didn't know the price. Following that, many precious treasures appeared, causing everyone's hearts to itch uncontrollably. However, if they wanted to exchange for such treasures, it was obviously impossible if the items they brought out were not rare enough. During this process, the Chu family and the Nangong family had successfully exchanged items. On the other hand, the Xiao family had kept a low profile. As for the Jun family, it was needless to say. The Jun family originally had very few cultivators. After going through the dangers of the Immortal Cloud secret territory, they had completely integrated into the Xiao family's team and could be ignored. After obtaining the 3 beast spirit fruits, Bailey Hongzhuang did not have any other thoughts. Although there were many treasures, it was impossible for all of them to fall into her hands. She was already very lucky to be able to exchange for the treasures she needed the most. After the small trade fair ended, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others returned to their residence. Di Xiaofeng and the others did not return to their rooms directly. Instead, they gathered in Di Beichen's room. Hongzhuang, did you really refine the immortal spiritual pill? As soon as he entered the room, Di Xiaofeng could not help but ask the question in his heart. He was simply too curious. After hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's answer, he had been wanting to confirm this point. Not only him, but Lin Taxing and the others also looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded her small head gently, her rose-colored lips slightly raised. It's true. Hearing this news, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They were really worried that Bailey Hongzhuang would say no. In the next moment, a trace of joy appeared on everyone's faces. Hongzhuang actually managed to refine the immortal spiritual pill. That's really amazing. No wonder Jiang Wenyan was willing to hand over the 3 beast spirit fruits. Compared to the beast spirit fruits, the immortal spiritual pill is undoubtedly more helpful to him. Mo Yunjue immediately understood. Since Jiang Wenyan was willing to hand over the 3 beast spirit fruits, it meant that his contracted beasts no longer needed them. Of course, he would not hesitate to use such things to exchange for the treasures he desperately needed. Big brother, this is for you. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang took out a few crystal bottles and handed them to Di Xiaofeng. While I was in seclusion, I concocted quite a few immortal spirit pills. It just so happens that we still have some time before we return to Waterpearl City. With these immortal spirit pills, everyone will be able to cultivate better. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of everyone present froze. Time seemed to have stopped as everyone stared at Bailey Hongzhuang in disbelief, as if they had heard the most impossible thing in the world. Hongzhuang, you've concocted more than one immortal spirit pill? Why did he concoct so many immortal pills? Di Xiaofeng couldn't help but raise his voice. He felt that this world was too scary. According to his understanding, the success rate of refining immortal spirit pills was extremely low. It was already very difficult for Bailey Hongzhuang to refine one. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had placed a few bottles of pills in his hands. Yeah. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded matter-of-factly. I took a look and there were enough pills for everyone to share. That's why I came out. Lin Taxing couldn't help but scratch his head. In the face of this situation, he really didn't know what to say. Wasn't it said that immortal spiritual pills were very difficult to refine? Why did Bailey Hongzhuang's words sound like cabbages that could be picked up in baskets? This didn't make sense. Not only Lin Taxing, but Lin Xianxia and the others were also filled with the same thought. Lin Yi couldn't help but express her inner feelings. She felt that her second cousin-in-law was simply a legend. This young man's medical skills were already so exquisite. It was really too shocking. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that there was someone so powerful. Listening to Lin Yi's words, everyone couldn't help but nod. They had the same idea in their hearts. Hongzhuang is really amazing. Hongzhuang, then Beichen and I will distribute this medicinal pill. Di Xiaofeng's face was filled with a warm and bright smile. This was the credit of Hongzhuang and Beichen. Okay. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded with a smile. Everyone didn't stay in the house for a long time. After getting the immortal spirit pill, they couldn't wait to retreat. Naturally, the sooner they took this kind of medicinal pill to improve aptitude, the better. This way, they could spend less effort on cultivation later. Di Beichen also left. The number of cultivators from the Di family this time was not small. Now that he was the young master of the D family, it was undoubtedly more appropriate for him to distribute this medicinal pill. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang was also in a good mood. When I first came to the upper realm, I was worried that it would be difficult for Beichen to return to the family. I didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed with a chuckle. Xiao Hei sat on the table, facing Bailey Hongzhuang's delicate face. She imitated Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance, holding her cheeks with both hands. Yes, the male master's family is very good. Now, after this trip to the Immortal Cloud's secret realm, everyone knows his ability. Of course, they won't have any opinions. I see that everyone is very supportive of the elder brother. You don't have to worry about it in the future. Bailey Yanchei's face bloomed with a devilish smile. He entered the Chaos Ring previously and didn't come back until everyone left. Ever since Bailey Hongzhuang recognized him as her younger brother, Bailey Yanchei changed the way he addressed Di Beichen. After all, he was no longer in his demonic beast form, so this name was more appropriate. Not long after, Di Beichen returned. From the slight smile on his face, one could tell that he was in a very good mood. Beichen, is everything done? Di Beichen nodded. Everyone has basically started their closed-door training. Mistress. Little Xuanzi looked at Bailey Hongzhuang embarrassedly. It flapped its wings, and its eyes were full of excitement and expectation. Upon seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but chuckle. She immediately took out a beast spirit fruit and handed it to Xiao Xuanzi. Take it, it's yours. Looking at the round and translucent spirit beast fruit, Xiao Xuanzi had an intoxicated expression as he excitedly flew to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. Mistress, you're the best. Bailey Hongzhuang stroked its head, and proudly raised her eyebrows. It's good that you know. I know, I've always known. Xiao Xuanzi nodded like a chick pecking at rice, excited. Di Beichen pulled Xiao Xuanzi, who had been sticking to Bailey Hongzhuang, to the side. Quickly go into the Chaos Ring and go into closed-door training. After sending away the clingy Xiao Xuanzi, Di Beichen looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Wife, are you thinking of looking for Xiren and Yingying? Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a faint smile. Her originally delicate face became even more beautiful. You know me the best. Of course. Di Beichen pulled Bailey Hongzhuang's small hand, and slowly walked towards the door. Then let's go quickly. If we're late, I'm afraid that Xiren and the rest have already started their closed-door training. Beichen, Hongzhuang, why are you here? Shangguan Yingying opened the door and saw the two people in front of her. She was happy but also a little surprised. Hongzhuang has something for you. Di Beichen went straight to the point as soon as he stepped through the door. Shangguan Yingying and Wen Xiren looked at each other before their gazes landed on Bailey Hongzhuang. Then, Bailey Hongzhuang took out 2 beast spirit fruits. These are for you. Looking at the 2 juicy beast spirit fruits, a smile appeared on Shangguan Yingying and Wen Xinya's faces. Then I won't stand on ceremony with you. Thank you. Shangguan Yingying blinked. Of course. Bailey Hongzhuang smirked. Why are you standing on ceremony with us? Brother, you've given us so many benefits. It looks like we'll have to hand our lives over to you. Wen Xiren looked at Di Beichen teasingly and laughed. Di Beichen shrugged. Ever since you insisted on going on adventures with me when we were young, your lives have already been handed over to me. It's been so many years and you still can't change your routine. I'm already yours. What else do you want? Wen Xiren rolled his eyes. But you're so rich. Who else can I rely on if not you? Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. Now that they and Wen Xiren had already become a family, they didn't even bother to exchange pleasantries with each other. Xiao Xuanzi has already gone into closed-door cultivation. The wild earth-shattering tiger and the deep-sea demonic dragon should be able to improve significantly with these beast spirit fruits, Di Beichen said slowly. Wen Xiren nodded. They've been cultivating in the pet space recently. I guess they've been stimulated by Baisher and the others. They're all contracted beasts but there's a huge difference in their strength. When they were in the lower realm, the contracted beasts of the surrounding cultivators were not too powerful. Hence, the wild earth-shattering tiger and the deep-sea demonic dragon did not feel much pressure. However, ever since they came to the upper realm and witnessed all sorts of powerful beings in the divine cloud secret realm, they were stimulated and became more diligent in their cultivation. It's good to give them some stimulation so that they can improve faster. Bewitching's eyes were calm. The berserk earth-splitting tiger and the deep-sea demonic flood dragon are both very powerful races. Although the growth process is a bit difficult, once they grow up, they will be a great help. That's why I want to thank you for these 2 spirit beast fruits. Xiren raised the spirit beast fruit in his hand and smiled. Shangguanyin glanced at Wen Xiren before looking at Hong Zhuang. Hong Zhuang, no matter what happens, you always think of us. I really don't know how to thank you. Don't be so courteous since we're sisters. Haven't you been helping us all this time? Hong Zhuang, actually, we have also obtained some rewards from the immortal cloud secret realm. Shangguanyin smiled mysteriously. In the next moment, a book appeared in her hand. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was a little surprised. What's this? This is an inheritance that Xiren and I found in the immortal cloud secret realm. Shangguanyin replied. Previously, we couldn't find you all, right? During the process, we also found some spiritual herbs. We found this in a very hidden place in the middle of the spiritual herbs. Xiren and I have studied it. This should be real. Take a look. Bailey Hongzhuang took a closer look and realized that it was actually the rune technique. Rune technique? Bewitching was a little surprised. It said that the inheritance of the rune technique has been lost for a long time. I didn't expect you to find a book that recorded it. The things recorded on it are obscure and hard to understand, but they are mysterious and powerful. I have pondered for a while, but I only managed to get a grasp of it. Both of you are smart and have strong comprehension abilities. Why don't you try comprehending it? When Xiren looked at Bewitching and Shangguanyin, I heard you talk about the last time Xiao So crushed the escape talisman and left. I feel that this talisman technique is quite powerful. If we can learn this talisman technique, it would be quite good. Originally, we wanted to give it to you, but there were too many people in the immortal cloud secret realm, so we didn't have the chance. After coming back, you immediately went into closed-door cultivation. If you didn't come to find us, we would have gone to find you. Shangguanyin smiled and took out a Qianquan bag and handed it to Bailey Hongzhuang. These are the spiritual herbs we harvested. They are all for you. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't stand on ceremony and directly took the Qianquan bag. When the time comes, just tell me if you need any pills. Okay. The talisman technique is indeed a treasure. Since you are interested, why don't you study it first? Bewitching slowly said. You don't know about this. When Xiren chuckled and pointed to the book in his hand, don't be fooled by the fact that this book is made of paper. It is very magical. Once you read it, the contents will automatically enter your mind. However, after Ying and I read it once, we found that the words on the book were getting fainter and fainter. I'm afraid that it won't be able to withstand a few people reading it. Since we already know the contents, you can imprint it in your mind. It won't be too late to study it in the future. In my opinion, if you want to understand this talisman technique, it won't be done in a short period of time. Bailey Hongzhuang and Shangguanyin finally understood and sighed in their hearts. I didn't think that this book would have the same effect as the Jade Slip, and it is even more powerful than the Jade Slip. The contents of the Jade Slip can only be read once by a cultivator, but this book can be read by a few people. Bailey Hongzhuang opened the book. As expected, the words on the book had faded. She only took a glance and the contents of the book directly entered her mind. Subconsciously, she closed her eyes. Complex and profound information rushed into her mind. Fortunately, her knowledge sea was extremely strong now, so she quickly recovered. After Bailey Hongzhuang read it, the content of the book became even fainter. Bewitching took the book and memorized its contents. However, after the two of them took a look, the words on the book had completely disappeared, leaving only the white paper behind. This thing is really amazing. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the blank book in her hand and suddenly realized that she could print the content she wanted to write into the book. She suddenly felt that it was interesting. This book is quite good as an inheritance in the future. If you like it, then you can keep it. Bewitching said in a gentle voice. After this experience, I feel that when I have time, I should learn more abilities in other aspects. Shang Guanyin sighed, mastering more abilities, I will have more means when I go out. This time, if it weren't for you, we would really be finished. Looking at Xiren's envious expression, Bewitching couldn't help but chuckle. Weren't you worried about me when you first found out that I was a dark-type cultivator? That's because I didn't know you were such a pervert. Xiren looked calm. Look at what everyone says. Dark-type cultivators in the upper realm have always been discriminated against, but when it comes to you, the situation has changed. Didn't you already know that Bewitching is a pervert? Shang Guanyin glanced at Xiren. I think, no matter what happens to them, there's no need to worry too much. There'll always be a solution. Is that what you said back then? Xiren looked at Shang Guanyin quietly. Why did he remember that Shang Guanyin was even more anxious than he was back then? Ahem. Shang Guanyin coughed softly and looked to the side. She said guiltily, I'm suddenly thirsty. I'll drink a cup of tea. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. It wasn't just Xiren. They remembered very clearly that when Shang Guanyin first found out about this, she was even more anxious than Xiren. However, they didn't plan to expose her. Not long after, Bailey Hongzhuang and Shang Guanyin returned to the house. Since they had obtained the immortal spirit pill, they naturally had to consume it as soon as possible. The immortal spirit pill could increase a cultivator's aptitude and remove impurities from the body. It was extremely suitable for any cultivator. Time passed by in seclusion. Little Xianxia returned to the pet space. He had made up his mind. With the beast spirit fruit, he had to improve as soon as possible. Otherwise, with his master's current strength, he wouldn't be able to help whenever he was in danger. Thinking back to when he was able to help in the divine cloud realm, that was the feeling he craved the most. Of course, he also hoped that he could break through to the nebula stage as soon as possible. Then, he could transform into a human. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching also began their seclusion at the same time. Looking at the perfectly round pill that was emitting a fresh medicinal fragrance, Bailey Hongzhuang put it into her mouth without hesitation. The immortal spirit pill melted in her mouth, turning into a rich medicinal power that surged into her body. This was an extremely pure energy. Bailey Hongzhuang felt as if her limbs and bones had become active under the surge of this energy. When this energy had completely spread out, Bailey Hongzhuang's, she frowned. Under the influence of the medicine, the impurities in his body began to be expelled. But still, there were still pill toxins and other impurities in the end. The effect of the immortal spirit pill was to thoroughly remove the impurities in a cultivator's body. This way, the cultivator's body would be more suitable for cultivation. Previously, in the pool of light in the divine cloud realm, the impurities in her body had already been removed once. This time, after taking the immortal spirit pill, it should be even more thorough. Although the result of removing the impurities was excellent, the process was very torturous. This feeling was as if someone was hammering every cell in her body, removing the tiniest impurities. In fact, it wasn't just Bailey Hongzhuang. The cultivators from the D family and the Lin family were all in the same situation. The immortal spirit herb was discovered by all of them. Naturally, everyone should have a share of the immortal spirit pill. In reality, when the cultivators from the D family and the Lin family received the immortal spiritual pills, they were also extremely shocked. They could not believe that this was all real. Even though they had discovered the immortal spiritual herb together, they knew how rare the immortal spiritual pill was. Therefore, they felt that it was already good enough that they would be given some other cultivation resources when they returned to their families. They did not expect that the immortal spiritual pill would actually fall into their hands. This feeling was no different from a pie falling from the sky. They had suddenly been hit by a stroke of luck. One immortal spiritual pill was enough for them to exchange for any cultivation resources they wanted. However, no one would choose to exchange it. This was because the immortal spiritual pill was the most precious treasure. When Bailey Hongzhuang exited her cultivation, the first thing she did was to take a shower. She had to admit that every time she purged the impurities from her body, the smell was extremely unpleasant. However, as the impurities in her body were reduced, it was much better than the first time she had undergone the cleansing. It was because of this that she had chosen not to go into closed-door cultivation with Bewitching. Otherwise, even she could not stand the smell. If it appeared in front of Bewitching, it would be even more unbearable for her. When Bailey Hongzhuang came out, she realized that Bewitching had already finished his closed-door cultivation. It looked as if he had been waiting for her to come out. Bewitching, when did you come out of closed-door cultivation? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled as she sat beside Bewitching. She casually picked up the food on the table and started eating. After purging the impurities from her body, she felt as if she was about to starve to death. Not long before you, Bewitching smiled, I knew that you would definitely feel hungry, so I prepared food for you. Hearing those magnetic and heartwarming words, Bailey Hongzhuang, who was eating, smiled brightly. Hubby, every time I see you being so considerate, I feel that my luck is really good. It looks like my wife really feels that she is very lucky every moment. Bewitching reached out and stroked Bailey Hongzhuang's soft and smooth hair. After all, your husband has always been so considerate. Bailey Hongzhuang was stunned for a moment, then her smile became even brighter. That's right. Have you gone out to take a look? Is everyone out of seclusion? Bewitching shook his head slightly. I'm afraid it will take a while for everyone to come out. You're right. Bailey Hongzhuang understood. She and Bewitching had already experienced it once in the ruins, so the process now was naturally much simpler. The other cultivators would need to spend more time. Then what do you plan to do now? I plan to take a look on the deck. Bewitching said slowly, we're already used to cultivating on the deck. There won't be any danger. I have the same idea. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Previously, after cultivating on the deck, their physical strength had improved. Since they still had the chance, it wouldn't be bad to train again. When they returned to Qishui City, they might be able to improve again. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching returned to the deck, they saw that familiar figure as expected. Chen Feng? Bewitching raised his eyebrows. Although he was asking, his voice was very calm. In fact, when he chose to come to the deck, he had already guessed that Chen Feng would be here. This guy was also a cultivation maniac. I finally understand why you're so strong. You really don't let go of any opportunity to improve. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but sigh. When he didn't know Chen Feng, he didn't feel it. Now that he knew Chen Feng, he admired him even more. Hearing that, Chen Feng chuckled. If someone else said that about me, I wouldn't care. However, I don't dare to accept your praise. If we're talking about diligence, you two should be even more diligent. Even though Bailey Hongzhuang and Mo Tiange hadn't returned to the deck during this time, he knew that they definitely didn't let go of any opportunity to cultivate. Coming from the lower realm, they were able to stand out among so many cultivators. This was enough to prove their diligence. In the past, he had always been very confident. Every time he went out, he was undoubtedly the number one. However, ever since Bewitching appeared, he felt a sense of urgency. If he didn't seize the time to improve himself, he wouldn't be able to keep his position. Same to you. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. Only then did they sit down and cultivate. The gale clearly blew past, bringing with it a sharp pain. However, the three of them acted as if nothing had happened. However, as the three of them cultivated for a longer time, the number of cultivators on the deck gradually increased. Mo Yunjue was the fourth to arrive on the deck. When he saw Bewitching and the other two, he was also somewhat surprised. However, he quickly blended in with them. Immediately after, Shangguan and Xiren also arrived on the deck. They originally planned to study runes first. However, after thinking that they would only have such a good opportunity to train their bodies on this flying artifact, they naturally didn't want to miss it. Therefore, they decided to come on the deck. In any case, when they returned, they would have plenty of time to study it. Time gradually passed in this process. They were also getting closer and closer to Qishui City. Today was an extremely lively day in Qishui City. All the major powers that were participating in the Immortal Cloud Secret Zone were gathered here. Today is the day that the young master and the rest return. I wonder how their harvest in the Immortal Cloud Secret Zone was. A faint smile appeared on Di Hingyun's face. He was actually not too worried. This time, a lot of people from his family entered. As long as they cooperated with others and didn't encounter too much trouble, there shouldn't be too big of a problem. I hope it'll be good. Great Elder Emperor Chu Yuan's eyes were filled with anticipation. In the blink of an eye, it's already time for them to come out. I only hope that they can all return safely. He sighed when he heard that. Of course, their biggest wish was to come back safely. However, they knew that as long as they entered, there would be casualties. It was unavoidable. The elders of various forces had gathered here and were chatting in twos and threes. Their faces were filled with joy and anticipation. Of course, there were also some elders who were worried. When the disciples of the smaller sects entered the immortal cloud secret realm, they would face greater risks than the disciples of the bigger sections. Regarding this, they felt very helpless. But even so, they couldn't give up just like that. This was because this was a good opportunity to improve the strength of the clan's disciples. If they missed this opportunity, the progress of the clan's disciples would be even slower. As Di Hingyan's voice fell, Di Chu and Yuan both turned to look at something not far away. Sure enough, Xianxia was standing there with his head raised in anticipation. A faint trace of worry could be seen on his face. Usually, whenever we gather together, Xianxia will try his best to stand by our side. I didn't expect him to stand so far away this time. He must be avoiding us on purpose. Di sneered. The competition between the two sides had never stopped over the years. They were already used to Xianxia's way of doing things. However, the situation was different this time. Di Chuyuan glanced at Xianxia. Since there is such an opportunity, we can't miss it. He remembered clearly how proud Xianxia was when he thought that their family didn't have an 8th-grade alchemist. He wanted to trample them under his feet. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, had always been his style. Xianxia wanted to hide from them this time, but he wouldn't let him do as he wished. Let's go. Hearing Di Chuyuan's words, Di Hingyun and Di Yunhe exchanged glances with each other as a knowing smile appeared in their eyes. Xianxia was waiting for the flying device to arrive quickly. This time, their family only managed to get 10 places, and they had to do everything they could to get them from the Xiao family. Xianxia had never encountered such a situation in the history of the Jun family. He felt very helpless. Since Jun Lingxuan and the others entered, he had been very worried. After all, the number of people was too small. If some of them met the D family's cultivators, they would be in big trouble. Great Elder, you don't have to worry. Our family has already joined forces with the Xiao family. If there is really trouble in the Immortal Cloud secret territory, Xiao Sou and the others won't sit by and do nothing. The second elder couldn't help but say. He knew the Great Elder's worries, but he didn't think it would be so bad. Hearing this, Xianxiao nodded. I hope so. Although he knew that the Xiao family had joined forces with them, he couldn't help but worry. He didn't know why, but he always had a bad feeling. Just as they were talking, Xianxiao suddenly found that Di Chuyuan and the others had appeared beside him. Elder Jun, you didn't take the initiative to look for trouble this time. This isn't in line with your usual style. A mocking voice rang out. That person looked at Xianxiao indifferently. His face was filled with mockery and ridicule. Xianxiao's face suddenly darkened. He coldly glanced at Di Chuyuan. Di Chuyuan, I don't want to talk nonsense with you today. Normally, we don't want to talk nonsense with you, but there are always people who don't have eyes and come knocking on our door. What do you think? Di Chuyuan raised his eyebrows slightly. His gaze was calm, but in Xianxiao's eyes, it was extremely hateful. Don't try to fool me. You were just lucky this time. We'll see in the future. Xianxiao glared fiercely at Di Chuyuan. His roar was filled with anger. Elder Jun, you're too impatient. There are so many people here. You should pay attention to your status, Di Yan he couldn't help but say. Xianxiao, I'm just reminding you out of kindness. Di Chuyuan's face was full of smiles, but his voice was cold and chilling. Actually, only 10 cultivators from your family entered. Judging from the danger level of the Immortal Cloud Mystery Land, they might have all been wiped out. You have to be mentally prepared. Otherwise, when you hear the news, you won't be able to bear it and pass out. That would be bad. As Di Chiyuan's voice fell, Jun Xuanxiao's face turned red in an instant. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like an angry lion. You don't have to worry about that. Don't think that you'll be fine just because you have more cultivators in your family. If you're unlucky, you might encounter great danger and be wiped out. If all the cultivators in our family are wiped out, won't the cultivators in your family be even more so? Di Chiyuan didn't care about his anger at all. In fact, the more unhappy he was, the happier he was. After all, the Jun family had been trying to replace the Di family all these years. They deserved it. However, in the face of Di Chiyuan's words, Jun Xianxia didn't know what to say. Because even he knew that it was the truth. It's impossible for all the cultivators in our family to be wiped out. You just wait and see. The second elder's face was also full of anger. He looked at the Di family fiercely, and his words were full of confidence. Wait for us later. When the young master and the others come out, you'll know. Jun Xianxiao nodded. You just wait and see. Then we'll wait and see. Di Yunhe's eyes were full of disbelief. Looking at the other party's proud face, Jun Xianxiao felt like he was about to explode. However, he couldn't explode on the spot, so he could only hold it in. The surrounding forces also looked at each other after noticing this scene. The Di family and the Jun family had been enemies for a long time, so this situation wasn't unexpected. In fact, every time the two sides appeared, they were at each other's throats. They had never eased up. Not long after, the huge flying magic tool appeared in everyone's line of sight. With the appearance of the flying device, a smile appeared on everyone's face. After waiting for so long, it was finally here. Soon, the flying magic tool stopped at the shore. Look, there are already people on the deck. Many elders with sharp eyes noticed the silhouettes on the flying magic tool. So, they immediately spoke out. Isn't that Chen Feng from the Great Devil Sect? That's right, it's him. The other two look like the young master and young madam of your family. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen were extremely beautiful, so most people would never forget them after seeing them. Therefore, with just a glance, he was able to recognize it. Di Chiyuan and the others' eyes lit up when they heard this. They immediately looked at the deck. As expected, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen's bodies and minds were so eye-catching, immediately, they felt relieved. Although they had always been quite confident, as long as they had not seen it with their own eyes, they could not help but feel a little worried. Although they had only seen the two of them, they were already relieved. It really is the young master and his wife. Di Yunhe's face was full of smiles, and the cultivators behind him were also very happy. Jun Xianxiao, it seems like your fantasy has been shattered. Di Chiyuan glanced at Jun Xianxiao indifferently. Although his voice was very calm, Jun Xianxiao could hear his complacency and pride. So many people from your family went, and now only a few of you are on the deck. What is there to be proud of? Maybe you were pushed out. Jun Xuanxiao's face was cold, but his words were full of jealousy. Elder Jun, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that Chen Feng from the Great Devil Sect was also pushed out? The elder of the Great Devil Sect quickly walked over when he saw Chen Feng. When he passed by Jun Xianxiao, he heard his words, and his face immediately collapsed. Jun Xianxiao was stunned when he heard this. When he turned around and saw the elder of the Great Devil Sect, he was embarrassed and hurriedly explained, I didn't mean that. I hope you didn't mean that, humph. The elder of the Great Devil Sect snorted coldly, turned around, and left. Obviously, Jun Xuanxiao's words made him very unhappy. Jun Xianxiao was speechless as he looked at the elder's back. He didn't notice Chen Feng at all, and he didn't expect the people of the Great Devil Sect to be nearby. Suddenly, such a conflict happened. He was really helpless. Di Chiyuan chuckled, thinking that Jun Xianxiao also had such a day. When Jun Xianxiao thought that victory was in his hands, he was so arrogant in front of him. Every dog has its day. Who would have thought that their young master's wife would have such ability? In my opinion, the young master and Chen Feng from the Great Devil Sect are probably using the wind to temper their bodies on the deck. Di Yunhe's voice slowly sounded. As an elder, he naturally had some understanding of the situation. In fact, everyone had always known that staying on the deck would help cultivators improve. However, it was one thing to say, and another to do it. Even though everyone knew this, there were very few cultivators who could actually do it. That might be the case. Di Hingyun's voice was somewhat hesitant. However, the process is very torturous. After the flying magic tool successfully stopped, the cultivators and the flying magic tool also knew that they had finally arrived at Qishui City. One after another, they walked up from the deck. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were undoubtedly the first to know about this. They had already seen the crowd from afar. Beichen, look. Bailey Hongzhuang pointed ahead. First Elder and the others are already waiting for us. Looking in the direction that Bailey Hongzhuang was pointing at, Di Beichen and the others saw the Great Elder and the others as expected. Smiles appeared on their faces. In the blink of an eye, we have already left for such a long time. What a pity, Shang Guanxing could not help but say. Although we've been on a flying celestial artifact these days, I still miss the feeling of being on the ground. Xiran chuckled. Let's go, let's get down quickly. At the same time, Di Xiaofeng, Lin Taxing and the others also walked to Di Beichen's side. They greeted each other and got off the flying celestial device together. First young master and the others are all there. Di Hingyun's face was full of surprise. Although only a part of the cultivators could be seen, judging from this situation, there were not many casualties this time. All the major forces were looking for their own cultivators from the figures that appeared on the flying celestial devices, and the Jun family was no exception. Why haven't we seen the young master yet? The second elder of the Jun family looked for Jun Lingxuan and the others for a long time, and a trace of worry appeared on his face. Don't worry. There are still many people who haven't come out yet. Jun Xianxia said slowly. He was also anxious, but he didn't want Di Chuyuan and the others to find out. Seeing this, Di Yunhe couldn't help but joke, it seems that your family is really wiped out this time. When you go back, I'm afraid you'll have to support a new young master. Yunhe, stop talking nonsense. The Jun family is not like what you said. Jun Amosia retorted. Jun Xianxia shouted coldly, and his serious face was full of anger. The next moment, he noticed that Jun Lingxuan had finally appeared in front of him, and he immediately relaxed. Di Yunhe, didn't you just say that our family was wiped out? It seems that your hope has also been dashed. Second young master quickly followed up and said, look carefully, our young master has already come out. Di Yunhe turned around and saw Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Sou. He narrowed his eyes and said, it seems that Xiao Sou and Jun Lingxuan are really together. Hearing Di Yunhe's words, Di Chuyuan and the others also noticed the situation in front of them, and they immediately frowned. In fact, they had always known that Jun Lingxuan was pursuing Xiao Sou, but they didn't expect that the two of them would progress so quickly. No wonder the Xiao family gave 10 places to them. It seems that they have already regarded Jun Lingxuan as their son-in-law. Di Hingyun snorted coldly. They're really quick to fall in love with someone else. Di Chuyuan, you're right. Our Jun family has replaced your family and become friends with the Xiao family. Xiao Sou and our young master are the real couple. Jun Xianxiao immediately regained some sense of superiority, and a big smile bloomed on his face. This was the happiest thing for the Jun family recently. After so many years, they had finally joined forces with the Xiao family. So what if they become a couple? Di Chuyuan's expression was indifferent. Aren't they still forced together because they can't get what they want? Jun Xuanxiao's expression stiffened. He naturally knew that Xiao Sou had a crush on Di Beichen. You can only find the right person after seeing through the other party. Do you really think that Xiao Sou, as the saint of the light, will fall in love with Di Beichen? Isn't it? Di Hingyun said matter-of-factly. I thought you had already seen through this. I didn't expect Elder Jun to be so blind. Jun Xianxiao, who was about to mock Di Hingyun, almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard Di Hingyun's words. This guy's words were too harsh. Di Hingyun didn't even give him a chance to refute. What was with this assertion? When Jun Lingxuan walked down from the flying instrument, his heart was extremely heavy. Although they were already in a bad situation when they went to the Immortal Cloud Mystery Realm, when they really returned, he really felt that it was difficult to face the family elders. After listening to Xiao Sou's comforting words, Jun Lingxuan nodded, but his mood did not calm down. He could not accept the departure of the others, but he could not accept the departure of Chu Shitao. Thinking of this, he wished he could kill Bewitching and the others, but with his current ability, it would be good enough if he was not killed by them. This kind of frustration was simply indescribable. First Elder Jun, have you noticed that among the 10 cultivators of the Jun family, only Jun Lingxuan has appeared? Di Yunhe had been looking for the cultivators of the Jun family. After seeing most of the familiar figures, he was completely relieved. However, in the process of observation, he also noticed that apart from Jun Lingxuan, there were no other cultivators of the Jun family. Hearing Di Yunhe's words, Jun Xianxia was slightly stunned. After taking a closer look, he was shocked to find that only Jun Lingxuan and the Xiao family's team had appeared. Apart from them, there was no one else. Where is the second young master? The second elder was stunned. Generally speaking, wherever the young master is, the second young master should be there. Everyone in the Jun family knew about the brotherhood between Jun Shitao and Jun Lingxuan. At this time, Jun Shitao would never be far away from Jun Lingxuan. Wait a little longer. Jun Xuanxia's face darkened. For some reason, the bad premonition in his heart gradually deepened. Not long after, Di Xiaofeng and the others arrived in front of the elders. First elder, we are back. Looking at the members of the Jun family in front of them, Di Chuyuan and the others' faces were full of smiles. It's good that you are back safely. On the other side, Lin Xuanren, the first elder of the Lin family, also received Lin Taxing and the others with a happy face. Young master, why is there only Jun Lingxuan in the Jun family? Di Hingyun asked curiously. Almost as soon as Di Beichen and the others arrived, Di Hingyun could not help but ask the question in his heart. Hearing this, Di Beichen glanced at Jun Lingxuan, who was not far away, and said, it seems that he's the only one left from the Jun family's team. The elders of the Di family, the Lin family, and the Jun family were all stunned. Then, the members of the Di family and the Lin family all had mocking expressions on their faces. Great Elder Jun, it seems that the heavens haven't been unkind to you. At least one person has been left behind for you. Di Chuyuan chuckled as he recalled Jun Xuanxia's smug look. The current situation was extremely ironic. Jun Xianxiao couldn't care less about Di Chuyuan's mockery. He couldn't believe this result. Because there were only a total of 10 slots, those who entered the immortal cloud mystic realm this time were the most outstanding disciples of their clans. However, only Jun Lingxuan had returned. This was a great loss for them. Di Beichen, Di Xiaofeng, and the others looked at each other. If they had found a chance later, they would not have let Jun Lingxuan come back alive. Let's go back. After all the disciples of the Jun family had returned, Di Chuyuan was in a good mood and led everyone back to the elixir shop. He didn't need to say anything more. The situation of the Jun family was enough to give Jun Xianxiao a huge blow. At least, the Jun family could not be arrogant in the short term. Great Elder. Young Master, is what Di Beichen said before true? You are the only one who came back? Jun Xianxiao looked at Jun Lingxuan with burning eyes. This result was really unacceptable. Di Beichen said it already? Jun Lingxuan's face suddenly sank. I didn't expect this guy to be so hateful. He didn't have to think about it to know that Di Beichen must be mocking them when he said this. His hands clenched into fists, and his heart was burning with anger. After hearing Jun Xuanxiao's words, the elders of the Jun family immediately understood that everything Di Beichen said was true. Jun Xianxiao couldn't help but take 2 steps back. This news was really a big blow. Great Elder, are you okay? Looking at Jun Xuanxiao's pale face, Jun Lingxuan asked quickly. Jun Xianxiao waved his hand and said. Forget it, let's go back first. After Xiao family's elder Xiao Jinfeng learned about the situation of the Jun family, his expression was also complicated. This situation was really too tragic. Fortunately, Jun Lingxuan came back safely. If Jun Lingxuan also lost his life in the immortal cloud secret realm, then their Xiao family really didn't know what the use of getting close to the Jun family was. Looking at the imposing Di family on the other side, he couldn't do anything no matter how helpless he was in his heart. At this point, he could only accept it calmly. After returning to the elixir shop, the elders couldn't help but ask about what happened in the immortal cloud secret realm. Lin Xianxia and Lin Yi were naturally the first to stand up and began to talk about the situation inside vividly. Bailey Hongzhuang and others simply sat aside to drink tea and eat snacks. Anyway, this moment was most suitable for the two sisters to express themselves. Of course, the most active one was Lin Yi. The great elder and others listened to Lin Yi's vivid words, and a look of surprise appeared in their eyes. The situation in the Immortal Cloud Secret Realm is so dangerous? Di Chuyuan and others were also scared after learning about what happened in the Immortal Cloud Secret Realm. They really didn't expect the situation to be so dangerous. Thanks to second cousin and second cousin-in-law who turned the tide. If it weren't for them, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to come back alive. Even though it had been so long, Lin Yi still had a lingering fear when she mentioned it. The elders looked at each other and sighed in their hearts. This kind of situation was really beyond their expectations. Similarly, they did not expect that Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen's performance would be so outstanding. If it wasn't for everyone's occasional emphasis, they would have found it hard to believe that all this was true. At night, Di Xiaofeng, Di Beichen, and Bailey Hongzhuang went to the Bailey family's residence together. Now that the experience was over, they had to go back to the family first. Before leaving, they at least had to say goodbye to Bailey Yunyan. The great elder of the Bailey family was undoubtedly very surprised. Not to mention that their family's quota to enter the Immortal Cloud Secret Realm was given by the Di family. If it weren't for the Di family's protection this time, how could they come back safely after entering the Immortal Cloud Secret Realm with their ability? In fact, these days, he had been worried. Many forces even believed that they would be annihilated. However, he never expected that all the family's children would come back safely. It was simply unimaginable. Young Masters D, Miss Bailey, you're here. Please come in, come in. Bailey Misong's face was full of smiles. Please sit here for a moment. I'll call Yunyan over. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two sat down with faint smiles on their faces. After this incident, their relationship with the Bailey family had become much closer. Big brother, from Elder Bailey's reaction, it seems like she can't wait for you to marry Yunyan as soon as possible. Di Beichen's lips curved into a playful smile as he looked at Di Xiaofeng teasingly. Di Xiaofeng looked at Di Beichen helplessly. Are you that eager for me to find you a sister-in-law? I'm not the only one looking forward to it. The entire family is looking forward to it. Di Beichen chuckled. It's still too soon. Yunyan hasn't accepted my feelings for long. Aren't you afraid of scaring her? Di Xiaofeng smiled faintly. It was true that he liked Bailey Yunyan. He also knew that with his status, the Bailey family definitely wouldn't object to this marriage. However, he wasn't an impulsive person. He liked Yunyan, but at the same time, he needed to give her some time together. If he rushed for quick success, he would lose more than he gained. Big brother is right. We have plenty of time anyway. There's no need to rush. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Di Beichen. Do you think I'm the same as you? Wife, when I pursued you, I had to wait for a long time. Di Beichen spread out his hands with an innocent expression. I'm just worried for grandmother. The last time I left, grandmother secretly asked me about this. When she heard that Yunyan would be here, she asked me to find a way to help you guys. Di Beichen smiled. It's your fault for not revealing anything. Otherwise, grandmother wouldn't be so curious. Hearing this, Di Xiaofeng finally understood. He felt even more helpless. I'll tell you when I get back. That's good. Di Beichen finally showed a satisfied expression. While they were talking, Bailey Yunyan quickly rushed over. Why are you here? Her pretty face was filled with indescribable joy. This time in the Immortal Cloud Secret Realm, it could be said that she had spent the longest time with Di Xiaofeng. In the past, she had always been worried that her status wasn't good enough for Di Xiaofeng, and his family wouldn't agree. But fortunately, this situation hadn't happened yet, so she could quietly breathe a sigh of relief. Yunyan. Seeing Bailey Yunyan's appearance, Di Xiaofeng stood up with a joyful smile on his handsome face. We're here to say goodbye. Since we're back, we naturally have to make a trip back to the clan. Bailey Yunyan nodded, but a trace of sadness flashed through her eyes. I understand. She was very clear that coming back meant that they had to part. Whether it was Di Xiaofeng or her, they both needed to go back to their families. However, when she was faced with it, she still felt a little sad. Because once they were separated, they didn't know when they would be able to meet again. "We'll look for you in a few days," Di Xiaofeng quickly said. Hearing this, a trace of light appeared in Bailey Yunyan's eyes. "Really? What's more, Hong Zhuang also has matters to attend to at the Bailey family." Di Xiaofeng smiled faintly. "When you go back, if you have time, can you help me check the genealogy?" Bailey Yunyan turned to Bailey Hongzhuang. "Hong Zhuang, don't worry, I'll definitely look into it when I go back." "Then I'll have to trouble you." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Even if she already knew everything in her heart, it would be best if she could confirm it. "What's so troublesome about this? Speaking of which, I've always been the one troubling you. If I can do something for you, I'll be the happiest." Bailey Yunyan's eyes shone with sincerity. She was truly grateful towards Bailey Hongzhuang. "Oh right, what about Nangong Xiaolong? When will we bring him to see Miss Xie?" Di Xiaofeng suddenly thought of this incomparably hateful fellow. Although he had already taught this fellow a lesson last time, he still felt unsatisfied. Of course, the most important thing was to untie the knot in Bailey Xi's heart. Hearing this, a trace of hesitation appeared on Bailey Yunyan's face. "That's right, Xie isn't in the family right now. I'm afraid we won't be able to go for a while." "Don't worry, the poison I gave Nangong Xiaolong won't take effect quickly. However, it's not possible for him to find someone to cure it. We can go back to the family first and deal with this matter later." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Her delicate and elegant face was filled with confidence. "Big brother, you can go to the Nangong family later and let them know. As long as Nangong Xiaolong can't cure the poison when he goes back, he'll have to come to us in the end. The Nangong family's power is not small. I'm sure they'll try to find a doctor to cure the poison when they go back." "Is there really no problem?" Bailey Yunyan couldn't help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang. This was too difficult. "Don't worry, if Hong Zhuang says there's no problem, then there naturally won't be a problem." Bewitching spoke up. Di Xiaofeng also completely believed Bailey Hongzhuang's words. He was very clear on how outstanding Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills were. "That's good." Bailey Yunyan let out a sigh of relief. "I must make him kneel in front of Xie and apologize. If it wasn't for him, Xie wouldn't have become like this. Go back and talk about it. If possible, let Xie go back to the family. It's not good for her to be alone outside." Di Xiaofeng sighed. He couldn't help but sympathize with Bailey Xi when he first met her. Bailey Yunyan nodded. "I had the same plan. Actually, I didn't really want to chase Xie out. It was just that no matter how I asked her who the other party was, she wasn't willing to tell me. Of the family's family. Now that everything has been revealed, I'm sure the family's head is worried about Xie. It would be best if we could bring Miss Xie back." Bailey Hongzhuang's expression relaxed. "When the time comes, let Nangong Xiaolong go to your family and apologize." Bailey Yunyan's eyes flashed with a strange light. "That's right. That guy is so bad. He must be punished." Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen didn't stay for long. They left early. Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan were going to separate tomorrow. Tonight, they naturally had to leave some space for themselves. Early the next morning, the Di family and the Lin family embarked on their return journey. The Di family. Di Linxian, Xiao Wanrong, Di Yujue, Lin Yunqing, and the others had been looking forward to it. After not seeing each other for such a long time, they could not wait to see their own children. Beichen and the others have only just returned and they've already gone to the Immortal Cloud's secret realm. I really miss him. Xiao Wanrong's face was filled with emotion and anticipation. She was extremely satisfied with her precious grandson and granddaughter-in-law. They had been wandering outside for so many years and she only hoped that they could stay at home more often. It would be good if she had the chance to see them more often. Looking at Xiao Wanrong's anxious look, Di Linxian could not help but smile. Usually, you're always looking forward to Xiaofeng's return. Of course I'm looking forward to it too. Xiao Wanrong's face was serious. It would be great if that little brat could bring back a granddaughter-in-law sooner. Otherwise, when Beichen has a child and we don't know where he is, that would be too unreasonable. Old woman, you're thinking too much. Di Linxian felt helpless. This woman's thoughts were really complicated. Isn't it because they always have to go out and train? I'm already so old now and I can't bear to see that. I also know that I can't control them if they want to go out. However, if they can give birth to a great-grandson, I can stay at home and take care of my great-grandson. Naturally, I won't miss them. That makes sense. Di Linxuan's face turned serious. When they return, I'll have to urge them. Di Yujue and Lin Yunqing listened to their parents' conversation and a deep smile appeared in their eyes. Although they did not want to rush them, they would not mind if they could have a grandchild sooner. If Xiaofeng sees this, he'll probably have a headache again. Lin Yunqing laughed involuntarily. She knew Xiaofeng's temper the best. Every time this problem was brought up, Xiaofeng would always think of ways to avoid it. Of course, part of the reason was because of Yi. They all hoped that Xiaofeng could be together with Yi. However, the situation was not as good as they thought it would be. She was able to accept this. Young people valued relationships the most. If they couldn't be with the person they liked, it would be extremely difficult for them. It's all right. Leave this matter to father and mother. We don't have to worry about it. You sure are happy to be idle. Lin Yin glanced at Di Yujue, her eyes full of flirtatiousness. Di Yujue sighed inwardly. Even when his wife was glaring at him, she was still so dazzling. Fortunately, after so many years, the enmity between them had finally been resolved. Just as everyone was talking, the sound of footsteps came from not far away. They turned around and saw Di Xiaofeng and the others. When they saw that everyone was safe and sound, they were completely relieved. Di Beichen and the others noticed the figures of Di Yujue and the others from afar. Immediately, a joyful smile appeared on their faces. Grandfather, grandmother, father, mother. You're finally back. Xiao Wanrong quickly greeted them and carefully looked at Di Beichen and the others. Are you hurt? As Di Xiaofeng's words fell, Lin Xianxia and others couldn't help but laugh. What he said was really true. Not only Di Xiaofeng, but all of them were lucky to be taken care of by Bailey Hongshuang and Di Beichen. Otherwise, with their strength, they would not be able to come back safely this time. However, Xiao Wanrong and others were a little confused after hearing this. What do you mean by this? Xiao Wanrong was a little puzzled. Beichen's strength has surpassed yours? According to Beichen's previous situation in the family, there should still be some gap between his strength and Di Xiaofeng's. Could it be that his speed of improvement was so fast that he had surpassed Di Xiaofeng in a short time? No cultivation. Di Xiaofeng shook his head. Then I don't understand even more. Xiao Wanrong was confused and turned to look at Di Linxian. Di Linxian naturally didn't know what happened, but he didn't speak. He just turned his gaze to Di Xiaofeng. This kid will definitely explain. Beichen's cultivation is indeed not higher than mine, but his combat power doesn't match his cultivation at all. It's simply terrifying. Di Xiaofeng's eyes were filled with deep emotion. Once Di Beichen summoned the skeleton army, ordinary people were no match for him at all. Especially in a group battle, Di Beichen could fight against 100 alone. Now even he couldn't help but envy him. If he also had the dark attribute, it would be really amazing. Yes, second cousin's combat power is too terrifying. Lin Yi nodded. Not only second cousin, but second cousin-in-law's means are also very powerful. This time, the most prominent people in the Immortal Cloud secret realm are second cousin and second cousin-in-law. Which force doesn't know their name now? As soon as these words came out, Di Yujue and Lin Yunqing couldn't help but look at each other. This situation was really beyond their expectations. Tell grandmother what exactly is going on. Xiao Wanrong looked at Lin Yi with a smile. She really liked this lively and lovely girl. It was a pity that Di Yujue and Lin Yunqing didn't have a daughter later on. Otherwise, it would be really delightful to see such a happy little girl. Lin Yi took a step forward and held Xiao Wanrong's hand. Grandmother, listen to me carefully. This time, we have really broadened our horizons. Alright, then tell me in detail. Di Yujue looked at the group of disciples behind him, and a deep smile appeared on his handsome face. Welcome back. As Di Yujue's voice fell, the cultivators all revealed looks of joy. It felt good to be home. At the same time, they also understood that after this experience, their status in the family would also rise. In the future, they might be responsible for more important matters in the family. This was the importance of training and increasing one's strength. It was extremely beneficial to them. Most importantly, they had obtained immortal spirit pills from this trial. This was the most important reward. The other disciples followed the great elder to receive rewards and resources first. You have worked hard these days. Have a good rest first. Diyujua smiled and looked at the high-spirited faces in front of him. These young people would become the mainstay of the family in the future. Yes. Thank you, family master. When they heard that they could receive rewards and cultivation resources, the smiles on everyone's faces became more intense. Conference hall. Everyone from the D family and the Lin family gathered here. Mo Yunjue and others went back to their residence to rest first. Originally, Bewitching planned to let everyone come together. For them, Mo Yunjue and others were their own people, so there was nothing to worry about. However, when Xiren and others still found an excuse to leave. Even if Bewitching and Linichan regarded them as their own people, it was still inappropriate to participate at this time. In this regard, Bewitching and Bailey Hongshuang did not insist. They believed that as time passed, they would no longer be unfamiliar with each other. Xiao Wanrong had been listening to Lin Yi's narration along the way. As she listened more, the surprise on her face became stronger. In fact, not only Xiao Wanrong, but Di Lin Xian and others were also listening carefully. Even if Di Beichen and others had returned safely now, they also wanted to know how they gained experience during this time. Is everything you said true? Even though Xiao Wanrong tried to keep calm, she couldn't help but ask after listening to these thrilling experiences. She even suspected that these little guys deliberately made it up to tease her. Grandmother, what I said is naturally true. Lin Yi looked serious. If you don't believe me, you can ask my sister. There is absolutely no lie. Hearing this, Xiao Wanrong's gaze couldn't help but turn to Lin Xianxian. Lin Xianxian also nodded and said, Grandmother, what he said is true. This time, if it weren't for Beichen and Hong Shuang, not only us, but almost all the cultivators who entered the Immortal Cloud secret realm would have been wiped out. Yes, it was really thrilling this time. Lin Taxing sighed. Grandmother, you didn't see how dangerous the situation was at that time. Beichen and Hong Shuang were like gods. If it had been in the past, Lin Taxing would never have used such a word to describe it. But recalling the situation at that time, Di Beichen and Bailey Hongshuang's means were indeed like gods, which was unbelievable. He believed that he was not the only one. The other cultivators must have had the same thought at that time. Seeing the situation, Xiao Wanrong and the rest looked at each other in dismay. This result was seriously too out of their expectations. I really didn't expect my precious grandson and granddaughter-in-law to be so powerful. Xiao Wanrong looked at Di Beichen and Di Beichen with a look of pleasant surprise. In fact, she had always known that Di Beichen would definitely achieve great things in the future. Even if his cultivation was not comparable to that of the younger generation, with the heavenly mandate body, he only needed a certain amount of time and sufficient cultivation resources to grow at an astonishing speed. However, she did not expect that Di Beichen's growth would be so fast. In such a short period of time, he had reached this step. Not only Di Beichen, but Bailey Hongshuang also gave her a huge surprise. Di Beichen and Bailey Hongshuang looked at each other and smiled. Even they themselves could not judge the fighting strength that erupted at that critical moment. However, they were also satisfied with their performance at that time. Di Yujua's eyes were full of splendor. This news really surprised him. Beichen, how did you summon the skeleton army? Di Yujua gazed at Di Beichen with surprise and joy in his deep, dark eyes. This was undoubtedly the happiest thing for him. The inheritance of the dark attribute had disappeared hundreds of years ago. All these years, he had never seen any cultivator of the dark attribute achieve great results. Di Beichen was his son and the future head of the Di family. If he was shackled because of this, it would undoubtedly be a terrible situation. And now, after listening to everything that everyone had said, his previous worries were naturally resolved. Di Yujua was not the only one who was curious. Everyone present was curious about this. Their eyes immediately fell on Bewitching as they wanted to know the result. Bewitching smiled brightly when he sensed everyone's gaze. I've obtained the inheritance of the dark attribute before, so I've already mastered the cultivation method of the dark attribute. This isn't a problem for me. As soon as these words came out, everyone finally understood. You've actually found the inheritance of the dark attribute? Xianxia's eyes were filled with surprise. All these years, almost all the cultivators of the dark attribute have been searching for the inheritance. I never thought that the inheritance would end up in your hands. Due to the decline of the dark attribute, coupled with the discrimination and oppression they had been suffering all these years, almost all the cultivators of the dark attribute held their breaths, hoping that they would have the chance to change the situation. However, after so many years, no one had found it. Looks like Bewitching is someone with great luck. Xianxia chuckled. His dignified face was filled with smiles. He no longer looked stern and was replaced with kindness and friendliness. Yujua nodded slightly. When he was in the lower realm, it meant that Bewitching had obtained the inheritance of the dark attribute before his attribute had even awakened. This meant that everything had already paved the way for him. In this situation, to them, Bewitching was someone with great luck. Luck, this kind of inexplicable thing, was a real existence. As long as one had great luck, one's future achievements would definitely not be weak. Xianxia felt a burst of joy in her heart. Bewitching has been wandering outside for so many years. Not only did he return safely, but he also reached this step. I also believe that he will definitely go far in the future. Perhaps it was because they owed Bewitching all these years, but all the elders in the family were especially good to him. They only hoped that he would have a smooth journey. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching with a faint smile. She felt happy for him from the bottom of her heart when she felt the concern from so many family members. Just then, Lin Taxing's voice rang out again. Uncle, actually, I think that if there is a chance, we should ask Hongzhuang to go to the Holy Light Assembly. Regarding this point, he already had an idea in his heart. What does that mean? Xianxia raised her eyebrows. She knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was a cultivator of the light attribute, so it was natural for her to go to the Holy Light Assembly. However, Lin Taxing naturally did not want to talk about this issue at this time. After this trip to the Immortal Cloud Secret Territory, we feel that Hongzhuang may be more suitable than Xiaoshou to be the Holy Light Assembly's saint, Lin Taxing said with a serious expression. No matter how we look at it, Xiaoshou cannot compare to Hongzhuang. If they weren't 100% sure before, then after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang surpassing Xiaoshou on the Bridge of Light, this thought became even more firm. How long has Bailey Hongzhuang been in contact with the light force? She actually comprehended it faster than Xiaoshou. From the looks of it, as long as she was given more time to improve her comprehension of the light force, she would definitely surpass the other party. I agree too. Di Xiaofeng nodded. The reason why the Jun family was so arrogant before was because they were in cahoots with the Xiao family. The Xiao family is most famous for Xiaoshou, but once Hongzhuang replaces Xiaoshou's position as the Saint of Light, everything will be different. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel excited. If they succeeded, they could completely break the alliance between the Xiao family and the Jun family. In fact, this way, the other party wouldn't be able to pose any threat to them. Hearing this, Di Yujue and the others looked at each other. When they knew about Bailey Hongzhuang's talent in the light attribute, this thought had already appeared in their minds. Now that everyone said this, it seemed that their wife's performance in this aspect was really outstanding. Xianxia looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and asked, Hongzhuang, what do you think? If Bailey Hongzhuang could become the Saint of Light, it would naturally be very beneficial to their family. However, it all depended on Bailey Hongzhuang's own thoughts. Everyone's eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang's body. According to their thoughts, Bailey Hongzhuang should not refuse, because no matter who it was a great thing. However, Bailey Hongzhuang hesitated. Bai Yunjiao and He Shinjuan's experience had left a deep impression on her. If the two of them weren't together, then either one of them would be an extremely extraordinary existence. However, they died of depression because they couldn't be together. Until now, she still didn't understand this situation that Bai Yunjiao was talking about. If I become the Saint of Light, will it have an impact on all of this? I need some time to think about it. Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. Her tone was calm, but she was deep in thought. Bewitching naturally knew Bailey Hongshuang's concerns. When he heard her make such a decision, he was not surprised. Regarding this point, they indeed needed to carefully consider it. Everyone was stunned after hearing Bailey Hongshuang's answer. Obviously, they couldn't believe what they saw. Second cousin-in-law, it's an honor to become the Saint of Light. With this identity, Lin Yunjiao's eyes. And Lin Yi couldn't help but speak. Lin Yi couldn't help but speak out. She suddenly realized that what she said might not be appropriate, so she said, "Of course, with your ability, no one dares to despise you now. But in this way, Xianxia won't have the capital to show off in front of you in the future." Lin Xianxia and others also stared at Bailey Hongshuang. Although Lin Yi's words were a little anxious, they had to admit that all of this was true. They really couldn't understand the reason why Bailey Hongshuang refused. Lin Yunqing immediately said after seeing this scene, "Everyone, don't worry. Since Hongshuang made such a decision, she naturally has her reasons." Bailey Hongshuang looked up at Du Jue and Lin Yunqing with an apologetic look on her delicate and elegant face. "I'm sorry, silly girl, what's there to be sorry about?" Lin Yunqing smiled faintly. "This is your own business. Of course, it's up to you to decide. You don't have to care about other people's opinions." "That's right. If you don't like it, then forget it." Xiao Wanrong also expressed her concern. "In my opinion, there's nothing great about being the Holy Maiden of Light. If you don't want it, then don't." Seeing this, Lin Taxing and the others looked at each other. Although they did not understand why Bailey Hongshuang hesitated, they understood after calming down that with her temperament, she naturally had her reasons for making such a decision. Bailey Hongshuang felt apologetic, but she was also helpless in this situation. Di Baichen patted Bailey Hongshuang's shoulder and said to the puzzled crowd, "Hongshuang's hesitation has something to do with me." With the sound of Di Baichen's voice falling, everyone was slightly surprised, but they immediately understood. One of them was of the dark attribute, while the other was of the light attribute. Even if they were together now, it would cause criticism. If Bailey Hongshuang became the Holy Maiden of Light, then the situation would only be more complicated. "I see." Lin Xianxian suddenly understood. "This is indeed a little complicated. We have to think about it carefully." Du Jue and the others, who were also puzzled at first, looked at Bailey Hongshuang with even more affection after understanding this point. Even though they had always known that Bailey Hongshuang and Di Baichen had a very good relationship, this kind of behavior touched them even more. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely agree without hesitation when faced with such an outstanding situation. However, Bailey Hongshuang's first thought was Di Baichen. Lin Yunqing's gaze became increasingly gentle. From the moment she had met Bailey Hongshuang, she knew that she was a good girl. The current situation proved that she had deep feelings for Baichen. If she let down such a good girl, she would not be able to forgive herself. The two of you have completely opposite natures. Once Hongshuang becomes the Saintess of the Light, she will definitely think of ways to make an issue out of this matter. In addition, the Shao clan has already decided that the Holy Maiden of Light is in their clan. If we want to overthrow them, they will definitely obstruct us. This matter indeed needs to be considered at length. Di Linchuan's face sank slightly. Actually, he already knew that it would be difficult to complete this task. However, he realized that the situation was much more complicated than he had imagined after hearing what Di Linxian had said. He did need to put in more effort. "Anyway, there's no need to rush this matter," Di Yujue said slowly. "Do you have any understanding of this matter this time? Do you know when Xiaoxia will inherit the position of Saint of Light?" "We don't know." Di Xiaofeng replied, "Xiaoxia has never mentioned this in front of anyone. According to our judgment, I'm afraid that she won't be able to become the real Saintess of Light. However, we don't know the exact reason." "Oh?" Xiao Wanrong was surprised. "How can you tell?" Previously, someone brought up this topic to ask Xiaoxia, but she looked very troubled. Di Xiaofeng's expression was serious. He had seen this scene clearly at that time. Hearing this, Di Linxian and Xiao Wanrong looked at each other and some thoughts suddenly appeared in their minds. Could it be that Xiaoxia Wu had never been able to become the true Saint of Light because the position of the Saint of Light was actually reserved for Bailey Hongshuang? When this thought appeared in Di Lin Xian and Di Jiu Yaoyao's minds, they found it hard to believe. After all, for so many years, everyone had recognized Xiao Shou as the saint of light and no one had ever questioned it. And now, the opportunity seemed to be right in front of them. Let's not talk about this for now. We'll talk about it in detail after we've found out more about the situation. Di Yujua's voice rang out and everyone stopped talking about it. Then, they talked about what had happened during this period of time. However, Bailey Hongzhuang did not pay too much attention to it because she had put all her attention on this matter. In the room, Di Beichen looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, who had a complicated expression and could not help but ask, "Wife, are you still thinking about that question?" Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. "Beichen, actually, I don't understand how Master and the others could be forced into such a situation with their strength. It's just too shocking." Although she did not know Bai Yunjia's true cultivation base, she could roughly guess it. At least, based on the cultivators she had met so far, there was probably no one who could surpass their master's strength. What you've said is also something that I don't understand. Di Jiu Yaoyao's deep eyes were covered with a trace of seriousness. "I always feel that Master and the others have many things that they haven't told us and we'll have to figure it out ourselves. I don't think the Holy Assembly's requirements are that strict." Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Di Beichen with a serious expression on her delicate face. "Xiao Shou has been in the Holy Assembly all these years and she knows the situation very well. It's fine if she doesn't know that you're of the dark attribute, but she clearly knows that you're of the dark attribute and yet she still insists on being with you. That proves it." Even when Xiao Shou later said that cultivators of the light and dark attributes would not have a good ending if they were to combine, Bailey Hongzhuang did not take it to heart. That was because Xiao Shou knew that it was impossible for her to obtain it, so she made up an excuse. "That's right." Di Beichen naturally understood. He pulled Bailey Hongzhuang's little hand and stroked her brows with his slender fingers, smoothing her furrowed brows. "Wife, perhaps the situation isn't as complicated as it is. We're not clear about it yet, but we've already sent someone to gather information from the Holy Assembly. Don't think too much to think about this matter. Leave it to me." The warm and magnetic voice seemed to have a magical power, soothing the worries in Bailey Hongzhuang's heart. A faint smile appeared on Bailey Hongzhuang's fair, jade-like face. She nodded gently and stared at the perfect, godlike face in front of her. Her heart suddenly calmed down. "That's right, no matter what, I'll always have Di Beichen by my side." After the disciples went back to rest, Di Yujue called the elders over to discuss the matter in the discussion hall. The situation this time was clearly better than they had imagined. Therefore, the atmosphere in the meeting hall was very harmonious and filled with joy. Family head, the young master's performance this time was too outstanding. Di Chuyuan's face was full of smiles. "I also heard the news from the other family elders. Everyone is full of praise for our young master's ability. Previously, when he was in Water Chi City, he met several family elders. When they talked about the situation in the Immortal Cloud secret realm, there were even people who came to thank him on behalf of the family disciples. Previously, many people snorted when they heard that our young master had returned. They thought that our young master had been wandering outside all these years and that his strength was not enough to take up the position of young master. However, after this incident, I believe that no one will criticize him anymore." The second elder's face was also full of joy. When he thought of the mocking looks of those people before, he felt a wave of displeasure. However, after this incident, they were finally able to hold their heads high. The young master and young master's wife are really a match made in heaven. This time, their strength is really extraordinary. Di Hingyun chuckled. "I think that the young master is the hope of our family. He is a gift from heaven to our Di family." Di Yujue smiled as he listened to everyone's praises. His heart was also full of pride. This was his son. No matter how many people doubted his ability, in the end, he would shut them all up with facts. Family head, this time only Jun Lingshuan returned from the Jun family. The other cultivators have all died in the Immortal Cloud secret realm. This time, the Jun family must have suffered a heavy blow. They won't be able to be arrogant in the short term. Di Chuyuan's eyes were full of pride and satisfaction. The Jun family had been their old enemy all these years. They always thought of ways to cause trouble for them. Now that he saw the Jun family in such a state, he was naturally very happy. That's right. The Jun family should have received this retribution long ago. Who told them to always think of ways to cause trouble for us all these years? Diyun's eyes were full of disgust. Thinking back to what had happened to Medicine Master Qin, if it wasn't for Bailey Hongzhuang, they would have become a joke in the eyes of everyone. Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. This is the retribution they deserve. Di Yujua's eyes darkened. He was going to uproot the Jun family sooner or later. According to his investigation, it was highly likely that the Jun family was behind Bewitching's assassination. He could ignore other matters, but this matter was absolutely intolerable. This damned guy actually dared to extend his tentacles towards his own child. If it wasn't for Bewitching's luck, he would never have been able to see him again in this lifetime. Although the Jun family has a lot of young disciples, those who went in this time are all extremely outstanding. Even Jun Zitao has fallen. This time, the Jun family has really suffered a great loss. It will take some time for them to nurture other young disciples. It will be very difficult for them to steal the limelight again. Di Yujua nodded slightly and did not elaborate further on this issue. Although the loss of the younger generation wasn't small, it wasn't enough to hurt the entire Jun family even though it was painful. However, they had all the time in the world. He would tear the Jun family apart bit by bit. Not only that, the immortal spirit herbs that the young master obtained this time will be of great use to our family. When the rest of the elders heard this, they were all stunned. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Eighth Elder, are you talking about the immortal spiritual herb? Di Hingyan nodded slightly. That's right, the immortal spiritual herb. This treasure is extremely rare. Usually, it's priceless. I didn't expect the young master to have such a great harvest in the immortal cloud secret realm. It's really a surprise. After hearing Di Hingyan's affirmative answer, a commotion broke out in the meeting hall. From what I know, it's extremely difficult to refine the immortal spiritual herb into an immortal spiritual pill, right? A trace of worry appeared in Second Elder's eyes. If we want to hire someone from the Alchemist Guild, we'll have to pay a hefty price. With the Di family's reputation, it wasn't difficult to hire someone from the Alchemist Guild. However, the loss of a treasure like the immortal spiritual herb was heartbreaking. If they wanted to hire someone to refine it, they'd have to pay a hefty price. Hearing Second Elder's worry, Di Yun he couldn't help but smile. Second Elder, don't worry. This matter has been resolved. Oh? Second Elder was slightly stunned. How is this matter resolved? Our young master's wife has successfully refined the immortal spiritual pill. From what I know, her success rate is extremely high. Even though Di Yunhe's face was calm, he was shocked when he first heard this news. Previously, Bailey Hongzhuang's performance in the alchemy competition had already proven her ability. He didn't expect that after not seeing her for a while, Bailey Hongzhuang could even refine the immortal spiritual pill. This talent was truly shocking. Following Di Yunhe's words, the entire meeting hall fell silent for a moment. Then, there was an explosion of enthusiastic exclamations. Our young master's wife can actually refine the immortal spiritual pill. Her alchemy skills are truly extraordinary. This is great. With our young master's wife, we won't have to worry about this matter anymore. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Bailey Hongzhuang's performance had given them too many surprises. Especially after hearing about Bailey Hongzhuang's performance in the Immortal Cloud Secret Realm, they were even more shocked. Even if they had never had any objections to the family's decision, when they learned that the head of the family had rejected the marriage with the Xiao family for Bailey Hongzhuang, and even lost a helper, their hearts were still full of complaints. After all, losing the Xiao family and giving the Jun family an additional helper. This was a great loss for them. But now, after understanding all of this, their previous thoughts began to change. Their young master's wife's young master's abilities. Both the young master and young madam are first-rate geniuses. Our family will definitely prosper in the future. Di Chuyuan's face was full of pride. Thinking back to the time when they returned from Qishui City, they really had limitless glory. Di Yujue quietly looked at the elders present, feeling their joy and approval. He was also very happy in his heart. This was undoubtedly the situation he wanted to see the most. The discussion in the meeting hall went very smoothly. Everyone was sharing their joy. Seeing that the younger generation was able to obtain such a harvest and win such glory for the family, as the elders, they felt incomparably happy. I didn't expect the young master to be of the dark attribute. But now it seems that the dark attribute is very strong. The second young master sighed. Compared to the immortal herbs, this news shocked him more. Although the attribute didn't have much to do with a person, it was hard to associate the young master with the dark attribute from his appearance. The dark attribute isn't a big deal. As long as you are strong, what does it matter what attribute you have? The third elder said calmly. Looking at the third elder's calm face, Di Hingyan couldn't help but look at Di Yunhe and whisper, didn't the third elder look down on the dark attribute? That was before. Di Yunhe chuckled, ever since he found out that the young master is of the dark attribute, the third elder's attitude changed. It's as if he wasn't the one who looked down on the dark attribute. Whatever, let's not expose him now. Di Hingyan tried to hold back his laughter. He clearly remembered the third elder's expression when he talked about the dark attribute. The speed of his change was really admirable. Not only Di Hingyan and Di Yunhe, but all the elders knew the third elder's temper very well. Therefore, they all thought it was very funny. After discussing the arrangements for the disciples in detail, they dispersed. Inside the room, Lin Yunqing looked at Di Yujue, who was in a very good mood, and couldn't help but ask, are you still thinking about Beichen and the others? She noticed that Di Yujue had been thinking about something since he came back, but the corners of his lips were always curled up. Di Yujue nodded slightly, Yunqing, Beichen has really satisfied me. Do you know that Beichen has built up a very high reputation among the disciples of the clan? Earlier, when the first elder and I were strolling outside, we heard many of the younger generation talking about Beichen. It's different from before. Now, there is only admiration and respect. Hearing this, Lin Yunqing's face also bloomed into a smile. She suddenly said, you're going to understand the thoughts of the clan's disciples, right? That's right. Di Yujue admitted frankly, previously, I was a little worried that it would be difficult for Beichen to gain everyone's trust since he had just returned. I also wanted to know if everyone's thoughts would change after this incident. Now, it seems that the situation is better than I thought. I was worried about this too. Lin Yunqing sighed. She was naturally overjoyed when Beichen returned. But at the same time, she was worried that Beichen would be under too much pressure. After all, there had been quite a big gap in strength over the years. Thinking back to when Beichen and the others had almost no rest and were in seclusion all day long, she also felt extremely distressed. He felt that if it weren't for the pressure, Beichen wouldn't have fought so hard without any time to rest. However, right now, she was more proud of her son. He was so outstanding. Now, we don't have to worry anymore. Beichen and Hong Zhuang are both smart children and very capable. Compared to the joyous atmosphere in the Di family, the atmosphere in the Jun family was the complete opposite. After Jun Xianxia brought Jun Lingshuan back to the Jun family, everyone in the Jun family found out that only one of the 10 cultivators was left. Everyone's mood fell to the bottom and the entire Jun family was shrouded in a layer of haze. Lingshuan, were you ambushed by the Di family? Jun Hongqing, the head of the Jun family, stared at Jun Lingshuan with a solemn and repressed expression. His slightly deep voice carried a strong sense of oppression, causing everyone present to hold their breaths for fear of angering him. Jun Lingshuan lowered his head. If they had really been ambushed by Di Beichen and the others, it would have been fine. However, this was not the case this time. This time, we encountered many dangers in the Divine Cloud secret realm and all of them died due to accidents. Following Jun Lingshuan's words, the head of the family and the elders in the meeting hall could not help but be stunned. They were almost certain that all of this was the doing of the Di family and were thinking about how to take revenge on the Di family. However, they were now told that all of them had died due to accidents. This was even more unacceptable than dying at the hands of the Di family's cultivators. What accident could have caused you to suffer such heavy losses? Jun Hongqing frowned. This situation was also beyond his expectations. However, this calmed his anger down a little. Head of the family, the situation in the Divine Cloud secret realm this time was different from the past. Not only us, but many other forces also suffered heavy losses. However, Jun Qitao died at the hands of Di Beichen. Jun Lingshuan's face was filled with intense hatred at the mention of Jun Shitao's death. If Xiaoxia did not have an escape talisman with her, I would have died there as well. Unfortunately, the escape talisman can only take 2 people away. I could not save Shitao. The boy from the D family? Jun Hongqing raised his eyebrows. His gaze was gloomy and complicated, and there was even a trace of suspicion. He just returned to the D family not long ago, and his strength is already so strong that even you are no match for him? That's right. That Bewitching is only from the lower realm. He's not strong enough. Everyone looked at each other. From the beginning to the end, they had never taken Bewitching seriously. Speaking of which, this matter is rather strange. Jun Lingshuan sighed that Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. They don't look like people from the lower realm at all. These guys are just pretending to be weak. I think this might be a ploy by the D family to trick us. Now, he was more and more certain that this was a trap deliberately designed by Bewitching and the others. On the surface, they looked as if they were no match for him at all, waiting for him to take the bait. Tell me the details of the situation. Jun Hongqing said slowly. Based on what they had learned so far, the more they listened, the more confused they became. Jun Lingshuan did not hide anything. He immediately told them about the various situations he had encountered in the Immortal Cloud secret realm. Initially, everyone in the conference hall only had anger in their hearts. However, after listening to all of this, everyone's expressions turned solemn. Great Elder, what do you think? Jun Hongqing looked at Jun Xianxia and asked. Jun Xianxia stepped forward and said, in my opinion, Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang are not simple. We can no longer ignore them. Every time he thought of the previous situation, Jun Xianxia couldn't help but feel depressed. If they hadn't fallen into the D family's trap back then, as long as they didn't make that bet, the Jun family would still have a lot of spots. If there were more cultivators, at least the situation wouldn't be so miserable this time. That kid from the D family is strange. We have to send someone to find out more about him and find out his real trump card, said the second elder. There was a trace of regret on his face. We should have thought of this before. If this kid wasn't strange, Diyujue wouldn't have recognized him as the young master of the D family. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Previously, almost all of them thought that Diyujue insisted on this decision because he felt guilty about Bewitching. Who would have thought that this wasn't the case at all? It was because Bewitching had the strength to do so. Family head, we have to ask the D family to pass on some important information. If we could have known this earlier, we wouldn't have ended up in this situation now. The third elder frowned, and a malicious light flashed in his eyes. Their original plan had always been very good. If it weren't for the lack of accurate information later, they wouldn't have ended up in this situation now. Hearing this, Jun Hongqing narrowed his eyes. Ever since Diyujue was discovered, I'm afraid that Di Kaiyuan has been on guard and has been looking for spies in the family. It won't be easy to pass on information under his watchful eyes. That's right. I'm afraid it's not convenient for us to act now. If we're discovered, it'll be really bad. Jun Xianxia's expression was solemn. We have to think about this matter at length. That's right. It took us a lot of time to set up this plan. Everything was close to completion, but we didn't expect to fail because of Bewitching's appearance. The third elder sighed. They had seen the light of dawn before. Who would have thought that in the end, it would be all for naught? We weren't decisive enough back then. If Bewitching had really died, then there wouldn't be so much trouble now. What a pity, what a pity. Jun Lingshuan listened to the sighs of the group of elders, and a deep sense of helplessness appeared on his face, followed by a fierce expression. No matter what, I must avenge Shitao. I want Bewitching and the others to be buried with Shitao. That's right. They must pay with their lives. Jun Hongqing's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty killing intent. Shitao was his most beloved son. Now that he had died in the hands of these damned bastards, how could he not be angry? Patriarch, don't worry. I will personally kill Bewitching to avenge Shitao. Patriarch, don't worry. I will personally kill Bewitching to avenge Shitao. His ink-black eyes flashed with anger and hatred. Jun Lingshuan secretly swore that he would definitely avenge her. You should cultivate well. It's okay to suffer a loss this time. Next time, you must find a way to get back at them. Jun Xianxia looked at Jun Hongqing and said, Patriarch, in addition to this matter, there is now an extremely troublesome problem. What is it? Jun Hongqing's face turned solemn. The news he had heard so far was already very bad. How could there be another troublesome problem? The Xiao family. As Xiao Shou and the others returned to the Xiao family, although they did not suffer many casualties, their mood was equally gloomy. When Xiao Yanlong found out that Jun Lingxuan was the only one who returned alive from the Jun family, he sighed. Father, the reason why the Jun family suffered such heavy casualties this time is because they sent too few cultivators on this trip. That's why they ended up in such a situation. Xiao Shou looked at Xiao Yanlong, whose expression was slightly gloomy, and could not help but speak up for Jun Lingxuan. Of course I know about this reason, but it's definitely not the only reason. With Xiao Yanlong's age and experience, he naturally had a deep understanding of this situation. Although there were some irresistible factors, if he was strong enough, he would definitely have a way to do it better. Hearing this, Xiao Shou paused for a moment and swallowed the excuse she was about to give. Comparing Jun Lingxuan and Bewitching's performance this time, you should be very clear in your heart, right? Xiao Yanlong glanced at Xiao Shou indifferently, his serious and calm face revealing a bit of helplessness and lamentation. Father, you can't say it like that. Xiao Sudong could not help but speak up. Previously, it was Bewitching who let sister down. No matter what, it's impossible to achieve a marriage alliance. Even if it's not a marriage alliance, the friendship between the two sides still exists. Xiao Yanlong's brows revealed a trace of regret. What's more, because of this, the D family feels guilty towards us. It's better for us. However, now that we're completely hostile, there's no point in saying these words. Regarding this matter, Xiao Yanlong was undoubtedly the most helpless. All this time, the Xiao family and the D family's relationship had been extremely close. He never thought that he would cut off all ties with the D family in his hands. Not only did they cut off ties, but they also became enemies. One had to know that when Bewitching rejected the marriage, he was indeed extremely unhappy. However, Di Yujua's attitude had always been very good, and he even thought of ways to compensate them. If they entered the Immortal Cloud's secret realm this time, they would still be family friends. Needless to say, Xiao Shou and the others would definitely gain more. Following Xiao Yanlong's words, Xiao Sudong and Xiao Shou both sank into silence. That was indeed true. Father, this matter is quite strange. Bewitching's luck is truly extraordinary. Chen Feng from the Great Devil Sect and Morong Jing from the Morong clan actually got the chance to comprehend the Primal Chaos Sacred Tablet because of their good relationship. This is simply unbelievable. A deep sigh appeared on Xiao Sudong's face. Until now, he still found it hard to believe that all of this was actually true. This kind of luck, wasn't it a little too good? What did you say? Xiao Yanlong's expression abruptly changed as dense shock surfaced on his face. Primal Chaos Sacred Tablet? That's right. Xiao Sudong nodded. However, elder sister's luck is also very good. She got the chance to comprehend the Radiant Sacred Tablet. Unfortunately, in the end, she still couldn't defeat Bailey Hongzhuang and lost the chance to obtain the inheritance. What exactly is going on? The sigh on Xiao Yanlong's face immediately disappeared and was replaced by a solemn and serious expression. Tell me about this matter in detail. Originally, Xiao Yanlong did not care too much about this trip to the Immortal Cloud's secret realm. He lamented that he had made a wrong decision back then because the Jun family had suffered too heavy a loss this time. However, when he heard that Xiao Shou's understanding of the light attribute was not as good as Bailey Hongzhuang's, he could no longer remain calm. He did not care about anything else. Even if he had lost a good helper, as long as the Xiao family's foundation did not change, the other things would only have some impact. However, if the Xiao family's foundation was affected, it would be a different story. So, your understanding of the light attribute is not as good as Bailey Hongzhuang's? Xiao Yanlong looked at Xiao Shou in disbelief. In his opinion, this was simply impossible. Hearing Xiao Yanlong's question, Xiao Shou's expression turned ugly. This was undoubtedly something that she did not want to admit the most. Until now, she still couldn't figure out what was going on. According to her master, her talent in the light attribute was not something that ordinary cultivators could compare to. It could be said that she was a genius that had never appeared in so many years. However, why did everything seem so wrong when compared to Bailey Hongzhuang? Father, Bailey Hongzhuang's talent in the light attribute seems to be very strong. Xiaosu frowned. Even if she did not want to admit it, she still had to tell the truth in front of Xiaoyanlong. Following Xiaosu's words, Xiaoyanlong's expression suddenly stiffened. It's actually true. Father, I think that Bailey Hongzhuang might be a big threat to elder sister. Xiao Sudong also became serious. You don't know this, but when we returned, many cultivators felt that Bailey Hongzhuang might be more suitable than elder sister to be the Saint of Light. I think that once this news spreads, the situation will be extremely disadvantageous for elder sister. We must eliminate this problem as soon as possible. Many people are saying that? Every time Xiao Sudong said a word, Xiaoyanlong's heart sank. This was undoubtedly the situation that he did not want to see the most. Yes. Xiao Sudong glanced at Xiao Sou and continued, I think it's better for Big Sister to ascend to the position of the Holy Maiden as soon as possible, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. Xiao Sou nodded as well. Her delicate face was filled with anxiety and nervousness. Father, quickly help me think of a way. No matter what, I can't let Bailey Hongzhuang take away this position. This was the foundation that she had always been proud of. If she really lost the position of the Holy Maiden, she would definitely become a joke in the eyes of everyone in the future. No matter what, this was something she absolutely could not accept. So, don't panic. Tell me in detail what you have perceived. Then we will go to your master and discuss whether there is a way to help you ascend to the position of the Holy Maiden of Light. Xiaoyanlong calmed down. In the past, you were only one step away from becoming the Saint of Light. Now that you've comprehended the Holy Light Tablet, you might already be qualified. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Sou's eyes also lit up, and a strong sense of excitement appeared in her eyes. That's right. After I've comprehended the Holy Light Tablet, I realized that I've improved a lot. Maybe I really can now. So, don't be anxious. Xiaoyanlong slowly said, your master has been in closed-door cultivation for the past few days and hasn't come out yet. Otherwise, he would have come to see you long ago. Hearing this, Xiao Sou was stunned for a moment before she understood. Indeed, her master has always been very concerned about her. Now that they haven't seen each other for such a long time, he would have come to see her long ago. Father, do you know when master will come out of closed-door cultivation? Xiao Sou was anxious. It would have been fine if he hadn't mentioned this before, but now that he mentioned it, she couldn't wait to become the true Holy Maiden of Light. In the past, no matter where she went, she would always be the center of attention. However, this time, her limelight had been completely stolen by Bailey Hongzhuang and she had become a foil. This time, there were many people who had entered the Immortal Cloud secret realm. One person would spread 10, and 10 would spread to 100. It wouldn't take long for this news to spread completely. When she thought of this, she couldn't accept it. Therefore, she must make these people shut up before this news spread completely. I don't know, but I'll send someone to inform your master in a moment. As soon as he comes out of closed-door cultivation, we'll go find him immediately. Xiao Sou nodded slightly, feeling relieved. So, you don't need to be too anxious. It's not that easy to become the Holy Maiden of Light. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang's talent in the light attribute is very good, it doesn't mean that she will succeed. We've seen how much effort you've put in over the years. Xiaoyanlong looked at Xiao Sou dotingly, his affection overflowing from his words. Seeing this, Xiao Sou's face showed a trace of a smile, feeling relieved. After Nangong Yuqing and the others returned to the family, they immediately found a doctor to treat Nangong Xiaolong. Although Nangong Xiaolong and Nangong Yuqing were not blood-related brothers, they were very close. As the son of the Nangong family's third elder, Nangong Xiaolong's position in the family was not low. However, this time, his injuries were extremely serious. When the third elder heard that his son's family jewels had been crippled, his face became extremely ugly. Who is it? The third elder shouted angrily, who is so despicable to do such a thing to my son? Third elder, let's get a doctor to treat Xiaolong first. The head of the Nangong family, Nangong Jingkuan, also had an ashen face. However, when he saw the doctor behind him, he still reminded him. Hearing this, third elder stepped aside and looked at the family physician. You must find a way to cure my son. Third elder, I will do my best. After the doctor went in for treatment, third elder asked again, young master, who did this to my son? This method is simply an insult. As a cultivator, injuries were unavoidable. Even if Nangong Xiaolong had lost an arm or a leg, he would still be able to remain calm. However, in this situation, he was clearly insulting his dignity. Yuqing, explain this matter clearly. Which power is it that dares to go overboard? Nangong Jingkuan's expression was gloomy. Dealing with their family members like this was no different from slapping their faces. It was made by Lin Xianxian, Nangong Yuqing replied. Lin Xianxian? Third elder's face was filled with anger. I must kill this bastard to avenge Xiaolong. We have no enmity with the Lin family, so why would Lin Xianxian do such a thing? Nangong Jingkuan couldn't understand. Could it be that Xiaolong had some sort of relationship with Lin Xianxian? As a woman, it was impossible for her to do such a thing to a man without a reason. Not only Nangong Jingkuan, but all the elders and youths present had the same thought. Perhaps Nangong Xiaolong had let Lin Xianxian down, so she did such a thing out of anger. Xiaolong did let down a girl, but that girl wasn't Lin Xianxian, but Bailey Shi of the Bailey family. Nangong Yuqing had no choice but to tell the whole story in detail. The Bailey family is just a small family. Even if Xiaolong married a girl from such a small family, she would only be a concubine. Lin Xianxian actually harmed my son in order to avenge Bailey Shi? After hearing this, third elder's anger didn't subside at all. On the contrary, it burned even more fiercely. If they had bullied Lin Xianxian and encountered such a situation, they could only blame it on their bad luck. However, she was just a girl from a small family, so what was the big deal about bullying her? Nangong Xiaolong was willing to spend some time with her, so it was already a blessing for him. Nangong Yuqing nodded slightly. The Bailey family's Bailey Yunyan seems to be Di Xiaofeng's woman. When they were in the Immortal Cloud secret realm, the Di family had been protecting them. Lin Xianxian did this to help Bailey Yunyan vent her anger. Not only that, Bailey Hongzhuang also poisoned Xiaolong. What did you say? The third elder was stunned once again, and his eyes widened. Isn't it enough that you've harmed my son to this extent? You even poisoned him? That's right. Nangong Hengyang, who was standing behind Nangong Yuqing, nodded. They did this to make Xiaolong apologize to Bailey Shi. Yuqing, what were you doing when the Di family and the Lin family bullied Xiaolong? Nangong Jingkuan's face was ashen. His family's strength was no weaker than the Di family's. Even if the Di family and the Lin family joined forces, they wouldn't watch Xiaolong be bullied without doing anything. Father, the situation at that time was very complicated. Everything was in the hands of the Di family. Moreover, we didn't expect Lin Xianxian to attack us so suddenly. By the time we reacted, it was already too late. Not only that, the Great Devil sect and the Murong family were their helpers at that time. We were really powerless. Nangong Hengyang followed up. This time around, they were indeed somewhat aggrieved in the Immortal Cloud secret realm. If their clan leader knew the truth, he would surely punish them severely. Hence, they might as well find an excuse to save their face. Sure enough, Nangong Jingkuan and all the elders present understood after hearing this. If the other party had so many helpers, then it was reasonable for Nangong Yuqing and the others to be helpless. If they had attacked at that time, perhaps they wouldn't have been able to return safely. Nangong Yuqing glanced at Nangong Hengyang but didn't explain anything. Actually, Xiaolong shouldn't have taken the initiative to bring up this matter. Nangong Hengyang sighed. In his opinion, this was an undeserved disaster. If Nangong Xiaolong hadn't taken the initiative to bring up this matter, the other party wouldn't have shifted their attention to him. Naturally, there wouldn't be so many problems. What do you mean by that? Third elder frowned. Why does he feel like something is wrong? Third elder, at that time, Xiaolong was too pleased with himself to speak of this matter. It is said that Bailey Shi never mentioned Xiaolong's name or identity, so the Bailey clan simply did not know who did it. It wasn't just Nangong Hengyang, but all the disciples present couldn't help but sigh. This matter was really Nangong Xiaolong's bad luck. If he hadn't brought up this matter, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. As a man, if his family jewels were crippled, wouldn't he become a joke? You're saying that Xiaolong brought up this matter himself? Second elder looked at third elder with a complicated expression. If all of this was brought up by Nangong Xiaolong, then he was really looking for trouble. Third elder obviously didn't expect this situation and was so depressed that he wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood. Noticing the third elder's flushed face, the first elder hurriedly said, "No matter what, Lin Xianxia and the others have gone too far." That's right, a girl from the Bailey family. Could it be that they really expected Xiaolong to marry her? Isn't that just a dream? Everyone knew that Nangong Xiaolong was the only son of third elder. Although his status in the Nangong family couldn't be compared to Nangong Yuqing and the others, it was still not something the other disciples could compare to. If he wanted to marry, he would naturally marry a young miss from a large family. If he couldn't marry the daughter of the patriarch, then he would marry a young miss from the closest branch. Bailey Shi's status was simply not worthy of her. With this excuse, third elder's complexion improved a little. That's right, this matter wasn't our Xiaolong's fault. At that time, Bailey Shi must have wanted to climb up the social ladder and seduce Xiaolong. A girl took the initiative to throw herself at him, so isn't Xiaolong's reaction normal? Just as everyone was discussing, the doctor finally walked out of the room. Seeing the doctor appear, the third elder immediately went up and asked, "Doctor, can my son be saved?" The doctor shook his head helplessly. "Third elder, this injury is too serious. I can only guarantee that Xiaolong's life is not in danger. As for the rest, forgive me for not being able to do anything." As soon as these words were spoken, the third elder's face immediately turned deathly pale. It was as if he had lost his soul, and he almost collapsed. "Third elder." The first elder hurriedly supported him. "Don't fall." The third elder's face flushed red, his eyes burning with rage. "I must kill these bastards." He only had one son, Nangong Xiaolong. Although he was already married, he did not have any grandchildren. Now that Nangong Xiaolong was crippled just like that, it meant that their bloodline was over. How could he bear such consequences? Nangong Xiaolong fainted immediately after hearing this. He had always hoped that there would be hope after he came back. Now, not only was there no hope, but he was also in complete despair. Nangong Xingkuan turned to the doctor, "So you're saying that the poison in Xiaolong's body has been cured?" Hearing this, the doctor paused for a moment before a trace of doubt appeared in his eyes. "How come I didn't know that Xiaolong was poisoned?" Seeing this, everyone present couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. They clearly heard Nangong Yuqing say that Xiaolong had been poisoned, so why didn't the doctor detect anything? Nangong Yuqing was also surprised. "Doctor, please examine him carefully. I saw Xiaolong being poisoned with my own eyes. I just examined him and didn't see any signs of poisoning." The doctor frowned. "I'll go examine him again." "You have to examine him carefully. Xiaolong is already like this, so we can't let his life be in danger." Third elder nervously looked at the doctor, his eyes filled with hope and an indescribable nervousness. Nangong Xiaolong's current situation already made him extremely distressed. If he were to lose his life because of this, then he would really be sending off his own son. This was something he absolutely couldn't accept. "Third elder, I'll go in and examine him carefully. Don't worry." As soon as his voice fell, the doctor hurriedly went in and examined Xiaolong again. This Bailey Hongzhuang is very strange. Her medical skills are extremely high, so perhaps her poison is also very difficult to detect. Nangong Hingyang couldn't help but speak up. Ever since this incident, his opinion of Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching had completely changed. These two were masters of pretending to be pigs to eat tigers. On the surface, they didn't seem to have any offensive power, so they were often looked down upon. But if they were really looked down upon, then they would be in for a bad time. Thinking back to how everyone had ridiculed them before, they had remained calm and didn't even bother to refute. It really made people feel helpless. Nangong Yuqing nodded slightly before looking at Nangong Xingkuan. "Father, Bailey Hongzhuang's methods are very strange. This time, she dared to let us come back first. I'm afraid that she is certain that our family's doctors are unable to cure Xiaolong. Otherwise, she would not let go of this opportunity." He knew very well how much Bailey Hongzhuang valued the Bailey family. Di Xiaofeng was very likely to become a couple with Bailey Hongzhuang in the future, so Bailey Hongzhuang would definitely not let them go, therefore, there was no doubt that this poison existed. As for whether they could discover it or not, it would depend on their methods. Nangong Jingkuan naturally understood the meaning behind Nangong Yuqing's words, and his expression suddenly became dignified. I didn't expect the young master of the Di family to be so capable. We've underestimated him. As he spoke, Nangong Jingkuan continued, Yuqing, I heard that Xiao Sou is very close to Jun Lingshuan from the Jun family. Is this true? Hearing Nangong Jingkuan's question, Nangong Yuqing was stunned for a moment before his expression became complicated. Of course. Ever since we entered the immortal cloud realm, I've seen Xiao Sou and Jun Lingshuan together. Nangong Hengyang saw that Nangong Yuqing didn't answer, so he took the initiative to answer. Nangong Jingkuan naturally knew about Nangong Yuqing's feelings towards Xiao Sou, so he immediately looked at Nangong Hengyang. Are they really that close? Family head, what I said is the truth. If you don't believe me, ask the other children. We all saw it clearly. Nangong Jingkuan understood the situation when he saw the reactions of the disciples. Even if Nangong Yuqing didn't say anything, he could guess that it wasn't the Di family who came looking for trouble. Instead, it was Nangong Yuqing who provoked them for Xiao Sou. Nangong Jingkuan understood his son's personality very well. Needless to say, Nangong Yuqing was hardworking in cultivation. The only troublesome thing about his son was his infatuation. For so many years, Nangong Yuqing had placed all his attention on Xiao Sou. Nangong Jingkuan didn't stop him because it would be of great help to his family if he could marry the saint. But now that Xiao Sou was together with Jun Lingshuan and the Di family was much stronger than before, there was no need for them to get involved in this mess. Yuqing, once you return, you should focus on your work. You don't have to worry about Xiao Sou anymore. Although Nangong Yuqing had already guessed that Nangong Jingkuan would say this, he still couldn't help but feel sad when he heard it. He knew that Xiao Sou didn't have him in her heart. First it was Bewitching. Then it was Jun Lingshuan. He had pursued Xiao Sou for so many years, but she had never gotten close to him. However, he truly liked Xiao Sou, so it was hard for him to give up. Seeing that Nangong Yuqing didn't answer, Nangong Jingkuan's gaze became more serious. Do you know? Yes, father. Nangong Yuqing nodded, but his thoughts were complicated. Not long after, the doctor came out of the room with a complicated and puzzled expression. Xiaolong's situation is indeed strange. If the young master hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have noticed it. However, after a careful examination, I felt that there was something wrong with Xiaolong's body. After testing it with a silver needle, I found that he was poisoned. Is there a way to cure this poison? The third elder hurriedly asked. Xiaolong's situation was already miserable enough, so he had to save his life no matter what. The doctor's expression was full of helplessness, and his dark eyes were filled with shame. Forgive my poor medical skills, but this poison. I'm afraid I can't cure it. Even though he had discovered some clues, he wouldn't have noticed it if it weren't for Nangong Yuqing's reminder. Now, it was even more impossible for him to remove it. Hearing this, third elder loosened his grip on the doctor's hand. What kind of person is Bailey Hongzhuang? Her poison is so difficult to detoxify? He was also very clear about the ability of the family doctor. Since he was helpless, it proved that this poison was very clever. Ordinary doctors would not be able to cure it. I only heard that Bailey Hongzhuang performed extremely well in the alchemy competition and became an 8th grade alchemist at such a young age. Her future is limitless, and she received the courtesy of the Alchemist Guild and became a deacon. It's just that even though alchemists and doctors have thought it through, there's still a certain gap. The great elder's expression was complicated. Bailey Hongzhuang's name was now quite famous. As early as in the alchemy competition, she had already been in the limelight, but in terms of medical skills, she had never heard of it before. After she treated him, his injuries healed quite quickly. Following Nangong Hengyang's words, all the cultivators present nodded their heads. Regarding this point, they deeply felt the same way. Nangong Jingkuan and the other elders looked at each other. It seems that Di Yujua's daughter-in-law can't be underestimated. That's right. With Bailey Hongzhuang, the Di family's alchemy skills have been completely filled. The head elder couldn't help but sigh. It seems that we need to think of a countermeasure. No matter how powerful Bailey Hongzhuang is, how can we just let her poison my son like this? The third elder couldn't help but refute after noticing that everyone was starting to fear the D family. He didn't care who the other party was. Now that Nangong Xiaolong had become like this, as his father, how could he not seek justice for his son? Third elder, don't be impatient. We need to think about this at length. Nangong Jingquan's expression sank. Conflicts between the younger generation were mostly resolved by the younger generation. If the elders were to make a move, they would be at a disadvantage. What's more, if they were to make a move, the D family's elders wouldn't just sit by and watch. It wouldn't be easy to achieve a certain effect. When the third elder heard Nangong Jingquan's words, he naturally understood what he meant. His heart was filled with depression, but the anger in his heart grew even stronger. No matter what, he had to avenge Xiaolong. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to swallow this anger. Third elder, don't be too anxious. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others want Xiaolong to apologize to Bailey Shi. As long as he apologizes, perhaps the poison will be cured. Nangong Yuqing slowly spoke. Di Xiaofeng had spoken to him before, and when he talked to Nangong Xiaolong was quite confident. He believed that there was hope for this matter to be reversed. But Xiaolong is already like this. You want him to apologize? The third elder frowned. From his point of view, he didn't feel that Xiaolong had done anything wrong. Asking him to apologize to a girl from the Bailey family was also a kind of humiliation. Third elder, let's invite other doctors to treat Xiaolong first. If they can cure him, that would be great. If they can't, then it won't be too late to go to the 100 Lane clan. The first elder spoke out to persuade. Although the third elder was still somewhat unwilling, he could only nod his head. So far, this was the best solution they could come up with. While the Nangong family was trying their best to find an outstanding doctor, there was another power that was also frantically searching for one. When the head of the Chu clan, Chu Yifeng, found out that his son, whom he was so proud of, had actually damaged his foundation in the Immortal Cloud secret realm, causing him to be unable to advance his cultivation, he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Father, sorry for making you worry about me. Chu Yingming had an ashamed look on his face. Normally, he had always been cautious. He didn't expect that he would make such a big mistake this time. Yingming, don't worry. Father will definitely find a way to cure you. Chu Yifeng's expression was firm. This was his most treasured son. Almost everyone believed that as long as Chu Yingming developed well, he would definitely become the next head of the Chu clan. How could someone like him have such a problem? When Chu Yingming first found out that his foundation had been damaged and could no longer increase his cultivation, his heart collapsed. Even though he had always been very rational, he was also very proud. Thinking that he might not be able to increase his cultivation in the future, he even felt that it would be better to just die. Otherwise, what use would it be? However, gradually, his mentality changed. No matter what, he had to try. Perhaps there was still a chance to cure him. Even if there was no chance, he couldn't just die like this. Otherwise, he would only become a joke to everyone. Why are you still so polite to your father? Chu Yifeng's eyes were full of affection. Have the family doctors already treated you? What is the situation? They can't find the specific cause and can't solve this problem. Chu Yingming sighed. As soon as he came back, he went to find the family's doctor. As long as this problem could be solved, he didn't care about anything else. Unfortunately, the result was still so despairing. Right now, they have already gone to find other doctors for me. I will wait for news in the family. After hearing this news, Chu Yifeng's face also became a bit gloomy. As a cultivation family, the family doctors were naturally not bad. If even they couldn't solve this problem, it could be seen that the difficulty was not small. Yingming, don't be too anxious. There will always be a way. Chu Yifeng patted Chu Yingming's shoulder. His deep voice was filled with determination and confidence, making Chu Yingming feel an indescribable strength. Although the problem of foundation damage is very difficult to cure, there are still cases of success. As long as there is a way, no matter what price I have to pay, I will not hesitate. Father. Chu Yingming's heart suddenly fiercely jumped. Facing those eyes full of affection and confidence, he only felt his heart was very warm. There was a feeling of hot tears in his eyes. Normally, Chui Feng was very strict with him. After so many years, he had almost never heard any praise from his father. He thought that after returning this time, he would inevitably receive a scolding from his father. He didn't expect that at this time, his father would reveal this side of him. This made him feel disbelief, but it also made him feel warm. Chui Feng smiled faintly. I am usually quite strict with you because I want you to succeed. In the next few days, you should have a good rest. It's good to have some rest. Yes. In the following period of time, one doctor after another was invited to the Chu family in order to solve the problem of Chu Yingming's foundation damage. However, in the end, all of the doctors shook their heads and helplessly left. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't help Chu Yingming successfully break through. This sort of situation caused Chu Yingming and the others to become even more discouraged. Family head, I heard that the D clan's guest physician, Wu Weiming, is extremely skilled in medicine. Back then, Madame D's illness was extremely serious and many doctors were unable to treat her. Only Wu Weiming was able to think of a way. Young master's current situation is so complicated. Maybe Dr. Wu Weiming has a solution. When the Chu family elder saw that the group of doctors were helpless, he couldn't help but think of Wu Weiming. I've also heard that Wu Weiming's medical skills are incredible. However, he has never agreed to become a guest doctor for any family or faction. How did he end up becoming a guest doctor for the D family? Chui Feng frowned. He had already heard from Chu Yingming about the enmity he had with the D family in the Immortal Cloud secret realm. Thinking about it, it would be extremely awkward for them to ask the D family for help under these circumstances. I don't know about that, the great elder shook his head. I'm sure the D family has used some sort of conditions to attract him. A strange look flashed through Chui Feng's eyes. Thinking back, he had heard that many factions were trying to keep Wu Weiming. After all, having a doctor like this in the family would save them a lot of trouble. However, in the end, none of the factions had succeeded. Who would have thought that the D family would succeed this time? Master, there's something good about Dr. Wu Weiming. He loves to help others. He basically never refuses anyone who asks for help. Hearing this, Chui Feng nodded. Since that's the case, we have to give it a try no matter what. Father, I already have enmity with the D family. I'm sure the D family won't be willing to help. Chu Yingming's heart sank. Back then, he had already put down his pride and asked Bailey Hongshuang for help. However, in the end, he was still rejected. It was one thing for him to be rejected, but he didn't want his father to have to endure this as well. Seeing Chu Yingming's conflicted expression, Chui Feng faintly smiled. However, his eyes were filled with determination. Yingming, this matter concerns your entire life. No matter what, we have to give it a try. Otherwise, you won't be willing to give up like this. But father, I know how decisive Bewitching and Bailey Hongshuang are. They definitely won't agree. Chu Yingming stared at Chui Feng and the great elder as his voice suddenly became much hoarse. It wasn't that he wanted to give up on this hope. He just didn't want his father to be humiliated because of him. Yingming, you don't need to say any more. Chui Feng raised his hand and stopped Chu Yingming from continuing. It's not impossible to eliminate our grudges. We don't have many grudges with the D family. Although you and them are enemies this time, there is no grudge between me and D Yujue. As long as the conflict between the younger generation doesn't involve life and death, we can resolve it. Chui Feng's expression was calm. He had already made his preparations. As long as he could cure Chu Yingming's injuries, so what if he had to put down his old face? Chu Yingming stared at Chui Feng in a daze. He knew that no matter what he said, he would not be able to change his father's mind. Thus, he didn't say anything else. However, there was a complicated look in his eyes. On this day, Di Beichen was pulled aside by his grandmother at the family dinner. Beichen, did you really meet Xiaofeng's sweetheart in the Immortal Cloud secret realm? Yunishan's face was filled with curiosity. Up until now, she still hadn't heard any news from Xiaofeng. Helpless, she could only turn her attention to Di Beichen. Di Beichen looked at the curious grandmother and a trace of helplessness appeared on his handsome face. At this moment, Di Xiaofeng's voice suddenly came from behind. Grandmother, are you trying to get information about me from Bachin again? Hearing the voice coming from behind, the old lady turned around and looked at Di Xiaofeng with a helpless face behind her. She was a little guilty at first, then she took it for granted. You brat, I'm just worried about you. Grandmother, don't worry. Di Xiaofeng sighed, it won't be long before I bring back your beloved granddaughter-in-law. Are you serious? Really? Di Xiaofeng nodded. Yunishan's face suddenly bloomed with joy. She patted Di Xiaofeng's shoulder with satisfaction. Well, grandmother will wait for your good news. Lin Xianxia, Lin Yi, and others were not far away. After hearing the news, Lin Yi said, Sister, I will go for a walk around here first. Lin Xianxia also knew what Lin Yi was thinking, so she nodded immediately, go ahead. However, Lin Yi just took a few steps, and she bumped into someone with her head down. Sorry. Lin Yi covered her forehead and apologized quickly. But when she looked up, she saw a stunning face. It was an impeccably handsome face. The angular facial features were like a work of art. Everything was just right. The most eye-catching thing was the long white satin-like hair, casually draped behind his head. The purple eyes were even more innately bewitching, like the bright stars in the sky, shining extremely brightly. Lin Yi looked at this figure in a daze. She couldn't help but fall into a sluggish state. Such a man would only appear in the picture scroll. Not only Lin Yi, but everyone present showed the same stunned expression after seeing this figure. Oh my God, who is this? He is a living evildoer. Isn't he too good-looking? We are really lucky. Young master and eldest young master are both first-class handsome men. Now there is one more. This man came with young master's wife, but I didn't see anyone coming to the family today. The cultivators from the D family looked at each other. They really couldn't understand this. Lin Xianxia quickly walked over and held Lin Yi's hand. Only then did the latter come back to her senses. Shang Guanyin also rushed over as soon as possible. Her eyes were full of amazement. She quickly asked, Hong Zhuang, who is this? When Xiren noticed his wife's excitement at seeing another handsome man, he quickly walked over and stood between Shang Guanyin and the white-haired man. Hong Zhuang, aren't you afraid that your Bachin will be jealous? Bailey Hong Zhuang chuckled. Don't worry, Bachin knows. Then who is this person? Xiren vigilantly sized up the man in front of him. This guy's appearance made him feel threatened. Looking at the curious look of everyone present, Bailey Hong Zhuang suddenly became playful. She smiled and said, take a guess? Who can guess this? Xiren rolled his eyes. He had never seen this guy before. Baishir also looked at everyone present with a smile. Usually, when he saw everyone, he looked up from the bottom. This was the first time he looked at everyone from this angle. He felt very amused. Lin Xianxia and the others also looked at each other. Before Bailey Hongzhuang said this, they were certain that they had never seen this person before. However, after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's expression, it was obvious that they were familiar with this person. Otherwise, Bailey Hongzhuang would definitely not say such a thing. However, even after thinking about everyone in their minds, they could not think of anyone who fit the image of this man before them. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze swept across everyone present and realized that everyone was confused. Just as she was about to reveal Baishir's true identity with a smile, a voice suddenly rang out. This should be Baishir, right? Once this was said, everyone was stunned. Bailey Hongzhuang also looked at Mo Yunjue in astonishment. She did not expect Mo Yunjue to be able to recognize him at a glance. How did you guess? Bailey Hongzhuang's bright, pitch-black eyes were filled with curiosity as she stared at Mo Yunjue. The current Baishir did not look any different from before. I guessed. Mo Yunjue smiled faintly. Previously, Baishir was already about to break through to the nebula stage. After not coming out for such a long time, I guessed that he must have succeeded in breaking through. He knew very well that if the other party was not someone she was extremely familiar with, Hong Zhuang would not be so close to him. Coupled with Debachin's attitude, he could roughly guess that Baishir was the only person who fit this situation. Everyone listened to the conversation between the two and looked at Baishir again. Instantly, they were even more amazed. Heavens, Baishir is too monstrous after transforming into a human. Shang Guanying could not hide the excitement on her face. She grabbed Baisher with one hand and looked him up and down carefully. He's really too handsome. He's simply a handsome man from a fairy tale. Lin Xianxia and the others nodded. Their thoughts were exactly the same as Shang Guanying's. Just looking at it was a form of enjoyment. The thoughts of the female cultivators present suddenly became lively. The most handsome men in the family were Di Xiaofeng and Di Beichen, but these two were already taken, so they naturally had no hope. She didn't expect that such a bewitching young man would appear. If she could be liked by such a man, she would die of happiness. Therefore, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others noticed that the surrounding women were looking at Bai Liyan-che as if they wanted to eat him alive. Let me introduce you to my younger brother, Bai Liyan-che. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled as she introduced Bai Liyan-che to everyone. After returning to the family, she had been busy for the past 2 days. It wasn't until the banquet that she brought Bai Liyan-che out. Today's occasion was undoubtedly more suitable to introduce it to everyone. Bai Liyan-che also revealed a smile to the crowd. In an instant, his elegance was boundless, and everything around him seemed to have become a foil. It turns out that he is the younger brother of Madame Young Master. No wonder he is so handsome. Madame Young Master has always been the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. I didn't expect her younger brother to be so handsome. This is so enviable. How good would it be if I can be liked by young Master Bailey? Lin Yi stared at the tall and handsome figure in front of her in a daze. Her face turned white and red. She really didn't expect Baisher to transform into a human form so quickly. Ugh, I have a stomachache. Lin Yi quickly covered her stomach and pulled Lin Xianxian on the side. Sister, take me back quickly. Lin Xianxian was taken aback. Why do you have a stomachache all of a sudden? I don't know either. Lin Yi lowered her head. Her face was full of anxiety and annoyance. Anyway, you should take me back first. Seeing this, although Lin Xianxian was confused, she still nodded repeatedly. She turned her head to look at Lin Taxing and others. Yi is not feeling well. I will take her back first. You don't have to wait for us. Let's go. Lin Yi beckoned Lin Xianxian and left quickly. Bai Liyan-che looked at Lin Yi's fleeing figure, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. Yi must be embarrassed, so she ran away quickly. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. She remembered very clearly that Yi told Baisher everything because she couldn't let go of Xiaofeng and was too embarrassed to tell others. Now that Baisher had become a handsome man, she was naturally embarrassed. Haha, I also remember the situation at that time. No wonder Yi is shy. This is normal. Everyone chuckled. This sudden change surprised them, not to mention Lin Yi. Hongzhuang, how did Baisher become your brother? Shang Guanying looked at Bailey Hongzhuang curiously and asked. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. Baisher has turned into a human form now. I always feel that it is inappropriate. Isn't it good now? With such a handsome brother, I can find a sister-in-law in the future. As soon as these words came out, Shang Guanying was taken aback at first, then she couldn't help but laugh. Haha, that makes sense. I also hope that my deep-sea devil dragon can break through to the nebula realm as soon as possible so that I can have a sister. Haha. When Xiren walked in front of Baisher. He knew that Baisher was very good-looking among beasts. Now that he had turned into a human, he was equally good-looking. The most important thing was that this kid was actually taller than him. Thinking that he always touched Baisher's head in the past, he was really not used to it. Fortunately, Xiren was also very adaptable. Yan-che, I'm afraid that Yi will run away whenever she sees you these days. After all, she's already told you everything that's on her mind. When Xiren poked Bai Liyan-che's arm with a smile on his face. Bai Liyan-che spread his hands. Actually, I didn't say anything at that time. What Lin Yi said was nothing more than how she liked Di Xiaofeng in the beginning and her feelings over the years. In fact, everyone had already seen all this. He just treated it as a tree hole and listened to their interactions over the years and Lin Yi's infatuation. He didn't think there was anything shameful about it. On the contrary, it was Lin Yi's sincerity. That's what you think, but Yi doesn't think so. When Xiren shook his head. Lin Yi's acting just now was not brilliant. Even a fool could see that she was pretending. It should be fine after a while. Bewitching said slowly, the next time we meet, will be calm. Xiaohe and Xiaobai glanced at each other. Human thoughts are really complicated. It's always complicated. Xiaoxuanzi sighed and looked at Bai Liyanche again. Can you understand it now? Just so. Seeing this, the contract beasts couldn't help but look at each other. It seemed that they had the same idea. At the same time, Ling'er's figure also slowly appeared in everyone's line of sight. Her plain-colored long dress made her look otherworldly and ethereal. Her similarly exquisite facial features carried the unique bewitchment of demonic beasts. Standing beside Bai Liyanche, they looked extremely compatible. Ling'er looked at Bai Liyanche in front of her, and a trace of astonishment also appeared in her eyes. We haven't seen each other for a while, but Little Beast King looks like a human after transforming into human form. What do you mean by looks like a human? Xiaohe couldn't help but say, White Lion has already transformed into human form. Xiaohe and the others had extremely complicated thoughts towards Ling'er. Ever since Ling'er appeared, they were completely treated as little beasts. Although their age couldn't be compared to Ling'er, the feeling of being treated as little beasts was also very unpleasant. No one knew when Xiaohe, and little Xuanzi would be able to transform into human form. White Lion had finally transformed into human form with great difficulty and could finally not be ridiculed by Ling'er. They didn't expect this guy to say such a thing again. What do you mean by little? Bai Liyanche frowned. Other things were fine, but the word little made him feel very unhappy. Following Bai Liyanche's words, Xiaohe and the others couldn't help but stare blankly. Shouldn't the focus of attention be on looks? Like a human? Why was it little? Bailey Hongzhuang and Shang Guaninging looked at each other. Their thoughts were the same as Xiaohe's. The focus of attention was really different. At the same time, Bewitching and Xiren looked at each other and smiled. As men, it was indeed intolerable to be called little for no reason. Aren't you a little beast king? Ling'er said frankly. Remove the word little. Bai Liyanche said seriously. Looking at Bai Liyanche's serious appearance, Ling'er was also confused. Why? There's no why. What if I don't? Ling'er's eyes were stubborn. Although beast kings were indeed very powerful existences, she had always been so. Bai Liyanche had just transformed into human form, and he was already planning to completely turn it over. Bai Liyanche's of looking at's of sight, Ling'er's heart, she actually felt a bit guilty. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others only felt that the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Whether it was Bai Liyanche or Ling'er, they were both top demonic beasts. If the two of them were to explode, it would be hard to say what would happen. However, just as everyone felt that the atmosphere was getting tenser and tenser, Bai Liyanche suddenly retracted his dangerous gaze. Forget it. Ling'er heaved a sigh of relief. Although the Dragon Clan was a first-rate existence, the Beast King was also extremely terrifying. In terms of strength, dragons were no match for Beast Kings. The dragon race was a race, but there was only one Beast King. However, what Bai Liyanche said in the next second made Ling'er explode. I won't argue with you, little Ling'er. Little Ling'er? Ling'er was stunned and looked at Bai Liyanche in disbelief. You have the nerve to call me little? Is there a problem? Little Ling'er. Bai Liyanche's expression was calm as he glanced at Ling'er. As one of us, I will take good care of you in the future. Take care of her? That's right. Bai Liyanche's face was calm, as if he was talking about something very normal. Shouldn't I be the one taking care of you? Ling'er was speechless. This guy was completely a brat in front of her, okay? Now he actually said that he would take care of her. I'm a man, naturally I should be the one taking care of you. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other. They remembered very clearly that Bai Long was the strongest, so they usually treated Bai Shi and the others as small fry. Now that Bai Liyanche had transformed into a human, it seemed that he was planning to completely turn things around. It's hard to understand the matters between monsters, let's go eat. Shang Guaninging looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. She felt that Ling'er and Bai Liyanche were going to fight. At this time, it wasn't appropriate for them to help either side, so they might as well go eat. Bailey Hongzhuang naturally understood her deep meaning and immediately nodded. Okay, let's go. On this day, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were cultivating when someone suddenly came to look for them. The two opened the door and saw Diyujua's subordinates. Young master, young madam, the patriarch asked me to invite you over. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching nodded, casually tidied up and walked outside. Father is looking for us, did something happen? Bewitching raised his handsome eyebrows. If something didn't happen, it was impossible for father to suddenly look for them. I'm not sure, but I heard that someone from the Chu family seemed to have come. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other and immediately understood. The Chu family naturally came at this time for Chu Yingming's injury. This guy probably hadn't been able to break through until now, so he came here to look for them because he was really helpless. It would appear that Chu Yingming is throwing caution to the wind. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. She had already rejected Chu Yingming once when they were on the flying artifact. She didn't expect that Chu Yingming would come again. This concerns his future. There's nothing he can do if he doesn't come. Bewitching smiled faintly and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with eyes full of warmth. My wife is really amazing. When Diyujue found out that Chu family's patriarch Chu Yifeng brought Chu Yingming to visit him, he was very surprised. The Chu clan was also an extremely powerful existence among the many forces. However, the Chu clan did not usually have much contact with them. Furthermore, it was said that in the Immortal Cloud secret realm this time, there were some conflicts between the disciples of the Chu clan and the Chu clan. It was unknown what the other party was here for. Yujue, that Chu Yifeng didn't bring Chu Yingming here to cause trouble, right? There was a trace of worry in Lin Yunqing's eyes, and her gentle face became even more delicate. That shouldn't be the case. A trace of hesitation appeared on Diyujue's face. He wasn't certain about this either. According to what I know, although there was a conflict between Xiaofeng's group and Chu Yingming this time, there weren't many casualties on either side. Chu Yifeng shouldn't have specially come over to help the younger generation. Moreover, if that's really the case, we won't be afraid of him. A trace of coldness appeared on his handsome face. Although the Chu clan wasn't weak, the Di family wasn't afraid either. If Chu Yifeng wanted to use this matter to cause trouble, then he definitely wouldn't be polite. Don't worry. Do I look like an impulsive person to you? Diyujue smiled and ruffled Lin Yunqing's hair. Don't worry. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Lin Yunqing's face. She was instantly relieved. That's good. I will go to the meeting hall first. When Xiaofeng and Beichen arrive, tell them to go to the meeting hall. Okay. Inside the meeting hall. Chu clan leader, you have an important guest. Welcome, welcome. Diyujue looked at Chu Yifeng with a smile. That warm and amiable appearance of his did not have the slightest trace of the strength he had displayed earlier. When Chu Yifeng saw Diyujue, he smiled as well. Di family leader, I hope you don't mind my intrusion. Chu clan leader, what are you talking about? You have the time to come to my place. I couldn't be more happy. Diyujue's face was full of smiles as he ordered, men, prepare some tea. Tea and snacks were quickly served. Diyujue was not in a hurry to ask why Chu Yifeng was here. Instead, he talked about his usual pleasantries. Since Chu Yifeng came uninvited, it was better for him to say the reason himself. Chu Yingming had been following Chu Yifeng. In reality, ever since he arrived at the Di family, he felt uncomfortable. Thinking back to when he was in the Divine Cloud realm, he was the one who challenged Bewitching and the others. Now, he had no choice but to come and ask for help. He even had to drag his father into this. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Seeing that Diyujue kept talking about other things and never asked about him, Chu Yifeng naturally understood what he meant. Thus, he took the initiative to explain why he was here. Di family leader, to tell you the truth, I am here today because I need your help. Oh? Diyujue raised his eyebrows. He was a little surprised. It seemed that things were not as they thought. Chu Yifeng did not bring Chu Yingming here to cause trouble. What is it? Diyujue looked concerned. Patriarch Chu, don't worry. With the friendship between you and me, I will definitely help if I can. Hearing this, Chu Yifeng was relieved and said, I'm here to invite Dr. Wu Weiming to treat my son. Is there something wrong with your son? Di Yujua's gaze turned to Chu Yingming. Chu Yingming looked very spirited and didn't seem to be in any sort of discomfort. Ever since Chu Yifeng chose to join the Di family, he had never intended to hide it. Of course, the main thing was that it was useless to hide it. Bewitching and the others already knew about this situation. Moreover, if Wu Weiming helped treat him, he would also know about it. When Yingming was in the Immortal Cloud's secret realm, he was severely injured. It seems that his foundation was damaged, causing his cultivation to stagnate. We've looked for many doctors, but we haven't been able to find a solution. In the end, we thought of Dr. Wu Weiming. I heard that he is now a guest doctor of your family, so I came to ask for his help. Di Yujue immediately understood. He smiled and said, Patriarch Chu is too polite. Wu Weiming is indeed a guest doctor of my family. It's not a problem for him to treat young Master Chu. Thank you. Chu Yifeng cupped his hands and said, This is a small token of my appreciation. Patriarch Chu is too polite. This is just a small matter. I can't accept a reward. Di Yujue quickly waved his hand. Chu Yifeng insisted, This time, I came to disturb you and caused inconvenience. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Seeing Di Yujue's serious appearance, Chu Yifeng felt helpless and could only thank him. Thank you, Brother Di. Noticing the change in Chu Yifeng's address, Di Yujue smiled, This matter can't be delayed, why don't we go find Dr. Wu now? Hearing this, Chu Yifeng's eyes lit up and he quickly said, Thank you so much. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen arrived at the discussion hall, they found that Chu Yingming was nowhere to be seen. However, they were quickly informed to go to Dr. Wu's residence. After understanding this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen couldn't help but smile at each other. So Chu Yingming had this idea on Dr. Wu. Hongzhuang, can Dr. Wu cure Chu Yingming's condition? Di Beichen's brows showed a trace of doubt. If it was before, even if everyone knew that Dr. Wu's medical skills were excellent, he believed that Hongzhuang's methods would be better. However, since Wu Weiming became the family's guest doctor, Hongzhuang taught him a lot of relevant knowledge. Presumably his medical skills had improved. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and said, I think Dr. Wu should be able to determine it, but whether he can treat it or not, I'm not sure. Then let's go quickly. If he doesn't know that you poisoned him and directly says it, then it will be troublesome. Di Beichen frowned. The conflict between the younger generation was normal, but now that the Chu family's head had personally come, if this news was exposed, then it would be a bit complicated. Although they could not be sure that Hongzhuang was the culprit of the poisoning, as long as they thought about it carefully, they might be able to connect the dots. Bailey Hongzhuang naturally understood Di Beichen's worries and immediately quickened her steps. Wu Weiming was very surprised when he saw the head of the family come, but after understanding the purpose of the visit, he nodded and agreed. Dr. Wu, I'll leave this to you. Hearing this, Wu Weiming smiled, Family head, I will do my best. However, once the foundation is damaged, it is not easy to recover. I can only do my best. The most important thing in cultivation was the cultivator's own body. If the body was damaged, it would not be easy to recover. Many cultivators stagnant because they had been seriously injured. Even if they tried their best to recover, it would still be very difficult. Di Yujue turned to look at Chu Yifeng. Chu Yifeng immediately said, We understand the risks, we only hope that Dr. Wu can try his best. During this period of time, they had tried many methods, but they had not succeeded. Therefore, they had long been mentally prepared. Now that they were here, they had the mentality of giving it a try. If it could be cured, that would be the best. If it couldn't be cured, then they would give up. Seeing this, Wu Weiming nodded and began to treat Chu Yingming. However, as he took the pulse to understand the situation, his brows furrowed quietly. This was because he found that the situation was different from what Chu Yingming said. If his judgment was correct, it should not be that the foundation was damaged, but that he was poisoned. If he hadn't learned a lot of medical knowledge from Bailey Hongzhuang, he definitely wouldn't have been able to detect it. Young Master Chu, may I ask how you got this injury? Wu Weiming slowly asked. Chu Yingming didn't know why Wu Weiming asked this. He only thought that Wu Weiming wanted to know more about his condition, so he immediately explained the situation. You said that Bailey Hongzhuang helped you before, but you refused? Chu Yingming slightly nodded, his expression was filled with awkwardness and helplessness. This was undoubtedly the thing that he regretted the most. He shouldn't have listened to Jun Lingxuan and ended up like this. If his cultivation really stagnated, then he really didn't know what to do in the future. Wu Weiming's gaze slightly changed. If it was something else, then it wouldn't have mattered, but he didn't think that Bailey Hongzhuang would have helped him. When he thought of this brilliant method of poisoning, he immediately understood what was going on. If his judgment was correct, this poison should have been administered by Bailey Hongzhuang. Since that was the case, how could he say this? Therefore, Wu Weiming directly chose not to say anything. Dr. Wu, how is my condition? After seeing Wu Weiming suddenly fall silent, Chu Yingming had a bad premonition in his heart. The doctors that had treated him before were also in the same situation. In the end, the answers that they gave him all made him feel helpless. Chu Yifeng also stared at Wu Weiming. This was their biggest hope at the moment. If even Wu Weiming couldn't cure him, then they would really fall into despair. Your condition is very complicated. Wu Weiming sighed, a trace of helplessness appeared between his brows. Chu Yingming and Chu Yifeng's hearts immediately sank and their gazes became dim. They didn't think that there would be no hope in the end. If I want to completely cure you, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. Now that I think about it, there is only one person who can completely cure you. Wu Weiming slowly said. Following Wu Weiming's words, a trace of hope appeared in the eyes of Chu Yifeng and Chu Yingming, who had originally fallen into despair. Dr. Wu, may I ask who is the person you're talking about? Chu Yifeng looked at Wu Weiming with anticipation. They never thought that there would be someone with better medical skills than Wu Weiming. Most importantly, from Wu Weiming's words, he could tell that the other party was not only skilled in medicine, but also strong. Otherwise, Wu Weiming would not be so sure. Diyu Jue, who was at the side, understood a little. He was very clear that his daughter-in-law's medical skills were more outstanding than Wu Weiming's. Come to think of it, the candidate that Wu Weiming mentioned was none other than his own daughter-in-law. My master, Wu Weiming said. Chu Yifeng was slightly surprised. I wonder who Dr. Wu's master is? Where are they now? He had always heard of Wu Weiming's medical skills, but he had never heard of his master's name. My master is here. Wu Weiming smiled faintly. Chu Yifeng and Chu Yingming's faces suddenly showed a pleasantly surprised expression. They thought that it would be difficult to find Wu Weiming's master, but they didn't expect him to be here. It was simply too surprising. May I ask which master it is? Chu Yifeng asked with a smile. I'll go visit him. Hearing Wu Weiming's words, a trace of doubt appeared between Chu Yifeng's brows. According to Wu Weiming's age, his master shouldn't be young. He really couldn't understand what was wrong with his words. Could it be that his master hates it when others talk about his age? Dr. Wu, may I ask who your master is? Chu Yifeng threw away the doubt in his heart and asked. Wu Weiming faintly smiled. And turned his gaze to Chu Yingming. You also know my master, young Master Chu. Hearing this, Chu Yingming couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't know many doctors and he never remembered seeing Dr. Wu's master. Seeing the two's confused appearance, Wu Weiming didn't beat around the bush and immediately said, my master is Bailey Hongzhuang. Young Master Chu shouldn't be unfamiliar with her, right? Following Wu Weiming's words, Chu Yifeng and Chu Yingming froze in place. They stared at Wu Weiming in disbelief. What kind of joke was this? Bailey Hongzhuang was Wu Weiming's master, Wu Weiming was Bailey Hongzhuang's master, right? Dr. Wu, is what you said true? Chu Yifeng's lips twitched. This news was too shocking, right? Wu Weiming nodded, his expression was normal. Of course. Why would I lie about something like this? Wu Weiming faintly smiled and sighed. To be honest, the reason why I stayed here was mainly because of my master. Over the years, my medical skills have reached a bottleneck. I thought it would be difficult for me to take another step forward. I didn't expect that after meeting my master, I would come into contact with a new world. My master's medical skills are truly number one. Saying this, Wu Weiming looked at Chu Yingming. Young Master Chu, your situation is so complicated. I'm afraid only my master can treat you. Back then, your choice was indeed wrong. If my master were to treat you, there wouldn't be any future problems. But now, Wu Weiming sighed, that depends on whether my master is willing to treat me or not. Chu Yingming's body instantly stiffened. Even though he already knew that Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills weren't bad, he didn't expect it to be to this extent. Before this, he had never heard the slightest bit of news. Chu Yifeng's mood was also extremely complicated. Previously, no one could understand why Wu Weiming would eventually become the Di family's guest physician. He originally thought that the Di family had paid an unimaginable price to achieve this. He didn't expect that this was not the case at all. From the beginning to the end, it wasn't the Di family who tried to persuade Wu Weiming to stay. It was Wu Weiming himself who wanted to stay. Alchemists and doctors, these were two professions that didn't seem to have much use on normal days, but in fact, they could play a huge role at all times. However, now that Di Yujue had such a daughter-in-law, there was no need to worry about these two aspects at all. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but envy Di Yujue. He really had a good son and a good wife. Others couldn't envy him. After listening to Wu Weiming's words, Di Yujue felt a burst of joy in his heart. He really didn't see that Dr. Wu had such a black-bellied side. In this way, his daughter-in-law's reputation would be completely spread out. Chu Yingming couldn't help but look at Chu Yifeng. He didn't expect that in the end, he would still have to ask Bailey Hongzhuang for help. Noticing Chu Yingming's expression, Chu Yifeng already understood what he meant. Previously, when he knew that Bailey Hongzhuang had rejected Chu Yingming's request for help, he was still somewhat disdainful. After all, she was just a little girl. No matter how good her medical skills were, how good could they be? However, at this moment, his thoughts had completely changed. Since Bailey Hongzhuang was Wu Weiming's master, it meant that she was a medical master. This was completely different. Thinking of this, Chu Yifeng also turned to look at Di Yujue. Brother Di, I'll have to ask for your help in this matter. Since Bailey Hongzhuang had already directly refused before, presumably if they went to ask for help now, the possibility of success would not be high. Therefore, the only way was to have Di Yujue speak. As long as Di Yujue agreed, Bailey Hongzhuang would definitely help. Even if he had already expected that Chu Yifeng would have this idea, Di Yujue's face still revealed a look of surprise. Brother Chu, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I have to ask Hongzhuang's own opinion on this matter. Hearing this, Chu Yifeng's heart tightened. He definitely could not listen to Bailey Hongzhuang's opinion. He had to make Di Yujue agree before Bailey Hongzhuang knew about this news. Otherwise, when Bailey Hongzhuang made her own decision, there was no need to think about it. He knew that she would definitely choose to refuse. This was not the result he wanted. Brother Di, you and I have known each other for so many years. Although we didn't have much contact before, at least we have feelings for each other. Considering that we have known each other for so many years, you must help us in this matter. For his son, Chu Yifeng had already prepared to throw caution to the wind before coming here. At least pleading with Di Yujue now was much better than pleading with a junior later. If he was directly rejected by Bailey Hongzhuang, his old face wouldn't be able to hang on. Chu family head, don't worry. Hongzhuang may not necessarily refuse. Di Yujue's face revealed a difficult expression. At this moment, this difficult expression was not an act. According to his position, he naturally hoped that Bailey Hongzhuang would help. This way, he would be able to obtain the Chu family's gratitude. Don't underestimate this favor. Once it was used, the effect would not be small. At least, in the future, when the various large families distributed resources, the Chu family would definitely support them. However, he also knew the conflict between Bailey Hongzhuang and Bailey Hongzhuang's group. He did not want to force Hongzhuang. Di Beichan and Bailey Hongzhuang finally came back. She didn't want to wrong them at all. Brother Di, I only have one son. As long as you can help me with this, no matter what you need me to do in the future, I will definitely not refuse. Chu Yifeng's expression was sincere and serious. To the current him, there was nothing more important than Chu Yingming's recovery. Chu Yingming also nervously looked at Di Yujue. He understood why his father was doing this. As long as Di Yujue agreed, Bailey Hongzhuang would definitely help. Therefore, Di Yujue was their only breakthrough. Chu, I understand how you feel, Di Yujue hurriedly said. Don't worry, I will definitely persuade Hongzhuang to agree. How about it? Seeing that Di Yujue still didn't agree directly, Chu Yifeng felt a little more at ease since he had already loosened up a little. When Bailey Hongshuang and Di Baichen arrived and saw this scene, they immediately felt relieved. It seems that Wu Weiming did not tell them the real reason for this matter. Seeing Bailey Hongshuang appear, Wu Weiming's face suddenly revealed a smile. "Master, you're here." Hearing this sudden address, Bailey Hongshuang was slightly startled. Although she had taught Wu Weiming some medical knowledge before, Wu Weiming had never called her master. Suddenly hearing this address, she was really not used to it. However, she quickly reacted and understood the deeper meaning of Wu Weiming's actions. After seeing Bailey Hongshuang and her husband arrive, Di Yujua's face also revealed a smile. "Baichen, Hongshuang, you're here." "Father." Bailey Hongshuang and her husband respectfully called out. "Let me introduce you. This is Chu family's master, your Uncle Chu." "Uncle Chu." Bailey Hongshuang and her husband bowed. Di Yujua looked to the other side. "Young Master Chu, you must already be very familiar with him." Bailey Hongshuang and Di Baichen both nodded. Their expressions were gentle and did not appear arrogant, but there was a trace of alienation. Chu Yingming's expression was awkward. Recalling all the things that happened before, how could he not feel awkward now that he was here? Chu Yifeng had heard all kinds of rumors about Bailey Hongshuang and Di Baichen before, but when he saw that these two were actually so young, his eyes could not help but flash a trace of surprise. A talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. "So this is young Master Di. You're really a talented man, and your wife is also a first-class beauty. Uncle Chu is too kind." Di Baichen clasped his hands, a polite smile on his face. As he spoke, Chu Yifeng's gaze fell on Di Yujua. At this moment, it was undoubtedly more convenient for Di Yujua to speak. Di Yujua immediately understood what he meant and turned to look at Bailey Hongshuang. "Hongshuang, it's like this." Di Yujua's face was filled with a benevolent smile. "Master Chu's foundation has been damaged due to his injuries. Now, we've searched everywhere for famous doctors but to no avail. I've come here today in hopes that you can help." Following Di Yujua's words, Chu Yifeng and Chu Yingming's gazes landed on Bailey Hongshuang. Their gazes were filled with sincerity and expectation. If Bailey Hongshuang did not agree, then there was nothing they could do. Bailey Hongshuang and Di Baichen had already guessed the purpose of Chu Yingming's visit, so they weren't surprised when they heard this. Thus, long before they came, they had already discussed this problem. "Wife, do you plan to agree or refuse?" Bailey Hongshuang thought for a moment. "Since they've specially come, why don't we accept this favor?" Previously, she did not plan to treat Chu Yingming, because this guy was their opponent. Helping her opponents had never been her habit. However, now that Master Chu had personally brought Chu Yingming here, as long as they helped solve this problem, it would be no different from doing the Chu family a great favor. From the perspective of the Chu family's interests, this was undoubtedly the best. It would be able to maximize the benefits. Di Baichen smiled faintly. "Whatever my wife does, your husband will support." Following Bailey Hongshuang's words, Chu Yifeng and Chu Yingming both let out a sigh of relief, a joyful expression appearing on their faces. Chu Yingming rejoiced. From Bailey Hongshuang's expression, he could tell that she originally didn't want to agree, but because of Di Yujua, she chose to agree. For a moment, he really rejoiced that his father first sought the help of the Di family, otherwise they really would have been finished. When Di Yujua saw Bailey Hongshuang make such a decision, he was also somewhat surprised. However, he also understood the reason behind Bailey Hongshuang's decision, and immediately admired her even more. Not only was his daughter-in-law capable, she was also very thorough in handling matters. She was truly worthy of being Baichen's good helper. In the future, he would be able to hand over the Di family to them, so he was completely at ease. "Miss Bailey, then I'll have to trouble you." Chu Yifeng looked at Bailey Hongshuang with a smile. Although he still didn't know the result of the treatment, he didn't know why, but he felt that this matter was already set in stone. "Many thanks." Chu Yingming also spoke out. Bailey Hongshuang smiled slightly. "So Uncle Chu and my father are good friends. It is only natural for me to help, no need to be so polite." Once these words were spoken, Chu Yifeng immediately felt even more grateful towards Di Yujua. This was all because of Di Yujua that Bailey Hongshuang agreed. "Since young Master Chu is here to treat your injuries, then there is no time to lose. shall we begin now? Bailey Hongshuang looked at Chu Yingming. Chu Yingming was surprised at first, but after reacting, he quickly nodded and said, then I'll have to trouble you. Wu Weiming immediately gave up his seat, a joyful expression on his face. I can also take this opportunity to learn from my master. Looking at Wu Weiming's respectful attitude, Chu Yifeng no longer had any doubts. Who would have thought that the young Bailey Hongshuang's medical skills were even more outstanding than Wu Weiming's? Brother Chu, don't worry. Hongshuang's medical skills are superb. There shouldn't be any problems, Di Yujue said with a faint smile. By now, he understood Bailey Hongshuang's character very well. If she wasn't confident enough, Bailey Hongshuang would definitely explain it in advance. And until now, Bailey Hongshuang had not said such a thing, which proved that she had enough confidence. Chu Yifeng nodded, his gaze sincere. Brother Di, thank you. Bailey Hongshuang's expression was calm as she treated Chu Yingming. In fact, she understood the situation very well. She was the one who had poisoned him, so it would be easy for her to detoxify him. However, if it was completed so easily, Chu Yingming and Chu Yingyu would naturally not be too grateful. Therefore, he had to act as if it was extremely difficult. For this kind of situation, she was very good at it. The damage to your foundation is really complicated. Bailey Hongshuang raised her eyebrows, her face showing a bit of helplessness. Hearing this, Chu Yingming's heart sank. According to what Wu Weiming said, Bailey Hongshuang was his only hope. If Bailey Hongshuang couldn't cure him, then there was no chance for him. Miss Bailey, is Yingming's situation untreatable? Chu Yifeng's heart also rose. After noticing the anxious expressions of the two, Bailey Hongshuang said, it's not that it can't be cured, it's just that it's a bit troublesome. Chu Yingming's heart immediately calmed down. As long as there was a way, then it was fine. I'll have to trouble you. Immediately afterwards, under the gaze of Chu Yifeng and the others, they saw Bailey Hongshuang take out silver needles and begin to treat Chu Yingming. The silver needles accurately pierced into Chu Yingming's acupuncture points, and a rich power entered his body through the trembling silver needles. Chu Yifeng and Chu Yifeng were naturally laymen, but from the sweat on Bailey Hongshuang's forehead and the gradually paling face, they could see that she was working very hard to treat Chu Yingming. After seeing this scene, Di Yujue couldn't help but feel sorry for Bailey Hongshuang. He didn't expect that for this favor, Bailey Hongshuang would work so hard. Thinking of this, he even felt some regret. If he knew that this process would be so difficult, he would have just refused. If Bailey Hongshuang became sick from exhaustion, he would feel even more sorry. After Di Baichen noticed Di Yujue's complexion, he couldn't help but send a sound transmission. Father, don't worry, Hongshuang is fine. You brat, why don't you feel sorry for Hongshuang at all? Di Yujue frowned. Bailey Hongshuang's pale complexion, how could she be fine? Not only Di Yujue, Chu Yifeng and Chu Yingming couldn't help but feel guilty after seeing Bailey Hongshuang's laborious appearance. Di Baichen heard this and laughed in his heart. Father, Hongshuang's appearance is actually faked. If not, why would Chu Yingming and the others feel that they owe us a big favor? When these words came out, Di Yujue was slightly stunned, then immediately understood. He didn't expect these two little guys to be so smart, even thinking of this problem. He discreetly sized up Chu Yifeng, and sure enough, Chu Yifeng's expression also changed. If he had pretended to be sincere before because he wanted Bailey Hongshuang to treat him, then his attitude now was undoubtedly more sincere than before. Chu Yingming stared blankly at the busy Bailey Hongshuang, and couldn't help but recall the various things that had happened back then. In fact, if they had not listened to Jun Lingxuan's slanderous words and decided to join forces to deal with Bailey Hongshuang and the others, with their personalities, they would not have left them in the lurch. This could be seen from Chen Feng and Murong Jing, who were on good terms with them. These two people treated their friends with great sincerity. He suddenly regretted it. This was the worst decision he had ever made. After a long while, Bailey Hongshuang took back the silver needles and said, I will go and make another medicine. After you take it, your problem will be solved. Hearing this, Chu Yingming hurriedly said, Miss Bailey, you are already very tired. How about you rest first? It doesn't matter if I am a bit late. Thinking back to what he had done to Bailey Hongshuang and Murong Jing, he felt somewhat guilty. Bailey Hongshuang waved her hand, it doesn't matter. I will go and make the medicine first. With your current situation, the sooner you take it, the better. Chu Yingming, who originally wanted to say something, sunk into silence after hearing this. So there was actually such a reason. Bewitching followed Bailey Hongzhuang out of the room. After they were some distance away, Bailey Hongzhuang recovered her spirit. How was she still as weak as before? Master, your acting skills are getting better and better. Xiaohei couldn't help but sigh. If they didn't know about it beforehand, how could they see that it was all an act? Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's calm expression, Xiaohei and Xiaobai couldn't help but look at each other. As their master and their male master spent more and more time together, their master's black-bellied level had clearly increased. Just now, they had clearly seen the change in Chu Yingming's attitude. He was completely grateful to their master from the bottom of his heart. Where was the slightest bit of resentment from before? Thinking back to how the jade toad disappeared just like that, they could only admire their master's method of buying people's hearts. It was truly incomparably powerful. After Bailey Hongzhuang finished brewing the antidote, she returned once again. However, when she returned, her complexion was even paler than before. She looked like she was already powerless and could only force herself to complete everything. Seeing this scene, Chu Yifeng felt even more embarrassed. Originally, they had already owed the D family a favor by coming to ask Du Yujue for help this time. Now, they had made Bailey Hongzhuang suffer so much. No matter how thick his skin was, he still felt embarrassed. This debt of gratitude was not just an ordinary kind of debt. Chu Yingming's expression was also complicated. He had never thought that it would make Bailey Hongzhuang exhaust so much effort. However, thinking back to how all the doctors had said that this matter was extremely difficult, he could understand. It was indeed very difficult. Otherwise, with Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills, how could she be so tired? Du Yujue also sized up Bailey Hongzhuang. In his heart, he was also extremely impressed by the intelligence of these two little guys. If Di Beichen hadn't already told him the specific situation, he would also feel very distressed and would even feel that it would be better not to treat it. Bailey Hongzhuang handed the antidote to Chu Yingming and said, "Drink this antidote and the problem will be solved." Once these words were said, Chu Yingming looked back and his gaze fell on the antidote. His situation had troubled him for so long. He didn't think that now, as long as he drank this antidote, his situation would be completely improved. The surprise came too suddenly. For a moment, he didn't even dare to believe it. "Yingming, quickly drink it," Chu Yifeng hurriedly said. Seeing this, Chu Yingming did not delay. He remembered that Bailey Hongzhuang had said that the earlier one drank the medicinal soup, the better its effects would be. Thus, he picked up the bowl of medicinal soup and drank all of it. After Chu Yingming took the medicine, Chu Yifeng couldn't help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang and ask, "Miss Bailey, Yingming's injury is already healed?" Although he saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had been busy for a long time, he didn't know how to judge whether she was well or not. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. "That's right, it's done." Di Beichen also said, "Chu Yingming, you can feel it for yourself. If Hongzhuang says there's no problem, then there's naturally no problem." Hearing this, Chu Yingming subconsciously began to absorb the surrounding yuanli. Immediately after, he felt that the feeling that had been hindering his cultivation for a while had suddenly disappeared. There was no longer any feeling of hindrance. On the contrary, he felt his entire body relax. He hadn't felt this kind of feeling for a long time. As soon as his yuanli surged, Chu Yingming was pleasantly surprised to find that he was about to break through. Chu Yifeng naturally also keenly felt that Chu Yingming's aura was different. A trace of ecstasy immediately appeared on his face. This meant that just like Bailey Hongzhuang said, the problem was completely solved. Of course, this was under the assumption that Du Yujue didn't truly understand the whole story. If he knew that the reason why Chu Yingming became like this was all because of Bailey Hongzhuang's poison, and that Bailey Hongzhuang not only cured the poison, but also made the other party shed tears of gratitude, he would probably admire his two-faced son and daughter-in-law. "Congratulations, Master Chu." A smile appeared on Wu Weiming's face. "It seems that I was right. My master's medical skills are truly the best." Hearing this, Chu Yifeng repeatedly nodded. His gaze towards Bailey Hongzhuang was filled with admiration. Now, his attitude had completely changed. Don't look at how young Bailey Hongzhuang was, she was definitely a medical grandmaster, her medical skills were already so exquisite at such a young age. One could only imagine her future. Miss Bailey's medical skills are truly amazing. I am truly grateful. Chu Yifeng's eyes were filled with gratitude. If it weren't for your help, my son's future would have been ruined. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a pale smile. She waved her hand and said, Uncle Chu, this is what I should do. Master Chu is such a genius. If his cultivation stagnated because of this, it would truly be a pity. As she said this, Bailey Hongzhuang tightly knitted her brows. Her pale face revealed endless exhaustion. Miss Bailey has truly worked too hard this time. You should go back and rest first, Chu Yifeng said with concern. Bewitching promptly spoke up, Uncle Chu, then we'll be leaving first. Chu Yifeng repeatedly nodded. This trip had gone much smoother than he had expected. Now that the biggest problem had been solved, he was completely relaxed. The only difference was that he felt guilty towards Bailey Hongzhuang. In order to treat Chu Yingming, he didn't need to think to know that she had expended a great deal of effort. Brother D, I really have to thank you this time, Chu Yifeng looked towards Di Yujue. I truly feel sorry for making Miss Bailey work so hard. I have some natural treasures here that will be of great help to cultivators. I'll have to trouble you to pass them on for me. Di Yujue smiled and was about to refuse when Chu Yifeng said, Brother D, if you don't accept this, then I really don't have the face to continue staying here. Di Yujue was stunned for a moment when he saw this. After that, his hand that was pushing out also stopped. In that case, I'll accept it on behalf of Hongzhuang. Brother D, I owe you a big favor. Chu Yifeng looked serious, and his deep voice was full of gratitude and sincerity. I've always been a person who draws a clear line between gratitude and grudges. I'll remember how you've treated me. I will never forget this kindness. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. As the head of a family, Chu Yifeng naturally had a dark side, but this time Di Yujue's attitude towards him was so calm that he couldn't scheme against him anymore. If Di Yujue had used this against him before, then he wouldn't have been so polite. Di Yujue didn't have the slightest intention of threatening him because of this. He knew that there was a conflict between the two of them, but he still tried his best to help. Facing Di Yujue like this, if he continued to scheme against him, then he would be too heartless. Before, he didn't interact much with the Di family. Because of the Jade Toad, he was originally dissatisfied with the Di family. However, after what happened this time, his thoughts completely changed. After Bailey Hongzhuang returned to the room, she acted as if nothing had happened. After taking a sip of tea, she looked at Di Beichen. Beichen, if we leave like this, Chu family's head should have already remembered this favor, right? Di Beichen smiled faintly, don't worry, for this kind of matter, father definitely has more methods than us. Once he makes a move, his harvest will definitely not be small. Let's just wait and see the results. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. If they could gain the friendship of the other party, or make the other party owe them a huge favor, this kind of harvest would be even more precious than obtaining heavenly treasures. After all, a favor between aristocratic families was much more effective than heavenly treasures. If they continued to stay there, Chu Yifeng might directly choose to compensate them with heavenly treasures. However, if they left and faced Di Yujue, the situation would be different. Speaking of which, it's really interesting. If it weren't for Jun Lingxuan and the others stopping me, Chu Yingming would already be dead. Thinking about it carefully, the current situation is actually more advantageous for us. There was no need to say more about the enmity between them and the Jun family. No matter what, it was impossible to resolve. Since the Xiao family had already joined hands with the Jun family, they were destined to be opponents. This kind of situation was not good for the family. However, if they had the Chu family as a helper, then the situation would be much better. Correct. Di Beichen smiled faintly, this is all thanks to my wife. Let's stay in the room for the next 2 days. If we want to put on a show, we have to go all out. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly, her gaze distant. Chu Yingming's cultivation has not improved because of the poison. Now that he has broken through, I'm afraid it's not just one level. Let him break through. The greater his harvest, the greater the favor the Chu family owes us. Bai Lianche listened to Di Baichen and Bailey Hongzhuang's conversation from the side and sighed in his heart. He had long heard that Chu Yingming was the best at scheming, but now it seemed that he couldn't compare to his sister and brother-in-law in this aspect. Ever since Chu Yingming's injuries were completely healed, everyone discovered that Di Yujue had been very pleased with himself for the past 2 days. To be able to obtain such a huge favor so easily and make use of it would be of great benefit to the entire clan. He didn't keep this a secret. After Di Linxian and the others understood the situation, they sighed in their hearts. My granddaughter-in-law is really amazing. The more I look at her, the more I like her. Xiao Wanrong's face was full of joy. When she first saw Bailey Hongzhuang, she liked her very much. Now that she found out that Bailey Hongzhuang was Di Baichen's good wife, she didn't know how to express her love. Baichen is indeed blessed. Di Linxian was also pleased with himself. I plan to go out in a few days. Where are you going? Xiao Wanrong was a little surprised. I want to go to old man Morong's place. Di Linxian slowly said, that old man always mocked me in the past. Now I have to let him know how amazing my grandson and granddaughter-in-law are. Hearing this, Xiao Wanrong couldn't help but chuckle. That's right. I'll go with you. It just so happens that I haven't gone out in a long time. Okay. Di Yujue and Lin Yunqing couldn't help but look at each other after hearing this conversation. Then they smiled helplessly. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang had predicted, Chu Yingming had not only broken through by 1 level, but by 2. Compared to his repressed appearance before, he was undoubtedly more high-spirited now. Thinking back to the mockery and ridicule from before, when everyone thought that he would never be able to make a comeback, his current results would definitely shut those people's mouths. However, even though his situation had been completely resolved, he still did not leave the Di family. That was because he wanted to personally apologize to Bailey Hongzhuang and Chu Yingming. He understood that with their previous hostile relationship, it would not be easy for them to help him. Even if the head of the Di family had spoken, it would still be their choice. Otherwise, as long as they were unwilling, they could have just made up an excuse. As such, he would accept this favor. Not long after Bailey Hongzhuang left her room, she bumped into Chu Yingming. She raised her eyebrows, naturally understanding why he had come. Miss Bailey, thank you so much for this. Chu Yingming's gaze was deep as he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. He had always stayed here because he wanted to personally thank Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was calm. Mr. Chu, there's no need to be so courteous. I apologize for my previous actions in the Immortal Cloud Secret Realm. I'm very sorry, Chu Yingming said sincerely. I'm truly grateful that you're willing to help me this time. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Chu Yingming in astonishment. She did not think that this fellow would be so serious. If it was before, she could not be bothered to pay attention to him. However, now that he had taken the initiative to make peace, there was no need for her to continue acting like this. A faint smile appeared on Bailey Hongzhuang's beautiful face and her voice became gentler. In the past, we've known each other for a long time. I know that Jin Lingxuan and the others were behind this. Noticing the change in Bailey Hongzhuang's attitude, Chu Yingming felt joy in his heart. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he had misjudged her. Fortunately, he still had a chance to make up for it. Based on the potential of Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Baichen, it was better to befriend them than to be enemies. Miss Bailey, are you feeling better now? Chu Yingming revealed a look of concern. Previously, in order to save him, Bailey Hongzhuang had expended a great deal of effort. When Di Baichen arrived, he heard Chu Yingming's words of concern. He slowly walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side and sat down. Thank you for your concern, my wife is fine now. Hearing this, Chu Yingming was not completely reassured. Lady Bailey, I see that you seem to have harmed your body greatly after treating me. This makes me feel extremely guilty. You must properly take care of yourself. I have some treasures here that can help you recuperate. I hope they will be helpful to you. After saying that, Chu Yingming handed his cosmos sack to Bailey Hongzhuang. Master Chu, you're too courteous. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Previously, Uncle gave me many things and my father has already given them to me. Now that my situation has improved, you don't need to worry. I can't accept any more of these things. However, Chu Yingming was still insistent, those are my father's kind intentions. These are my kind intentions. Most of the things here are my gains from the immortal cloud secret realm. They are not very useful to me. You're an alchemist and a doctor. These things are very suitable for you. Bailey Hongzhuang had already seen the things that Chu Yifeng brought over. They were all first-class spirit grasses. She couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. The two of them had already cleared their debt. If she still accepted things, she would feel embarrassed. Chu Yingming saw that Bailey Hongzhuang insisted on not accepting it. He knew that Bailey Hongzhuang still wasn't willing to forgive him, so he felt a bit anxious. Miss Bailey, just accept it. This way, I will feel a bit better. Chu Yingming's expression was serious and resolute. Admittedly, he was a selfish person, but when facing the other party's magnanimity, especially when it was a woman, he could no longer face all of this with the same attitude as before. Di Beichen's gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang and Chu Yingming's hands. When he noticed that Chu Yingming's hands seemed to have touched Bailey Hongzhuang's skin, his gaze suddenly became gloomy. In the next moment, Di Beichen directly grabbed Chu Yingming's hand and placed it between him and Bailey Hongzhuang. Chu Yingming looked at Di Beichen with some astonishment. He didn't understand what was going on with him. He saw Di Beichen's lips curl up into a smile. His handsome face became brighter and brighter. But for some reason, Chu Yingming felt a bit scared. He felt that something was wrong. But Di Beichen was clearly smiling at him. Di Beichen took the Qianquan bag from Chu Yingming's hand and placed it in Bailey Hongzhuang's hand. He said in a pampering and gentle voice, "Wife, since this is young Master Chu's kind intentions, just accept it." Bailey Hongzhuang also looked at Di Beichen with some astonishment. She also felt that Di Beichen's expression was a bit strange. Yes. He looked like he was smiling, but why did she feel like he was angry? Chu Yingming nodded, "That's right. Just accept it." "Since that's the case, I'll accept it." Bailey Hongzhuang replied. "Actually, I'm here today to say goodbye." Chu Yingming said, "I've already disturbed you for a few days. It's time for me to go back." Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. "Then we'll send you off. Come back often if you have the chance in the future." Chu Yingming lightly smiled. "All right." However, just as Bailey Hongzhuang was about to send Chu Yingming off with Di Beichen suddenly said, "Wife, have you forgotten that we're going to find Ling Xiao?" Bailey Hongzhuang looked up in surprise. Although they did want to look for Ling Xiao, they did not say that it would be today. "Since you're going to look for someone, there's no need to send me off." Chu Yingming lightly smiled. "In any case, we'll have a chance to meet again in the future." "Take care," Di Beichen replied. Chu Yingming slightly nodded, then glanced at Bailey Hongzhuang. "If there's a chance in the future, you're welcome to come to the Chu residence as guests. I'll be leaving first today." "All right." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. After Chu Yingming left, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Di Beichen and said, "Let's go. We're going to find Ling Xiao. I'll go back and rest first." Di Beichen's face was calm as he walked towards the house. Bailey Hongzhuang stood in the same place, her face complicated and doubtful. "Xiaohei, what's going on?" Xiaohei shook her head. "I don't know either. Perhaps the male master is in a bad mood today. Let's go take a look." Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged. Di Beichen was rarely unhappy. Bailey Hongzhuang walked to Di Beichen's side and asked with concern, "Beichen, what's wrong with you today? Are you not feeling well?" "No." "Then let's go find Ling Xiao now." "Go ahead." Di Beichen replied. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly. She closed the distance between her and Di Beichen and seriously looked at his handsome face. Her delicate little face was full of confusion. "Beichen, you don't seem right today. What's wrong?" Looking at the beautiful face that was so close to him, Di Beichen's gaze quietly fell on those pink lips. They opened and closed, looking very cute, as if inviting him to taste them. In fact, Di Beichen did just that. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was chattering on and on about Di Beichen's discomfort, her red lips were directly captured by Di Beichen. His domineering kiss directly attacked with a passionate breath. Bailey Hongzhuang's body stiffened for a moment, but she quickly relaxed and responded to the passionate and gentle kiss. She didn't know what was wrong with Beichen today, but she only hoped that Beichen would be happy. Suddenly, Bailey Hongzhuang felt a wave of pain. Her red and swollen lips pouted as she stared at Bewitching with dissatisfaction. Bachin, you bit me? I'm punishing you. Bewitching said seriously. However, looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's confused and pitiful appearance, he only felt that it was very delicious and couldn't help but become restless. Punishing me? Bailey Hongzhuang was confused. What did I do wrong? You're not allowed to see Chu Yingming alone in the future. Bewitching said in a deep voice. Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned. Why? No reason. Bailey Hongzhuang tilted her head and leaned back a little to put some distance between her and Bewitching. She didn't say anything and just looked at him quietly. Being stared at by Bailey Hongzhuang, Bewitching looked a bit unnatural. What are you looking at? Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly laughed. Her eyes were full of smiles, and she couldn't help but laugh from the bottom of her heart. Bachin, you're not jealous, are you? Why should I be jealous? Bachin said seriously, you're already mine. But, why do I smell something sour? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and her eyes curved into crescents. In short, stay away from Chu Yingming in the future. And if I don't? Bailey Hongzhuang stood up and smiled slyly. She didn't notice this before, but now she was sure of it. Looking at this Bachin, she felt that he was very cute. She didn't expect this man to have such a side to him. A sweet feeling lingered in her heart. You still dare to say no? Bachin's face suddenly sank. In the next moment, his big hands reached out and directly carried Bailey Hongzhuang in his arms. It seems that I need to restore my position as the husband. Put me down. I won't. Put me down. Then will you still see Chu Yingming in the future? He's gone. Bailey Hongzhuang helplessly curled her lips. This guy really makes people feel helpless when he's domineering. Then can you put me down? No. Why not? Because I have to let my wife know the consequences of doing this. Oh, at night, Bailey Hongzhuang had a look of resentment as she ate. Her eyes fell on the guy opposite her who was proud of himself. Wife, today's dinner didn't taste good? How about we eat something else? For example, this afternoon. Even though Chu Yifeng tried to prevent the news of Chu Yingming's foundation being damaged from spreading, many people already knew about it back in the Immortal Cloud's secret realm. So, the speed at which the news spread was extremely fast. In an instant, many people were waiting to see Chu Yingming make a fool of himself. As the young master of the family, his future was limitless. Yet, because of this, his path was completely cut short. Especially when the family that was his enemy wantonly spread the news, causing the faces of the Chu family to become extremely ugly. However, after Chu Yifeng and Chu Yingming returned to the family, this rumor was completely dispelled. Because, not only was the problem of Chu Yingming's foundation being damaged resolved, his cultivation even broke through 2 levels. This made everyone's jaws drop. It was because of this that they remembered the D family's kindness even more deeply. Nangong family. In a short period of time, the Nangong family had already invited many famous doctors to treat Nangong Xiaolong. Unfortunately, they were all helpless. There was not even the slightest solution. In this period of time, doctors came in an endless stream. Every day, there would be doctors coming after hearing the news. This period of time has been really interesting. First, we went to the Chu family. Now, we came to the Nangong family. It's a pity that this illness is too difficult to treat. Isn't that right? Foundation damage is already extremely difficult to treat. It's just that we can't even find out if he's poisoned. It's really helpless. You guys don't know about this, right? A doctor who had just arrived today couldn't help but say, I just heard that the problem of the Chu family's young master's foundation has been resolved. Following this person's words, all the doctors present were stunned, and a look of astonishment appeared on their faces. Is that true? Of course it's true. This time, he only managed to resolve it after going to the D family. Foundation damage. Generally speaking, there's no way to resolve it. The man frowned. However, he quickly understood. I heard that Dr. Wu Weiming is a guest doctor of the D family. No wonder he could resolve it. Dr. Wu's medical skills have always been praised. You guys don't know about this, the new doctor said with a mysterious expression. The new doctor said mysteriously, the person who cured young Master Chu was not Dr. Wu, but the young madam of the D family, Bailey Hongzhuang. These words could be said to be like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. All the doctors present could not help but be stunned, wondering if they had heard wrongly. Bailey Hongzhuang? I've heard that she's a rare genius alchemist among the younger generation, enough to be comparable to Ouyang Jifeng, but I've never heard that she's also a doctor. This news can't be fake. Right now, it's spreading like wildfire outside. If you ask me, this Lady Bailey's medical skills are superb. She should be able to cure Nangong Gongzi's poison. The first elder, who happened to pass by, had a change in his expression when he heard the news. Then, he quickly left. Patriarch, the family has already invited many doctors, but none of them have any effect. Dr. Nangong had a difficult expression on his face. In my opinion, there are only 2 ways to resolve the problem. The first is to find Dr. Wu Weiming, and the second is to see Bailey Shi. Nangong Yuqing frowned when he heard this. Damn it, Dr. Wu is a member of the D family. This means that we have no other choice. Nangong Jingquan helplessly looked at the third elder. Because of this matter, the third elder hadn't been able to rest. Nangong Jingquan was also helpless about this. At this time, the first elder also walked in. Seeing the helpless Nangong Jingquan, he looked at the third elder and said, "Third elder, I'm afraid there's no other way." "What do you mean?" The third elder was stunned. His face was filled with confusion. "I just received news that Chu Yingming's injuries have been cured." Nangong Yuqing was surprised. Cured? Who cured him? Back in the Immortal Cloud secret realm, he had seen Chu Yingming's condition. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Chu Yingming to get better. It was the D family's Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang? Nangong Yuqing raised his voice. She was actually willing to treat Chu Yingming? The first elder nodded. I don't know what exactly happened, but it's the truth. Nangong Jingquan's face sank. His gaze was distant and complicated. His voice also became heavier. So the Chu family owes the D family a great debt. I'm afraid that in the future, the Chu family will be on the same side as the D family. That's right. The first elder sighed. I didn't think that the D family would grasp such an opportunity. Originally, they lost the Xiao family as an ally, so their situation was a bit complicated. Now that they have the Chu family's support, their previous problems are no longer a problem. This Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang are really 2 different people. Nangong Jingquan's deep eyes flashed with a faint light, making it difficult for others to see through him. Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills are so strong. Since she was the one who poisoned Xiaolong, I'm afraid that others won't be able to cure him. Hearing the first elder's words, everyone fell silent. Indeed, Bailey Hongzhuang could even solve the problem of her foundation being damaged. This kind of method, others definitely couldn't compare. Third elder's heart sank. So Xiaolong can only go see Bailey Shi? Other than that, I'm afraid there's no other way. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen arrived at Ao Lingxiao's residence, Ao Lingxiao had just stopped cultivating. Shangguan Yingying and Wen Ziren also ran over. Ever since they returned, Ao Lingxiao had been in seclusion. They also wanted to know what Ao Lingxiao planned to do next. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang and the others appear, Ao Lingxiao was very happy. What brings you all here today? Since we're mainly here to ask about your plans, Li Yundong said. Di Beichen went straight to the point. We've been back for quite some time. When do you plan to return to the Ao clan? Bailey Hongzhuang and the others all looked at Ao Lingxiao. As long as the curse was not removed, he would not be able to hold his head high. This basin of dirty water was too hurtful. Thinking back to when they met Ao Lingxiao in the lower realm, they could understand the pain in his heart. I'm fine with anything. Ao Lingxiao looked at Di Beichen. What he needed the most now was a backing. If he went alone, he wouldn't be able to take back the clan. Ao Zhengquang was able to do such a thing back then, so he must have many trusted aides in the clan. If he went alone, his life would be in danger before he could even return to the clan. Lingxiao, in my opinion, the best time to go to the Ao clan is when you have the confidence to defeat Ao Zhengquang. Di Beichen's eyes were deep and serious. They were naturally Ao Lingxiao's backing. As long as Ao Lingxiao wanted to go back, they would definitely go with him. Not only them, but even Lin Taoxing and the others had repeatedly emphasized before leaving that if he wanted to go to the Ao clan, they must go with him. However, in his opinion, this was not a problem. The most important thing was that Ao Lingxiao could defeat Ao Zhengquang. Only in this way could he convince everyone, and it would be more justifiable for him to take back the Ao clan. Hearing Bewitching's words, Ao Lingxiao quickly calmed down and understood what he meant. You're right. I must have the ability to defeat Ao Zhengquang. Thinking back, Ao Zhengquang had taken everything from him. Now, he had to take it back with his own hands. Of course, he needed the help of Bewitching and the others. More importantly, he had to defeat Ao Zhengquang fair and square, only in this way would his retaking be meaningful. Otherwise, in the eyes of others, he was just relying on others and not having true strength. Lingxiao, are you confident now? Xiran looked concerned. If it was in the past, it would not be a problem for Ao Lingxiao to defeat Ao Zhengquang. However, due to the regression of his strength, Ao Lingxiao had been working hard on his cultivation. He did not know if he could catch up. Ao Lingxiao's eyes dimmed. There is still a gap, but I will catch up soon. Previously in the Immortal Cloud Secret Realm, he had some understanding of Ao Zhengquang's strength. Currently, there was still a gap between them, but the gap was not big. As long as he worked hard for a few more days, he would definitely catch up. In the past, I was not confident that I could catch up in a short time. However, after taking the Immortal Elixir, my aptitude has been improved. Now, my cultivation speed is much faster than before. That's true. Xiran also chuckled. The Immortal Elixir is indeed a first-class treasure. My cultivation speed is much faster than before. When Xiran then looked at Bewitching. Now I finally understand why you were able to break through so quickly. The effects of the Heavenly Mandate body must be even better than the Immortal Spirit pills. It's really enviable. Bewitching smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Shangguaningying then said, so, Lingxiao still can't return to the Ao clan for the time being? Ao Lingxiao nodded slightly. I'm afraid I'll have to go into seclusion for a while. Hong Zhuang, do you have to go to the Bailey family? Shangguaningying's eyes flickered with curiosity. That Nangong Xiaolong probably can't wait to see Miss Shi right now, right? I think so. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. I heard that the Nangong family has invited many doctors to help, but none of them have any effect. I heard that they have given up. That's for sure. Who else can break the spell if you're the one doing it? Shangguaningying said matter-of-factly. That guy deserves it. Bailey Hongzhuang looked back. Bewitching, what do you think? We can go to the Bailey family first and settle this matter before heading to the Ao clan. Bewitching then looked at Ao Lingxiao. Lingxiao, what do you think? I'm fine with it. Ao Lingxiao hurriedly said. I'm already very grateful that you guys are willing to help me. Moreover, I do need some time to go into seclusion. The Bailey family. Ever since she returned from the Immortal Cloud Secret Territory, Bailey Yunyan's status in the Bailey family has been rising rapidly. Normally, as a direct descendant of the Bailey family, her status in the Bailey family was not bad. However, after what happened this time, she became the leader of the younger generation. On one hand, it was because of her that the descendants of the Bailey family were able to enter the Immortal Cloud Secret Territory. On the other hand, everyone was certain that she and Di Xiaofeng would become a couple. Regarding this point, her feelings were rather complicated. She understood that Di Xiaofeng was interested in her. However, regarding the final result, she could not be sure. Therefore, when everyone was discussing this matter, she maintained her silence. Bailey Fan, the head of the Bailey family, was in a good mood. During this trip to the Immortal Cloud Secret Territory, the Bailey family was also the biggest winner. Yunyan, I heard that you received an inheritance from the Immortal Cloud Secret Territory? Bailey Fan grinned at Bailey Yunyan. Since you are so lucky, you must train hard in the future. Feeling the friendliness of the head of the house, Bailey Yunyan was surprised. Her beautiful face revealed a joyful expression. Head of the house, the inheritance I received this time was left behind by the ancestors of the Bailey family. Because of this, I was lucky enough to receive it. Bailey Yunyan's face was calm. She knew very well that if it weren't for this reason, there would be so many talented cultivators who entered the Immortal Cloud's secret territory. She wouldn't have received the inheritance. The inheritance left behind by the ancestors of the Bailey family? Bailey Fan's eyes flashed with surprise. This inheritance was left behind by the ancestors of the Bailey family. Then this is even more suitable for you. This is a good opportunity. You must seize it. Bailey Fan smiled. Bailey Yunyan's performance in the Bailey family has always been great. Today's performance made him even more satisfied. He had the intention of training her well and hoped that Bailey Yunyan would achieve great results in the future. Thank you, head of the house. I will work hard. Bailey Yunyan smiled. Even though the Bailey family has always been kind to her, today's friendliness still surprised her. In the next moment, Bailey Yunyan took out a recording crystal and said, "Family head, this is the inheritance crystal I obtained from the senior." He said that only you can see this recording crystal. Looking at the recording crystal in front of him, Bailey Fan's eyes lit up. The Bailey family used to be an extremely powerful family, but it was a pity that they lost their inheritance and gradually declined until they were in their current state. Fortunately, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. In the end, it was passed down. In fact, every generation of patriarch hoped to make the Bailey family strong again. However, it was not easy to do so, and they had not succeeded for so many years. It would be great if this recording crystal contained a lost legacy of the clan. Thinking of this, Bailey Fan could not help but feel excited. If this was really the case, then the rise of the Bailey family was just around the corner. After receiving the recording crystal, Bailey Yunyan and the others tactfully took their leave. Although they did not know what the ancestors of the Bailey family said in the recording crystal, since only the head of the house could see it, it must be something very important. After everyone left, Bailey Fan immediately checked the recording crystal. The next day, Bailey Yunyan went to see Bailey Fan early in the morning. She had always kept Bailey Hongshuang's matter in her heart. After returning, she wanted to check the genealogy. However, the genealogy was not something that just anyone could look at. She needed the family head's permission. Yesterday's situation was obviously not suitable for her to ask about in detail. Hence, she came again today. Yunyan, what's the matter? When Bailey Fan saw Bailey Yunyan appear, he knew that she definitely had something to say. Family head, I'm here to ask for your permission to look at the genealogy. Bailey Yunyan said bluntly. Hearing this, Bailey Fan frowned. Look at the genealogy? Why do you want to look at the genealogy all of a sudden? Family head, do you know the D family's young madam, Bailey Hongshuang? I know. Bailey Fan nodded. Putting aside Bailey Hongshuang's outstanding performance in the pill refining competition, now that she had cured Chu Yingming's illness, she was in the limelight. Now, there was probably no one who did not know of Bailey Hongshuang's name. At the same time, he also knew that the quota for their family to enter the Immortal Cloud's secret realm was given to them by Bailey Hongshuang. Hence, he was also very grateful towards Bailey Hongshuang. Miss Bailey's surname is also Bailey. It's said that her elders used to be from the upper realm. Hence, she wants me to check the genealogy to see if there are any of her elders. Bailey Yunyan did not keep this a secret. In fact, this was not a big deal. You mean that Miss Bailey might be from our family? A trace of shock appeared in Bailey Fan's eyes, but more than that, he was pleasantly surprised. Even though he knew that Bailey Hongshuang's surname was also Bailey, he had never thought of this possibility. However, since Bailey Hongshuang asked this question, it might really be possible. If all of this was true, it would be great news. Bailey Yunyan nodded. That seems to be the case. Miss Hongshuang is very concerned about this matter. Then I'll go with you to check it out. Bailey Fan was also very concerned about this matter. May I know which name Miss Hongshuang is looking for? Bailey Jingyu, Bailey Yunyan said. Miss Hongshuang asked me if there was such a clan head. Patriarch? Bailey Fan was surprised. That makes it easier to investigate. That's right. Bailey Yunyan was very sure that when Bailey Hongshuang said this name, she remembered it clearly. Soon, Bailey Fan and Bailey Yunyan began to flip through the family tree. The Bailey family had been passed down for many years, and the list of descendants was astonishing. Even if they directly targeted the head of the family, it was still not something that could be finished in a short time. Because Bailey Hongzhuang did not mention the specific year, the two could only start from the beginning to the middle. Yunyan, what did Miss Hongzhuang tell you? Bai Li Fan asked as he looked through the family tree. She said that she was not sure, but the elders had told her about this matter, so she only knew that there was a clan head named Bailey Jingyu. If we can find it in our family tree, it means that we are of the same lineage. Bai Li Fan nodded slightly and did not continue to ask. With Bailey Hongzhuang's age, it was already good that she knew this. She probably did not know anything else. Bai Li Fan had always hoped that Bailey Hongzhuang was a member of their clan. However, as time passed, his heart sank. It seemed that he had been indulging in the wildest of fantasies. There were many people with the same surname in this world. They might not necessarily be of the same bloodline. Bailey Yunyan also sighed. If she could, she really wanted to be sisters with Bailey Hongzhuang. It was really a pity, however, just as they thought that it was impossible, Bailey Yunyan's gaze suddenly fell on the words clan head in the genealogy. Bailey Jingyu. Bailey Yunyan rubbed her eyes and carefully looked at the words. She was worried that her eyes were playing tricks on her. However, after carefully checking a few times, she found that she was not mistaken. A surprised smile appeared on her face. Clan head, I found it. There really is a clan head, Bailey Jingyu. Just as Bailey Yunyan thought that the clan head would be as excited as she was, Bai Li Fan's gaze was fixed on the genealogy in his hands. His eyes were filled with shock. Clan head? Bailey Yunyan looked at Bai Li Fan in confusion. She did not understand what had happened to the clan head. Clan head, I found Bailey Jingyu. Bailey Yunyan emphasized again. However, Bai Li Fan still did not answer. He only stared at the genealogy in shock. It was obvious that he had not recovered from the shock. Seeing this, Bailey Yunyan could not help but follow Bai Li Fan's gaze. She was also dumbfounded. This was because she saw two words on the genealogy, Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang? Bailey Yunyan's face was filled with disbelief. Our ancestor actually had a clan head named Bailey Hongzhuang? Bai Li Fan finally recovered from his shock. He reached out and took the genealogy from Bailey Yunyan. After carefully comparing it, he suddenly realized that Bailey Jingyu and Bailey Hongzhuang were actually grandfather and grandson. How could there be such a coincidence? Bailey Yunyan was also puzzled. This was too much of a coincidence. Why was Bailey Hongzhuang's name the same as her ancestor's name? Was it just a coincidence? Bai Li Fan couldn't help but recall the information he had heard in the memory crystal. After connecting all the dots, he suddenly understood everything. Yunyan, I'm afraid this Miss Bailey is closely related to our family. Perhaps she is the hope for our family to rise again. Hearing Bai Li Fan's words, Bailey Yunyan was stunned. Patriarch, what do you mean? Do you remember the recording crystal you gave me yesterday? I remember. The recording crystal sent me a message. In our ancestors' generation, there was a prophecy master who predicted that a woman would return to the 100 Lane clan and bring our clan back to greatness. She holds the true inheritance of the Bailey family in her hands. Bai Li Fan's gaze was deep and complicated. When he had received this news yesterday, he was also extremely shocked. He only felt that it was too hard to believe. However, after connecting all the dots, it all seemed so natural. It was as if everything had been arranged this way. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bailey Hongzhuang. These two names were the same. He did not believe that it was a coincidence. How could all these things coincide so coincidentally? There was only one possibility. End of chapter 52:20. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.